Volume 8. Book 19, Chapter 51, Metamorphosis, Breaking Through the Cocoon, Becoming a Butterfly. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 51, Metamorphosis, Breaking Through the Cocoon, Becoming a Butterfly. At this moment, Linley's original body and his three divine clones all regained their consciousness. Linley's first thought was, what happened? I'm not dead? He had no awareness of what had happened in the past 34 long years. Actually, to Linley's original body and three divine clones, it was as though just a second or two passed. But in the next instant, when Linley communicated with his divine fire clone, he understood that he had already been in a coma for 34 years. Where am I? Linley looked at his surroundings, then sat up. When he sat up, Linley sensed that he had changed. Huh? What's going on? Linley could clearly sense the spatial ripples around him, and he could clearly visualize Bluefire, Rayham, Reesgem, and Bibi, who were seated in the nearby room. This was a sort of feeling of control, a feeling that made Linley feel as though he had control over his own destiny. He felt like an emperor. It was a feeling of absolute control. Linley! Boss! A series of overjoyed cries rang out. The movement Linley made when he sat up caused the four people outside to notice him as well. These four simultaneously entered the stone room. Linley looked at the four in front of him. Reesgem, Rayham, and Bluefire were all overjoyed, while Bibi was so excited that tears were gathering in his eyes. Boss! Bibi threw himself right into Linley's arms. Bibi, stop crying. You are like a kid. Linley rose to his feet, leaving the stone bed and standing up. He chuckled. Bibi laughed through his tears, then wiped his nose and snorted. Boss, it's all your fault. You've been in a coma for 34 years. You tell me, isn't that terrifying? How did I end up in a coma for 34 years? Linley didn't understand. The nearby Bluefire laughed. Linley, 34 years ago, you were struck by a full-force attack from Magnus, but luckily, the Soul Stone helped you stay alive. But who would have imagined that during the coma period, your soul began to mutate? The energy of the Soul Stone was quickly used up. We were all worried that you wouldn't be able to hold on, but you managed to survive. A soul mutate? Linley was badly startled. Me? Right. You. Why don't you give it a test and see what you can find? Bluefire laughed while urging him. Some changes can't be seen from the surface. Only you yourself can sense them. Right, boss? Give it a try. Let's see how your soul has become. Bibi said, excited. You are the very first person with 4 divine clones who underwent a soul mutation. What is it like for someone with 4 divine clones to become a soul mutate? Reesgem's eyes were burning with curiosity as he looked at Linley. I have 4 divine clones, but was able to undergo a soul mutation. Linley himself could barely believe it, but he still shut his eyes, beginning a careful investigation of his current soul. Within his sea of consciousness. Above the enormous sea of consciousness floated an illusory, rainbow-like light. His spiritual energy was like an ocean of water, with waves of it rolling about. This spiritual energy seemed translucent and dreamlike, almost like glass. The most unique thing was that sword-shaped soul. The sword-shaped soul hovered above the sea of consciousness. But the current sword-shaped soul had become translucent. Only, a layer of gray energy covered that sword-shaped soul. It looked rather ordinary, and not as eye-catching as the original, rainbow-colored sword-shaped soul. What a powerful, unique sensation. Linley murmured silently to himself. Others, even Bluefire, who ventured into Linley's soul, wouldn't discover anything unique about Linley's current soul. Only Linley himself could sense it. The feeling of control. It is quite unique. Linley said to himself. And then, Linley stopped thinking about it as he began to inspect other things carefully. my soul-protecting sovereign artifact. Linley found, to his astonishment, that the hole in the soul-protecting sovereign artifact was currently being repaired at an astonishing speed, thousands of times faster than in the past when he first became a high god. And this repairing process was a true repair of the sovereign artifact. In the past, what he was doing was essentially putting a bandage over it, not truly repairing it. But now, the whole of the soul-protecting sovereign artifact was slowly shrinking. When the day came for the hole to vanish, the soul-protecting sovereign artifact would be completely restored. How can this be? Linley didn't dare believe it. The speed at which a soul-protecting sovereign artifact could be repaired was correlated to the strength of one's soul and one's spiritual energy. Linley could sense how powerful his soul had become, but for it to be able to repair the soul-protecting sovereign artifact at such an astonishing rate? He still felt this was inconceivable. Given this speed, most likely in just a few years, it will be completely repaired. Linley discovered that the other souls of his other 3 clones had also transformed. Unfortunately, my divine fire clone wasn't here to transform as well. Still, the results will be the same in the future. When the divine fire clone merges with my main body and joins with the other 4 souls, they will exchange energy with each other and it will slowly transform as well. Linley understood that it was like his original body's soul. Actually, his original body's soul was just the soul of a saint. But it was with together his other souls. His main soul and the souls of the other divine clones were a part of a whole, and over a long period of time, the various souls replenished each other, causing his original body's soul to naturally grow powerful as well. After all, they were all one to begin with. A soul mutate? Doesn't that mean that I can fuse 4 types of divine power? Linley couldn't help but begin to test it. He first used 3 types of high god power: earth, wind, and water. Within Linley's body, 3 surges of divine power began to swirl around like watery dragons. Once they touched each other, it was as though they were one family. There wasn't a hint of repulsion at all. The 3 surges of high god power, under Linley's control, merged into a fused whole, and then as they did, the color changed as well. Formerly, they were earth and yellow, light green, and azure green. Now fused together, they were an inky jade color, so dark as to be nearly black. This inky jade divine power roiled about within Linley's body. So powerful. Linley grew excited. At the same time, Linley also used a hint of god-level fire-type divine power to fuse with it. Once the fire divine power touched that powerful surge of inky jade divine power, it too fused with it. The power actually grew weaker? Linley could sense that after the inky jade divine power fused with the divine fire power, it seemed to have become internally impacted, with the power weakening slightly. Can it be because I have yet to reach the high god level in fire? This was Linley's guess. It wasn't just random, as though fusing more would be better. It was like an army. If an elite corps had some weaker soldiers added to it, it would actually lower their combat effectiveness. Right. When Olivier reached the god level, he said that when both of his divine clones reached the god level, only then did his power increase greatly. Linley now completely understood. In fusion, a balance was necessary. Earth, wind, water, these 3 sources of divine power were at the high god level. As for fire, it was only at the god level, rather weak. Linley! Reichstum's voice rang out, interrupting Linley's line of thought. Within the stone room, the other 4 were staring at Linley. Reichstum urged, "Hey, Linley, what's going on? Stop just standing there like a fool, tell us what happened. Let's talk in the main hall." Linley laughed as he spoke. Linley's group of 5 entered the main hall, surrounding the long table and sitting down. "Linley, you successfully mutated your soul?" Bluefire said with a calm laugh. "Right." Linley nodded. Bluefire's eyes lit up, and he sighed in praise. According to legend, if 2 types of divine power fuse, the power would increase 10-fold. If 3 types fuse, the power will increase 100-fold. If 4 types of divine power fuse, no one knows for sure, but it probably will strengthen 1,000-fold. Even using Sovereign's Might only allows a person to be a few hundred times stronger than when using High God power. Linley, how about you? You fused 4 types of divine power. How is your strength? Is it even stronger than when you use sovereign power? Reesjem asked expectantly. Sovereign power was strong, but there was a limit to it. It made someone a few hundred times stronger than when they used High God power. I feel, Linley said with a laugh, that after fusing 3 types of divine power, my strength is indeed 100 times greater. I sense that it is comparable to when I used Destruction-type Sovereign's Might. Linley was skilled in the laws of the earth, and so when he used Destruction-type Sovereign's Might, it naturally wasn't completely effective, only increasing his power 100-fold or so. It was comparable to a triple fusion of divine power. Bluefire nodded slightly. It was all as Bluefire had expected. Then 4 kinds? Reesjem said hurriedly. I'm not sure either. Linley laughed. How can you not be sure? Reesjem stared, and the nearby BB began to laugh. Reesjem, my boss divine fire clone is only at the God level. If God level divine power fuses with High God divine power, I imagine the strength wouldn't increase that much. Reesjem was startled, then gave a few embarrassed chuckles. I forgot. Linley, you've only been training for 2,000 years. It was true. For someone who had been training for just 2,000 years to possess 3 divine clones was already very terrifying. But of course, the infernal realm had many geniuses, some of whom trained even faster than Linley, but one thing was for certain. There was definitely not a single person in the universe who was able to undergo a soul mutation successfully with 4 divine clones. At least for now, Linley was absolutely one of a kind. Formidable, formidable. Bluefire sighed in praise. Soul mutates are indeed terrifying. Once your divine fire clone reaches the High God level as well, and you fuse 4 types of divine power, your strength will far surpass that of someone using Sovereign's Might. But the rewards you reaped were commensurate to the danger you faced. This time, you just barely survived. It really was a close call. DB nodded as well. Mr. Leyland. Linley suddenly frowned. What is it? Bluefire asked, puzzled. Linley shook his head. I have a feeling right now. A unique feeling. A feeling of control. A feeling of control of material things, and even of the surrounding space. As Linley spoke, he lifted his fist. I have a strange sense, as though I could punch a hole in space with a full-strength blow. As Linley spoke, he smashed out with a full-strength punch. Linley wasn't in dragon form, nor did he use Sovereign's Might. As far as laws went, he was far weaker than paragons. Ryup! As his punch smashed outwards, space seemed to explode forth like a massive explosion on the surface of a lake, and a meter-long, giant spatial rift appeared. This. DB was stupefied, and Reesjem and Reham were speechless as well. Bluefire's eyes lit up. Prior to this, Linley had to be in dragon form, use Sovereign's Might, and use his Godspark weapon to tear open a spatial rift. But by comparison, the power wasn't as great as this fist. Boss, your fist, it's almost on par with the palm blows of that High God paragon, Bayer, but Bayer had used a simple palm chop to tear a giant spatial rift open. I'm not sure. Linley was rather stupefied. I just have this feeling of control, as though I can easily split space apart. But I didn't expect I could actually do it. Linley! A voice rang out. Linley turned to look. The speaker was Bluefire. Currently, Bluefire's face was covered in laughter. Ha, Linley, that's your will, infused with the natural laws. Since your will encompasses the natural laws, naturally you are able to control the world. This is a special power you now possess. The power that only paragons and sovereigns possess. Any attack, once infused with your will, will rise to a ludicrous level. Will power? Linley was stunned. The power which only paragons and sovereigns possess? BB and Reesgem were stunned as well. Linley tested out this feeling of control, and indeed, he felt as though he had power over the surrounding spatial ripples and movements. This was something he never had before. In the planar battlefield, Linley had previously only sensed danger. But now, he had the feeling that he was in control of his own destiny. The feeling of standing above all other lifeforms and looking down upon them. I didn't expect this. I truly didn't expect this. Bluefire could hardly believe it. The previous soul mutates had more powerful souls, but even those extremely rare triple power soul mutates who are scattered throughout the universe did not develop this power. Who would have imagined that a soul mutate with 4 divine clones would actually gain this sort of power? It makes sense. A soul mutate with 4 divine clones has a soul which is far more powerful than a soul mutate with 3 divine clones. For a person's soul to reach such a heightened power, it only makes sense for the natural world to bestow this power upon that person. Bluefire was very excited. And then, he turned his scorching hot gaze towards Linley. Linley, come, attack me, try and attack me. Let me have a test and see how great your power is. Let's see if you, a till now impossible 4-way soul mutate, is more powerful, or if a paragon is more powerful. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 52, The Path to the Peak. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 52, The Path to the Peak. Linley, in his heart, also wanted to get a clear understanding of his current strength. A high god paragon like Bluefire was an incredibly rare whetstone for testing himself. How would anyone else dare to exchange blows with the current Linley? Fine, then. Linley laughed and nodded. The nearby Reesgem and BB were very excited. Reesgem was the sort who loved to spread chaos. Ha, a paragon on one side, and a never-before-seen quad-power soul mutate on the other. Don't hold back, you two, have a huge battle. Even if you destroy this cave, that's fine. Linley just laughed. No need. This battle is just for testing my strength. Mr. Leyland, for this battle, let's only use our physical strength as well as the power of our will. Let's not use divine power or sovereign power. That's a good idea. Bluefire agreed with Linley's suggestion. If Linley was too powerful, or if Bluefire was too powerful and something occurred that was out of their expectations, that wouldn't be good. Outside the mountain, on the desolate landscape, Linley and Bluefire were 100 meters away from each other, while Reesgem, BB, and Rayham were gathered to one side, filled with eagerness. BB's eyes were shining. Reesgem, I'm willing to bet that my boss isn't weaker than Bluefire at all. He might even be stronger. Who wants to bet with you? Reesgem let out a snort. Look, they are starting. Linley was dressed in a sky blue robe, while Bluefire was dressed in a long white robe. The two beamed at each other, then began to attack. Linley glided forth as agilely as the wind, almost dreamlike, as multiple blurs emerged from him. As for Bluefire, he moved about so fast it seemed as if he was teleporting. As the two began to move, the 3 onlookers were badly startled. BB, they are only using physical strength? Linley's speed has reached such a ridiculous level. At this moment, Linley and Bluefire were moving at speeds slower than when Bluefire rushed over to save Linley, when he had hastened and even used Sovereign's might. Back then, with each movement, Bluefire had traversed multiple kilometers. The current Linley was not relying on sovereign power or divine power, just on his physical strength and the power of his will. What a wonderful feeling! Linley felt joy in his heart. Just by relying on my physical strength and will, my speed is so much faster than it was before. If I were to use divine power, most likely I wouldn't be much weaker than Bluefire. Lindley's control over the surrounding world made movement through it incomparably simple. His speed was shocking. As the two moved, they began to exchange blows. The two simultaneously struck out with their fists. Rumble, Lindley's fist shot out like a thunderbolt, slashing through the skies, resulting in that rumbling sound. Space was thrown into chaos, and one twisted spatial rift after another appeared. Smash! Like a detonation, blue fire struck out with his fist, and the power of it instantly exploded forth. The speed of his fist was much faster than even Lindley's punch, and a blurry flash of red light could be seen. Two seemingly ordinary punches. Neither dodged at all, they clashed head-on. Bang! A deep yet soft sound. Rumble, at the point of the clash, space itself was completely unable to further endure such terrifying power, and 7 or 8 spatial rifts instantly appeared. Lindley and Bluefire both couldn't help but take a step back. They were evenly matched. Ha, wonderful, wonderful. Lindley, there's no need for us to hide our divine power. Let's have one wonderful, all-out battle. Bluefire, who had always been so graceful and poised, for once was feeling excited. His eyes were shining. Then be careful. Lindley said with a bit of a smirk. My fused divine power isn't much weaker than sovereign power. I'm not necessarily the one who needs to be careful. Bluefire said with a laugh. You have fused divine power, but I will directly use sovereign power. From their earlier exchange of blows, Lindley understood that there wasn't a huge difference between them. Since that was the case, there was no need for them to not even use divine power. Without using divine power, this battle wouldn't be fun enough. The cold wind of the planar battlefield howled past, rustling Lindley's clothes. Lindley's gaze, however, was completely focused on Bluefire in front of him. It has been so many years. Grandpa Doring, I've finally reached the true peak of deities. The true peak. The person in front of me is a high god paragon. His desire to battle increased to the limit, and Lindley felt an irrepressible excitement. Rumble, the inky jade divine power in Lindley's body began to roil about like dragons swimming in the sea. Lindley's gaze suddenly became fierce. Swoosh! In midair, a series of blurred figures appeared, while Lindley himself had already began exchanging blows with Bluefire. The space of the planar battlefield began to tremble, as one terrifying spatial rift after another was torn open. Previously, when Lindley and Bluefire had only used their physical strength and will to fight, the spatial tears were small ones. But now, every single spatial rift was like an enormous gouge. Two virtually invisible blurs were constantly interacting, and around them, spatial rifts occasionally opened and occasionally closed. Reesjem, Rayham, and Bibi watched numbly. Two paragons fighting full force against each other with no reservations? This was quite rare. This, Bibi, stunned, didn't know what to say. The space in front of them seemed to be quaking, constantly tearing apart and healing, due to the battle between Lindley and Bluefire, these two supreme experts. It seemed as though in this area of battle, space itself was about to collapse. Reesjem and the other two now realized the huge distance between them. Lindley and Bluefire were titans. They were just infants. So powerful. Reesjem cleared his throat, his eyes round. The power of paragons. Rayham held his breath as well, his gaze locked on that region. And Lindley. He isn't weaker than Mr. Leyland at all. No wonder paragons treat fighting with me as a game. Reesjem let out a soft sigh. Previously, when the four of them met Bayer completely toyed with them, he wasn't able to fight back at all. Fortunately, Bibi's defense was simply too monstrous, which was why they were lucky enough to survive. But if Reesjem hadn't insisted on protecting Bibi, Bayer would have driven Bibi into a spatial rift. Irritate a paragon? Even if you had 3 sovereign artifacts and were seemingly invincible, a paragon could still drive you into a spatial rift. Unless a sovereign were to intervene, you would be done for, and even if a sovereign did want to intervene, it would be no simple task. A battle between Paragon-level experts. Only against each other can they completely unleash their power. BB sighed in amazement. Boss, you are too strong. And this is quite bizarre. BB suddenly frowned. That region of space is fractured so badly, but it can still instantly repair instead of completely collapsing. How bizarre. The weird thing is, the boss and Bluefire are actually not affected by the gravitational pull of those enormous spatial tiers near them at all. They didn't go into chaotic space. Reesjem and Rayham nodded slightly. Normally, when experts battled, the spatial rifts wouldn't be too ridiculous. If spatial rifts did appear, experts would avoid them slightly. But Linley and Bluefire completely ignored the spatial rifts, and even battled at the very borders of them. That must be what their will permits. Reesjem said in a low voice. When one's will is as strong as a sovereign's, even chaotic space poses no threats, they can roam it as they please. After being trapped in chaotic space, only someone on the level of a sovereign could save you. Paragons weren't at that level yet. This was the will of a sovereign. Their guesses were correct. Linley could clearly sense that the control he had over the universe made it so that the devouring power of the spatial rifts were completely unable to affect him. Rumble, he punched out, and 108 inky jade dragons of power emerged from Linley's fist, instantly covering Bluefire. A powerful gravitational force pressed down from all directions on Bluefire. This gravitational compression also contained the power of Linley's will, and was exceedingly strong. For the pre-metamorphosis Linley, this technique was effective against ordinary commanders but was child's play for a paragon. But now, this technique was very dangerous against even paragons. Swish! Like a bolt of lightning, a red light flashed. Bluefire's fist was always astonishingly fast. Bang! Their fists collided. Linley felt as though a volcano had exploded forth, as an irrepressible explosive power passed towards him. As for Bluefire, he felt as though the layers of strikes were like mountains hammering down towards him. The two were knocked backwards and retreated. The battle should end here. Bluefire sent mentally. Linley laughed, then nodded. This battle had attracted the attention of some nearby commanders, but when they saw what was going on here, and saw from afar how these apocalyptic spatial rifts that were over 100 meters long were appearing, they were so terrified that none of them dared draw near. This battle was simply too terrifying. They were also puzzled. Which two paragons would be so bored, or have such irreconcilable differences, as to battle like this? Within the cave, the five sat down to celebrate. Boss, I am so happy. BB smugly laughed loudly. From today onwards, damn, who will dare to make trouble for us? They should be grateful if we don't make trouble for them. I've had to swallow too much crap here in the planar battlefield. Now, at least, we're about to turn the tables. It seemed as though BB wanted to give vent to an entire belly full of anger. Drink. Linley was extremely happy as well. The breakthrough he had made today made it so that he would no longer have to look up to others. What did it mean, to be on the paragon level? It meant that amongst deities, there was no one capable of threatening him. As for sovereigns? Unless absolutely necessary, sovereigns wouldn't interfere in the battles of deities. What's more, it wouldn't be that simple for even sovereigns to kill paragons. If something went wrong, paragons could immediately flee to a material plane. In addition, sovereigns would generally try to pull paragons to their side. The sovereigns all wanted to have a paragon become their emissary, but the paragons themselves were naturally quite choosy. They would only pick someone they liked, or someone who was extremely strong as their sovereign backer. For ordinary commanders, it was the opposite, the sovereigns would pick them. As for paragons, they picked their sovereign. Or, for some of the more arrogant ones, they wouldn't become emissaries at all. They didn't want to listen to the orders of others. That was fine. Paragons were qualified to act like this. Linley. Reesjem began to chortle. Have you ever considered becoming a sovereign's emissary? Linley was startled. The nearby Rayham nodded in approval. Right. Linley, your strength has reached such a high level. Very few people know this, but once your strength becomes publicly known, you will definitely attract the interest of some sovereigns. They will definitely work to try and make an expert like you become their emissary. A sovereign's emissary? Linley was rather hesitant. Bibi nodded repeatedly. Right. Grandpa said it as well. There are very, very few paragons, and most of them are quite arrogant. They don't wish to become an emissary. Paragons who become emissaries of a sovereign are rare, there's only so many to begin with, while there are 77 sovereigns. Boss, I imagine people will be fighting over you. Reesjem hurriedly said enticingly, Linley, actually, my mother is a very powerful sovereign, and she's treated you quite well. She gave you that soul stone. How about, you come be my mother's emissary? Linley was rather hesitant. Mr. Leyland? Linley looked towards Bluefire, awaiting Bluefire's advice. After all, Bluefire was himself a paragon. Why be an emissary? Bluefire laughed calmly. If you refuse to be an emissary, the sovereigns can't possibly act against you for such a reason. After all, after your power is put on display, quite a few sovereigns will come invite you. You can't possibly accept them all. More importantly, after becoming a paragon, what's the point of becoming an emissary? We train to pursue the peak of perfection. Although by becoming an emissary, our sovereign will also respect us and won't order us around or force us to kneel to them, I still feel as though being free is better. Bluefire said calmly. In his heart, Linley agreed with Bluefire's way of thinking. A sovereign's emissary isn't necessarily a servant. Reesjem stared at Bluefire, hurriedly rebutting him. Of course sovereigns won't care about ordinary emissaries, but paragons, they are people who possess a will. Sovereigns will respect them and treat them as friends, rather than servants. Bluefire couldn't help but laugh. Reesjem, let's talk about others. This is Linley's decision to make. Linley, what do you think? Reesjem turned to look at Linley. Linley smiled. No rush. For now, I have no intentions of becoming a sovereign's emissary. More importantly, paragons have already reached the peak of fusing profound mysteries, with no further possible areas of improvement. Perhaps they might become a sovereign's emissary out of boredom. But as for me, I have many things to do. After all, as far as the laws go, I haven't reached my limit. I am just imagining, after countless years, becoming a paragon of a law as well. What would that be like? I am quite eager to find out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 53, Spiritual Power. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 53, Spiritual Power. Hearing Linley say this, Reesjem could only rub his nose, not saying another word. Linley! Reesjem suddenly began to laugh loudly. If you don't want to be an emissary, then don't. But Linley, if I, Reesjem, ran into any problems that I needed your help with, you have to help out. Just like how when we ran into that Montello fellow. When I ask you to help out, you can't put on airs of being a haughty expert. After having seen Linley and Bluefire battle, Reesjem had already come to view Linley as a paragon-level expert. Reesjem, if there's anything pressing, you can just send a message and I will definitely hurry over. Linley said decisively. Although Reesjem liked to joke about and was as arrogant as Bibi, he also treated friends sincerely and was a decent fellow. He had helped Linley before as well. That's all I need to hear. Reesjem instantly began to grin. I can't be bothered to care about whether or not you want to be a sovereign's emissary. All that matters is that in the future, if we run into those bastards, I'll finally have a method for dealing with them. Sovereigns won't lower themselves to intervene, but Linley, although you are powerful, you are still just a deity. It won't be too inappropriate for you to deal with them. Although Riesgem had the backing of the Redbud Sovereign, the Redbud Sovereign allowed Riesgem to suffer his own setbacks without intervening. Riesgem felt quite stifled by this, but today, Riesgem, finally had a paragon to call friend. When Riesgem thought about how, in the future, he would have Linley's assistance, and how he would have such a powerful backer, he couldn't help but laugh delightedly. Riesgem, if you encounter any enemies, don't always be in a hurry to have my boss intervene. It's enough for me to intervene against ordinary figures. BB said, and then tossed a divine spark into his mouth. We're brothers. No need to stand on courtesy. Riesgem slapped his arm around BB and laughed loudly. Bluefire smiled as he watched this, but he suddenly thought of something. He said seriously, everyone, no matter what, don't reveal the fact that Linley is a soul mutate. A 4-power soul mutate has never before existed. For now, it's best to keep this a secret. Hearing this, Linley nodded in approval as well. We know to keep this a secret. Don't worry. Riesgem nodded and said, as for Reham, don't worry about him. He barely talks anyways. The nearby Reham revealed a rare hint of a smile. Yo, boss. BB frowned. But in the future, if you fight others and reveal your power, then we'll just publicly say that Linley has become a paragon as well. Bluefire laughed. Although the reputation of paragons is formidable, there's still a number of paragons in the countless planes of the universe. Linley adding to their number won't cause too tremendous a tumult in the world. Linley nodded. Then I will listen to your advice, Mr. Leyland. Actually, as I see it, there's no need to explain. If others see me reveal my power, they will only describe me as a suspected paragon. As long as we don't mention the fact that my soul mutated, and as long as I don't use fused divine power, it won't be revealed. Bluefire laughed as he looked at Linley. Linley, normally, it is enough for you to use standard high god power. In a critical moment, you can use a drop of Sovereign's might. Your soul is so powerful that you can completely control Sovereign's might without wasting it at all. You can use just a portion of a single drop of Sovereign's might in a battle, and then, in the next battle a few centuries later, use the rest. This was the benefit to paragons using Sovereign's might. Normal commanders, when using Sovereign's might, would constantly emanate sovereign power and constantly waste it. But paragons didn't waste any. If they didn't want to use it, they would store the Sovereign's might back into their body, to be used during the next great battle. That's for the best. Linley was moved. Instantly, a drop of destruction-type Sovereign's might swelled within Linley's body. However, the constrictive power of Linley's will was now too great, and the destruction-type sovereign power coalesced within Linley's soul quite obediently. In the past, when I used sovereign power, I felt as though I was carrying a mountain, unable to wield it as I pleased. But now, it feels so light and easily lifted. Linley remembered how Beirut had been able to perfectly control sovereign power to rescue Delia that year. Linley, it seems as though your will is even stronger than that of a paragon's. Bluefire suddenly said. Eh? Linley was stunned. Even more powerful? The nearby Riesgem, BB, and Reham all looked towards Bluefire. BB said, Mr. Leyland, when my boss fought against you, you were evenly matched. Actually, I was at a disadvantage. Linley said with a laugh. Mr. Leyland's attacks are very powerful. Fortunately, that technique of mine contains a spatial compression aspect. After infusing it with my will, the power of that compression is far greater than that of ordinary spatial compression. Mr. Leyland was affected by that compression, which is why we were on par. In addition, Mr. Leyland didn't use fire-type sovereign power, but destruction-type sovereign power, and so his full power wasn't unleashed. Riesgem, BB, and Reham were rather surprised. However, during the battle, Bluefire's power was either contained within his body or focused on his fist, without any of it leaking out. From the outside, no one could tell what sort of sovereign power he was using. But Linley was fighting against him, naturally, he knew. Bluefire laughed. You didn't use the Earth-type sovereign power you specialize in either. How could I take advantage of you like that? The conditions were similar, the two were both using types of sovereign power they weren't proficient in. Given this sort of situation, you were still able to fight with me to a standstill. I was very surprised. Because, I have already fused 6 types of profound mysteries. You have only fused 4. Bluefire said. Thus, I believe that your will should be even stronger than the will of a paragon. A deeper level of understanding into the profound mysteries could raise one's power. But Linley and Bluefire fought to a standstill. Although this had to do with the spatial compression, in the end, one had fused 4 while the other had fused 6. The difference was very great. How can you tell if one's will is weak or strong? Linley said. Simple. Bluefire laughed. Linley, control your sovereign power and transform it into divine sense. See how far it extends to. The limits to which one could use sovereign power to investigate was a test of the strength of one's soul. In addition, once it was infused with one's will, the scope would increase greatly. Ordinary paragons, when emanating sovereign power on the planar battlefield, can reach to a distance of 8,000 kilometers. Bluefire continued, Linley, don't use your spiritual energy, just rely on sovereign power to form a divine sense. See how far you can stretch. 8,000 kilometers. This number caused Rishem and the others to be frightened. Ordinary commanders, who didn't use sovereign power in just their own divine sense, were only able to reach to 100 meters in the planar battlefield. If they used sovereign power, they would be able to reach perhaps 100 kilometers. But paragons were able to reach out to 8,000 kilometers. It was nearly 100-fold difference. I will give it a try. Linley, with a thought, caused the formless, colorless sovereign power to spread out as divine sense. Moments later, he reached his limit, unable to extend any further. 36,000 kilometers. Linley felt stunned. My will is actually far greater than that of a paragon. No wonder earlier, he was able to fight Bluefire to a standstill. His will far surpassed that of his opponent. Given that he also had the spatial compression to help out, he was able to make up for the difference in profound mysteries. With a thought, Linley retracted his sovereign power, and then Linley released his own spiritual energy. Linley had the feeling that after his soul mutation, his soul had become very powerful. Just by looking at the speed at which it repaired his soul-protecting sovereign artifact, one could understand how great it was. How far could he stretch, just by relying on his own spiritual energy? It stretched outwards. 1,000 kilometers. 10,000 kilometers. 30,000 kilometers. 60,000 kilometers. 100,000 kilometers. Linley himself was shocked. After his soul mutation, he had yet to truly experience the true power of his spiritual energy, used at full strength. Magnus. Hemmers. Oman, Linley clearly discovered every single familiar figure, but these people didn't notice Linley's investigations at all. In the end, Linley's spiritual energy finally reached a limit. 512,000 kilometers. Linley was terrified by this astronomical figure. My spiritual energy is even more powerful by itself than when using sovereign power? That much more powerful? Linley was stunned, but then he understood. His divine power, with 3 types fused, was already close to that of sovereign power. Once his divine firepower reached the high god level, he would fuse 4 types of divine power, and his divine power strength would vastly surpass that of him using sovereign's might. But in terms of the soul, the metamorphosis was already complete. There was nothing to fuse. A soul mutate with 4 clones. This made it so that Linley's own spiritual energy was more than 10 times stronger than using sovereign power. I imagine that a person with 3 clones who underwent a soul mutation would have spiritual energy and will comparable to that of using sovereign power. This was Linley's guess. He himself had 4 clones and underwent a soul mutation, making his spiritual energy even more terrifying. By the looks of it, my supreme technique should no longer be a material attack, it should be a spiritual attack. Linley now understood that given his terrifyingly strong spiritual energy, even if his understanding as far as the profound mysteries went was lacking, when infused with his will, the power would still be astonishing. No, my innate divine ability. Linley suddenly thought of his innate divine ability. His innate divine ability was connected to his spiritual energy and that innate azure light. When my innate divine ability is infused with my spiritual energy and my will, how strong will it be? Linley was rather eager. At the door to the cave estate. Linley, no need to send me off. Bluefire said with a calm laugh. Linley and the other 4 could only watch as Bluefire walked away leisurely. Given Linley's current level, Bluefire didn't feel any more pressure at all. If Linley was to meet with a problem he couldn't resolve, Bluefire wouldn't be able to assist either. Let's go back in, Linley said, then returned with BB into the cavern estate. When Bluefire had inquired as to the strength of Linley's will, Linley admitted that his will was indeed somewhat stronger than that of a paragon's. However, as no one asked him how strong his spiritual energy was, Linley didn't discuss it. Within the stone room, Linley was seated meditatively atop a stone bed. My will, compared to a sovereign's, is still far weaker. Linley sighed to himself. The will of a sovereign was very terrifying. It could effortlessly stretch across the entire planar battlefield. In fact, if a sovereign truly desired to do so, a sovereign could stretch his will across the entirety of the infernal realm or netherworld, much less a planar battlefield. One could imagine how great this will was. Once a sovereign came face to face with a paragon, the paragon wouldn't be able to resist at all. The will of a sovereign is too terrifying. Linley let out a sigh. They far surpass paragons. Although at a distance, they might not be able to kill a paragon with a thought, in close quarters, paragons aren't able to fight back at all. My spiritual energy might be a bit stronger, but my will is far from being a match for a sovereign's. They are able to spread it across the entirety of the netherworld or infernal realm. What sort of will is this? Linley felt terrified just thinking about it. No wonder. Sovereigns and deities are on completely different levels. This is a qualitative difference. Linley sighed to himself. One was like heaven while the other was like earth. Paragons or soul mutates, they were all deities. Deities weren't able to overcome sovereigns. This was the gulf between these two levels. Forget about the sovereigns. As long as I don't kill a sovereign's son, I'm fine. Even if I beat a sovereign's son or daughter senseless, the sovereign won't intervene. Linley no longer thought about it. The Yulan Plain. The Forest of Darkness. The Metallic Castle. Beirut began to laugh loudly. He actually succeeded? Utterly unimaginable. For divine clones, and yet he successfully mutated his soul. I didn't even dare imagine it. But he succeeded. By his side, Bluefire replied with a laugh. Right. He succeeded. Originally, when I talked about changing our plans, I was just speaking casually. I didn't dare truly imagine it, because it wasn't too realistic. But who would have imagined, now, it seems, a miracle is very likely about to be born from our hands. The formerly ever somber Beirut was now so excited that his eyes were shining. As I see it, let's not be in a rush to tell Linley just yet. Bluefire advised. Right now, Linley needs to focus on fusing the different profound mysteries of different laws. Fusing mysteries from the same law would result in an increase in power, but it generally wouldn't be too extravagant, just a tenfold increase or so. But the fusing of profound mysteries of different laws would result in an increase in power that was ridiculous, at least 100-fold. For example, that Learmonth which Linley encountered so many years ago had only fused 2 types of profound mysteries from different laws, but was able to kill the master of Fusro, that Elquin. Given that Linley trained in 4 types of laws, if he was able to fuse one profound mystery in each of the 4 laws into a whole, then the effect would vastly surpass an ordinary 6-way fusion. His power, the stronger he grows, the better. Beirut's smile was utterly incandescent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 54, Disappearing in a Blink of an Eye. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 54, Disappearing in a Blink of an Eye. The Planar Battlefield. Within a stone room in the cave estate, Linley was seated quietly in the meditative position. Linley was indeed focusing on his training, desiring to fuse the mysteries of 4 laws. His original body and his 3 major clones were all focused on this. As for his divine fire clone, it remained focused on the laws of fire. Suddenly, Linley opened his eyes. How peculiar. Linley had a hint of a smile on his face, but he didn't understand. The souls of my original body and 3 divine clones have all undergone a soul mutation, so why is it that the souls of my clones aren't as strong as that of my original body? In addition, as far as the power of my will goes, the will of the original body is still the strongest. The stronger one's soul was, the faster one gained insights and trained as well. After undergoing a soul mutation, one could sense all 4 elements, and so Linley had his original body and his 3 divine clone souls focus on all 4 elements, but clearly, his original body's speed far surpassed that of the other 3 clones. They underwent the same soul mutation, so why is there a difference? Linley thought about it but didn't understand. Shaking his head, he shut his eyes, once more focusing on his training. What Linley didn't know was that the reason a soul mutation occurred was that after one suffered a major wound and was sent into a coma, during that period of unconsciousness, the weak soul would rely on absorbing all sorts of nearby elemental essences. When Linley's original body and 3 divine clones were in the coma, the 3 comas were only able to sense the nearby elemental essences of their respective elements, while the original body was simultaneously absorbing all 4 types of elemental essences. Thus, the soul of the original body was the first to begin to mutate. Because the original body's soul began to mutate, and because it was linked to the other souls of the 4 divine clones, the original body's soul caused the other 3 souls to slowly mutate as well. But the original body was still the primary mover. Naturally, it was the strongest after the mutation. The other 3 souls of the other divine clones were a bit weaker. It was all one principle. For example, sovereigns. The will of a sovereign is exceedingly powerful, but sovereigns generally had divine clones as well. The divine clones of sovereigns, thanks to the original body, also contained will, but the will of the divine clones of sovereigns was far, far weaker than the will of the original body of the sovereign. This was a primary-secondary issue. The primary body for a sovereign was their clone which became a sovereign, with the other ones being secondary. As for Linley, his original body was the primary body, while the other ones were secondary. There were nearly 300 years left before the final battle. Linley's group of 4 lived a leisurely life, either training or congregating and chatting. A century was spent in this leisurely training. Linley and the others were seated together. Rishjem asked eagerly, "Linley, judging from that happy smile on your face, you must have made some breakthroughs in fusing different laws, right?" "I'm a long ways off." Linley laughed calmly. Linley is very modest. A low sound rumbled out. The speaker was the nearby Rayham. He's begun to learn to hide his strength. Only someone who is too powerful will choose to hide his strength. Hoof. For weaker people like us, we'd prefer to frighten others. A 4-clone soul mutate. Phew. I am aware that the fusing of different laws will result in a huge increase in power. Fusing 2 profound mysteries from 2 different laws is comparable to fusing 3 profound mysteries of the same law. Fusing 3 profound mysteries from 3 different laws is comparable to fusing 5 profound mysteries of the same law. Fusing 4 profound mysteries from 4 different laws is equivalent to fusing 7 profound mysteries of the same law. This is a level more powerful than even paragons, Rishem said with a sigh. The potential of a 4-clone soul mutate truly was much higher than even that of paragons. If my boss isn't formidable, who is? Bibi said smugly. He had no idea what humility meant. The power of fused laws is great, but so too is the difficulty. Linley shook his head and laughed. I know a person. I met him when I was adventuring in the Redbud continent, Learmonth. He was the one who killed Fusro's master, Elquin. Despite Learmonth's talents, he was only able to make his breakthrough at a dangerous point in the battle against Elquin. He was a soul mutate who only had 2 types of divine clones. It was so hard for him to fuse even just 2 different types of laws. Bibi just chortled. Boss, don't be modest. You were even able to successfully undergo a 4-way soul mutation. If you could do that, what can't you do? Linley chuckled, then drank a cup of wine. But boss, your soul is now mutated. Your training speed should increase greatly as well. Are you confident in being able to help your divine fire clone to train faster and more quickly reach the high god level? BB asked. By then, with 4 types of divine power fused together, your strength will surpass that of when you use Sovereign's might. Linley's original body's soul was now thousands of times more powerful than before his mutation. The rate at which he comprehended and visualized had also become much faster. If his original body's soul also focused on analyzing the laws of fire, the rate at which his divine fire clone would increase in power would rise dramatically. When the planar battlefield concluded, he would reach the level of high god. No rush. Linley shook his head and laughed. For now, I don't wish to reveal that I am a soul mutate, and so I'm not in a hurry to make my divine fire clone reach the high god level. Right now, what I need to do is fuse the different laws, that matters more. My energy is all focused in this direction. Linley knew very well. His divine fire clone trained very slowly, true. But he had spent nearly 700 years in the planar battlefield. Over these 7 centuries, his divine fire clone had nearly mastered a 5th profound mystery. Although it was fairly slow compared to his other divine clones, Linley was in no hurry. However, Rishem's guess was a correct one. In the century after Linley's soul mutation, Linley had connected the throbbing pulse of the world of the laws of the earth with the profound circular softness mysteries of the laws of water. But of course, this was just a connection. As time flowed on, the final battle drew closer and closer. Within the stone room, Linley was quietly seated in the meditative position, his 4 souls simultaneously visualizing and comprehending. Within his mind, there was an illusory image of the vast, boundless earth. The throbbing pulse of this land was continuously emanating forth, but one line of energy tangled through and wrapped around it, much like the lines of energy the chief sovereign of death had used at the Abyssal Inn. The lines wove throughout the ripples of the throbbing pulse of the world, influencing the pulse. Slowly, the throbbing pulse of the world began to mutually influence and be influenced by this endless, circular soft stream of energy. The 2 connected with each other. Boss, boss. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Within the stone room, Linley opened his eyes and saw Bibi. What is it, Bibi? Linley laughed. Boss, have you been training so much that you've gone dumb? Have you forgotten what time it is? This year is the 1000th and final year of the Planar War. I heard from Rishem that most likely, in a month or 2, the last battle will begin. Aren't we even going to go watch the final battle? BB asked. The final battle? Linley immediately rose to his feet and laughed. Of course we are going to go watch. I've been training for so long. It is time for a break. The throbbing pulse of the world and circular softness, profound mysteries. Linley's four souls had been training on for 3 centuries after his soul mutation, but he wasn't able to completely fuse them. He was still trapped in a bottleneck. No wonder the power of fused laws was so great, the difficulty was incredibly high as well. He exited the stone room and arrived in the main hall. Reesjem and Raham were already standing there in the main hall. Reesjem laughed cheerily. Linley, I was worried that you wouldn't go. I know that you have enough commander badges, but I don't have enough yet. We're a squad. If you're going, how can I not go? Linley said with a laugh. Then let's go. Head out. Reesjem and Bibi were in front, while Linley and Raham followed from behind. The 4 of them exited this cave estate. Although 300 years had gone by, the planar battlefield was as cold and desolate as ever. When striding forth from the cave tunnels, that knife-like, icy wind scraped against their faces. It only caused Linley's vigor to stir, however, as he stared at the desolate wilderness. This trip to the planar battlefield is almost over. The final battle, the last banquet to this event. This trip to the planar battlefield, to Linley, was indeed a truly life-changing journey. Linley's group of 4 headed straight for the Stellar River. The desolate wilderness. Wild grass grew everywhere. There was a person lying on the ground. At first glance, one might take him for a corpse left behind by a battle. This person had wild, grass-like hair, and a pair of hungry, man-eating golden eyes. It was Hammers. I only need 1 commander badge. It's been 2 centuries, and I haven't run into a single person. Hammers lay there on the ground, grumbling to himself. All of them rely on their speed. If they can't beat me, they flee. Oof. That Azure Dragon Clan punk in particular. I ran into him twice, but he relied on his gravitational space. Hammers had a belly full of fire, but no place to vent it. The final battle is about to arrive. Hammers muttered. It seems I'll have to take part in the final battle in order to acquire a commander badge. After acquiring a final commander badge, I will definitely ask the Sovereign to make me a spear. I can throw it and use it for long-range combat, or for close combat. Given my material attack power, I'll be able to throw at a great distance. By then, I want to see if those bastards will have any chance of fleeing again. Indeed, a material attack strength comparable to High God Paragons, when combined with a ranged sovereign weapon, would make it so that Hammers would be a threat comparable to Paragons. Oof. I hope that Azure Dragon Clan Kid will participate in the next planar war. By then, I'll have a ranged sovereign weapon. I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Hammers never forgot about that person who had escaped from him twice. Suddenly. Lying on the ground, Hammers raised an eyebrow. Someone is coming. Roughly 10,000 meters away. Hammers himself was formed from part of the divine earth plane. He was its first golden mountain, which the plane nurtured over countless years. He was born with an innate, supernatural connection to the earth and the ground. When lying there on the ground, he could clearly sense the ground within a certain area, and if there was anyone stepping on the ground. Hammers sat up, staring into that direction, his golden eyes gleaming. Perhaps this will be the last military merit. I won't have to participate in the final battle after all. And then, Hammers immediately merged into the earth itself. World walking. On the desolate ground, Linley and the other 3 were walking shoulder to shoulder, chatting and laughing casually. Given the power of this group of 4, there was no one they feared here in the planar battlefield. Anyone who made trouble for them was courting death. Linley's gaze suddenly sharpened, and he laughed calmly. Someone is coming over. Be careful, everyone. Someone is coming? Reesjem, Bibi, and Raham were startled. They didn't sense anything. But Linley, after his soul mutation, had an extremely strong control over the universe. As soon as anyone drew near, Linley would easily notice them. An expert of the earth, using world walking, Linley said, spreading out his divine sense. Oh, him? Linley had a hint of laughter on his face. Hammers thought that he was being stealthy. Generally speaking, a person using world walking would only be detected upon reaching a distance of 100 meters or so. This was common knowledge, but for paragons and people like Linley, this wasn't true. Hammer's usage of world walking was detected by Linley from far away. Rumble, suddenly, 100 meters away, an enormous figure erupted forth from the earth, bounding forward like lightning towards Linley. It is you, you Azure Dragon Clan brat. Hammers realized who Linley was now. This Azure Dragon Clan brat is able to transform, and also use gravitational space. Killing him is rather hard. He charged towards them, bounding forward like lightning. He didn't transform or use his gravitational space? Hammers was amazed. Having fought several times with Linley, he knew how strong Linley was. Why was it that when he charged in front of them, Linley didn't react at all? Hammers, who had been preparing to attack Raham, chose to attack Linley instead. You yourself are courting death. Don't blame me. Hammers smashed out with his fist, causing a deep, thundering sound as cracks in space appeared. Rishem, Bibi, and Raham just watched and laughed. Linley very casually swept out with a punch, and instantly, 108 rays of earth and yellow light swept out, instantly forming a gravitational space that trapped and compressed Hammers within it. Linley swept out with his space-shattering punch. Microcosm. What's going on? Hammers felt as though the surrounding space was compressing powerfully around him, slowing him down significantly and making him feel miserable. He had tasted this technique of Linley's before, but the power was far, far greater than it was last time. His fist was extremely slow, completely unable to block Linley's punch. Bang! The fist rose upwards in an uppercut, connecting with Hammer's lower jaw and sending Hammers flying into the air. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 55, The Experts by the Banks of the Stellar River. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 55, The Experts by the Banks of the Stellar River. A bone-shattering sound rang out, and Hammers was knocked flying backwards. What is this? Hammers was completely stunned. The Azure Dragon Clan brat, what's going on with him? The first time I met him, he wasn't able to fight back at all. He had to rely on sovereign power, his gravitational space, and his innate divine ability in order to escape. The second time I encountered him, the brat was able to fight me head-on. This third time, I'm completely unable to fight back? Stupefied. Completely stupefied. No matter how much of a genius a person is, this is ridiculous. Hammers landed on the ground, staring at the distant Linley, his mind a mess. Blood dribbled down his face. Hammers shook his head, then muttered to himself, impossible. Something must be wrong. Hammers still hadn't reacted, but he hurriedly began to cure his wounds. This Azure Dragon Clan punk's fist actually broke my lower jaw and shattered my teeth. Hammers possessed terrifyingly strong material defense. When Linley had first met him, a full-force sword blow was only able to barely scratch his skin. Hammer's skin possessed weak defense. His muscles were strong and bones were stronger. Linley's casual punch was able to shatter his jaw? Hey, Hammers, why are you just standing there like an idiot? Didn't you want to kill us to get our commander badges? Bibi smugly began to laugh loudly towards him. Impossible. Something must be wrong. Hammers howled furiously. Boom! Hammer's entire body suddenly began to glow with an earthen yellow light, and a brilliant golden light flooded through him as well, making his fists and legs especially bright. Hammers was like a crazed bear, transforming into a ray of lightning as he charged once more towards Linley. Hammers clearly had gone mad. "He really is a big dumb idiot," Linley said with a calm laugh. Hammers was howling furiously. His full-strength punch smashed through the skies, and he moved like a dragon as he attacked Linley. Rumble, where his fist passed, the space of the planar battlefield was constantly torn asunder like fragile glass. Multiple spatial tiers that were tens of meters long were created. "Although he's a bit stupid, he really is quite strong." Linley still smiled. The same response. A fist struck out, and over 100 black dragons of energy swept towards Hammers. This time, Linley actually used destruction-type sovereign power. This Hammers used sovereign power. To subdue him, I really will have to use sovereign power. Although he was able to easily defeat Hammers, Linley had to acknowledge his opponent's strength. Crackle, the 100-plus dragons formed into a cage, binding Hammers within, microcosm. That compressive power that was far greater than before once more formed, making Hammers feel very uncomfortable throughout his entire body. In this situation, his speed slowed drastically, and he could only watch as Linley's fist smashed against his body. Bang, dot. A fist landed on Hammers' chest, and a bone-splitting sound rang out yet again as Hammers was knocked flying backwards, his legs being driven deeply into the ground. What is going on? Hammers stared at his chest, where a large, bloody hole had appeared, with blood leaking out. This injury was even more severe than the previous one. His ribs were completely shattered. Fortunately, Hammers' body was tough enough that the punch didn't go straight through his chest. But a blow of such power, if it landed against his head, he definitely would have died. Hammers was shocked to his senses. "Hammers, do you want to come again?" Linley chortled. "Hey, Hammers, aren't you really tough? What, are you stupefied now?" Reesgem laughed teasingly, and as he spoke, Reesgem voluntarily released his aura. "You are, Reesgem?" Only now did Hammers recognize him. "My aura-hiding abilities are too great. Unless I wish it, someone like you, Hammers, would never be able to recognize me," Reesgem said smugly. His aura-suppressing abilities really were formidable, but against the likes of Linley or Magnus, he would still easily be detected. Hammers looked carefully at Linley. "You, in the past, were you intentionally toying with me?" Hammers said in a low voice. No, Linley laughed and shook his head. Hammers stared at Linley. He couldn't help but grow a bit angry. "As your Dragon Clan brat, your strength is so great, why did you toy with me like that? Although I, Hammers, am a bit slow to react, I'm not so stupid to the point where I'll believe that a brat who wasn't able to fight back a few centuries ago could, a few centuries later, easily trample me." Hammers didn't flee, because he knew. Given his pitiful speed, there was no way he could flee. "Why would I deceive you?" Linley laughed calmly. "You can leave now. I don't want to kill you." "Not kill me?" Hammers was stunned. In the planar battlefield, if you couldn't beat someone, you would generally be killed. But today... Fine. I believe you when you say you weren't previously toying with me. Hammers gave Linley a long look. "Can you tell me, how long have you been training for, dot?" "Less than 3,000 years. Linley didn't hide anything. Hammers was stunned, and he blinked twice. "Less than 3,000 years?" Hammers stared at Linley in disbelief. "I really want to ask you something. Are you toying with me, or did I hear incorrectly? Or perhaps you meant less than 3,000 millennia." Hammers was able to believe 3 million or 30 million years, but 3,000? This was a bit too frightening. "You didn't mishear." Linley laughed while shaking his head. "Bibi, let's go." Linley, Reesgem, Reham, and Bibi chortled as they walked away. Bibi turned and looked at Hammers. "Ha, big idiot, don't just stand there like a fool. Even if you stand there for 3 millennia, you still aren't comparable to my boss. But less than 3,000 years? The planar war has only been going on for a few centuries, and he's fought with me 3 times. But each time, Hammers, previously stupefied, was finally starting to come to his senses. He stared with a bit of trepidation as Linley left. What a truly terrifying person. In less than 3,000 years, he's constantly advanced. He's also a member of the Azure Dragon clan. For his material attack to be this strong, he should be a paragon. 3,000 years. Paragon? Hammers suddenly sat down on the ground, then lay down casually, his head still woozy. Ah! Hammers suddenly slapped himself against the head. Forgot to ask him. What's his name? Forget it, I'll just refer to him as that Azure Dragon clan brat. Hammers, in his mind, had firmly memorized this Azure Dragon clan brat, who apparently had the terrifying power of a paragon. It seems this final battle will be very exciting. Hammers mumbled. So many experts. I have to go watch. Hammers rose to his feet as he spoke, also moving towards the Stellar River. Only, he was still rather leery of Linley. Thus, the route Hammers took was slightly different from Linley's. The Stellar River was 1,000 kilometers wide, and more than 1,000,000 kilometers long. The entire planar battlefield was divided into 2. The wide Stellar River was extremely brilliant, and the rainbow-colored regions of spatial chaos flowed about, but the experts of the planar battlefield all understood that although the chaotic space was beautiful, they contained terrifying levels of energy. If one became trapped within, they would quickly be lost. Even paragons didn't dare enter spatial rifts. One could imagine how terrifying they were. At present, Linley's group of 4 was standing by the banks of the Stellar River. So many years have passed. I've always been on this side of the Stellar River. Our military headquarters is located on the opposite side. Reesjem said with a laugh. Let's go, it's time to visit our main camp. On this side, there is no way we will be able to participate in the final battle. I want to acquire a few extra commander badges. As he spoke, Reesjem was the first to enter the Stellar River. It was much like when Linley had first come, they had to fly through crooked little paths of safety. Raham, Bibi, and Linley all immediately followed. Originally, when they passed the Stellar River on the way to other side, Linley and Bibi were both rather nervous, afraid that they might accidentally slip into a spatial rift. This time returning, however, Linley himself felt quite relaxed. The Stellar River is indeed beautiful. Linley could even leisurely enjoy watching the surrounding spatial rifts, as well as the giant boulders and small mountains that hovered in the middle of the Stellar River. As they passed through the river, given Linley's control over space, he was able to clearly sense which places were safe and which parts were dangerous. Even if he touched a spatial rift, given Linley's current power, there was no way he would be sucked within. Linley's group of 4 quickly passed this distance of 1,000 kilometers. Every single planar war would last 1,000 years. For the vast majority of this period of time, ordinary soldiers had no assignments, they could safely stay in their side's headquarters. But when 1,000 years passed, the soldiers began to grow busy. At this moment, in the planar battlefield, in each side's headquarters, everyone began to move towards the banks of the Stellar River. They gathered around at each side of the 2 corridors of the Stellar River. The 2 sides arrayed themselves by the banks. The camps stationed alongside the Stellar River were fairly long. At the same time, there were quite a few patrolling soldiers who moved about nearby. Their current mission was, receive commander-level experts. After all, during the final battle, some scattered commanders would also regroup with them. The armies would naturally welcome the commanders to join them. After all, the strength of a commander was far greater than an ordinary soldier, and they would be of great use during the final battle. 100 or so soldiers were casually seated in the meditative position next to an earthen hill. Others were resting lazily against the hill, or standing and watching their surroundings. This was one of the patrol squads for one of the military camps of the Divine Darkness Plains side. "Captain, someone just came to our side of the Stellar River. There are 4 in total." A silver-haired, violet-eyed soldier called out hurriedly. "Oh. Probably a commander. Let's get a closer look." This captain of his 100-man squad was a bald, hook-nosed man. He immediately led his squad to move closer. They weren't too worried, because not too far behind them was their military camp. In addition, they didn't go too close to the 4. When they reached a distance of 200 or 300 meters, "They belong to our side." The captain let out a sigh of relief. They could sense the badges of the 4. Immediately, the 100-man squad drew closer. "Hey, who are you?" A youth wearing a straw hat called out. The bald, hook-nosed captain immediately bowed respectfully. "Milords, we are here at the orders of the commanders to receive you." "Let's go, Linley." Rees-Jem laughed. It was like this in the past as well. Towards the end, the military camps would all invite us to join them, whether to watch or to actually participate. Within the military camps, there are groups of commanders who are familiar with each other. It also makes coordinating easier. Linley nodded. "Then let's go." "Please follow me, milords," the captain said humbly. Linley's group of 4, following the captain, moved forward, with the 100 soldiers following. They arrived at the nearby military camp. This military camp had many stone houses built, and soldiers could be seen everywhere. "This is our headquarters, and these are the houses that were made just for commanders. Commanders can select any vacant house." The captain pointed to the front. "There are 20 houses, 3 of which are occupied and 17 of which are empty. Just by looking at the courtyard gate, you'll know if there is anyone present. Vacant houses have locked gates." One plain, unadorned stone manor after another had been built in the empty space up ahead. There were 20 of them. Someone else came? 2 figures emerged from one of the courtyards, one a youth who was as skinny as a bamboo rod with strange, sinister, cold eyes. By his side was a white-haired, white-bearded elder whose face was wreathed in smiles. "Oh, Rees-Jem," the skinny youth said with a light laugh. "Woodridge, Wuti Ilichi, didn't know you came as well." Rees-Jem snickered, then said to Linley, "Linley, don't pay this fellow any mind. Let's go in." Rees-Jem seemed to be very disdainful towards the skinny youth. Right. Linley couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this person either. "Linley? I heard that a Linley emerged within the 4 Divine Beasts clan in the Infernal Realm. So that's him?" Woodridge looked towards Linley and chuckled. "I looked at that scryer recording. Your strength is quite average. It's one thing for you to kill a few ordinary 7-star fiends, but coming to the planar battlefield is just suicide." Linley turned to give him a sideways glance. Woodridge was startled, but then Linley immediately followed Rees-Jem into the courtyard. "Woodridge, the genius expert of the Golai bats? What's that look on your face?" Bibi glanced at him, giving him a disdainful smirk, then followed Linley into the courtyard. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 19, Chapter 56, Bibi's Request. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 56, Bibi's Request. If Woodridge was unhappy with the way Linley looked at him, he was absolutely livid with the disdainful look Bibi had given him and the way Bibi had spoken to him. That straw hat wearing brat. Woodridge's face sank, and he was about to bark back at him. "Woodridge, don't be impulsive," the nearby white-haired elder said mentally. "What is it?" Woodridge turned to look at the white-haired elder. "It's one thing for Rees-Jem to be so arrogant in front of me, but that brat with the straw hat, who the hell does he think he is?" I've never even heard of him. For someone to survive in the planar battlefield until now was proof of one's strength. Woodridge wouldn't so easily allow others to insult him. If he heard a single displeasing word, he would want to kill the speaker. You didn't go to the other side of the river, so you have no idea who that youngster with the straw hat is. The white-haired elder said solemnly. The reputation of that youngster with the straw hat is known throughout the headquarters of the Divine Light Plane. Oh? Woodridge's pupils contracted. Who is he? The second God-eater rat, aside from Beirut. The white-haired elder said solemnly. Woodridge's face changed. What? God-eater rat? How can that be? Isn't Beirut the one and only God-eater rat? Where did another one come from? I was adventuring on the other side of the river. Of course I know this news. You can ask anyone, any of the commanders who went adventuring on the other side of the river will definitely have heard of this God-eater rat, a youngster who wore a straw hat. You had best be careful. The white-haired elder gave him a sideways glance. If something goes wrong, don't say no one warned you, but... After speaking, the white-haired elder returned to his own residence. God-eater rat? Woodridge watched Linley's group enter their courtyard, and then, with a low snort, departed. The manors which the military camp arranged for each commander were all very large, with many rooms. Not bad, not bad. Reesjem stepped into the main hall, glancing around before sighing with satisfaction. It as though the members of this military camp bought quite a few decorative items before entering. The main hall had a number of decorative items, even the tables and chairs were made of wood. At a single glance, one could tell that they weren't made from the materials of the planar battlefield. Linley, we no longer need to do anything. Just rest. Later, I imagine the commander of this military camp will come pay us a visit. The commanders living nearby will probably come visit as well. All we have to do is accompany them. As for the final battle, there's more than a month left before it arrives. Reesjem immediately headed to a nearby room. During this period of time, I'll live here. Linley and the others all selected their own residences. Indeed, as Reesjem predicted, soon after they moved in, the commander of this military camp came to pay them a visit. Afterwards, Linley's group received visits from the nearby commanders as well. But of course, Reesjem and the others didn't openly publicize Linley's strength. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Within the courtyard, Linley and Bibi were seated, facing each other. Bibi, why the frown? If there's something you want to say, why hold back? Just say it. Linley could immediately tell that Bibi had something on his mind. Bibi took a deep breath. Boss, actually, I feel quite conflicted. Bibi looked at Linley. About what? Linley asked. Bibi lowered his head, resting it against the table, staring at it. In a soft voice, he said, Boss, actually, there was another reason why I wanted you to come participate in the planar war. In my heart, I've been hesitating about whether or not to let my mother and father come back to life as well. Linley was stunned. How could he have forgotten? The ever-carefree appearance Bibi had put on over all these years had caused Linley to not think about certain things, but Bibi's thoughts weren't necessarily the same as Linley's. I've never met my parents. I don't know what they are like. My mind is very chaotic right now. I have no clear image of them in my mind. I don't really think about them that much. I became accustomed long ago to not having parents, but I still feel regret over it. Bibi mumbled softly to himself, I didn't think too much about it, but boss, for the sake of saving your family and friends, you came to the planar battlefield. That moved me. Should I find my parents as well? But I know that it's really hard for you to collect commander badges, boss. I don't want to add to your burden. And so, I've been hesitating about whether or not I should search for my parents, which is why I didn't plan on saying anything. But, boss, now you are so powerful. It shouldn't be too hard for you to collect 2 more commander badges. That's why I am starting to think about this again. BB lifted his head up to look towards Linley. BB. I'm sorry. Linley said apologetically. He truly felt ashamed. He and BB were lifelong brothers, and BB had risked his life to battle with him here in the planar battlefield. But he himself had actually forgotten BB's parents. Boss, don't say that. BB shook his head. Actually, I'm still a bit hesitant over whether or not I should look for my parents. After all, I've never met them, and I have no idea if the undead my parents were transformed into are dead or alive. If I were to be able to meet my parents, what should I say to them? They probably wouldn't even recognize me if they saw me. BB's mother didn't get to see BB grow up and transform into human form. Even if she regained her memories, she wouldn't recognize BB on sight. To meet again without recognizing each other, BB had very complicated, mixed emotions in his heart. BB had planned on just saying forget it, his parents had their own fate, and there was no point trying to force things. And, originally, it was indeed hard for Linley to collect enough commander badges. But now, things were different. Don't worry about it. Let me handle this. I'll get 2 more commander badges. Linley promised. Right. BB nodded. Phew. BB sat up straight, letting out a breath. Damn, forget it. They are my parents. I'll meet them. Heh, I imagine that if they knew that they had a god-eater rat for a son, they would be very proud. BB seemed to have shrugged off his annoyances, becoming carefree once more. Linley chuckled. In his heart, he had already made up his mind that during the final battle, he would acquire 2 more commander badges. Linley and BB had traveled together their entire lives. BB was willing to sacrifice his life for Linley, and the opposite was true as well. In addition, given Linley's current level, it would actually be quite hard to make him die. Knock. Knock. Suddenly, a knocking sound. Linley waved his hand, and a surge of divine power swept forward, pushing the courtyard door open. In walked a person, a black-haired youth with black-colored, gold-edged robes. Linley. BB. Are Reesjem and Raham here? This was the commander of this military camp, Walnut, Wanuati. The commanders who came to the planar battlefield included both solitary commanders as well as commanders responsible for military camps. Hey, what is it? A voice rang out from the main hall, then Reesjem flew out. Linley and BB looked towards Walnut as well. Here's the situation. Before the final battle begins, the commanders of the military camps and the roving commanders will all gather together once to discuss our strategy for the final battle. At the same time, everyone can get familiar with each other. Walnut said with a laugh. When is it? Reesjem asked. Linley knew about this as well. A meeting before the final battle was a custom. Today. Walnut nodded and laughed. There are already commanders waiting outside. Reesjem, the 4 of you can go out as well. I'll go inform each of the other commanders, and then we'll head out together. Fine. Reesjem nodded, and Linley and the others all walked outside as well. There were indeed 3 people outside already. When the 3 saw Linley's group of 4, then laughed and greeted him. Reesjem, BB, Raham, Linley. They all walked over. Linley's group of 4 welcomed them. As others saw it, Linley's 4-man squad should have been formed around Reesjem and BB as the core. As for Raham and Linley, they were somewhat ignored. After all, Reesjem's reputation and BB's reputation as a god-eater rat were simply too great. Soon, the commanders of this military camp had all gathered here. Including Walnut, there were a total of 10 commanders. All right, everyone, let's head out. Walnut said with a laugh. There are dozens of military camps. Each camp actually has 10 or so commanders. Then the dozens of military camps combined, how many commanders is that? BB said with a sigh. Not that many. Walnut said with a calm laugh. That's because most of the military camps are centered around the ends of the two corridors connecting each side of the Stellar River. Thus, it's always the outermost military camps which welcome commanders back. The military camps located deeper inside don't receive any commanders. BB now understood. Thus, our Divine Darkness Plains side has a total of at most 50 or so surviving commander-level experts, all combined. Walnut gave an estimated figure. Over 1,000 years, quite a few commanders had died. The surviving commanders weren't that numerous, but of course, amongst those who went roving about, the survivors weren't necessarily all commanders, just commander-level experts. For example, although BB and Rayham were very powerful, they entered with the status of ordinary soldiers, and followed by the side of Linley and Reesgem, which is why they were allowed to rove about. The military camp was divided into two wings, and Linley's group was currently moving alongside the banks of the Stellar River, towards the direction of the Stellar River's port. The gathering place for this meeting was close to one of the corridors. This was an estate that was slightly larger than the one in which Linley's group was living in. The courtyard had multiple chairs and tables situated within it, and there were around 20 or 30 people located within the courtyard. Walnut, you came. As Walnut's group moved forward, quite a few people immediately noticed them. Huh, Ovil, Wuwayer, aren't you the lucky one? Still alive, eh? Barnsley, Ba-N-S-I-Lee, you came to the planar battlefield this time? Ha ha. Reesgem. Immediately, the group of commander-level experts began to call each other's names out, chatting and laughing with each other. These supreme experts of their respective planes were fairly familiar with each other, and many were even friends. Linley, BB, and Rayham knew very few people. And so, they moved to a corner of the courtyard, found 3 seats, and sat down. Taking out some cups and some wine, they began to drink. A while later, after Reesgem was done socializing with some old friends, he returned as well. How festive. BB said with a laugh. Reesgem said with a smirk, festive? Some are happy, others are mocking. Those who are friends with you hope you will live, those who don't like you hope you will die. You know very few people. In a bit, I imagine some people will come chat with you, and you'll quickly become familiar with them. Linley smiled calmly, lifting his cup and taking a light sip. Woodbridge, you came with them as well. Who are the 3 next to Reesgem? Commander-level experts also needed to know information about each other. The more details they knew about other commanders, the better. Before Woodbridge had a chance to speak, a big bald fellow nearby said in a whisper, I don't know the other 2, but that one wearing the straw hat, his name is widespread on the other side of the river, in the camps of the Divine Light Plains side. That's the second God-Eater rat, aside from Beirut. God-Eater rat? Quite a few people were stunned. Too few of them had soul-protecting sovereign artifacts. Without one, anyone who met BB would die. After all, paragons were extremely rare. These people looked towards Reesgem and BB in surprise. And which 2 incredible figures are currently seated next to Reesgem and the God-Eater rat? Woodbridge laughed. Those 2 are quite ordinary. That icy-looking fellow is Rayham, an emissary of the Redbud Sovereign. The brown-haired kid next to him is fairly famous in the Azure Dragon clan. His name is Linley. Linley? Indeed, there were some, especially in the Infernal Realm, who had heard of Linley. However, in the eyes of these commanders, Linley's performance in the Scryer recording showed that he was only a powerful 7-star fiend, not yet at the level of commanders. They didn't care about him. As time flowed onwards, more and more commander-level experts entered, quite a few of whom knew the others present and began to chat with them. Very few people, however, came to chat with Linley. After all, Linley's status as a Lord of Tartarus was only gained after the Planar War had already begun. Linley himself couldn't be bothered to chat up these people, he actually preferred the peace and quiet. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 57, The Final Battle. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 57, The Final Battle. Within the courtyard, 50-plus commander-level experts were gathered together. Linley's group of 4 was seated in the corner, while servants walked about, carrying platters and delivering wine, food, and fruit. This gathering is completely boring. BB went crunch crunch as he chomped through a round, slick, violet-skinned fruit. The juice dribbled down. What's the point of having us come? This gathering is centered around those commanders with military camps discussing their strategies for the final battle. The rest of us are just sitting around and watching like idiots. Linley laughed, then glanced at the commanders located closer to them within the courtyard. This group of commanders consisted of commanders who managed military camps. Clearly, they were discussing some of the details of the final battle. As for Linley and the other solitary commanders, they didn't participate in the discussions. We didn't bring any soldiers. What is there to discuss? Reesjem glanced at the commanders, then at the other commanders who, like them, were bored and chatting in the corners of the room. The others are like us. They are just sitting there, bored, right? The purpose of us coming is to familiarize ourselves with the other commanders. This is just a gathering. Nothing else. Clearly, the discussion regarding the details of the final battle was a fairly simple one, as a short time later, that group of commanders finished their conversations. Everyone. One of the commanders, a man with 3 eyes, stood up and looked at them. Smiling, he said, "There isn't much time left between now and the final battle. Everyone, whether you choose to participate or to spectate is up to you. If you plan to participate, it will be the same as it always has been, you'll be mixed in with the soldiers. I trust there's nothing more that I need to say. The planar wars had been carried out many, many times now. Many things had become customs already. When intermixed in with ordinary soldiers, it would be hard to tell commanders apart from ordinary soldiers. That helped guarantee that the enemies wouldn't focus their fire on one commander in particular. It would increase the odds of survival, but of course, if someone's performance was too impressive, it would still be dangerous. The side of the Divine Light Plane, do they have any particularly powerful experts? If they do, please let us know, so that we will be prepared. The 3-eyed commander said. I know that the Divine Light Plane has Magnus in their camp. A commander-level expert said loudly. Magnus. We do indeed have to be careful. The 3-eyed commander nodded solemnly. Reesjem, seated in the corner, laughed loudly. I know of another person, the Paragon of Wind, Bayer. He is here as well. In addition, he is on the side of the Divine Light Plane. Bayer? This name attracted everyone's attention. Although quite a few more names were listed, clearly, what everyone was truly concerned about was the presence of Magnus and Bayer. After all, Paragons already stood at the very tip of power. If Paragons wished to kill ordinary commanders, it would be a slaughter. In addition, if one tried to use group attacks, given how astonishingly fast Paragons were, using such a tactic would just be laughable. Bluefire, why hasn't Bluefire revealed himself? Reesjem secretly chatted with Linley. He belongs to our side. He should show himself. Linley shook his head, puzzled. I'm not sure either. He prefers to travel alone, I suppose. This gathering was a chance for the various commander-level experts to meet each other. After all, outside of the planar battlefield, it wasn't too practical to arrange a meeting of so many commanders. This sort of gathering was also a community of the highest-level deities. Although Linley didn't want to chat much with these people, there were still many who came and said a few words to him. They were all acquainted now, and at least these people all knew who Linley was. I've already arranged residences for everyone. The three-eyed commander then laughed. Everyone, you can choose any of the residences nearby. This place is fairly close to the banks of the Stellar River. Once the final battle begins, all of you commanders will be able to easily enter the battle. No one stood on ceremony, they each selected a residence and moved in, quietly awaiting the final battle. This was the situation on the side of the Divine Darkness Plane, and the side of the Divine Light Plane had its own gathering as well. However, of the paragons belonging to the Divine Light Plane, only Magnus appeared. As for Bayer, he didn't participate in the gathering. Mr. Magnus. All of the commanders, over the course of this gathering, greeted Magnus in a very warm, friendly manner, unconsciously acting in a meek, humble manner. Although they were commanders and very arrogant, in the face of a paragon, it was very natural for them to act like this. They felt like commoners meeting an emperor. Although the commoner might be arrogant, they would naturally grow modest in this situation. And this sort of modesty didn't make them feel ashamed, because it was only appropriate. For example, if one knelt upon seeing a sovereign, this was something which their subconscious told them was only proper. The reception Magnus received in his camp was completely opposite from the one Linley received in his. But Magnus couldn't care less about these people. He too went into a corner, and by his side was Oman, Chegwin, and Ramzan. Everyone, are there any formidable experts on the side of the Divine Darkness Plane whom we need to be aware of? If you know of any, speak up and let us mentally prepare for them. A white-browed, white-haired youth spoke out. Immediately, all of the commanders began to list out some names, with the likes of Rishjem and Bibi being discussed. We encountered an expert who should be a paragon. Oman said. He is a paragon of fire. He belongs to the enemy camp, but his name, we aren't sure. All we know is that he has crimson eyebrows. The commanders immediately all fell silent. Compared to a paragon, neither Rishjem nor Bibi were even as remotely as threatening. I have a name. Hemmers said loudly. I suspect he, too, is a paragon. These words caused everyone to look towards Hemmers. Everyone knew who Hemmers was. Given Hemmers' strength, his words should be true. This person is a member of the Azure Dragon clan, of the Four Divine Beasts clan. His power is very bizarre. At first, he was very weak, but afterwards, he grew to be even stronger than me. He's made vast improvements over just a few centuries, and he said that he is trained for less than 3,000 years. I don't dare believe it, but one thing is certain, his power is greater than mine. Hemmers said unhappily. I suspect that he has already reached the level of paragon. Instantly, a unison of laughter. Everyone knew that Hemmers was a thick-headed fellow who wasn't very clever. Hearing Hemmers' words, however, they all laughed hard. Hemmers, less than 3,000 years, and a paragon, you say? If he became a paragon in less than 3,000 years, then the rest of us no longer have any face to stay here. Ha ha. Clearly, not a single member of these experts believed him. Hemmers, don't believe this person's lies. The commanders didn't believe it at all. That expert of the Azure Dragon clan, Gislason? He's only on par with us, how could they have a paragon? If they did, they wouldn't have been abused to such an extent by the 8 great clans. The discussion made it clear that no one believed Hemmers. Impossible. Magnus, seated in the corner of the room, said slowly, become a paragon in less than 3,000 years? Absolutely impossible. Forget about 3,000 years, even 30,000 years or 300,000 years is far too short for someone to reach the paragon level. To reach the level of paragon in under 1,000,000 years is something which isn't possible, but Magnus, as a paragon himself, was an authoritative source. Can it be that I, Hemmers, would lie to you? Hemmers was furious. Steam came from his nostrils, and his eyes turned absolutely round, like a pair of copper gongs as he stared at the others. These commanders unconsciously began to lower the volume of their laughter. They still truly did not wish to irritate this fellow, Hemmers. If you don't want to listen, then don't. When you die, don't blame me. Hammers snorted, then sat down, grabbing a roasted leg of meat on the table and chewing it with large bites. The Divine Light Plains camp and the Divine Darkness Plains camp were both waiting quietly at each end of the Stellar River. They were awaiting the arrival of the final battle. Compared to the commanders, though, it was actually the soldiers who were the most eager. The mortality rates amongst soldiers in the planar battlefield was simply too high. These soldiers all wanted to earn military merits and perhaps trade for sovereign's might. And many of these soldiers had lived for far too long. They wanted to experience the legendary, truly terrifying, planar war. Thus, they allowed their divine clones to come up. They were willing to sacrifice a divine clone, so as to experience the legendary planar wars for themselves. Was this foolishness or insanity? Hard to say. But after a deity had been alive for countless years and no longer had any emotional attachments, they were capable of doing anything. The planar wars were savage, crazed battles to begin with. The Divine Darkness Plains camp, where the commanders lived. Linley's group was living within their courtyard. Reese-Jem and Bibi were seated across from each other, chatting casually. Suddenly, rumble, a terrifyingly powerful rumble filled the skies. It was as though an energy ripple capable of causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to shatter was wildly spreading in every direction. Whoosh! The buildings on each side of the Stellar River, when encountering this energy ripple, were instantly converted into dust, revealing the soldiers and commanders within. In almost the same instant, the countless soldiers and many commanders on each side of the Stellar River turned to look towards the stellar corridors. This vast sea of people all stared towards the stellar corridors. Linley stared into the distance, only to see the two corridors of the stellar sea emit a rainbow aura. This aura rose to the skies, causing the space above to tremble. In this instant, the two corridors of the stellar river were more eye-catching than they ever had been. The final battle is finally about to begin. Linley, seeing this, couldn't help but murmur to himself. According to the rules of the planar wars, after 1,000 years passed, the stellar corridors would explode forth with a rainbow aura that would cause the world to tremble. This was the sign that the final battle was to commence. According to some legends, this was designed by sovereigns, but according to other legends, it was designed by the overgods. But one thing was for certain. The final battle was beginning. There was no unified deployment, nor was there any hesitation. Kill! A cacophony of bellows shook the heavens. The soldiers who had been waiting this entire time on each side of the stellar corridors immediately flooded into the corridors, charging towards the opposite side. As for the soldiers of Divine Light Plains camp, they didn't hesitate either, also flooding into the stellar corridors and attacking their foes. The battle has begun. Reese-Jem laughed loudly. Let's head out. Move out. Bibi called in jubilation as well. Linley's group of 4 moved lightning fast towards the stellar corridor's opposite side. The various commanders didn't need to be organized into squads, they all moved as they pleased. As for the soldiers of the military camps, they immediately formed into squads and then, like a long, sinuous dragon, had begun to wind their way through and flood through the corridors. The mission for each camp was arranged during the previous gathering. The slaughtering instantly began. The dreamy stellar river's 2 stellar corridors were now both emanating a rainbow glow, making it appear even more illusory and dreamlike. But the 2 sides on the light camp and the darkness camp were beginning to slaughter and butcher each other in the 2 corridors. Linley, Bibi, Reese-Jem, and Rayham stood at the sides of the stellar corridor. It really is madness. Linley was watching. The air above the stellar river was filled from top to bottom with countless soldiers, with each unit numbering in the thousands. They collectively launched material attacks or soul attacks against each other, unleashing their most powerful attacks towards the enemies in front of them. These long-distance attacks went on for only a few instants, and then, the 2 massive armies, like a pair of behemoths, clashed into each other. The chaotic battle had begun. Blood flew everywhere, divine sparks rolled out, and badges descended. A battle that was utterly crazed. According to the rules of the planar wars, if one side wins the battle within both corridors, that is considered a victory. If they only win in one corridor, it is considered a draw. Reischem's eyes were shining. Ha, Linley, let's not hesitate. The other commanders have already charged out. Linley personally witnessed one white badge and black badge fall after another. Some soldiers, with a single swipe, were able to acquire 10 or 20 soldier badges. In this sort of wild slaughter, accumulating military rewards really was quite quick. But it was also dangerous and crazed. Let's go! Linley's group of 4 charged into the stellar corridor as well, merging into the crazed flood. Behind them was an endless stream of soldiers, as well as the various commanders who had charged in as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 58, Linley's Power. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 58, Linley's Power. The 2 corridors of the stellar river. Rainbow light surged forth from them, filling the skies. The soldiers belonging to the camp of the Divine Darkness Plane and the camp of the Divine Light Plane were now battling each other in savage earnest. If one stared into the skies, one would see how, at the 2 sides of the stellar corridors, one squad after another was flooding like dragons into the stellar corridors. The stellar corridor was a meat grinder. A meat grinder for high gods. In this wild battle, there was no way for 1,000 men or more to move in unison. The only option was to use divine sense to organize, and make squads of 100 soldiers act together. Currently, Linley's group of 4 was there as well. In the sea of tens of thousands of figures, Linley's group of 4 was very unremarkable, but some enemies still noticed them. Soul attacks. The target, those 11 who are 30 meters ahead of us. The captain of this squad of 100 soldiers gave the order through divine sense, and instantly, the 82 remaining survivors of the squad collectively launched soul attacks. Those translucent soul attacks flew out like dozens of white knives towards the 11 people in Linley's area. Reischem just chuckled. They are looking for death. Reischem's forehead suddenly emanated a violet light. The violet light suddenly rippled out, striking towards that 100-man squad. However, there were simply too many people packed in too densely nearby, and so Reischem's attack even affected 2 soldiers on their own side, as well as 53 enemy soldiers. That was just half of an enemy squad, it was that 100-man squad. From this, one could tell how tightly clustered the combatants were. This single attack struck 55 people, 53 of whom immediately died and only 2 of whom survived. 53 badges immediately fell. Badges. Immediately, quite a few of the nearby soldiers began to fight over them, and in the blink of an eye, all of them were taken. Everywhere throughout the battlefield, badges were constantly falling, with the fall of each badge signifying a person's death. Not good. Quick, let's go. The captain was so frightened, his face changed, and he hurriedly led his squad to flee in another direction. Pretty powerful. BB laughed. Most of those weren't even at the 7-star fiend level. Of course, killing them is utter simplicity. The power of that attack of mine wasn't that great, it was just meant for a group assault. Reischem said disdainfully. Everyone, watch carefully. See who are the commanders. We can't just stand here. We will draw attention to us. Just now, that was a single 100-man squad. After we attract attention, most likely it will be a group of 100-man squads who will join forces against us. Reischem was very experienced. He knew that they couldn't stay in one place for long. Follow me. Linley said. When Linley spoke, Reischem, Bibi, and Reham didn't argue at all, immediately following by Linley's side as they advanced. Although the stellar corridor was filled with blood and savagery, Linley seemed to be strolling through a garden as he walked through it. Any squads that charged towards him suffered a powerful repulsive force that would push them aside. "Reesgem, your amethyst space is really quite powerful." A nearby laugh rang out. Linley's group turned to look. The speaker was Woodridge, who today was dressed in a long, dark golden robe. Woodridge clearly moved through the chaotic battle with ease. He glanced sideways at Linley. "Reesgem, take care of your friends. This place is quite dangerous. A 7-star fiend will die, just like that." After speaking, Woodridge turned into a blur and disappeared into the distance. Woodridge moved through the chaotic battle like an agile fish in water. This Woodridge, what sort of vision does he have? He didn't even notice that it was you, boss, who set up the gravitational space. BB snorted. "Don't mind him." Linley stared to the front. Up ahead is the center of the stellar corridor. This is the place where the battle is the most savage. I've found quite a few enemy commanders up ahead already. Let's go. Linley was as calm as ever. One's mental fortitude was linked to one's strength. The weak would be nervous and edgy, advancing carefully. For example, those ordinary soldiers, they could die at any moment. But for the strong, such as Woodbridge, they felt relaxed and at ease. As long as they were careful not to draw too much attention and wary of enemy commanders, and as long as they weren't attacked by massive groups, they would be fine. And, for someone on Linley's level, it was as though he was going out for a walk. "Linley, look up ahead." Reesgem suddenly called out in surprise. Linley turned his gaze over. Several kilometers away, he saw a black-robed man actually attract a joint attack from more than 1,000 soldiers from the Divine Light Realm's camp. The combined soul attack thundered down, and there were some who used their innate divine abilities as well. The combined attack of over 1,000 figures rained down, and although the black-robed figure dodged quickly, he was still hit by over 100 attacks. The impact on him wasn't that great, but right afterwards, the 1,000-plus soldiers launched a wave of material attacks. Rumble, this group attack from more than 1,000 6-star fiend-level experts, along with some 7-star fiends, was like a tempest of annihilation as it swept towards the black-robed man. The black-robed man immediately transformed into dust, and some of the innocent surrounding bystanders were reduced to ash as well. A divine spark, a black necklace, an interspatial ring, and a blood-red badge fell down. Linley, watching this from afar, secretly shook his head. This fellow Naboth, Nabote, truly is unlucky. Reesgem snickered mentally towards Linley and the other two. He definitely must have drawn the attention of the enemies, but Naboth himself didn't realize it. Given how many people are on the side of the Divine Light Plane, it was easy to muster 10 squads of 100 men to launch a joint attack against him. In just 2 strikes, one spiritual, the other material, he was annihilated. Although he had a soul-protecting sovereign artifact, it was of no use. Soul attacks and material attacks were all extremely fast. Generally speaking, no matter how fast most commanders were, they were far from being as fast as a soul attack or a material attack. They would only be able to dodge 1 or 2 meters. Only high god paragons, who were able to dodge several dozen meters in a single movement, and even cause space to twist and distort, were unafraid of group attacks. It's quite dangerous for commanders in the battle as well, BB said with a sigh. Whether in the netherworld or in the infernal realm, it was quite hard for 1,000 6-star fiends to be summoned to one event and launch an attack. But here, in this battle, everyone was a high god, and so it was quite easy to link up 1,000 soldiers to launch a joint attack. Thus, one couldn't be too impressive. If you attracted attention, you had to immediately flee. Forget about others. Linley's gaze was locked on someone in the distance. I found an excellent target. Oh. Reesgem, BB, and Raham looked over as well. Them. Reesgem's eyes lit up, and a savage look flashed through them. This time, we can't let them escape. Kill them all. Bibi stared furiously at them as well. Roughly 3 kilometers away from them, 3 figures were chasing at high speed after a grey-robed figure. 2 of them were familiar figures, one was a golden-robed Oman, while the other was a violet-robed Chegwin. The person by their side was Ramzan, who had joined with them. Although Ramzan was a commander who controlled a military camp, when the savage battle began, the 100-man squads would move by themselves. There wasn't much point for their commander to stay with them. He had one of his subordinates take charge of the squads, while he himself went with his 2 friends to go hunt and kill enemy commanders. Oman's 3-person team was very confident in their power. Haha, you want to run? Ramzan flew over at high speed. Swish! A golden light shot out from Ramzan's finger, and space instantly tore apart as the light shot towards the fleeing grey-robed figure. Bang! The grey-robed figure's body instantly erupted with a black light, and he launched a vicious return punch against that golden light before continuing to flee. But in the instant he had paused to strike back, Oman and Chegwin had surrounded him. You won't be able to escape. Oman laughed loudly, his body blazing with a white aura as his spiked mace smashed down towards the grey-robed man. Clang! The grey-robed man raised his arms together, smashing head-on with his 2 arms against the spiked mace. But immediately afterwards, the spikes atop the mace shot out towards the grey-robed man's skull. With a metallic clanging sound, they drove into the grey-robed man's face, but didn't strike a lethal blow. Bang! A golden light then pierced through the grey-robed man's head. Ramzan stretched his hand out, and the golden light flew back to his hand. This was an ancient, unadorned spear which was covered with strange magical runes. Ha, getting badges here is too fast. This is the 3rd. Ramzan stretched his hand out and snatched the blood-red badge, while the nearby Oman said very confidently, Ramzan, who can stop the 3 of us united? Oman, our old friend is coming. Chegwin said mentally with a soft laugh. Oman and Ramzan instantly followed Chegwin's gaze, only to see 4 figures fly over, with Linley at the lead. That Linley didn't die? Oman was shocked. Ha, Oman's gaze turned savage. It's good that he didn't die. The last 2 times, we weren't able to kill him. This time, I'll dispose of him. Hand that Raham fellow to me. Last time, I didn't kill him. This time, we should end it. Chegwin stared at the distant Raham while sending mentally, Ramzan, you hurry up and leave. Go find Mr. Magnus. If you encounter Bibi, you will die. Of the 4, Riesgem is the hardest to deal with. Ask Mr. Magnus to come, only he can deal with Riesgem. All right. Ramzan knew that Bibi was a god-eater rat, and didn't try to push it. But just as Ramzan turned to leave, there is no need to run. A cold voice instantly echoed in their minds. Ramzan, Oman, and Chegwin stared in astonishment up in front. Linley, who had been flying alongside Riesgem, Raham, and Bibi, suddenly sped up dramatically. Whoosh! Like a gust of wind, he moved through the densely clustered groups of people in the stellar corridor like a blur. Linley had arrived before the 3 of them. This, Oman and the other 2 were stunned. Riesgem and the other 2 were still far away, but Linley had already arrived. Linley's speed was so terrifying, it was far beyond what they could endure. Oman and the other 2 instantly thought back to what Hammers had told them at the meeting. Hammers was clearly referring to this expert of the Azure Dragon clan. Could it be him? Oman's group of 3 didn't dare believe it, but at the same time, the 3 of them frantically used their supreme techniques. Rumble! Linley's fist swept out, and it was as though the universe was pressing down upon them. 108 rays of black light swept out and surrounded them, sucking them in as a terrifyingly strong compressive force instantly reduced the speed of these commanders 1,000-fold. They could only watch as Linley's fist swept towards them, unable to block it all. Bang! The fist smashed into Oman's head. Oman's body trembled slightly. From the surface, it seemed as though he wasn't injured at all, but the insides of his head had already been shaken into pulp. A gold badge fell out from his body, while at the same time, his soul-protecting sovereign artifact fell out as well. "Linley, stay your hand." A rebuking bark rang out in Linley's mind. "Magnus?" Linley's lips curved upwards. "Halt!" Magnus was frantic. Rumble, Linley's fist ground down inexorably. In the instant after he killed Oman, he also swept his arm towards the nearby Chegwin and Ramzan. These two, also bound by that terrifying compressive force, weren't able to resist at all. Ramzan's body immediately collapsed lifelessly, and a gold badge fell out from his body. As for Chegwin, his body suddenly trembled and he retreated explosively, staring at Linley in amazement. How can he be so strong? Just now, when he had suffered that compressive power, he had the feeling that he couldn't even resist. This caused Chegwin to feel tremendous terror. You live up to being someone reputed to have two protective sovereign artifacts. Killing you really is tough. Linley glanced at the retreating Chegwin, then collected the two gold badges. "Boss." Only now did Bibi, Rishjem, and Reham arrive. "We have two badges." Linley turned and smiled towards Bibi. "Boss, careful." Bibi suddenly warned mentally. Linley turned, only to see a bewildering blur advance at high speed, so fast that it was on par with Linley's earlier movements. It was the infuriated Magnus. Magnus landed next to Ramzan's body, cradling it in his arms, so furious that the muscles on his face were twitching. Magnus didn't care that Oman had died. But Ramzan, that was his good friend. A true friend. Magnus raised his head, staring coldly at Linley. In a low voice, he said, "Just now, I told you to stay your hand." Linley stared back calmly at Magnus. In a gentle voice, he responded, "If I want to kill someone, you are unable to stop me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 19, Chapter 59, The Duel Above the Stellar River. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 59, The Duel Above the Stellar River. Those who became paragons were all incomparable geniuses filled with tremendous willpower. They, who stood at the top, were accustomed to the respect and reverence of others. Even when they met a sovereign, they didn't have to kneel, they only had to bow slightly. One could imagine how much lofty arrogance filled their hearts. "If I want to kill someone, you are unable to stop me." Linley's calm words and the look in his eyes when he spoke caused Magnus, already infuriated by the death of his friend, to grow so angry that his eyes turned crimson. Magnus released Ramzan's corpse, slowly standing up and staring coldly at Linley. Linley didn't fear him at all, looking back calmly at Magnus. Rumble, thunder began to echo unceasingly around them. The battle was continuing to progress, and the soldiers of the Divine Darkness Plane and Divine Light Plane were butchering each other in methodical fashion. Blood splattered everywhere, and high god sparks rained everywhere as one badge after another was seized by survivors. This was how wild and savage the stellar corridor was. But amidst this savagery, Linley and Magnus stood there, staring at each other, not moving at all. It seemed as though the battles of thousands of soldiers around them, to them, was nothing more than the air. The target is that unmoving, white-robed figure. Soul attack. 100-man squad clearly noticed Magnus, and as the captain gave the order through divine sense, instantly, the 75 survivors of the squad instantly emitted all sorts of translucent attacks, instantly shooting them towards Magnus. Magnus, who had been staring angrily at Linley, couldn't help but turn to look back. "Humph." Magnus let out a low snort, his gaze turning cold. Magnus' cold gaze swept out like a blurry swordlight, creating more than 100 white arrows which shot out. Swoosh! Swoosh! They instantly crossed the skies, striking against those soul attacks. While destroying the soul attacks, the translucent arrows didn't slow down at all as they dove into the bodies of the members of that 100-man squad, whose eyes became filled with terror. And then, silence. 75 corpses fell from the skies, their divine sparks and badges falling as well. A single glance had killed 75 high gods. How is that possible? Some soldiers noticed this, and they were so terrified their faces changed. But the battle at the stellar corridor was simply too chaotic. Only a few dozen people noticed Magnus display his might, with the rest not noticing at all. After all, people were dying constantly throughout the corridor. No one would notice if 75 people suddenly died at once. Boss. BB and the others were rather worried as well. Don't worry. You all step back for now. Linley sent mentally. Against Magnus, although I'm not completely certain of victory, I definitely won't lose. Linley, this Magnus is a paragon, after all. Don't be careless. In addition, he, too, has sovereign artifacts. Reesgem sent mentally. As he spoke, he, BB, and Raham all retreated, because they also knew that once Linley and Magnus began to fight, the scene would be completely different from the one where Linley and Bluefire sparred. When two Paragon experts battled each other, the slightest backlash from their attacks could threaten the lives of ordinary commanders. At present, Linley and Magnus paid no attention to any others. It was as though this entire world only contained the two of them. Magnus stared at Linley. In a low voice, he said, "You actually didn't die. What, do you regret it?" Linley smiled calmly, a hint of mockery in his smile. "I don't regret it." Magnus had already regained his clarity of mind. "Because I know that although you didn't die last time, this time, you will." "You are quite confident." Linley looked at Magnus, speaking as he would to an equal. "But last time, you were also quite confident that after I suffered your most powerful attack, I would definitely die." "But the real result?" "Last time, I destroyed your confidence. This time, I'll break it again." Magnus' face grew sinister. Magnus suddenly began to laugh coldly. "Anyone can engage in braggadocio. Today, I will let you know the difference between you and a paragon." Magnus didn't actually believe that Linley had become a paragon, because last time, when he had sparred with Linley, he could tell that Linley was still quite far off from the paragon level. Ordinary commanders, in front of a paragon, would definitely perish. Bang! While laughing, Magnus began to move. His speed instantly rose to the limit, and he moved like a dreamlike blur, throwing himself towards Linley. At the same time, Magnus' right hand, covered by a black glove, transformed into a claw, and he clawed at Linley's head. Hiss, crackle, multiple holes in space constantly exploded forth. When the claw struck out, it was as though space had become very weak. "You think too highly of yourself." An explosive roar echoed forth in the stellar corridor. Bang! Dot! A black sword light flashed out, piercing directly into Magnus' palm. The universe seemed to tremble, while Magnus himself was unable to prevent himself from being knocked backwards. In the space where the exchange of blows had taken place, multiple black, gaping spatial chasms had appeared, and the terrifying spatial chasms were like monsters, devouring dozens of nearby soldiers before vanishing. A spatial rift? How could a spatial rift be so large? The formerly savage soldiers, especially the ones around Linley and Magnus, finally understood that two supreme experts were present. But that was of no use to them. After all, the soldiers behind them on both the sides of the Divine Darkness Plane and the Divine Light Plane continued to push forward, throwing themselves against their enemies in battle. You, Magnus stared in amazement at Linley. "You became a paragon? You truly think too highly of yourself." Linley couldn't help but chuckle. Given Linley's control over the world, he could clearly sense that Magnus, just now, hadn't used sovereign power when attacking. A paragon, even one who didn't use sovereign power, was generally able to easily slaughter a commander. But, to act in such a way against Linley was indeed a bit too arrogant. "You truly have become a paragon?" Magnus didn't dare believe it, but the power which Linley had just displayed was real. I need to thank you for that full-force attack you launched back then. Linley let out a soft laugh. If you hadn't wanted to kill me, causing me to fall into a life-and-death situation, I probably wouldn't have made such a large advance. Linley didn't admit that he had become a paragon, but upon hearing Linley's words, Magnus took it for admission. No wonder you are so arrogant. So you have become a paragon. Magnus' face sank. But Linley, even though you are a paragon, I, Magnus, will teach you today that you aren't qualified to kill my friends. When his words were spoken, Magnus moved once more. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, Linley saw a black fist cover his entire field of vision, and a powerful blast of fate-type sovereign power. It seemed as though the entire surrounding space was compressing him, and this punch seemed to contain enough power to destroy the world. It was unstoppable. Not using soul attacks, but a material attack? Linley didn't hesitate at all, immediately launching a backhanded sword stab with full strength. Rare Award, 108 rays of black light shot out like dragons from mirage, swallowing Magnus within them. In that instant, Magnus felt as though he heard the roar of a dragon, and then felt a powerful, oppressive compression. This compressive force caused even his attacks to be affected. The sword of Linley. The fist of Magnus. They collided. Thud, it was a deep sound, like a drum being struck. Space instantly shattered. Hundreds of spatial rifts appeared, and that sovereign power, infused with the power of will, washed out in every direction. This burst of energy was infused with the power of will, and like sharp arrows, it instantly pierced through the bodies of each of the surrounding soldiers. 100 soldiers who were fairly close to Linley and Magnus were doomed. Their bodies instantly transformed into dust. As for some of the soldiers behind them, they were either pierced through the chest or the legs. Some unlucky ones were pierced through the head. Unfortunately, the energy rays was simply too vicious and too dense. In the blink of an eye, within a circumference of 100 meters, hundreds of corpses fell from the skies. What is this? The formerly savagely battling soldiers here were completely stunned. They couldn't help but lower their weapons, turning to stare and see what exactly had caused so many people to die simultaneously. There were no living people in the area where Linley and Magnus were battling. In the stellar corridor, this was a rare, empty area. This caused the soldiers to instantly notice the two people battling energetically within. Bang! Bang! Two exceedingly, unspeakably fast blurs collided time and time again, and space repeatedly shattered as spatial tears were created. The backlash from the sovereign power they used caused quite a few soldiers to die in succession. Retreat, quick, retreat! The terrified soldiers couldn't help but all retreat frantically, pulling far away from Linley and Magnus. What terrifying speed! The soldiers felt their hearts tremble. Can it be that they are? These soldiers could be considered experts in the infernal realm or the netherworld, and they were all highly experienced. But the incredible effects generated by Linley and Magnus' blows still caused them to feel terrified. Even the remnant energy could effortlessly kill 6-star fiends and 7-star fiends? What sort of power was this? The space of the planar battlefield actually had more than 100 giant spatial rifts torn open? What level of attacks were being used? Stupefied. Scared silly. There were 2 corridors in the stellar river, and the 2 corridors engaged in battle simultaneously. The goal was to defeat the opponents and to reach the opposite shore. That was a sign of victory. If victory was gained in both corridors, one side of the planar war would be considered victorious. If victory was gained in one corridor but lost in the other, it was a draw. But right now, battle between Linley and Magnus caused simply too much chaos. They occasionally rose into the skies, and then they would descend, moving at frightful speeds. Nobody dared to go within 1,000 meters of them. And so, at the center of one of the 2 stellar corridors, an empty field naturally was formed. This forced a halt to the battle on this stellar corridor, as quite a few soldiers and commanders focused on the duel of peak experts here. Them? Magnus, and that friend of Reisjum's? The three-eyed commander's face changed. Quite a few commanders had noticed the distant disturbance. How is that possible? It's that person called Linley? Woodridge also stared, stunned, at the terrifying scene of the distant battle between Linley and Magnus. Magnus and Linley, they are fighting to a standstill? Watching the world-shattering battle going on in the distance, Woodridge didn't dare believe that the Linley whom he had looked down upon was actually able to fight a paragon to a standstill. Shaking his head vigorously, Woodridge still didn't dare believe what he was seeing. Linley. Although those people on the side of the Divine Darkness plane had never paid Linley any attention, most of them knew Linley's name. Now that they saw that it was Linley who was causing this huge disturbance, they couldn't help but feel shocked. This Linley is too terrifying. Chegwin, the only one who had survived in his squad which fought for the Divine Light Plane, still felt terror in his heart. Who is this? Quite a few commanders on the side of the Divine Light Plane didn't recognize Linley. Ha, I told you all long ago that he is very powerful, possibly a paragon. Hemmers stared at the distant battle. He couldn't help but start to laugh loudly. None of you believed me. Ah, do you see it? Do you see it? Of the two stellar corridors, the battle on one of them had been forced to grind to a halt. Quick, hurry up and change directions. Move to support the other corridor. Seize the opportunity to first achieve victory in the other corridor. Some commanders reacted more quickly, knowing that the battle at this corridor was halted. They immediately arranged for their forces to go assist the other corridor instead. They'd first gain victory in that corridor, then talk. Linley and Magnus continued to battle in the center of the Stellar River. As they continued, the nearby soldiers of both sides who had disposed of their opponents all temporarily paused their battling. No one dared to approach Linley or Magnus. Sovereign power infused with the power of will, when it washed out, even commanders wouldn't dare to easily approach it. Who, then, would? For a time, countless soldiers and many commanders watched this terrifying battle in amazement. For many of them, only today did they understand how terrifying paragons were. Whap! The commanders and soldiers only saw blurred figures move. One of the two rose into the heavens, while the other stood there on the ground. The two split apart. Magnus hovered there, high up in the air, a hint of blood at the corner of his lips. Almost immediately, however, he recovered. And on the ground stood an expert whose entire body was covered with azure golden scales, and who had spikes emerging from his back, Linley. Linley's dark golden eyes stared upwards. Magnus, you, a paragon of fate, want to compete against me in material attacks? You aren't quite up to it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 60, The Most Powerful Technique. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 60, The Most Powerful Technique. The countless soldiers on the stellar corridor, along with some of the commanders, were stunned as they watched this battle. Human wave attacks might be useful against ordinary commanders, but against paragons, it was useless. The paragons battled there, in the center of the corridor, and the surrounding soldiers had no choice but to stop fighting and not even dare draw within 1,000 meters. The sovereign power doesn't match up. Linley shook his head. Just now, although they had only battled briefly, Linley hadn't dragon formed at the beginning. But the non-transformed Linley was actually at a disadvantage when fighting Magnus. Magnus used Fate-type Sovereign's Might, which was very effective, while Linley was only able to use Destruction-type Sovereign's Might. He was weaker in this aspect, and so even though he used his supreme technique of spatial binding, he was still at a disadvantage. Linley was forced to dragon form. Upon dragon forming, Linley's attack power instantly jumped, allowing him to actually press down against his foe using material attacks. Last time, when I sparred with Leyland, I didn't dragon form. After dragon forming, things are exactly as I thought they would be. The power of will was very special. As long as Linley applied his will, his power would increase dramatically. The defensiveness of his draconic scales and his attacks all increased. The power of his will had the power to transform something rotting into something magical. Paragons didn't need sovereign artifacts to easily defeat commanders who had sovereign artifacts. To kill a paragon truly is hard. Linley raised his head, looking up at Magnus. Magnus didn't have a defensive sovereign artifact, but the protective barrier formed from pure sovereign power, when infused with his paragon's will, made it so that Linley's draconic tail, fists, and legs were unable to injure him heavily. Paragons had no weaknesses. This wasn't just talk. Defenses and attacks, they were exceedingly strong in all aspects, even without sovereign artifacts. Swoosh! Linley's body moved like a blur, rising to the skies until he stood level with Magnus. The two stared at each other. The two mighty experts hovered there in the air. Members of the Azure Dragon clan, after dragon forming, truly do increase in power greatly. Magnus laughed clearly. However, don't be smug. That was just the beginning. After speaking, Magnus seemed to transform into the sun, emitting blurry rays of light in every direction as a powerful aura began to spread out. As for the Madair Linley, his draconic tail swayed behind him slightly as he stared at his opponent, not nervous at all. Magnus stretched his hands out, and instantly, around him appeared a man-sized globe of light. This enormous globe of light contained within it a brilliant, crystalline lotus flower. Above the lotus flower, there even seemed to be some mist swirling. The stellar corridor glowed with rainbow light which shot upwards, making it seem all the more beautiful. You really are going all out. Linley let out a chuckle. Last time, Magnus had used this same attack and had nearly killed Linley, but Linley had not only escaped from death, he had also transformed. Still, that time, the light globe was only fist-sized, while this time, it was man-sized. Actually, it was the exact same technique as last time, only, there was a huge difference in how much spiritual energy was being used up, but... Actually, this man-sized light globe could be treated as hundreds of the fist-sized light globes. Humph. Magnus' gaze grew cold, and the enormous light globe hovering in front of his chest suddenly shot towards Linley. Ha! Linley just laughed loudly. His body seemed to transform into a human-shaped porcupine, as from within shot out a translucent sword ripple. Instantly, countless sword ripples shot out which simultaneously struck against that 2-meter-tall globe of light. One advanced, the other marched forward. The countless sword ripples charged against the light globe. Bang! The surface of the light globe cracked, revealing that blooming, translucent lotus flower. For a moment, the lotus flower seemed to be a sculpture of ice. The countless translucent sword ripples shot towards the translucent lotus flower. Swish! The enormous lotus flower continued to shoot towards Linley while constantly swiveling, using up one sword ripple after another, but at the same time, the lotus flower was being used up, and it was physically shrinking. HRM? Magnus' face changed. What a powerful soul attack! Linley's voidwave sword ripples caused Magnus to be astonished. In a short period of time, the lotus flower actually shrank dramatically. Actually, it wasn't strange. Even after having fused 4 types of profound mysteries of the laws of the earth, Linley's understanding regarding profound mysteries which impacted soul attacks was still much weaker than this attack of Magnus. Only, Linley's spiritual energy was 10 times greater than even when he used sovereign power, and the power of his will was also nearly 10 times greater than Paragon's. These two aspects made it so that Linley's soul attack wasn't much weaker than Magnus. Oof! Magnus willed it, and instantly, the dramatically shrinking lotus flower began to swivel. One flower petal after another separated, transforming into more than 10 lines that shot towards Linley. Linley's voidwave sword ripples were only able to block part of them, the rest of the lotus petals still shot into Linley's body. Magnus, this supreme attack of yours is only as strong as this? Linley looked at Magnus. How can it be like this? Magnus was secretly shocked. Even if Linley was able to endure it, it shouldn't be as though nothing had happened to him. Indeed, Linley didn't care at all, because his soul-protecting sovereign artifact, the coiling dragon ring, had more than 200 years ago been completely repaired. Ever since his soul mutation, Linley had been using spiritual energy to repair it at an astonishing rate, and less than 10 years after his soul mutation, the coiling dragon ring had been completely repaired. With a soul-protecting sovereign artifact, would he fear a small attack like this? Ha, Magnus, so that's all you're capable of. Linley laughed clearly, and his laughter echoed in the air above the stellar river. Then it is my turn. As the sound echoed in the air, Linley himself wielded Mirage as he charged towards Magnus. In addition, a large number of Voidwave swords shot out from Linley's body, shooting towards Magnus. Don't boast. What can you do to me? Magnus didn't want to appear weak, and so his laughter echoed forth as well. It must be understood that there were simply too many spectators to this battle. They were commanders and soldiers who came from each of the divine planes and higher realms. If he lost, then this news would quickly spread across all of the universe. If he appeared weak now, where would he, Magnus, be able to hide his face? Whoosh! Linley's draconic tail unpredictably lashed out. Can't let him draw close. Magnus retreated explosively. As soon as Linley drew near, he would be able to attack from all angles. Even the spikes on his elbows, his draconic tail, and other parts were capable of threatening Magnus. Although this was slow to describe, in reality, it happened as fast as a spark erupting from a flint. The two supreme experts amongst deities exchanged multiple blows against each other, clashing multiple times, and each time causing the heavens to shatter and split apart. Even their soul attacks caused the surrounding soldiers and commanders to be vigilant. Perhaps a single Voidwave sword ripple of Linley's might hit them, or a single petal of Magnus' lotus flowers. They were more than enough to kill them. Battle was completely halted here in this stellar corridor, but the battle on the other side had reached a crescendo in savagery. Enemies straight ahead. Launch a joint material attack. 100-man squad after another launched one joint attack after another. Countless soldiers fell and perished, as though a new epic had crushed down upon them. Many commander badges fell. Clearly, the Divine Darkness Plane's side's forces held the advantage in numbers, and were currently pressing forth to victory. 10 100-man squads launched a material attack. And then, they retreated, with 10 more 100-man squads moving forward, launching a blast of soul attacks. The soldiers of the Divine Light Plane had been charging forward, but this sequence of arrayed attacks from the forces of darkness had completely suppressed their spirits. Once a complete advantage was established, a very simple battle would result. From the initial stalemate, to a retreat, to total collapse. Faced with this massive advance and the repeated joint attacks, the forces of the Light Alliance were finally, completely dispersed. Although some of them were courageous, it wasn't worth it for them to throw away their lives for nothing. Ah, we won. The commanders of the military camps, watching this, laughed loudly. This time, our Darkness Alliance had a slight advantage in numbers to begin with. In addition, on the other side, those two battling paragons caused the battle to come to a halt, so I immediately arranged for those soldiers to move here. When they all charged together, given our absolute advantage in numbers, we were able to crush them in one blow. Once the enemies were broken apart, even if some more support came, it was too late. Soon, the soldiers of the Darkness Alliance in this corridor reached the other side, while the survivors of the Light Alliance completely retreated. Rumble, the rainbow aura emanating from this stellar corridor which rose to the heavens suddenly retracted, then vanished. The Darkness Alliance had won a victory. Ah, victory! Victory! Cries of jubilation. The many soldiers of the Darkness Alliance cried out in joy. We won! These military commanders in charge of the battle were also rather excited. Let's go! Let's hurry to the other corridor and keep battling. Perhaps we might make it in time to watch the two paragons fighting. The commanders immediately ordered their forces to quickly flood towards the other corridor. Countless soldiers were watching the battle going on at Linley's corridor. By the looks of it, they are at a standstill. Paragon against Paragon, it's hard for one to win and the other to lose. The watchers couldn't help but have this feeling. Suddenly, bang! A powerful explosion ripped out between the two combatants, who quickly separated. Magnus stood there on the ground, staring at the distant Linley. He said in a clear voice, "Linley, if the two of us keep fighting, we will just be wasting time. Pardon me for not accompanying you in continuing this." Magnus let out a cold snort, then turned and flew away. Although Magnus had a belly full of anger, he clearly wasn't able to kill Linley. He also believed that Linley wouldn't be able to kill him. Although he was angry and filled with hatred, Magnus had to admit that Linley was already an expert on his level. Wasting time? I don't feel that way. Linley's voice rang out. Or, are you afraid? Magnus, embarrassed and angered, turned his head to stare furiously at Linley. He was angry at Linley for not understanding the rules. Since there could be no result to this battle, they should have ended it. But Linley actually used words to keep him here. If he were to leave today, it would mean that he was afraid. Cold wind blew through the planar battlefield. Linley stood there, ramrod straight, his draconic tail swaying. You know that I am of the Azure Dragon clan. Then prepare to receive the innate divine ability of my Azure Dragon clan. Linley said in a bold, clear voice. As soon as his words fell, behind Linley's body appeared an enormous, coiling Azure Dragon phantom which was more than 10,000 meters long. The Azure Dragon's golden eyes stared at Magnus. Innate divine ability, Dragon Roar. Rumble, a unique energy ripple instantly spread out. The power of the innate divine ability was linked to spiritual energy as well as the innate Azure glow. Now that Linley's spiritual energy was more than 10 times as powerful as when he used sovereign power, and when combined with a will that was even mightier than that of a paragon's, the power of this innate divine ability of Linley's could most likely only be surpassed by his ancestor, the Azure Dragon himself. Swoosh! Linley's speed reached an extreme level as he charged towards Magnus. Magnus' face changed. He felt as though the flow of time around him had already changed. He was powerful, but Linley, who used this technique, had a level of spiritual energy and will that was stronger than him. The effect of his dragon roar was now on display. The flow of time changed, but that didn't mean he was no longer capable of thought. Magnus still knew that he had to defend himself. He knew that he wouldn't be able to block in time, so all he could do was work hard to control his sovereign power to form a powerful defense. Bang! Linley's mirage stabbed against Magnus' head at full force. Crackle, Linley felt a terrifyingly strong blocking force. Although Mirage was just able to break through the skin, it remained impacted by that powerful blocking force. Paragons, even without sovereign artifacts, still had no flaws. This was not just an empty boast. Magnus, however, was knocked flying backwards by the blow. If I can't kill you, then I will drive you into chaotic space. Linley's gaze turned cold. Bang! Linley's right leg slashed through the skies, landing on Magnus' stomach. He was moving as fast as lightning, and his kick sent Magnus flying upwards like a meteor towards the boundary between the stellar corridor and chaotic space. No! Magnus finally recovered from the temporal displacement, but it was too late. He only had enough time for a final, furious howl before he was completely enveloped by rainbow-colored chaotic space. It was as though he had been swallowed by the water. Magnus thusly disappeared within chaotic space. Silence. Stillness. The spectators watching this were all stunned. A paragon had been driven away like that? Linley glanced at the multicolored chaotic space, then turned and walked towards Bibi, returning to human form. Bibi stared at Linley, stunned as well. Linley smiled. Bibi, let's go. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 61, Gathering Point. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 61, Gathering Point. The rainbow light above the stellar river glowed as beautifully as ever, but everyone was silent. They were speechless. As for Linley, he simply walked calmly towards the Darkness Alliance's side, under the gaze of countless experts. A paragon had just been driven into chaotic space. He drove a paragon into chaotic space. He's of the Azure Dragon clan. His name is Linley. The surrounding soldiers and commanders all firmly memorized this scene. The words Linley had exchanged with Magnus had resulted in Linley's name being revealed. Naturally, these surrounding people all knew it now. Suddenly. Quick, material attacks. One of the captains belonging to the Darkness Alliance suddenly came to his senses, and he hurriedly spoke through divine sense to his allies. Crackle, nearly 100 rays of brilliant light shot forth from the side of the Darkness Alliance, thundering towards the enemy. Material attacks, forward. At almost the same instant, the soldiers on both sides came to their senses. Only now did the soldiers of the Darkness Alliance and the Light Alliance awaken from the stupor, having watched the astonishing battle between two paragons, and they immediately began to battle again. The countless soldiers of the two sides flooded forward and clashed against each other. Linley, Bibi, and the other two just stood there amidst the human flood. There was no longer anyone foolish enough to launch attacks against Linley. Boss. Bibi looked at Linley, incomparably excited. That was Magnus. Boss, just now, the person you drove into chaotic space was Magnus. Someone on the same level as Bayer. Too powerful, too powerful. Bibi delightedly beamed, his smile so large that his eyes became half-lidded. Riesjem and Raham's faces were covered in smiles as well. Riesjem, you should be lacking some military merits, right? Do you need me to help you? Linley turned his head, looking at Riesjem. No need. Riesjem intentionally let out a snort. Linley, although I'm a bit weaker compared to you, acquiring enough military merits isn't too difficult for me. I already acquired a certain number during the previous planar wars, and this time, I only need a few more. Raham, let's go. Riesjem and Raham flew out into the flood of people as well. People were everywhere, filling the corridor as they constantly slaughtered each other. Linley and Bibi were amongst them, but they just watched the distant Riesjem and Raham. Linley nodded slightly. Bibi, let's go. Given Raham and Riesjem's strength, unless they encounter a paragon or an assault by multiple commanders, they won't be in any danger. Let's go to the shores of the Stellar River to watch. All right. Let's go to the shore. Bibi chortled and nodded. Everyone was charging towards the enemy shores, but Linley and Bibi actually turned. Linley. The commanders of the Darkness Plane stared at Linley from afar, sighing mentally. They regretted not having made good use of the earlier gathering to chat with Linley. There were very few opportunities to establish a relationship with a paragon, and it was very hard to do so. Prior to this, Mr. Linley was hiding his status, and so it would have been easy to make friends with him. But now, he's revealed his power. There will definitely be many who want to befriend him. The difficulty level will be much greater. The commanders all understood this principle, and it was indeed the case. If earlier, during the gathering, they had come over and acted in a friendly manner towards Linley, Linley would indeed have been kindly disposed towards them. But now, given that he had revealed his power, those who now came to befriend him clearly did so in order to ingratiate themselves with him. Linley wouldn't even want to bother with them. The Darkness Alliance had already gained victory earlier in the other corridor. Given that Linley had defeated Magnus, the Darkness Alliance's morale was at an all-time high. Morale was an invisible, illusory thing. But it was also true that whichever side in the corridor had the bravest, fearless, and more numerous soldiers would be the side to win. When Linley and Magnus had battled, they very naturally became viewed as representatives of the Darkness Alliance and the Light Alliance. The forces of each side were naturally cheering for their experts. Linley had won. Magnus had lost. The impact of this on the Light Alliance soldiers was quite large, and the impact on their commanders was quite large as well. This was because in their heart, they couldn't help but constantly reflect on the fact that the enemy had a paragon in their ranks. Those commanders simply didn't dare to go all out and charge forward with abandon, for fear that Linley might intervene to act against them. These commanders had no confidence at all in their ability to deal with Linley. Given their depressed morale, and how the commanders didn't dare to lead the way, the soldiers of the Light Alliance were being repeatedly driven back. Kill! Kill! The commanders of the Darkness Alliance, upon seeing this, were absolutely delighted. As the soldiers of the Darkness Alliance roared heroically, under the leadership of their commanders, they inexorably ground forward like the wheels on a chariot, constantly advancing and attacking. The greater the advantage they held, the easier the battle became. The morale of the Darkness Alliance had risen to a crescendo. By the banks of the Stellar River, Linley and Bibi were watching the battle atop the Stellar Corridor. "Boss, our side will win for sure," Bibi said, very confident. Linley watched the slaughter within the corridor, then nodded. That's how the battles in the Stellar Corridors are. Once one side begins to cower and retreat, even if there are fresh troops ready to support them from behind, it is useless. Once the front lines collapse, the rear will be affected as well. They definitely lost. As soon as Linley's words came out, the rainbow radiance emanating from the Stellar Corridor suddenly faded away. The Darkness Alliance had gained victory. They were victorious in both corridors, and so for this planar war, the side of the Divine Darkness plane was the victor. The soldiers of the Darkness Alliance all began to turn and depart en masse. Second brother, the boss died. Alas. Still, we weren't too misfortunate, things were much better than we had anticipated. The two of us are both still alive. Two soldiers flew shoulder to shoulder, laughing loudly. We three brothers have finally adventured through the planar battlefield, and have had the chance to witness so many commanders do battle. We even saw two paragons fight. I regret nothing. To be able to leave this place alive is an unexpected plus. Right. I even acquired 76 soldier badges. You? I have 50 as well. When the two of us add them together, we will have enough to swap for a drop of Sovereign's might. Yet another gain. The surviving soldiers were all very happy, chatting and laughing amongst themselves. Those soldiers who dared come here to the planar battlefield had all been living for countless years. They wanted to see for themselves the planar battlefield and perhaps watch a group of commanders battle amongst themselves. They felt no regrets. For them to survive it? It was an unexpected, pleasant surprise. Boss, Bibi suddenly said. Linley looked towards him, and Bibi continued, Boss, if you were a 6-star fiend who had trained for countless years without making any progress, would you have made the same choice as them? Trained for countless years with no progress? Linley was stunned. If he truly was unable to make any further progress, and had to live a long, endless life, when he grew tired of everything, perhaps he truly would choose to give up his divine clone and enter the legendary planar battlefield to experience it personally. I would make the same choice, Linley said in a low voice. If I cannot reach the peak, then I must at least see for myself the place where peak experts gather, the planar battlefield. Anyone who had the heart of an expert would be filled with eagerness towards the battlefield of the supreme experts, the planar battlefield. Linley! A joyful call rang out. Linley and Bibi turned, only to see Rishjem and Rayham fly over at high speed. Linley laughed and said, Rishjem, from that look on your face, you acquired enough military merits, yes? Naturally. Rishjem raised his eyebrows, saying smugly, but it really was dangerous. The Light Alliance was defeated too quickly, resulting in the commanders of the Light Alliance fleeing quite quickly as well. If Rayham and I hadn't joined forces and moved fast enough, we probably wouldn't have been able to gain enough badges. Linley, look. Quite a few people are paying attention to you, Reesjem said in a lowered voice. Linley turned his head to look. Many amongst the thronging masses of returning soldiers were looking towards Linley. That one dressed in the sky blue robes is Linley. Him, over there. He defeated a paragon? I personally witnessed it. How could it be false? That was so mother ** king incredible. In my lifetime, I've seen all sorts of experts fighting. I've even seen 2 paragons exchanging blows. This was worth it. Linley is too powerful. After this battle, I am going to return to my material plane. The treasures that I've accumulated over all these years are worth enough to teleport me back. It's time to go back to my homeland. From the material plane to the netherworld, and then countless years adventuring in the netherworld, I've seen many things. It is enough for me. It is time to go home. I wonder what has happened to my homeland in the countless years since I've been gone. Every single soldier had their own thoughts, their own plans. Actually, every single person capable of participating in the planar wars was an expert. After all, generally only experts at or above the 6-star fiend level would be chosen as soldiers. But of course, as long as it was approved by a commander, even 5-star fiend level experts could enter. These soldiers all had their own dreams. Many of them had come to the planar battlefield in pursuit of their dreams. Earlier, only a portion of the soldiers had witnessed Linley battle Magnus. The news of that battle now spread orally at high speed, and quite a few soldiers turned to look at Linley, wanting to take a look at this paragon. It wasn't just the soldiers who were paying attention to Linley, even the commanders were staring at Linley from far away. He is actually a paragon. Woodbridge stared at the distant Linley, not daring to draw near. If Linley remembers and hates me and kills me when he sees me, that would be terrible. Woodbridge hurriedly made his way towards the planar gateway along with the rest of the army. There were some who made haste towards the planar gateway, but also some who wanted to make friends with Linley. Mr. Linley, during our last meeting, I had no idea that you were this capable. Mr. Linley. Some commanders walked over, all of them appearing quite friendly. Linley just said a few polite words, then said towards Reesjem, Bibi and I are going to the netherworld. Let's part ways here. The planar battlefield was connected to 11 planes, and so there were 11 corridors, each of which led to a different location. Linley and Bibi were going to return to the netherworld, while Reesjem was returning to the infernal realm. You are returning to the netherworld? Reesjem was stunned. Right. We still have something to take care of. Bibi nodded and laughed as well. Reesjem, after we return to the infernal realm, when we have some free time, we'll pay a visit to your Amethyst Mountains and have a stroll. Fine, then. Reesjem said with resignation. Then let's part ways here. When we return to the infernal realm, we'll meet again. Linley, Bibi, Reesjem, and Rayham went their separate ways. Linley just said a few more words of courtesy to the other commanders, then flew with Bibi at high speed towards the netherworld corridor. Those other commanders could only watch from afar as Linley flew away, not daring to continue bothering him. The corridor linking the planar battlefield and the netherworld. Linley and Bibi descended from the skies, instantly drawing quite a bit of attention. As Linley landed, he saw a black-robed figure fly towards him. Boss, another one who wants to make friends with you. Bibi sent mentally. Linley felt rather repulsed by all this. He recognized this black-robed figure, who was indeed a commander. The black-robed figure had a rather pale face, and his eyes glowed with a faint, oily green light. Upon seeing Linley, the black-robed figure bowed slightly, then sent mentally, Mr. Linley, on behalf of my master, the Flameforged sovereign of the Netherworld, I would like to invite you to consider becoming the emissary of my master. Netherworld. Flameforged sovereign? Linley couldn't help but chuckle. After revealing his power, he would soon receive invitations from various sovereigns. Linley was prepared for this. But he hadn't expected that he would be invited even before he left the planar battlefield. Sovereigns truly did work quite quickly. Mr. Linley, as a paragon, I'm sure that the sovereign will agree to provide you with any sort of sovereign artifact you desire. But of course, there is a one artifact limit. As for sovereign power, we won't be stingy with it. The black-robed figure urged. Pardon me. At present, I haven't considered becoming a sovereign's emissary. Linley smiled. Bibi, let's go. Linley immediately led Bibi to move towards the corridor. Mr. Linley, the black-robed figure wanted to say a few more words of persuasion. But Linley and Bibi didn't slow down at all. They flew directly into the corridor, disappearing from the black-robed figure's field of vision. Seeing this, the black-robed figure couldn't help but shake his head. After he leaves the planar battlefield, there will definitely be many sovereigns who will invite him. My master probably has no hope of succeeding. There were differences between sovereigns as well. For someone at the paragon level, it was indeed up to them who they wanted to serve as an emissary for. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 62, Who is Alive, Who is Dead? Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 62, Who is Alive, Who is Dead? The planar corridor was filled with countless people, and the walls of the corridor flowed with rainbow-colored light. Linley and Bibi were amidst the crowds, flying towards the exit. Almost there. Linley felt his heat trembling. Dixie. Boss Yale. George, and my father. Although he had reached the peak of power, Linley was currently extremely nervous. I hope they are still alive. The constant slaughter going on amongst the undead, and the fact that his father had died close to 3,000 years ago, meant that the chance his father had truly died was very high. Linley turned to look at Bibi, who clearly was rather nervous as well. Bibi, it's fine. Everyone will be alive and well. Linley sent. Right. Bibi hurriedly nodded. As they chatted, they saw that up ahead, a gateway that was completely filled with a black, netherworldly light had appeared. They advanced into it alongside the crowds of people. Bibi and Linley entered the gateway, arriving at a vast, wide hall. Flamebone Mountain. At the Dimensional Gate. When Linley had come from here to the planar battlefield, there had been very few people here, but now, the entire hall was filled with people. A shouting voice could be heard. Everyone, come here to turn in your badges and have your military merits recorded. Soldiers, all of you, line up and go over there. Commanders, come to me. Linley and Bibi turned and saw that the speaker was that sovereign's emissary, the silver-haired elder, Galen. Within the hall, there were multiple tables, each of which had scribes seated behind them. The scribes were constantly recording military merits, and within the corridors, there were now long lines. Everyone had to turn in their badge and have it recorded before they were permitted to leave. Only the space in front of the sovereign's emissary, Galen, was empty. Commanders were quite rare, after all. Mr. Galen. Linley called out with a light laugh as he flew over. Lord Linley, congratulations. You were able to return alive. Galen, upon seeing Linley and Bibi, began to smile. That stern-faced shout of his was meant for the ordinary soldiers. To commanders who were of similar rank to him, he was still quite friendly. How'd it go? Did you acquire enough military merits this time? Galen chortled. I have enough. Linley nodded. Galen looked at Linley in surprise. To acquire a sovereign artifact required 10 enemy commander badges. I had no idea. Impressive. Mr. Linley, give the badges to me. I will take care of this comrade of yours by your side as well. If he goes to my subordinates, he will spend a very long time in line. Linley turned and glanced at the line. Indeed, the line had already formed a series of circles within the main hall, and many had to wait in midair. Linley and Bibi each withdrew their blood-red badges and their black badges, handing them over. This was a very strict rule. If they weren't in possession of their badges, they would be put to death. Since you already have enough military merits, there is no need for me to record them. You can go visit the sovereign directly and have them make a sovereign artifact for you. Galen said with a laugh. The sovereigns all have a copy of the records indicating how many military merits the commanders who went through the planar war possess. You only need to go provide the enemy badges you acquired, and the sovereign shall know. As he spoke, Galen pointed towards a long, open corridor behind him. You can leave by this private exit and go see the sovereign. Galen laughed. See the sovereign? See the sovereign in person? Bibi said, astonished. Galen laughed. Of course not. Sovereigns aren't going to waste time coming. The sovereign you will be seeing will just be an energy construct. The sovereign's true body is still far away, in another part of the netherworld. Mr. Linley! A warm greeting rang out. Linley and Bibi both turned to look. The speaker was a violet-robed, black-haired man. Worthington was Sinti. Linley nodded slightly. Linley had met this commander before and remembered him. Galen, upon seeing him, immediately laughed. Oh, Lord Worthington! Congratulations! Everyone who survived a planar war deserved to be congratulated. Galen continued, Lord Worthington, did you acquire enough military merits this time? Tartarus Lord Linley has enough, and he entered 100 years after you did. I'm not quite there yet. Here are 3 commander badges. Record them down. Worthington took out 3 golden commander badges and his own blood-red badge, then chortled, Galen, it is perfectly natural for Mr. Linley to have acquired enough military merits. How can I compare to Mr. Linley? Mr. Linley is a paragon, after all. A look of astonishment instantly appeared on Galen's face as he turned to stare at Linley. Paragon? Galen was very stunned. Naturally. Worthington laughed loudly. Mr. Linley had a grand duel with the Paragon Magnus in the air above the stellar corridor of the planar battlefield. The other commanders and countless soldiers present had no choice but to step back and stop fighting. Magnus was even driven by Mr. Linley into chaotic space. Galen couldn't believe it. You two can keep chatting. I'll go visit the sovereign. Linley said with a smile, and then went towards the corridor behind Galen alongside Bibi. Linley could still hear the conversation going on behind him. Linley became a paragon? What's this about? Tell me about it in detail. I'll discuss this with you later. Just now, you referred to Mr. Linley as a Tartarus Lord. What's this about? Isn't he an elder of the Azure Dragon clan? Linley didn't hear the following words, because he had already moved deep into the tunnel. This tunnel was very wide, at least 5 meters or so, and nearly 4 meters high. The walls of the corridor were all faintly glowing with a blurry green light, causing it to seem very dreamlike and illusory. After walking for a few moments, in front of Linley, a 4-way intersection appeared. Now where should we go? Bibi was rather baffled. Linley carefully looked at the tunnels, but there was no one else here. Suddenly, a voice rang out in Linley's mind. Linley, the 2 of you, enter the tunnel on the left. After walking for a bit, you'll see me. The Chief Sovereign of Death. Linley's eyes lit up. Bibi, come this way. Linley immediately led Bibi towards the tunnel on the left. After walking just 100 meters, they exited the tunnel and arrived at a wide, shining hall. Linley swept the area with his gaze. There was no one seated on the throne within the hall, but by the sides of the hall, there was a lithe, graceful figure dressed in a violet robe, with long blood-red hair cascading down her shoulders. Suddenly, this figure turned, and as she swept Linley with her gaze, he couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. Sovereign. Linley bowed slightly. This person was the chief sovereign of death, but Linley now had the feeling that although the chief sovereign of death was emanating a perceptible aura of majesty, the aura wasn't that strong. Linley could tell that this figure should have been a mere clone which the sovereign created from energy. Admirable. The chief sovereign of death looked at Linley, the corners of her lips crooking upwards slightly. Linley, it's quite rare for me to admire someone. However, I now quite admire you. After all, although I am the chief sovereign of death, in terms of the laws, I have yet to become a paragon. But you have. Formidable. Linley was stunned. When chatting with Rees-Jem, Linley had learned that becoming a sovereign didn't have anything to do with whether one was a paragon or not. Many sovereigns had yet to become paragons. But Linley hadn't imagined that even someone as powerful as the chief sovereign of death was yet to be a paragon. However, Linley himself wasn't a paragon, just a soul mutate. Still, Linley temporarily didn't wish to publicize this. Thus, he accepted others calling him a paragon. After all, a four-clone soul mutate was simply too astonishing. It's been just 1,000 years or so, but you've actually reached such a level. The chief sovereign of death let out a sigh of praise. Sovereign. Linley bowed slightly, then said respectfully, according to our earlier agreement, for each commander badge I acquired, you would help me find one person and allow them to regain their memories. I've come now to ask you, Sovereign, to carry out this agreement. Linley went straight to the heart of the matter. The chief sovereign of death gave Linley a sidelong glance. She still naturally emanated a high, lofty aura of looking down at all other creatures. Be my emissary. The chief sovereign of death said casually. Linley was slightly startled. Linley didn't want to become a sovereign's emissary, but the speaker was the chief sovereign of death. If the chief sovereign of death were to use saving Linley's family and friends as leverage, there really would be nothing else Linley could do. Sovereign. Bibi said unhappily. Can it be that you are going to threaten my boss, Sovereign? The chief sovereign of death glanced sideways at Bibi, and that clear, icy gaze caused Bibi's heart to tremble. The chief sovereign of death said calmly, of course not. As the chief sovereign, whatever I have said, I will naturally uphold. For each enemy commander badge, I will find a person for you and allow that person to regain his or her memories. As for inviting you to become my emissary, that's something else. You can choose to decline. Linley bowed slightly, then refused in a roundabout way. Forgive me, Sovereign. For now, I'm not yet prepared to become someone's emissary. That's fine as well. The chief sovereign of death's voice turned icy. Per our agreement, take out your commander badges. Let me warn you in advance, the chances of death are very, very high. If the person you are looking for is already dead, you can't blame anyone else. I'm only responsible for searching for them and restoring their memories. Of course. Linley took a deep breath, then took out 4 commander badges, with Bibi taking out 2. 6. The chief sovereign of death raised an eyebrow. Speak, then. Who are you searching for? The first is my good friend, also from the Yulon Plain. Yale Dawson. Linley said quickly. The chief sovereign of death nodded slightly. Wait a moment. My true body will search through the netherworld heart. After all, even the chief sovereign of death, just by relying on her own powers, couldn't possibly search the entire netherworld for a single undead with just a name. But the netherworld heart was different. This was the solidification of the laws which controlled the netherworld itself, in material form. This was the heart of the netherworld. Through the netherworld heart, one could easily find any person who had been transformed into an undead after death. I hope Boss Yale is still alive. Linley felt nervous, while Bibi couldn't help but clutch at Linley's hands. Found him. The chief sovereign of death nodded. HM? Strange. He's actually a Netherblood spirit. Netherblood spirit? Linley said, startled. Right. There are many types of undead. Generally speaking, when an ordinary mortal dies and becomes a Netherblood spirit, it is because they were filled with tremendous hatred, anger, and a desire to kill. Naturally, this means that Netherblood spirits are fairly common amongst undead. The chief sovereign of death gave Linley a sidelong glance. Your luck isn't bad. Not only is he alive, he is also a saint-level undead. Next. Linley took a deep breath, then said, my second bro, George. Oh? A hint of a smile played at the corners of the chief sovereign of death's lips. Linley stared at the chief sovereign of death. Your second bro, George, is alive as well. In addition, he's a demigod. There is no need for me to restore his memories. He became a deity? Linley couldn't help but feel delight. It made sense. Dixie and George both died as saints. A saint-level undead did indeed have the chance to become a deity. The third. The chief sovereign of death said calmly. The third one is my wife's elder brother, Dixie. Linley said hurriedly. Linley had to admit, this netherworld heart was truly miraculous. With just some basic information, it was able to find his family and friends. Linley had no idea that in reality, just based on the name Linley, the netherworld heart would be able to instantly find everyone connected to him. To the chief sovereign of death, finding one person and finding 10 people was almost the same. Still, the chief sovereign of death wouldn't possibly tell Linley this. Dixie? Hey, he became deity as well. The chief sovereign of death said. However, his divine clone is dead, while his saint-level body remains hiding within the undead realm. He doesn't need me to restore his memory either. Linley felt a surge of joy in his heart. Although Dixie had become a deity, then lost his divine clone, he was still alive. Now, only 4 were remaining. Next was his father, Hogg. His father. My father, Hogg. Linley said slowly. The chief sovereign of death searched for a moment, then nodded and said. The 4 you searched for are all quite decent. 2 became deities, while the other 2 became saints. Your father is currently a saint-level undead, No wonder your father is still alive. He's a member of the Azure Dragon clan. His soul is decent. Although Hogg hadn't regained his memories, he was still a member of the Azure Dragon clan. His soul was still far more powerful than the souls of most undead. Father, is still, Linley was wildly overjoyed. He had been quite afraid, but the end results had been miraculous. All 4 of the people he had been searching for were alive. Actually, this had to do with the 4 of them themselves. The stronger one was, the higher the chances for survival. 2 were saint-level undead to begin with, and thus naturally had higher chances for survival to begin with. Yale had died in hatred and had become a Netherblood spirit, and was quite powerful when alive. As for Hogg, his soul was also very powerful. 2 others. My brother Bibi's parents. Linley said hurriedly. Linley realized that aside from the first person, Yale, the sovereign was able to almost instantly reply to him with regards to the status of the others. It was as though the searching process was quite fast. Right, my father and my mother. Bibi said hurriedly. But I don't know their names. I don't need the names. Still, you'll have to wait a time. The chief sovereign of death glanced sideways at Bibi. Linley looked encouragingly at Bibi. He said mentally, don't worry, Bibi. Your parents were magical beasts of the 9th rank. They were quite powerful when alive, and they were also of Beirut's clan. Their souls should be fairly powerful as well. There is a good chance they are alive. Right. Bibi took a deep breath, then nodded. Linley could sense that Bibi was currently very nervous. Bibi had never met his parents before, after all. They waited a time, and then. "Your luck is excellent." The chief sovereign of death looked at Bibi in surprise. "Your parents are both saint-level undead, and fairly powerful ones at that." "Wonderful." Bibi clenched his fist, so excited his face was completely red. Linley was happy for Bibi as well. Ever since he had undergone his soul mutation, it seemed as though his luck had improved. Every single person he had searched for was still alive. Suddenly, a thought flashed past Linley's mind. Bibi's parents. Then, my mother? Bibi had never seen his parents, but Linley had no memories of his mother either. Although he had never met his mother, she was still his mother. His own mother. "Sovereign, can you search for one more person for me?" Linley said nervously. "No. 6 badges, 6 chances." The chief sovereign of death said calmly, not budging at all. The nearby Bibi said hurriedly, "Sovereign, 2 of the people my boss asked you to search for are deities. There's no need for you to restore their memories. They shouldn't count, right? Or let's just say that those 2 just represented a single chance. And who are you to make that decision?" The sovereign glanced sideways at Bibi. "The 6 chances are all used up." Linley couldn't help but feel a bit frantic. "But of course, if you are willing to become my emissary, as your sovereign, I would be willing to search a few more times for you, free of charge." The chief sovereign of death suddenly said. Linley was stunned. Did he have to become a sovereign's emissary? Boss? Bibi couldn't help but look at Linley. "Sovereign." Linley frowned as he spoke. "Actually, a single commander badge isn't that valuable. Given my status, if I were to leave, I could find another commander and borrow a badge from him. It can be said that I would owe that person a favor. I trust others would agree to my request." A favor from Linley in exchange for a commander badge? Many commanders would be willing to engage in this sort of a deal. True. The chief sovereign of death nodded. "Then sovereign, how about this? If you are able to find the person I am looking for, then I am willing to become your emissary. If you aren't able to find this person, or if she is already dead, then let's drop the matter of becoming your emissary." Linley looked at the chief sovereign of death. The chief sovereign of death looked at Linley, pausing momentarily, then laughed and nodded. "Fine. I accept." Doing another search, as far as the chief sovereign of death was concerned, didn't require much effort. The chief sovereign of death knew that if she didn't agree, Linley probably really would go borrow another badge. "I want to search for my mother," Linley said slowly. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 19, Chapter 63, Return. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 63, Return. "Your mother?" The chief sovereign of death gave Linley a surprised glance. As the chief sovereign of death saw it, it would have made sense if Linley had immediately wanted to locate his parents. To first search for his father, and then leave his mother for later. Wait a moment. The chief sovereign of death shut her eyes. Linley felt nervousness in his heart. "Mother, I've never before met my mother." In Linley's memory, mother was a word that was very distant from him. He had no recollections of that word in his mind. But Linley was able to see the parents of others, and occasionally would think of his own mother. What was his own mother like? Strange. The chief sovereign of death opened her eyes, her cold, gloomy gaze falling on Linley's face. "What is it?" Linley said hurriedly. Linley was worried about his mother. After all, compared to his father or his friends, when she was alive, she was very weak. Although her soul was very pure, her strength wasn't very great. "You weren't able to find her?" The nearby Bibi couldn't help but feel worried for Linley. The chief sovereign of death just frowned, looking at Linley with some irritation. Linley, are you trying to prank me? Linley didn't understand. He hurriedly said, Sovereign, how would I dare prank you? Sovereign, please tell me, what is the situation with my mother? Is she undead? Regardless of whether she is alive or dead, please tell me directly. Linley felt nervous, but the look on the face of the chief sovereign of death became even more unsightly. Humph, Linley, your mother isn't dead at all, nor has she become an undead. And yet, you ask me to search for her? A hint of a baleful look was in the eyes of the chief sovereign of death. Of course the chief sovereign of death would feel irritated. Linley had made a bet with her earlier. If Linley's mother was dead, then at least the chief sovereign of death had a chance for winning the bet. But if Linley's mother wasn't even dead, how could the chief sovereign of death possibly find her? If his mother was alive, and yet Linley asked the chief sovereign of death to search for her, then that meant Linley was just toying with her. My mother isn't dead? Linley couldn't believe it. The nearby BB stared, wide-eyed. Not dead? No way. That king of Funlai said it himself. It shouldn't be false. Your mother isn't dead. The chief sovereign of death had a dark look on her face. Or, she might have died with her soul being destroyed as well. One thing is for certain, your mother's soul isn't in the netherworld at all, nor has she transformed into an undead. There is a record in the netherworld heart of every single person who was transformed into an undead. There's no way it wouldn't find her if she was here. Linley frowned. What sort of status did the chief sovereign of death have? There was no way she would lie. And yet, his mother clearly had passed away. What was going on? Sovereign. Linley hurriedly said. My mother did indeed pass away long ago. Based on my investigations, when my mother died, her soul was offered by the Radiant Church of a material plane to the Radiant Sovereign, the Chief Sovereign of Light. The Chief Sovereign of Light is a Chief Sovereign. Would he care about a common soul? Is it possible that the soul would actually be transferred through the planes to the Divine Light Plane? Linley didn't believe this at all. The Chief Sovereign of Death, upon hearing this, completely understood. She gave Linley a cold glance. If things transpired as you stated, then your mother's soul should indeed have gone to the Divine Light Plane. It is under the complete control of the Chief Sovereign of Light, now. In short, her soul isn't under my control. The Divine Light Plane? Linley was frantic. He said, Is there any way for me to bring my mother back? Impossible. The Chief Sovereign of Death said this with absolute certainty. All the souls collected by the Chief Sovereign of Light will never regain their free will. I will tell you this, the angels of the Divine Light Realm are completely loyal to the Sovereigns of Light. There is no way they will ever be disloyal. Even if you find the angel which your mother was transformed into, there is no way she will return. Angels? Linley knew a few things about these angels. The angels were a powerful military race controlled by the Sovereigns of Light. According to the legends, the Sovereigns created the angels, and although they were intelligent, they were described as human-shaped war machines. His mother had become an angel? Why else would the Sovereigns of Light collect pure souls? The purpose is to strengthen their angel armies. The Chief Sovereign of Death snickered. There's no way for me to bring my mother back? Linley didn't understand. Reincarnated undead at least have their freedom. But angels, the Chief Sovereign of Death glanced sideways at Linley. Linley, you have heard of death god golems, human-shaped weapons of war, yes? Angels are a bit more special than death god golems, they have their own intelligence, after all. But there is one thing that they share, angels will never betray their masters, the Sovereigns of Light. In addition, given the temper of the Chief Sovereign of Light? Forget about you, even if other sovereigns personally visited him and asked him to give one of his angels freedom, it still wouldn't be very likely. Hearing this, Linley's heart sank. The Chief Sovereign of Light was a Chief Sovereign, after all. Is there anything else? If there is nothing else, I am going to leave. The chief sovereign of death said calmly. Linley didn't think about it any longer, hurriedly saying, "There's one more thing I would like to ask about. You really are a lot of trouble." The chief sovereign of death nodded slightly. "Speak, then." The chief sovereign of death's attitude towards Linley was clearly much better now than back on the Abyssal Mountain. Clearly, Linley's becoming a paragon had improved her view of him greatly. This was only normal. Sovereigns generally admired people who were able to become paragons. After all, becoming a sovereign was a matter of fate and luck. But paragons? That was a matter of true skill and ability. I'd like to ask, if a person's soul is dissipated, is there any way to bring that person back to life? Linley said nervously. The nearby BB couldn't help but glance at Linley. For Boss to discuss this, he must be thinking about Grandpa Doring. BB knew very well how deep Linley's affection for Doring Coward was. The chief sovereign of death chuckled. Are you joking? Once a person's soul is dissipated, that person is definitely dead. How can that person be brought back? Oh, that final hint of hope in Linley's heart was shattered. He hadn't held much hope to begin with, just a tiny bit of it. The chief sovereign of death raised an eyebrow, and then a hint of a smile appeared on her face. Actually, Linley, there might be one small chance for a person whose soul was dissipated to come back to life. Eh? Linley's eyes suddenly turned bright and sharp, and he stared fixedly at the chief sovereign of death. Sovereign, what method is that? The chief sovereign of death was startled by the look in Linley's eyes, but her amusement only grew. A person whose soul is dissipated will definitely die. This is the view of the sovereigns. But according to legend, the over-god of life is the personification of the edicts of life. She, herself, is the edict of life. The way the universe functions is controlled by the edicts. I'm not able to save a person whose soul was dissipated, but perhaps the over-god of life is. Right. Linley couldn't help but feel filled with excitement. The functioning of the universe is controlled by the edicts. The over-god of life, as a personification of the edicts, would definitely be able to save that person. This is just my opinion. I'm not an over-god. I can't be completely certain as to whether an over-god can save such a person or not. The chief sovereign of death laughed calmly. However, as I see it, overgods are completely omnipotent. It would appear that there is nothing in the boundless universe which they cannot accomplish. They are the edicts, after all. This was just a guess of the chief sovereign of death, but this guess was something Linley felt was plausible. The over-god of life had control over life, perhaps rescue truly was possible. I have no more time to waste here with you. The chief sovereign of death said calmly. The 6 people you mentioned are all spread out throughout the netherworld. I will arrange for them to be brought to the Abyssal Mountain. You should now make haste to the Abyssal Mountain, and reunite with your family and friends. As soon as these words were spoken, the chief sovereign of death's body disappeared, the energy returning to the world. This was just an energy clone, after all. Linley and BB looked at each other. Boss, congratulations. BB chortled. Linley was all smiles. All of Linley's doubts had been resolved upon hearing this news from the chief sovereign of death. His father and friends were able to return, and as for his mother, she had become an angel of the divine light plane. As for Grandpa Doring, perhaps if he were able to meet the over-god of life, Linley would be able to ask for him to be revived. This slender hope filled Linley with will and energy. Everything will work out, Linley said quietly to himself. BB, let's go. We'll go to the Abyssal Mountain. Linley didn't want to stay here at Flamebone Mountain. He immediately left with BB, and then entered their metallic lifeform, quickly advancing towards the Abyssal Mountain. The Netherworld. North Bone Prefecture. The lair of the bandits of the 18 mountain ranges. One of the mountain ranges. Dark clouds swirled in the air above like a black dragon, covering the night sky. The bloody, devilish moon could faintly be seen. George was currently seated before the window to his room, his head raised as he stared towards the eerie, bloody moon. The wealth I have accumulated should be enough to buy a house within the city. George was musing to himself. More importantly, I need to find a chance to go to the city. Right, 3 months later, a caravan will be sent to the city to sell off some things that we've robbed. 3 months from now, then. This entire time, George had been slowly, unhurriedly waiting. Although he was a steward for these bandits, in charge of dividing up the wealth, George didn't dare to embezzle too much. Still, having spent so many years as an official, he was in charge of the wealth for these experts, most of whom only knew how to train and to kill but knew nothing about financial management. Thus, it was a fairly relaxed position for him. Over the years, the bandits had become quite fond of George. As they saw it, this steward was generous and kind, and divided things up fairly. Everyone agreed with his judgments. Suddenly. 12th bro. A bellow echoed out. Who is it? George frowned, immediately heading to the living room. Quite a few people emerged from within the castle. The leader of this mountain branch, a big, bald fellow, strode out as well. Hey, boss. What's the rush? As he spoke, he took his guards to go welcome the person. He could tell that the speaker was the chief of the 18 mountain ranges. The light of the eerie, bloody red moon seemed to cover the entire mountain range with a layer of blood. 12th bro, hurry up. A deep voice echoed. George was behind the big, bald fellow. By now, George also recognized the bearded dwarf who arrived, alongside a violet-robed, golden-haired man. The bearded dwarf was the chief of their 18 mountain ranges, Cleopatra. Who is the person next to the chief? George was rather puzzled. How was it that there was a person amongst their ranks he didn't recognize, and yet held a high rank? The person next to me is the 7-star Spectre, Lord Beverly B. Whaley. The bearded dwarf said. The bald man immediately bowed. My lord. The violet-robed, golden-haired man gave him a calm glance, but then his gaze fell upon George, who stood behind the bald man. George, seeing this, was secretly shocked. Why is this 7-star Spectre staring at me? As George saw it, an expert on the level of a 7-star Spectre was definitely one of the supreme experts of the netherworld. You are George, yes? The violet-robed, golden-haired man said calmly. Yes. George was shocked. In your previous life, did you come from the Yulon Plain? A rare hint of a smile appeared in the eyes of the violet-robed, golden-haired man. George was stunned, but he still nodded in acknowledgement. Very good. Follow me. The violet-robed man said. My Lord Beverly, dare I ask, why are you taking George away? The bald man said hurriedly. He had been very satisfied with George being his steward over these many years. George carried out all tasks fastidiously, making it so that he hadn't had to worry about anything. He truly didn't want to let George leave. The violet-robed man couldn't help but frown. 12th bro. The big bearded dwarf couldn't help but bark in rebuke. Chief, let me follow him. George felt grateful to the bald man for standing up for him right now, but he also knew that the request of a 7-star Spectre was something which these bandits wouldn't dare refuse. George, the bald man looked at him, then slapped George on the shoulders. George squeezed out a smile as well, but his heart was filled with a sour feeling. I had prepared for so many years. We were about to go to the city. Why did this person suddenly appear to take me away? It's hard to predict what will happen on this trip. By the looks of it, my reunion with Third Bro and the others will become even more difficult. Don't worry, this isn't a bad thing for you. The violet-robed, golden-haired man gave him a sidelong glance, then said calmly, the sovereign made these arrangements. The sovereign? George and the surrounding people were shocked. "You follow me." The violet-robed man looked at George and spoke in a calm voice. "Yes." George didn't dare to disobey, but in his heart, he was utterly mystified. "I'm just a minor figure. Why would I attract the interest of a sovereign to the point of sending someone for me?" George didn't understand, but all he could do was follow this 7-star specter and depart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 64, Gathered from Many Places. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 64, Gathered from Many Places. The skies were dark, and the vast earth seemed dry and barren. This was the northern part of the undead realm, the Ashbear drylands. Group of skeletons were scattered throughout the drylands, along with groups of zombies. Undead generally moved in groups, very few dared to move about by themselves. Suddenly, those slowly shambling zombies suddenly turned to look towards one direction. A rhythmic sound could be heard coming from the ground. Gray-a-a-r. A gold-furred zombie raised its head, releasing a howl. Instantly, the group of zombies all began to move at high speed, but moments later, more than 10 black blurs emerged from the ground at high speed. These 10 blurs were black knights, fairly powerful undead in the undead realm. Even the weakest black knight was at least an undead of the 5th rank. This squad of black knights had a total of 19 members, with the leader being dressed in blood-red armor. His face was covered by a visor, but his cold gaze swept out through it towards the surrounding area. Those weaker undead were also terrified that they hurriedly fled, but the black knights were able to easily catch up to them. "Aya-Iowa!" The leading black knight raised his head, letting out a furious roar, as though giving vent to his anger. The 18 black knights didn't understand. Their lord was a very powerful saint-level black knight, a monarch of the undead realm who had his own castle and a large number of black knights under his control. But today, their monarch had led his black knights to randomly, furiously gallop throughout the drylands. Gallop around senselessly while venting. "Enough. Let's return," the Black Knight leader said calmly. "Yes, me lord." The 19 Black Knights once more began to gallop backwards. In the Ashbel drylands, every single saint was considered a supreme expert, and this Black Knight was one of the ranked experts of this region. I suddenly regained my memories from my previous life. What is going on? The Black Knight leader's heart was filled with confusion and shock. Will I ever be able to return to the Yulon Plain? The Black Knight leader said quietly to himself. My sons. Linley. Wharton. How are they? It has been over 2,000 years. Are they saint-level Dragonblood warriors now, or have they yet to reach the saint rank? Did they become undead instead? The Black Knight leader's heart was filled with complex emotions. Ever since he regained his memories, his mind had never stopped pondering. This Black Knight leader was Linley's father, Hogg. Ever since gaining his memories from his past life, Hogg was no longer able to remain calm-minded. He missed his sons. He also wanted to get revenge for his wife. But he understood that given that more than 2,000 years had passed, Duke Patterson of the Kingdom of Funlai had probably died of old age long ago. In the blink of an eye, 40 years passed since the day Hogg regained his memories. The Castle of the Black Knights. Hogg was still dressed in that bloody red armor. He stood at the very peak of the castle, his head raised as he stared into the dark skies. Suddenly, a figure flew over at high speed. Ha! Hogg was startled. Whoosh! The person charged straight downwards at extremely high speed. Who is it? Hogg let out a low growl. Clang! At the same instant, the many armored black knights within the castle all rose to their feet. Ha! The person let out a loud laugh, and then a terrifying majestic presence spread out. A powerful divine presence covered the entire castle, and all of the Black Knights within felt as though the end had come. All of them knelt in terror. This was an absolute difference in levels. Hogg raised his head to look at this person. This was someone who looked like a youth, with short silver hair and a baby's face. "Hogg?" the youth said casually. Hogg was shocked. Before regaining his memories, he had no idea that his name was Hogg. As Hogg saw it, in this world, aside from himself, there shouldn't be anyone else who knew who his true identity was. But this person before him had just addressed him by his name. "Who are you?" Hogg stared at this person. "Was it you who gave me my memories back?" "I don't have that power." The youth laughed softly. "Only sovereigns are capable of restoring your memories. Come with me." "Sovereign?" Hogg didn't even have the chance to argue before a surge of divine power swept out and bound him. The youth thus forcibly carried Hogg off, and the two flew towards the south. That youth even mumbled, "This undead was actually so far away. I had to go from the netherworld to this place, and now go all the way back to the Abyssal Mountain. This really is quite a journey." The many Black Knights of the castle stared, speechless, as their monarch was thus dragged away. They weren't able to do anything about it. Linley's father. Yale. George. Dixie. Bibi's father and mother. The chief sovereign of death arranged for people to take them all away. The netherworld. The base of the Abyssal Mountain. Within the Abyssal Inn. Linley was seated in a chair, while Bibi was standing and frowning. "Boss. We've been here for more than 10 years now, but no one has arrived. How much longer are we supposed to wait for?" Linley and Bibi had arrived at the Abyssal Mountain long ago, but as there were no other residences here at the Abyssal Mountain, the chief sovereign of death had permitted Linley and Bibi to remain within the inn. But who would have imagined that despite the passage of more than 10 years, Linley had yet to see a single person arrive? "Keep waiting." Linley sat there calmly on his chair, flipping through a book. The sovereign arranged for people to find Boss Yale and the others and bring them back. They are all in different locations. My father is in the undead realm, and from there to here is quite a journey. It's not that they are slow, rather, it's that we were too fast in flying from Tartarus to the Abyssal Mountain. Although they rode on a metallic lifeform, Linley had been able to infuse his will into the metallic lifeform and make it move much faster. In less than 10 years, they had traveled from Tartarus to the Abyssal Mountain. Suddenly, Linley raised his head to look towards the skies. Bibi looked at Linley in surprise. "Boss, what is it?" "A powerful aura," Linley said in a soft voice. In the netherworld, Linley had incredible powers of control over the surrounding area. After all, the spatial walls of the netherworld were far weaker than in the planar battlefield. Upon sensing an expert draw near, Linley spread out his divine sense. 100 kilometers away, a metallic lifeform shaped like a golden fish flew towards the inn, with George and that violet-robed, golden-haired man within it. George glanced at the violet-robed man. This 7-star Spectre, Beverly, said that he came to receive me at the orders of the Sovereign, but says he has no idea why the Sovereign wishes to see me. George himself didn't understand. He was a demigod, a minor figure. People like him within the netherworld were beyond count. Why would the Sovereign want to see him? "Here we are," Beverly said. The metallic lifeform suddenly disappeared, with Beverly and George appearing in midair. "Second, bro." An utterly delighted voice rang out, while at the same time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of George and Beverly. "What sort of speed is this?" "I am a 7-star Spectre, but I wasn't even able to react." Beverly was completely stunned. He had no idea, even commander-level experts, when faced with the speed of a paragon, would find it hard to react, much less him, an ordinary 7-star Spectre. George's body trembled as he stared at the person in front of him. That familiar figure, that familiar face, that familiar smile. "Third, bro." George was so excited that his face instantly turned red, and he charged forwards, wrapping his arms tightly around Linley. Second bro, I've finally found you. Linley tightly embraced his friend for a long while before releasing him. Linley was incomparably moved upon seeing George, his lifelong friend since youth. Third bro, why are you here? Only now did George finally think of this question. As for Beverly, he bowed slightly towards the direction of the abyssal mountain, then turned and left. George, seeing this, couldn't help but feel surprised. Beverly, the 7-star specter, was supposed to take me to see the sovereign. He's leaving? I asked the sovereign to arrange for you to be brought here. Linley laughed merrily. Third bro, you asked the sovereign. George was stunned. After having lived in the netherworld for a long time, George had learned of the various tiers of power within the netherworld. Even the highest level experts like Lord Prefects, however, were but ants in the eyes of the sovereigns. To ask a sovereign to help out, the difference between a deity and a sovereign was like the difference between an ordinary mortal and a deity. A mortal ask a deity to help out? This was utterly inconceivable. Ha ha. What's the big deal? Dee suddenly appeared from nearby, chortling. George, in a little bit, Yale and Dixie will come as well. Boss Yale? George looked towards Linley in disbelief. Third bro, you actually asked a sovereign to arrange for so many people to be found and brought over? What's the relationship between you and this sovereign? Come, let's go inside first. Linley said with a laugh. George's starting location had been fairly close to the abyssal mountain, and so of course it hadn't taken too long for him to arrive. Shortly after George's arrival, Dixie arrived as well. And then came BB's parents, with Yale coming next. Yale had arrived. George and Dixie had died before Yale. They didn't understand how terrible Yale's death had been, but after arriving in the Abyssal Inn, they had learned from Linley and BB about what had happened after their deaths in the Yulan continent. After hearing the details, they couldn't help but blaze with rage as well. Third bro. Second bro. You are here? As soon as Yale arrived, upon seeing Linley and George, he was utterly overjoyed. Boss Yale. Linley and George couldn't help but rush forward. The three friends tightly embraced each other. When Yale thought of all the suffering he had endured over the years, and how today, he was meeting his dearest friends yet again, he couldn't help but shed tears. That night, at the banquet. I really didn't imagine it. Yale's eyes were moist, but his face was filled with an excited smile. I thought that after dying, it all would have ended, but who would have imagined that I, an undead, would actually regain my memories from my past life, and also be brought here. We three brothers are reunited once more. Third bro, I have to thank you. You let me once more feel hope. Hope for continuing the lineage of my Dawson clan. Hope for revenge. The nearby Dixie sighed as well. The netherworld is incredibly dangerous. I had originally managed to train to the point of developing a divine clone, but soon after entering the netherworld, I died. Fortunately, I was cautious and left my saint-level original body within the undead realm. I had thought that I would have to continue to live and die in those fields of slaughter. Linley, thank you. In the past, in the Ernst Institute, Linley and Dixie had been acclaimed as the 2 stars of the Institute. But now, that young magus held incredibly powerful influence, to the point of being able to ask a sovereign for help. Enough about these matters. What matters is that we are all together again. Linley lifted his wineglass in a toast. Come. What's past is past. Come, cheers. Cheers. BB called out happily as well. Next to BB was a man and a woman. BB's mother looked very kind, and she was dressed in a long, violet robe. As for BB's father, a strong, baleful aura emanated from him, making him look very cold and remote. But in this situation, even he revealed a smile. Yale, Dixie, and Bibi's parents. On the way over, Yale had been given a demigod spark and refined it to become a deity. The same had happened for Bibi's parents. Only Dixie remained a saint. Dixie still wanted to rely on his own efforts and continue to train. For saint-level undead, as long as they devoured enough souls, once their own soul reached a certain level of strength, they would become saints. But to go from being a saint to a deity required an understanding of the laws. For Yale and Bibi's parents, they held no understanding at all regarding these matters, and so naturally they chose to fuse with a divine spark to become a deity. Linley was anxious and impatient by now. Everyone else had arrived, but his father, Hogg, had yet to come. Linley had even gone to ask the Chief Sovereign of Death, but the Chief Sovereign of Death had only told him to keep waiting. Swish! A black, sword-shaped metallic lifeform flew over at high speed. Within was the saint-level Black Knight, Hogg, as well as the silver-haired youth. Hogg had already become a deity, but of course, he had done so by fusing with a divine spark. Hogg had a very low level of insight into the laws, and he would probably spend countless years without being able to become a deity on his own. "We are arriving up ahead," the silver-haired youth said with a calm laugh. "This mission is finally at an end." "Thank you." Hogg still bowed gratefully. "Why thank me?" The silver-haired youth made the metallic lifeform disappear with a thought. Hogg and the silver-haired youth appeared in midair, not too far away from the Abyssal Inn, and right at this moment, a blur suddenly moved through the skies, so fast as to badly startle the silver-haired youth. The blur solidified in front of them. Hogg looked carefully at the person before him. The man in front of him was dressed in sky-blue robes, and had long brown hair. His face looked exactly as it had in the past. "He is." But Hogg still didn't dare believe it. He had the feeling, as though the person in front of him had just teleported to him. Even the 7-star Spectre by his side was not capable of such speed. How could this expert be his son? You are." The silver-haired youth was rather frightened. But Linley's gaze was locked on Hogg. In Linley's mind, one scene after another appeared. His father's resoluteness and loneliness. Back then, he had protected Linley and Wharton, those two children. His father's request to him. His hope that Linley would acquire the Warblade Slaughterer. His father's bitterness, hidden within his heart, which he had borne alone. His father's death. Only a letter had been left behind, and only when reading it had Linley learned how tragic his father's life had been. Linley stared at the man in front of him, so excited his eyes turned moist. "Father!" Linley called out. Hogg stared in disbelief at the person in front of him. When he died, Linley was just a youth. Although Hogg could somewhat see traces of the features of the young Linley in the face of the man before him, in terms of demeanor as well as everything else, the current Linley, one of the supreme deities of the universe, was far too different from when he had been a child. "Linley? It is you?" Hogg couldn't help but feel stunned and excited as he looked closely at Linley. "It's me, Father." Linley was no longer able to control himself, and his tears came falling down. Yale, George, Bibi, and the others just watched from afar, smiling as they saw father and son reunite again, after 3,000 years had passed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20, Chapter 1, Father and Son. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 1, Father and Son. Hogg's eyes were moist. His body trembled from excitement as he carefully looked at this familiar-feeling youth. He looked at those eyebrows, those two eyes, that nose. At the same time, he compared them to the memories he had of the young Linley. "Linley, it really is you?" Hogg's voice was hoarse, and his eyes were red. "It's me, Father. It really is me." Linley impatiently wanted to prove himself. Father, do you remember how, back when we were in our ancestral hall, you asked me to pay my respects to the ancestors of our clan? Do you still remember how you tested me for the Dragonblood in my veins? And I told you that I had 3 good friends at the institute. 2 of them are here. Linley immediately pointed towards the nearby Yale. Look. That's Yale, of the Dawson conglomerate. And there, that's George of the Yulan Empire. And me. BB flew out as well, staring at Hog. Uncle Hog, remember me? I'm that little shadow mouse. As he spoke, BB's body flickered as he transformed into a little black mouse, hopping onto Linley's shoulders while still speaking in the human tongue. It was Boss who raised me. Hog repeatedly nodded. Father, look, the coiling dragon ring. You know about it, right? Linley stretched out his ring. Hog, hearing this, began to weep from joy. Right. He couldn't help but stretch his arms out, taking Linley into his embrace. He clapped his hands against Linley's back repeatedly. Ah, it really is you. Linley. This is wonderful. Ha ha. This really is wonderful. Hog was so excited that he was stammering. He had died, then been transformed into an undead. He had spent 2,000 plus years as an undead, then suddenly regained his memories and been brought here. And then, his son had suddenly appeared in front of him. How could he not be excited? Not be happy? Father, come. Let's go inside. Let's go inside and chat. Linley wiped his tears dry, then immediately took his father by the hand and led him flying towards the rear courtyard of the Abyssal Inn. To be able to see his father was a sort of joy which surpassed the joy and excitement Linley had felt upon finding out that he had become a soul mutate. Linley felt like he had returned to his youth, when he learned from his father regarding culture and more. Whenever he didn't do well, he would be hit on the palm. Back then, he felt it was quite painful, but thinking back to it now gave him a warm feeling. The death of his father had caused Linley to sink into an abyss of darkness. He was willing to give up everything for revenge. But now, everything was better. Within the room, a group of people were seated around 2 tables, while Hog was still feeling completely mystified. He hurriedly asked Linley, Linley, what is going on here? Before, I was a saint-level Black Knight. How did I suddenly regain my memory and be brought here, then see you? Hog had never heard of an undead regaining its memories. The boss asked the sovereign to do it. BB chortled. Ha ha. The nearby Dixie sighed, then said, Uncle Hog, in the past 2,000 years, Linley has gone beyond just being a genius student at the Ernst Institute. He is an expert who stands at the very peak of the netherworld, the infernal realm, and the other higher realms. It was he who asked the sovereign to restore all of our memories and send for people to find us, then bring us here. Myself, Yale, and George, we were all brought back by 7-star Spectre-level experts. He asked the sovereign to find us, and even arrange for people to bring us? Hog couldn't help but look at his son, who stood before him. In the Yulan continent, Hog knew that his son had potential, but Hog only believed that Linley would one day become a powerful magus, or perhaps even bring back their family's ancestral heirloom. But, ask a sovereign for favors? Hog felt his head spin, just thinking about it. Linley, how are you? Hog didn't even know what to ask. Ask about his son's level of power? What his son had been doing these years? Boss is a high god paragon. BB said proudly. The nearby Yale and the others, over the past few years, had learned this as well. What's a paragon? Hog asked. BB was startled. Previously, Yale and BB's parents were also unaware of what being a paragon meant. Only after hearing an explanation did they understand. BB's mother, that violet-robed woman, said with a laugh, Hog, being a high god paragon means, amongst deities, your son is an unmatched individual. Even sovereigns would warmly invite him to become an emissary for them. Amongst deities, he's unmatched? Hogg blinked several times, staring at Linley in astonishment. Hogg had the sense that everything that had happened today, seeing Linley, hearing all these things, was all a dream. Hogg's reaction was what everyone had thought it would be. When Yale and George had asked about Linley's abilities, after they were given clear answers, they had also been stunned for a long time. Everyone knew exactly how many deities there were in the netherworld and infernal realm. They were counted in the trillions. There were countless deities in the countless planes. How terrifyingly powerful must one be, to stand at the very top of this pyramid? Hogg had experienced 2,000 years of life in the undead realm, and his mental fortitude was now much greater than before. He quickly recovered, then his eyes lit up and he asked hurriedly, "Linley, your mother's death. It was that Duke Patterson of the Kingdom of Funlai, were you able to get vengeance?" "He died. I personally killed him," Linley said solemnly. "And the person behind him? Did you find out who it was?" Hogg said frantically. Hogg had found out that behind Duke Patterson, there was yet another figure controlling things from behind the scenes. However, he was attacked and pursued by Patterson's forces before he was able to figure out who that person was, and then Hogg had died. "I did. Behind him was the King of Funlai, Clade. Linley nodded. "Afterwards, in the city of Hesse, I killed Clade." "It was King Clade?" Hogg was stunned. "Although I killed Clade, this matter still wasn't finished. Mother had been offered by Clade to the Radiant Church. It was the Radiant Church which killed my mother, then offered Mother's soul to the Chief Sovereign of Light." Linley's voice was very low. Linley still harbored tremendous hatred for the Radiant Church. It could be said that Doring Cowart also died due to the Radiant Church. Hogg, hearing this, frowned. A baleful aura gathered on his face, and he said in a low voice, "The Radiant Church? Afterwards, I eradicated the Radiant Church, pulling them out by the roots." Linley continued. Hogg glanced at his son, startled. In the Yulon continent, the Radiant Church had been an enormous entity. Still, Hogg knew that, logically, given that his son was now at the peak of power, it made sense that in the past, he would be capable of eradicating the Radiant Church. "Everything has been resolved." Hogg let out a long sigh, then shook his head and laughed self-mockingly. "I was too stubborn. It has been 2,000 years, but I still haven't been able to forget these matters. Still, what's the point of thinking of them? Lena died long ago. Father. Mother didn't truly die," Linley said. "Eh?" Hogg's eyes instantly lit up, and he appeared full of energy as he stared towards Linley with hope in his eyes. Linley nodded solemnly. "Father, when Mother was killed, her soul was offered to the Chief Sovereign of Light. She should currently be one of the angels of the Divine Light Plane. Only, those who have been transformed into angels are absolutely loyal to the Sovereigns of Light. To help Mother acquire her freedom and have her be with us again will be very hard." Even you cannot accomplish it?" Hogg asked hurriedly. Currently, as Hogg saw it, given that his son was one of the most powerful of deities, and that even sovereigns would fight over having Linley be an emissary for them, his son's status should be enough for an angel to be restored to her free will. Hogg felt that this shouldn't be hard. "I have no confidence in being able to do so." Linley shook his head. The nearby Bibi said, a sour look on his face. The Chief Sovereign of Death said that even if she personally went to speak to the Chief Sovereign of Light about this, it still would be unlikely. For even the Chief Sovereign of Death to be unable to accomplish this, the chances of Boss going and succeeding are most likely very, very low. Bibi didn't have any confidence in Linley either. Linley himself felt rather guilty over this. Forget it. Hogg let out a long sigh, then laughed. "Linley, we should thank the heavens that the two of us, father and son, are able to meet again." "To reunite with your mother as well? That's just a vain hope. Don't worry about it. That's just looking for trouble." Father, Linley looked at his father, astonished. From the final letter his father had left before his death, Linley understood how deep his father's love for his mother was. His father was willing to die for her. Why was he now willing to give up so easily? Forget about it. How can everything in the world truly be perfect and as we desire? Hogg said with a soft laugh. That very day, Hogg, Linley, Yale, George, and the others began to energetically discuss the various matters that had happened to their homeland, the Yulan continent. Afterwards, Hogg began to discuss his life as an undead, while Linley discussed his experiences over the past 3,000 years. Hogg now truly understood how long a journey Linley had embarked on. He felt worried each time he listened to Linley narrate one of his dangerous experiences, but at the same time, a feeling of pride swelled within his chest. In front of the Abyssal Inn, Linley's group was preparing to depart. Wait a moment. I'll come over in a bit, Linley said to his father and friends, then walked to the pool which was in the center of the grassy area close to the Abyssal Inn. Next to the pool, there was a beautiful, red-haired maiden who was fishing happily. Others didn't know who the red-haired maiden truly was, but Linley knew. She liked to personally witness one expert of the netherworld after another come here and search the abyssal fruit, then die. The chief sovereign of death. Putting aside her fishing rod, the red-haired maiden turned to glance at Linley. What, you are leaving? Linley could notice the spatial distortions nearby. The chief sovereign of death had created a spatial barrier, preventing others from listening in and preventing their words from leaking out. Linley sighed inwardly at the terrifying strength of the chief sovereign of death, then replied, "Yes, sovereign. The 6 people I was waiting to receive have already arrived. Thank you, sovereign, for the pains you have taken over during this period of time." The red-haired maiden smiled slightly, revealing pearly, pristine white teeth. The first time I saw you, you were just a little fellow who had just barely reached the level of a commander. In the blink of an eye, you've become a paragon. Sovereign, there is one last thing I would like to ask you to help me with. Linley hesitated slightly, then spoke out. You really are troublesome. Speak. Over the past few years, Linley often met the chief sovereign of death around the Abyssal Inn, and so their relationship had improved significantly. Sovereign, I wish to find a 7-star specter named Odin. I don't know if you have any method by which you can accomplish this? Linley asked expectantly. During this recent time period, Yale had always wanted to go find Odin, but unfortunately, the netherworld was endlessly vast. Although Linley was powerful, looking for Odin was like searching for a needle in the sea. Find a 7-star specter? Odin? The red-haired maiden frowned slightly. She couldn't help but give out a faint snort. Do you really think that I'm bored and have nothing better to do? I have no idea what sort of spiritual aura this Odin of yours has. All you give me is a name. How am I supposed to find him? Unless, of course, he was once undead. Only then can I use the netherworld heart to look for him. Otherwise, there is no way. Linley could only laugh awkwardly. It was indeed hard to find someone with just a name. It was precisely because it was hard that Linley had come to bother the chief sovereign of death about this. Linley thought that the netherworld heart would be able to find him, but from the sound of it, only those who had once become undead could be found through the netherworld heart. To find a single person shouldn't be too hard, given your current status. The red-haired maiden laughed softly. Just find a specter castle and issue a mission. Say that you want to find a 7-star specter named Odin. The missions that you, Linley, issue? I imagine there will be some commanders and lord prefects who would fight over the chance. Perhaps few ordinary high gods would have heard of Linley, but amongst the commanders and lord prefects, within 1,000 years, most likely all of them would have learned of his name. The red-haired maiden then turned her head and went back to her fishing. Enough. You can leave now. Thank you, Sovereign. Linley bowed slightly, then turned and left. Let's go. Let's go to the sacred undead mountain. Linley smiled towards his father and his friends, then released an enormous metallic lifeform. It hovered there in midair, and then this group of experts boarded it. With a flash, the metallic lifeform transformed into a speck of light, disappearing into the horizon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20, Chapter 2, An Inescapable Calamity. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 2, An Inescapable Calamity. The metallic lifeform advanced at high speed, and within it, laughter rang out uninterrupted. Boss Yale, don't worry. Third bro gave you his word. Odin is definitely going to die. George snickered nearby. Yale's hatred towards Odin had sunk into Yale's very soul. Unless and until he truly killed Odin, Yale would forever feel a thorn in his heart. Yale nodded, then chuckled towards Linley. Sorry to trouble you, third bro. From the Abyssal Mountain to the Sacred Undead Mountain will take quite some time. Linley said with a laugh. On the way over, I'll use my divine sense to search, and also control the metallic lifeform to fly by some important areas. Perhaps on our journey, I will find Odin. Linley's spiritual power was more powerful than even when using Sovereign's might. The spatial bindings controlling the Netherworld were far weaker than those which controlled the planar battlefield. In the Netherworld, through using his divine sense, Linley was able to reach to a distance of 8 million kilometers. The metallic lifeform which Linley controlled could roughly fly 10 million kilometers each day. At this speed, Linley only had to search once a day. Searching personally, and issuing a mission, these were two methods. If searching failed, then he would issue a mission. Given Linley's prestige and power, finding Odin wouldn't be hard. If we find him on the journey, that would be wonderful. Yale said with a smile. Linley, seeing Yale like this, couldn't help but sigh mentally. In the past, Yale had always been dissolute, free, and easy. But now, Linley realized how great a mental pressure Yale felt. Hatred had gnawed away at Yale's soul, and although Yale wanted to relax and be dissolute once more, he wasn't able to. Under Linley's control, the metallic lifeform flew at high speed. In 3 years' time, it reached the borders of Northbone Prefecture. After this prefecture, we will be very close to the Sacred Undead Mountain. George chortled. BB mumbled, Northbone Prefecture is the northernmost prefecture of the Netherworld. We still haven't found Odin. It seems that Boss is going to have to go to the Spectre Castle to issue a mission, We'll just let Odin live a bit longer. Linley saw that Yale's face was rather ugly right now. The impact of Odin's actions on Yale truly are severe. Linley sighed to himself. Linley could completely understand. If, when Linley was a saint, a high god were to control him to kill his wife, kill his son, kill his brothers, kill his friends, then torture him to death? Most likely, Linley would also go insane with the need for revenge. He would rather die than not get revenge. Linley patted Yale on the shoulders. Don't worry. He won't be able to escape. Right. Yale squeezed out a smile. It's fine. I can wait. At least I have a chance for revenge now. The Netherworld. Northbone Prefecture. The grasslands outside the city of Hyde. There were many soldiers stationed here, and quite a few castles. The number one expert of Northbone Prefecture here was Sayant, a sovereign's emissary and the Lord Prefect of Northbone Prefecture. Sayant had quite a few experts under his command, one of whom was the seven-star spectre, Odin. A black-robed blur descended from the skies. My lord. The soldiers immediately bowed. The black-robed man nodded calmly, then strode inside. Moments later, the black-robed figure saw Sayant. Lord Prefect, the matter is dealt with. The black-robed figure said respectfully to Sayant. Sayant was dressed in a white robe, and was reclining against a chair, holding a book and leisurely flipping through it. Hearing the report from the black-robed figure, he smiled and nodded. Very well. Right, Odin. Have you heard any news regarding the planar wars while traveling outside? Nearly a century should have passed since this planar war. Sayant himself didn't participate in the planar wars. Given how far away Northbone Prefecture was, news came here at a much slower rate. Your subordinate ran into a few people, most of whom were fairly average in strength. I didn't run into a single Lord Prefect or Tartarus Lord-level expert. I didn't hear any news regarding the planar wars, or perhaps the news simply takes too long to arrive here. Still, on this trip, your subordinate did find out something else. What news have you? Sayant raised his head, glancing at Odin curiously. The black-robed Odin revealed a hint of a smile. Lord Prefect. The news has been made public from the Abyssal Mountain that a fourth person has acquired the Abyssal Fruit. According to my investigations, the name of the person is Bailey. Bailey? It seems Linley failed. Sayant laughed as well. The Abyssal Mountain is incredibly dangerous. Odin laughed smugly. Bailey succeeded, so I imagine that Linley must have died within the Abyssal Mountain. Even if he didn't die, given it has been 1,000 years, he has probably left the Netherworld by now. If Linley knew what was good for him and so retreated, he might still be alive. But from what I saw, he definitely wouldn't easily give up his goal of meeting the Sovereign. 9 out of 10, he died there on the Abyssal Mountain. Sayant laughed calmly. Enough. Odin, you should now be completely at ease. Indeed, Linley was Odin's nightmare. I feel much more relieved. I won't disturb you any further, Lord Prefect. Odin bowed slightly, then departed. In the air above Northbone Prefecture. Just like before, Linley was using his divine sense to search while chatting casually. We are about to reach the place where the Lord Prefect of Northbone Prefecture, Sayant, lives. Sayant was the one who told me to go to the Abyssal Mountain. To be honest, I need to go thank him for his role in my current accomplishments. Linley's face suddenly changed. What is it, boss? The nearby BD said, puzzled. Third bro, did you find Odin? Yale immediately asked. Whenever he saw any changes on Linley's face while Linley was searching, Yale would suspect that it was Odin. But prior to this, every single time Yale had made this guess, he was wrong. Linley looked towards Yale. He couldn't help but laugh loudly. Odin. It's Odin. Odin has finally revealed himself, and he's right there with Sayant. A hint of a cold light flashed through Linley's eyes. It seems that Sayant and his wife intentionally deceived me back then. Linley was no fool. Upon discovering Odin, he realized that Sayant had lied and was able to guess a few other things. Odin is right at Sayant's place? BB understood as well, and he said furiously, Boss, I told you that Sayant and his wife seemed a bit strange when they spoke with us. They told you go to the Abyssal Mountain, most likely with the intention of letting you die there. You still need to thank them. George laughed. Third bro, because of them, you had this extraordinary run of luck, allowing you to break through to become a paragon. If Odin and them were to know, they would regret it endlessly. Linley hadn't yet publicized the fact that he was a soul mutate, as when too many people knew a secret, it would easily slip out. He only said that he was a paragon. Right. I really do need to thank them. Linley swept his gaze towards the northeast, then growled, Let's go. Let's go pay a visit to Sayant and Odin. Odin. Yale ground his teeth, his eyes sharp. Instantly, Linley controlled his metallic lifeform to fly forward at top speed. The 7 star specters under the control of the Lord Prefect of Northbone Prefecture all had their own castles. Odin was currently on the balcony of his castle, leisurely enjoying the sunlight and staring at the vast grasslands. HRM? Odin raised an eyebrow. There was a metallic lifeform flying over at high speed. The metallic lifeform flew so quickly that Odin was astonished. Such speed! This metallic lifeform must be a top-tier one. The person who is controlling it must be a supreme expert as well. Odin! The growling voice instantly echoed throughout the region in an area of 10,000 kilometers. Many soldiers of Northbone Prefecture, as well as Sayant himself, were startled by it. Who is it? Odin's face changed slightly. Within Odin's field of vision, the metallic lifeform disappeared, revealing a group of people, with Linley at the lead. Linley! Odin's face changed from terror. How is Linley still alive? Even if he is alive, why did he come back? Swoosh! The group of figures flew down from the skies. Who goes there? A furious shout rang out. Instantly, the soldiers all rose into the skies, and over 100 prefectural soldiers moved to block Linley's group. Beat it! Linley growled. An invisible ripple spread out, and instantly this group of soldiers were impacted by it and sent flying back. Fortunately, Linley showed mercy, as otherwise, all of these soldiers would have died instantly. Linley's group acted as though they were moving into an unpopulated region as they flew downwards, ignoring everyone else. All the soldiers who wanted to block them were sent flying back. What is this ability? Odin was stunned. It was easy to kill high gods, but the technique Linley had used was truly astonishing. Linley's group hovered there in midair, staring coldly at Odin. Odin! Do you recognize me? A furious, hateful, teeth-grinding voice rang out. Yale stared death at Odin. Odin turned to look, and upon seeing Yale, laughed coldly. And here I was, wondering who it was. So it is the chairman of the Dawson conglomerate. I didn't imagine that after becoming an undead, you would then become a deity. This really was outside my expectations. For you to be able to meet again with your brother after becoming a deity, how rare. Odin didn't seem to be afraid at all. Linley! A gentle voice rang out. Linley turned to look. From afar, 5 figures were flying over at high speed, with the leader being the Lord Prefect of Northbone Prefecture, Sayant, along with his wife, Anita. By their sides were 3 other subordinates, who were most likely experts at the 7-star Spectre level. Sayant. Linley greeted him. Linley, you should have let me know that you were coming. I would have gone to welcome you. Sayant said with a laugh. As he spoke, Sayant's group of 5 flew next to Odin, while Linley didn't move to block him at all. The 2 sides stared at each other there in midair, with many prefectural soldiers watching. Most likely, once Sayant gave the order, these prefectural soldiers would all charge en masse. Let you know in advance? Linley let out a calm laugh. Sayant, I imagine that if I let you know, you would have had Odin hide. I really didn't expect that you, Sayant, a noble lord prefect, would play this sort of trick on me. This is a bit too laughable. Sayant's face sank. Linley's words made him feel very uncomfortable. Oof. He's just an elder of the Azure Dragon clan. Sayant snickered mentally. Prior to this, I was worried that Linley was a paragon, but since he didn't acquire the abyssal fruit at the Abyssal Mountain, he's definitely not a paragon. Sayant had only been worried about Linley's level of strength due to the intelligence reports he had received from the 8 great clans. But the results of Linley's trip to the Abyssal Mountain had put Sayant at ease. Indeed, if Linley had already been a paragon, acquiring the abyssal fruit would have been very easy. Sayant, stand aside. This has nothing to do with you. Linley said calmly. My target is just a single person. Him. Odin. Linley stared at Odin. Odin looked at Sayant. Sayant chuckled as he looked at Linley. Linley, I've been fairly courteous to you. Why must you act so brazenly? Odin is my subordinate. If I were to allow you to kill him just because you asked me to, then how would I, Sayant, be able to hold on to my position as Lord Prefect. Since he is my subordinate, I definitely won't permit you to take him away. Linley, if you are wise, you will leave immediately. Otherwise, if we shed all pretense of cordiality, it won't be good. Sayant was completely confident in himself. Sayant. Bibi began to curse furiously. Last time, you intentionally lied to us to have us go to the Abyssal Mountain. We haven't even settled accounts with you about that, we are already giving you face. You are simply a Lord Prefect, who do you think you are, to put on airs in front of me and my boss? Are you qualified to act like this? After having experienced the planar wars, Bibi held Sayant in no regard at all. Bibi was completely confident in being able to kill Sayant. Impudent! Sayant's face turned ugly, and he let out a growl. Suddenly, a long black spear appeared in Sayant's hands, and a terrifying aura spread forth from the spear. The nearby Odin, seeing this, laughed. Swoosh! Sayant charged straight towards Bibi. Clearly, Bibi's words had infuriated him. The strange thing was, Linley's body didn't move, but a blurred figure had appeared in front of Sayant. Bang! A kick landed directly across Sayant's chest. Sayant was like a sandbag, and was knocked back downwards. Boom! He smashed into the corner of the castle, and then landed on the ground. At this moment, Linley's body slowly disappeared, while that blurred figure reformed into Linley's true body. Odin, the other 7 star fiends, Lady Anita, and the watching prefectural soldiers were all stunned. Ugh! Sayant spat out a mouthful of blood. He lay there on the ground, staring at Linley in terror. What sort of speed was this? Linley stood there in midair, staring down at the prone Sayant. Calmly, he said, be a good boy and stand over there. If you continue to act so arrogantly, I will show no more mercy. After speaking, Linley turned to stare at Odin, his gaze cold. Odin's face turned ashen, and his body began to tremble. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20, Chapter 3, Power. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 3, Power. Odin lowered his head, staring in terror at Sayant, who lay stricken on the ground. He said mentally, Lord Prefect, Lord Prefect. Odin was now truly frantic. Having seen Linley's displayed power, Odin now knew there was no way he could resist at all. In his desperation, all he could do was place his hopes on Lord Prefect Sayant. Shut your mouth! Sayant snarled angrily through divine sense. Sayant's eyes were red, and his heart was filled with rage. He had been kicked to the ground with so many soldiers watching. This was an insult. For someone of Sayant's status to suffer this sort of humiliation was something that had to be avenged. But he didn't have the ability to do so at all. The surrounding soldiers all stared at Linley, stunned, then at Sayant, who lay there on the ground, covered in blood. To attempt to gain revenge will only result in one thing: death. I have to endure it. Endure it! Sayant felt all the more humiliated with so many people staring at him. If I die, then everything is finished. Linley probably really is a paragon. Even if others hear of this story, it's not embarrassing for me to have lost by his hand. This was how Sayant consoled himself. He, Sayant, worried about his face. Odin, however, was worried about his puny little life. If I don't run now, I'll have no hope. With a whoosh, Odin dove underground, wanting to hide himself underground and flee. Poof! Linley smiled calmly, and then his body transformed into a blur as he moved to stand below Odin. Whap! Linley delivered a slap directly to Odin's face, knocking him flying into the air. Odin slammed into the side of the castle wall like a sandbag. With a low, thudding sound, the castle wall split apart. How terrifyingly fast! Odin had yet to recover from his terror, but Linley was already once more in front of him. Odin looked at Linley, his face filled with terror. Linley just reached out calmly while sending out 108 surges of earth and yellow energy which formed into a cocoon, completely binding Odin within it. The terrifying compressive power made it so that Odin wasn't able to move at all. Even Hemmers, an expert whose material attack power was comparable to Paragon's, was dramatically impacted by this technique of Linley's. How could a mere 7-star Spectre possibly have the power to resist against the oppressive power of Linley's will? He was paralyzed. Yale, you choose how he dies. Linley turned to look at Yale, who flew over, his eyes filled with savagery. Ah! Odin howled, frantically trying to break free from the oppressive power binding him. It must be understood that even when Linley had just become a high god, his gravitational space was already capable of making it hard for ordinary 7-star fiends to resist. Now that it was infused with the power of his will, it was increased more than 100-fold in strength. Odin was like a trapped beast in a cage. Although he howled with savagery, he wasn't able to extricate himself at all. You want to kill me? Ha, kid, you think you are worthy of killing me? Odin's eyes were scarlet red as he stared at Yale, contempt in his gaze. Linley, if you are so tough, kill me yourself. Odin howled. By now, Odin realized that there was no hope. Sayant, Anita, their subordinates, and the soldiers all quietly watched from far away as Odin struggled like a trapped beast. Earlier, they wanted to intervene, wanted to attack and drive Linley back, but after Linley made his move, they no longer had any thoughts of fighting back. Kill you myself? Linley laughed calmly. In your dreams. Humph! Odin suddenly laughed coldly, and a translucent ripple shot out from Odin's eyes, shooting towards Yale. Crunch! The earthen yellow cocoon which surrounded Odin spat out a translucent sword-shaped ripple which destroyed this soul attack. Linley gave Odin a disdainful, calm look. Odin, now that you are trapped within my gravitational prison, you aren't able to fight back at all. Don't try to be tricky. Make your move. Linley looked at Yale. Yale nodded slightly, a deep azure spear appearing in his hands. My brothers. My wife. My children. My parents. Yale's body was trembling, and his lips were white as he stared at Odin. And then, Yale suddenly bent backwards like a great bow being pulled, then savagely exploded forth, throwing the spear in his hand forward with endless power and sending it piercing towards Odin. Swoosh! Clank! The deep azure spear pierced towards Odin, but it wasn't even able to break through his skin. Yale was stunned. Ha ha! Odin raised his head, laughing loudly, laughing wildly. Linley, oh, Linley! You want your friend to kill me? Ha ha! He's a demigod. I'm a 7-star Spectre, a high god. My energy defense alone is comparable that of a high god artifact. His bit of attack power isn't even capable of breaking through my skin. Ha, kill me? In his dreams. Yale's face turned pale. Yale's body trembled. I want to get revenge, but Linley had already captured Odin and gave him to Yale for Yale to kill, but Yale's attack power was simply too low. Odin was, after all, a 7-star Spectre. Even if he didn't use his fused profound mysteries in activating his divine power, his material defense was still close to a high god artifact in strength. In terms of soul defense, Odin, who trained in the Edicts of Death, was even mightier. Yale wasn't able to harm him at all. Odin glared savagely at Yale, as though he wanted to eat him alive. Punk, you want to kill me? In your dreams. The power you possess isn't enough to even harm a single hair on my body. Odin. Linley gave him a calm glance. Linley, what are you being so arrogant about? Knowing that he was about to die, Odin actually became fearless, and he stared at Linley, laughing loudly. Didn't you want your brother to kill me? Unfortunately, he's too weak. Even though you captured me and gave me to him for him to kill, he still isn't able to do it. It is fated that he will never be able to personally take revenge. Ha, I still remember the look on the faces of Yale's family members when they all died. How delightful. Bastard! Yale bellowed. You aren't able to kill me. There's no way you'll be able to personally take revenge. Odin laughed delighted. A layer of frost appeared on Linley's face. Absorb this into your body, then activate it. With a flip of his hand, Linley produced a drop of black liquid, which floated towards Yale. Ha! Odin's face changed. Aren't you very powerful? You are only an ordinary 7-star Spectre, and one who trains in the Edicts of Death. I want to see if your body is tough enough to withstand a strike which uses sovereign power. Linley laughed calmly. Yale's eyes lit up. Third bro, thank you. Yale immediately absorbed the drop of Sovereign's might into his body, and then, with a bang sound, black light exploded forth from Yale's body as a terrifying aura spread out from it. Yale held the deep azure spear, which swirled with black light. Yale let out a deep growl. Die! Yale struck out as fast as lightning, stabbing wildly with that deep azure spear towards Odin. No! Odin only had enough time for one final, miserable scream. Yale didn't stab directly into Odin's head, he wildly, randomly stabbed, leaving more than 10 bloody holes throughout Odin's body before finally piercing through his head. Huff, huff, Yale panted wildly as he launched several more stabbing blows, then began to tremble. Odin just lay there limply, not responding all. His divine artifacts fell out of his body, but because of the repulsive force, they remained next to him. Dead. Odin's dead. I personally killed him. Yale raised his head, laughing wildly, but his tears flowed downwards. Yale seemed to be gripped by madness. But seeing this, Linley only let out a sigh of relief. Yale was releasing the hatred that had been pent up deep within his heart. Afterwards, he would be much better. A long while later, Yale finally regained his former calm. He turned his head to look towards Linley. A grateful look, that was it. Linley laughed, then walked over and patted him on the shoulders. Let's go. They were brothers who had played together since they were youths. Some words simply didn't need to be said. George and the others felt happy for Yale as well. And then, Linley's group of experts boarded their metallic lifeform and left. As for Sayant, the Lord Prefect of Northbone Prefecture, he and his men all looked at each other, letting out mental sighs of relief. Lord Prefect, this Linley is too powerful. A nearby azure-robed man said in a low voice. Odin was a 7-star Spectre, but he was trapped by Linley to the point of not being able to fight back. What sort of technique is this? Also, Linley's speed is utterly inconceivable. Given how fast they were, when ordinary commanders encountered paragons, they weren't able to fight back at all. Given how fast he was, and how he could use energy to trap a 7-star Spectre, while only using ordinary divine earth power, Sayant's face was solemn. This Linley most likely truly is a paragon. The people by his side were all stunned. Paragon? Let's go. All of you, go back. Sayant's face was sinister, and his voice was dark. Hush! A wild wind howled, and the wind slashed across the land like knives. Iron Knife Gorge. Within the castle. Within the wide, empty area, there were 2 giant teleportation arrays. Suddenly, one of them flashed with countless sparkles of light, and the surrounding Bloodridge soldiers couldn't help but to turn their heads to look. The light dissipated, and a group of people merged. One of the Bloodridge soldiers recognized them, and his eyes lit up. He hurriedly bowed. Greetings again, me lord. Last time, when Linley had used this teleportation array to depart, this soldier had clearly seen Linley and knew that Linley had the Bloodridge Sovereign's medallion. Linley nodded slightly. We will wait here momentarily. We will leave in a bit. Please feel free, my lord. The Bloodridge soldier smiled. Linley's group waited there in the air above the vast, empty area. BB mumbled, "Boss, it should be fairly fast for you to arrive from the Yulon continent. Why haven't you arrived yet? It's been 1,000 years since I've seen Ninny and Nana." BB missed his wife and daughter. "We are almost here," Linley said with a laugh. "It takes a bit of time for us to all fly from the Yulon continent to the Arctic ice cap." "Linley, little Wharton is coming as well, right?" Hogg was rather nervous and excited. "Yes, father." Linley laughed and nodded. His father hadn't seen Wharton in a very long time. Wharton had been sent off to the O'Brien Empire very early on, and when his father had died, the last mental impression he had of Wharton was most likely the toddler Wharton. Linley said with a laugh, "Father, I imagine once you see Wharton, you won't be able to recognize him right away." "I will definitely be able to recognize him." Hogg was completely certain. "Oh, we just entered the teleportation array. We are coming," Linley said. His divine fire clone was coming alongside this large group of people. Immediately, everyone turned to look at the teleportation array, only to see it once more flash with countless specks of light. Moments later, the light finally, completely vanished. A large group of people was gathered there, with the leader being Linley's divine fire clone and Delia. The divine fire clone flew towards Linley, merging into him. Upon merging in, the 5 souls intermixed. Instantly, Linley's 4 mutated souls began to send surges of spiritual energy towards the divine fire clone's soul, which slowly began to change. After all, the 5 souls were one to begin with. Father, Wade, Taylor, and Sasha all ran towards Linley. "Father!" Wharton stood there, staring at Hogg, stunned. Hogg stared at this burly, muscular youth in front of him. Wharton had a hint of Hogg in his face, and was fairly similar in appearance to Linley as well. But more importantly, when Hogg looked into Wharton's eyes, it was as though he was looking back into the big eyes of toddler Wharton. "Wharton?" Hogg said softly. "It's me, Father." Wharton ran forward, tightly embracing Hogg. "Wonderful. Wonderful." Hogg couldn't keep his eyes from turning red. After a long while, the two, father and son, separated. "Father, look. This is your grandson, Wade. This is Taylor. This is your granddaughter, Sasha." Linley walked forward, laughing as he made the introductions. Wharton hurriedly made some introductions of his own. "Father, this is your grandson, Sina, and him. Arnold, quick, come over here. This is your great-grandfather. Father, this chubby-faced fellow is Arnold's son." Many people had come on this trip. Everyone who had reached the saint rank had come, leaving behind only a few people. "Wonderful. Wonderful." Hogg nodded repeatedly. All he could do was repeatedly smile. "All right, Father, let's head to the Skyrite Mountains first." Linley laughed. This giant group of people immediately boarded the metallic lifeform and flew out from Iron Knife Gorge. Those Bloodridge soldiers all stared there, stupefied. They glanced at each other. Important people really are different. In one breath, he brought an entire family of more than 100 people to the infernal realm. Grandfathers, grandchildren, there really were quite a few people. "Right, Captain. Why did you address that brown-haired man as Milord? Who is he?" "You don't know this, but last time, when I was on duty, that brown-haired man came bearing the medallion of the Sovereign, using it to activate the teleportation portal for free. Even most emissaries don't possess that medallion. Only a person with a certain status will be able to acquire a treasure like that." The Bloodridge soldiers, bored, chattered amongst themselves. As for Linley's family, they all made haste towards the Skyrite Mountains. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20, Chapter 4, The Clan's Changes. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 4, The Clan's Changes. The Bloodridge Continent. Indigo Prefecture. The Skyrite Mountains. The patriarch of the Azure Dragon clan, Gislason, was seated in his estate's living room. Gislason was currently accompanying a skinny bald elder. They were chatting and laughing. Gislason, why be modest? Back when we were in the Chaotic Sea, when you, me, and those several other fellows took on that fiend mission to go kill that Valentine, Wallowending. Me and the others, we were just there to serve as props. It was you, Gislason, who released your might and unleashed that innate divine ability of your Azure Dragon clan, as well as that supremely powerful material attack to slay Valentine in one blow. That memory has always stayed with me. The bald elder said with a laugh. Bagleaf, by Gilefu, that was so many years ago. Gislason said modestly, but his face was still covered with a smile. Yes, it was long ago. Still, you were so incredible all those years ago. I imagine that by now, Gislason, your strength is so great that I am no match for it. The bald elder's words clearly contained flattery within them. However, flattery depended on the speaker. If an ordinary high god were to say such things, Gislason would be annoyed just listening to it. But the current speaker was a supreme expert whose power was no less than Gislason's, and one of Gislason's older friends. Flattery from a person like this naturally made Gislason feel quite happy. Don't say that. Gislason grinned widely. The bald elder, Bagleaf, said with a sigh, this time, I've come to visit you, old friend, partially because I want to visit that paragon your Azure Dragon clan produced. It seems my luck is quite poor. Gislason, hearing this, immediately laughed. Bagleaf, the planar wars concluded just a century ago. Linley probably hasn't returned from the Netherworld yet. Don't worry. After Linley returns, when you come visit, I will definitely introduce you to Linley. Linley, although he is a true genius of our Azure Dragon clan, he is quite a decent fellow and likes to make friends. As he spoke, Gislason let out a sigh of approval. The bald elder stood up, then laughed. Fine, then I'll wait for next time. I've disturbed you for so long, I should return as well. In the future, when I have time, I'll definitely seek you out and we can reminisce together. You are always welcome. Gislason stood up as well, then escorted the bald elder away. No need to escort me away. The bald elder smiled and nodded. Gislason stood there at the door to the hall, watching as the bald elder flew away. Moments later, someone entered from outside. It was Elder Garvey. Patriarch, Commander Bagleaf left? Garvey laughed as he walked in. Right. Gislason smiled back. Garvey couldn't help but laugh. Patriarch, this seems to be the 9th supreme expert who has come to visit in the past few decades. Soon after the planar wars concluded, commander-level experts began to come to the Four Divine Beasts clan to pay their respects. The person these experts truly wished to see was Linley. Even if they weren't able to meet Linley, however, they still worked to improve their relationships with the 4 clan leaders of the Four Divine Beasts clan. The current Four Divine Beasts clan now had a different status in the eyes of these commanders. Humph, Gislason snickered. 9 of them. These commanders all saw that our Four Divine Beasts clan produced a paragon, and so all of them came to express their friendliness towards us. But when our Four Divine Beasts clan was in such dire straits and forced to flee and hide by the 8 great clans, aside from Mr. Beirut, none of them came to help us. That Bagleaf, just now. Gislason snorted. In the past, we had a good relationship, when our ancestor was alive. He would often come to visit. But after our clan fell, and when our Four Divine Beasts clan was forced by those 8 great clans to the point of annihilation, I didn't see Bagleaf appear. But now, he wants to talk about our past friendship? There were few who would come to send coal in the snow, but many who would add flowers to a wreath. Now that the Four Divine Beasts clan had a paragon, its status naturally was different. paragons represented true supremacy amongst deities. For example, the 8 great clans that had been attacking the 4 divine beasts clan, although they were powerful, a high god paragon was more than enough to slaughter all of the experts within their clan. This is understandable. Garvey laughed. Only, I still find it unbelievable that Linley has become a paragon. Hearing this, Gislason's eyes lit up as well, and he laughed loudly. You aren't the only one. I find it inconceivable as well. Almost no one in our 4 divine beasts clan dares to believe this news. When Linley left the clan, he was nothing more than a fairly powerful 7-star fiend, close to commander level. But who would have imagined that 1,000 years later, he would become a paragon? If it hadn't been for the fact that so many people came and said the same thing, and that they were all supreme experts who couldn't possibly be lying, even I probably wouldn't believe it. A paragon. Garvey let out a sigh of amazement. Ever since the news that Linley was a paragon had spread, the various commander-level experts began to discuss this amongst themselves, and so quite a few had come to pay their respects to the 4 divine beasts clan. This naturally caused the members of the 4 divine beasts clan to feel as though the status of their clan was rising. They had given birth to a paragon. The status of the 4 divine beasts clan was now far greater than before. Aside from sovereigns, nobody would dare to offend the 4 divine beasts clan. As for sovereigns, how could they possibly lower themselves to go deal against a clan? Garvey. Gislason suddenly said. Patriarch? Garvey looked towards him, puzzled. Gislason said hurriedly, have the communications teams been assigned to the borders of the mountains? They have all been assigned. Garvey laughed. Patriarch, don't worry. If Linley returns from the netherworld, as long as he reaches the borders of these mountains, the news will quickly be communicated to you and the other 3 clan leaders. All of the arrangements for Linley's return have been made as well, including the construction of his mansion. Very good. Gislason laughed and nodded. Nothing can go amiss. Linley came from the Yulon Plain, and so he never had an extremely strong sense of belonging here in the clan. After those things happened with Foreign and his son, although Linley still treats the clan quite well because of Baruch's group, we still need to make up for the past. I understand. Garvey nodded. As far as Gislason and the Grand Elder were concerned, the current paragon level Linley was even more important to them than Beirut. Beirut was powerful, but he was still an outsider. If the clan were to face a crisis, Beirut might not necessarily intervene. But Linley was one of their own. Although in the past, there were some misunderstandings, in the end, he was still a member of the Azure Dragon clan. What needed to be done now was to remove those misunderstandings in Linley's heart and let Linley feel a true sense of belonging, here within the 4 divine beasts clan. Indigo Prefecture. An enormous dragon-shaped metallic lifeform was flying at high speed in the air above the mountains and forests. Within the metallic lifeform was a rowdy scene of joy. Grandpa. Great-grandpa. A group of youths surrounded Hogg, constantly discussing various matters. Hogg looked at his grandchildren, his face wreathed in smiles. Big bro, look at how happily father has been laughing. Wharton and Linley were at the edges of the central room of this metallic lifeform. The 2 brothers were chatting amongst each other. Linley glanced at his father, who was smiling calmly while accompanying his descendants, then nodded. In the past, when we were young, our Baruch clan had already sunk to a very low point. In father's entire life, aside from mother and the 2 of us, the only thing he cared about was the clan. Father cared deeply about the ability of the clan to thrive. Now that more generations have appeared in the clan, of course father is happy. Right at this moment, 3 people walked over. Third bro. Yale, George, and Reynolds walked over. Reynolds had hurried over from the Yulon continent as well. Boss Yale, 2nd bro, 4th bro. Come, sit over here. Linley laughed as he pointed. Yale and the other 2 all sat down. Reynolds chortled, glancing outside the window and sighing in praise. The infernal realm, one of the higher realms. This is my first time here. Indeed, the density of the elemental aura here is very great. Only, it is filled with constant slaughter. From within the metallic lifeform, they were able to see the constant battles going on below. That's what the infernal realm is like. Linley said with a calm laugh. It is the same in the undead realm. Experts live, experts die. Fourth bro, I'm impressive, aren't I? I survived in the undead realm for so many years. Yale raised a smug eyebrow. Seeing the look on Yale's face, Reynolds, George, and Linley all felt very happy. This was the real Yale. After killing Odin, Yale no longer felt as heartsick as he previously had. In the entire central room, there were more than 100 people scattered about, idly chatting. Seeing this scene, Linley couldn't help but smile slightly. Linley enjoyed this happy, content feeling. This world, in many cases, it is power which speaks loudest. Linley looked at the warm scene, and he spoke softly to himself. I worked hard to train. Only because my power reached a certain level is my father, my friends, and family able to reunite once more. I'm able to bring the entire clan over from the material plane. By now, Linley finally had the feeling that the bitter efforts he had put into his training over these years had been rewarded. After flying for a period of time, we are about to arrive at the Four Divine Beasts clan. BB was within the main room inside the metallic lifeform, and he spoke out in a clear, laughing voice. Everyone, make your preparations. Right, Uncle. BB looked at Hogg. The ancestors of your Baruch clan are there, Uncle. Baruch, Ryan, the others. The ancestors of the Baruch clan. Hogg stood up, rather excited. He walked to the sides of the windows, staring through the translucent metal windows to the outside. He could already vaguely make out the Skyrite Mountains. The ancestors of the clan. Taylor, Sasha, and the other members of the clan all began to chatter about this. Ever since they were young, they were always, repeatedly reminded that they were members of the Baruch clan. They were filled with great veneration towards the legendary figures of the clan, but didn't actually feel much towards the Four Divine Beasts clan. It's right up ahead, Linley said with a calm laugh. The metallic lifeform instantly vanished, while Linley and more than 100 people hovered there in midair, flying towards the Azure Dragon clan's location within the Skyrite Mountains. What a long carving. I can't even see the end of it. The sturdy Arnold sighed in praise. Linley laughed. That's not a carving. That's Dragon Avenue. It passes through almost a fourth of the Skyrite Mountains and is more than 10,000 kilometers long. It is the primary avenue which the soldiers of the clan guard. Linley's group of more than 100 flew over. The soldiers below naturally saw it, and the communications personnel, prepared long ago for this eventuality, were overjoyed. Elder Linley is returning. These communications personnel had divine clones stationed elsewhere, and many of them instantly relied on their divine clones to provide this news to various locations within the Four Divine Beasts clan. Patriarch, Elder Linley has returned. Oh, Linley returned? Gislason instantly flew out. Not just Gislason, the other 3 clan leaders, along with many other elders, who had received this news hurried over as well. Linley and his group of more than 100 flew over, and as they did, the warriors of the clan all saluted. Elder Linley. The warriors were very respectful. Linley smiled and nodded, then led his group towards the Dragon Avenue of the Skyrite Mountains. At the same time, he introduced the place to Wharton and the others. The rules of the clan are fairly strict. You have just arrived. In a bit, I'll acquire identity badges for you all. Eh? Linley suddenly frowned, staring into the distant. What's going on? BB glanced at him. Delia, Nis, Yale, and the others all looked into the distance. From afar, a large, impressive group of people was flying, with the leader being Gislason, the Black Tortoise Patriarch, and the other two. Behind them was the Grand Elder and other figures. Why are all the high-level, important members of the clan coming? Linley was startled. Even the Vermilion Bird Matriarch is coming. If they flew over from their residences, it should take quite a while. How were they so fast? The reaction time of the clan was simply too fast. As soon as he had arrived, and just as he had reached Dragon Avenue, this large group had arrived as well. Even when Beirut came, only the clan leaders and the Grand Elder would go welcome him. Haha, Linley! Gislason laughed loudly as he flew over. Patriarch. Although Linley was somewhat confused, he still went to greet him. Linley swept the group with his gaze. The Black Tortoise Patriarch, Vermilion Bird Matriarch, and others, including even the Grand Elder who held a grudge for him, their faces were all smiles. They seemed so warm and friendly. Although we are in Indigo Prefecture, we've heard long ago of your exploits in the planar battlefield. Ha, our Four Divine Beasts clan has produced a paragon. This is worth us organizing a banquet, to celebrate this joyous event. Gislason seemed quite pleased and excited. The banquet is already prepared. We've been waiting for you. Ah, Bibi, and oh, these must be Linley's friends. Come, all of you. Ha ha. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20, Chapter 5, Refusal. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 5, Refusal. Gislason's words were very correct. Indeed, the entire clan rejoiced. Not just the high-level members of the clan, even many of the ordinary clan members located throughout the Skyrite Mountains gathered together in various places, drinking, chatting, and laughing gaily. For the clan to have produced such an expert was something which made even the ordinary clansmen feel proud. When the four ancestors had been alive, the clan had been in such a flourishing, vigorous state. After they died, the clan had decayed, to the point of being loudly insulted by the 8 great clans at the borders of the Skyrite Mountains. This was a humiliation. This caused the members of the clan, who had experienced those glory days, to feel very lost in their hearts. Linley's sudden rise to prominence caused these clansmen to once more feel proud and arrogant. It was a very wild celebration. Even the patrolling soldiers drank wine and celebrated. With a high god paragon in the clan, the patrolling soldiers weren't concerned. No one would dare to come and make trouble for the Four Divine Beasts clan. Late night. The violet moon hung high in the skies. The Skyrite Mountains. Within a mountain controlled by the Azure Dragon clan, there was a large estate which stretched over an enormous amount of land built here. In terms of size, it was even larger than the residence of the patriarchs. It seemed quite simple and plain from the distance, but if one took a close look, one would see that even the walls were covered with intricate, minute carvings. Given Linley's vision, he could instantly tell that these carvings were only accomplishable by someone who was at least at the Grandmaster level in sculpting. And right now, in front of this mansion stood only 2 figures, Linley and Gislason. Linley couldn't help but look towards the nearby Gislason. He mused to himself, the Patriarch truly has prepared quite a few things for me. Patriarch, I'm going to live here? Linley asked. Linley. Gislason laughed. You are now the #1 expert of our Four Divine Beasts clan. When people in the outside world discuss the Four Divine Beasts clan, the first person they will think about is you. Your residence has to match your stature. In addition, this place is fairly large, and you have many family and friends. It is enough. Linley couldn't help but nod. The size of this estate was similar to the Dragonblood castle of the Yulon continent. Even 1,000 people could fit inside, much less 100. Then I will accept it. Linley was quite straightforward. Gislason laughed and nodded. Tomorrow, you can move your family and friends over here. Wharton and the others were currently staying within the large gorge already. Hogg went to go visit his ancestors in the Baruch clan. To Hogg and Wharton, seeing the ancestors of the clan was what mattered the most. No rush. Linley said. My family members will want to spend some time with the Yulan branch and their ancestors. Fair enough. Gislason laughed and nodded. Linley, look. As he spoke, Gislason produced a little jade bottle in his hands. This jade bottle had a small opening. It was generally used for keeping items like already refined golden soul pearls or other small pills. This is... Linley frowned. Sovereign's might? Right. Earth-type sovereign's might. Gislason laughed. Linley, I know that you primarily train in the laws of the earth. Thus, it is better for you to use Earth-type sovereign's might. That is why we prepared this for you. You are the #1 expert of our clan. Naturally, you have to use the most suitable type of sovereign's might. Although this little jade bottle of sovereign's might was far from being comparable to the flask Reese Gem had given Linley, it still had to have at least 1,000 drops in it. Patriarch. Linley didn't accept, instead shaking his head. This jade bottle has far too much sovereign's might. Ever since the 4 ancestors of our clan perished, our 4 divine beasts clan lost our source for more sovereign's might. Each drop we use is a drop lost forever. It is best if you keep them and let the other elders of the clan use them. Linley knew that given his own power, even if he used destruction-type sovereign's might, he had nothing to fear from paragons, and in dragon form even held a slight advantage. Ha ha! Gislason laughed. Linley, you are worrying too much. In the past, our clan had to be stingy in using sovereign's might, partially because we no longer had a source for it, but partially because we were being put under great pressure by the 8 great clans. We used up sovereign's might too quickly. Each battle represented the loss of a drop of sovereign's might, and generally, we would engage in tens of battles before being able to kill an enemy elder. Because they were being used up too quickly, the clan didn't dare to hand them out freely. After all, at that time, we had no idea what the future would hold for the clan, and so we had to be a bit more thrifty. But now, Linley, you are a paragon. Who would dare come offend our 4 divine beasts clan? Gislason's laughter was very happy. Linley, hearing this, was somewhat persuaded by Gislason. Indeed, given his level of power, there would be few people who would be so blind as to come irritate his clan. There would no longer be that many situations where the clan would use up much sovereign's might. Take it, Linley. Gislason urged. Linley hesitated slightly. Let's do this, then. With a flip of his hand, Linley instantly controlled his divine earth power to draw an earth elemental essence from the surrounding area, which formed into the shape of a little black flask in Linley's hands. Linley pointed with one finger, and immediately, a stream of black water appeared out of nowhere in Linley's palms, flowing towards the black flask. This black water was actually destruction-type sovereign's might. Linley truly had a very large amount of destruction-type sovereign's might. Moments later, the flask was filled with it. This flask was roughly 10% of the canteen in volume. What are you? Gislason stared. Patriarch, let's swap this flask of destruction-type sovereign's might of mine, for that flask of earth-type sovereign's might of yours. It is indeed true that if I have earth-type sovereign's might, I will be more effective. Laughing, Linley offered the little black flask. If the clan had a tremendous amount of sovereign's might, Linley would have accepted it. But the clan didn't actually have that much. Most likely, that little flask represented a large fraction of the clan's reserve of sovereign's might. Linley, Gislason said hurriedly. This isn't acceptable. You take it, or else I won't take yours. Linley shook his head. Gislason could only laugh helplessly, then nod. Fine. He accepted the flask of destruction-type sovereign's might, while Linley accepted the flask of earth-type sovereign's might. As Linley was concerned, he had a large amount of destruction-type sovereign's might, but given his power, there would be very few cases in which he would have to use it. To trade it for Earth-type sovereign's might was beneficial for him. Time flowed onwards, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed since Linley's return to the clan. Linley could sense that the attitude of his clansmen, including the clan leaders, had changed. Linley understood that after having become a paragon, he had already become the spiritual leader of the entire Four Divine Beasts clan. His position was now akin to what the war god had held in the O'Brien Empire or the high priest had held in the Yulan Empire. The estate in which Linley resided had become a holy ground for the clan. Within the vast, grassy plains of the estate's courtyard, there was a large group of people gathered. Linley, Reynolds, Yale, and George were seated in a circle, drinking wine and chatting idly about various things. But of course, it was Linley's divine water clone that was chatting with them. The other clones, including his original body, were all training. It was still Linley's original body that trained the fastest, after all. Elder Linley. A gate guard ran over and bowed. Linley looked at him. Elder Linley, the Patriarch has sent word that a Lord Prefect from the Jadefloat continent wishes to meet you, Elder. The guard bowed as he spoke. Linley laughed and nodded calmly, then swept out with his divine sense, instantly encompassing the entire Skyrite Mountains within it. Naturally, this included Gislason and that Lord Prefect. Linley sent mentally. Patriarch, just tell this Lord Prefect that I am currently training and unable to meet with any guests. Unless something important happens, please help me cope with them. Gislason was startled. He actually hadn't detected Linley's divine sense at all. He couldn't help but sigh. Paragons really are incredible. The strength of their spiritual energy vastly surpasses mine. Gislason understood Linley's temperament as well. Linley couldn't be bothered to engage in meetings like this, which were solely for the purpose of people trying to befriend him. All right, I'll help you deal with them. Gislason replied. Then, in the future, unless there is an important matter, you won't meet with any figures like these? Right. Linley sent mentally. Aside from people I am familiar with, such as Reesgem. If I'm not familiar with them and have no connection to them, unless there is an important matter, I won't meet with any of them. Linley's decision was quite wise, because after the arrival of this Lord Prefect from the Jadefloat continent, every few months or every few years, someone would come. Some wanted to befriend Linley, while others wanted to ask Linley to help them with something. Still others wanted to take Linley as their teacher. In short, many came to disturb him. Fortunately, the Four Divine Beasts clan stopped them, making it so that no one could see Linley. Actually, it was normal for many people to come see Linley. After all, paragons rarely publicized their residences. It was very hard for people to locate paragons. Within his estate. Uncle. Ina looked suspiciously at Linley. Just now, that person who wanted to come visit you thought up a method to deliver this letter. And indeed, the letter states quite clearly the nature of the injustice done to him, and he really is quite pitiable. Uncle, why can't you be so kind as to help him? Linley couldn't help but chuckle as he glanced sideways at Ina. Nana. Bibi stared at his daughter. Who knows how many grudges and how much hatred the infernal realm holds? You want your uncle to help one person, but what about the countless other grudges? In the infernal realm, people are being killed at every moment of every day. Do you think every person who died deserved to die? They died unjust deaths as well. Do you want your uncle to make the entire infernal realm his enemy, and go get revenge for every single person who died? Ina was stunned. Ina and Wade lived under the protection of Linley and Bibi, and so they had almost never suffered. They weren't like Linley, who had walked a fine line between life and death to his current level. They saw the affairs of the world so simply. If I were to help people who are neither family nor friends, then I would need 1 trillion clones. Linley chuckled. Ina let out an adorable sniff, her nose wrinkled. Forget about the affairs of others, there are many personal matters that I haven't carried out very well. Linley shook his head inside. Eh? Ina looked at Linley, puzzled. Linley chuckled, not going into detail. Although these days had been peaceful and happy, Linley noticed how his father, Hogg, would occasionally stare blankly into space when he was by himself. Linley understood that his father was missing his mother. Linley had always been thinking to himself that one day he should go pay a visit to the Divine Light Plane and ask for the Chief Sovereign of Light to restore his mother's freedom. Time flowed on, and in the blink of an eye, 100 years passed. Quite a few people were gathered within Linley's estate. Third Bro suddenly shut himself inside a few days ago. All of his clones are in training. He said that he reached a critical moment, but a sudden flash of insight should be very fast. Why hasn't he come out yet? Reynolds couldn't help but glance at a distant corridor, while George just laughed calmly. Why the rush? You have eternal life now. Reynolds, hearing this, couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, to deities who were untouched by time, 10 years or 100 years was nothing. Third Bro is coming? Yale said. Reynolds and the others all turned to look. Even some of the chatting, laughing people located in the grassy area some distance away noticed that a figure had emerged from the corridor, a figure with long, unbound brown hair. It was Linley. Linley was in a fairly good mood today. I've trained for 100 years. I've finally fused these two types of profound mysteries. It was exceedingly hard to fuse profound mysteries of different laws. After becoming a soul mutate, his soul had increased in power enormously, and yet he still had to spend so many years before making a true breakthrough. And this is just the beginning. Next I will fuse 3 kinds, and the amount of time I will have to spend will increase exponentially. My goal is fusing 4. Linley was quite eager as well. If he was able to fuse 4 types of profound mysteries from different laws, how powerful would he become? Most likely, he would be able to kill even paragons. Boss. BB ran over. My father? Linley asked. Uncle's in his room. I haven't seen him today. BB said. Right. I'll go find my father. Linley glanced towards the others, then moved towards his father's residence. After completing his training, Linley's first thought was that it was time to go to the Divine Light Plane. Regardless of whether or not I will be successful, I still at least need to go see the Chief Sovereign of Light and try asking. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20, Chapter 6, Over God Artifact. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 6, Over God Artifact. Father. Linley stepped into the room. Hogg, currently reading a book, lifted his head. Seeing Linley, he couldn't help but smile. Linley, I heard you were in closed-door training. What, did you make a breakthrough? Right. Linley nodded, then sat down to the side. Father, in 2 days, I plan to head to the Divine Light Plane to go visit the Chief Sovereign of Light. I want to see if there is any hope of finding Mother and letting her regain her freedom. Ha! Hogg's hands trembled. The book fell to the table as he stared at Linley, stunned. Linley, you are going to the Divine Light Realm? But, last time, didn't you tell me that in the Planar Wars, you killed members of the Augusta clan? Isn't the Chief Sovereign of Light the ancestor of the Augusta clan? For you to go will be very dangerous. Hogg was frantic. Hogg knew about virtually all of Linley's experiences over the years. Father, don't worry. The Chief Sovereign of Light has 182 children, and that's just in the 2nd generation. The one I killed was a 3rd generation member. The Augusta clan has more than 1,000 individuals in the 2nd and 3rd generations. The Chief Sovereign of Light won't care about it. Linley was absolutely certain about this. If the chief sovereign of light cared, Riesgem wouldn't have dared to have organized them to attack. But he is still a chief sovereign. It would be utter simplicity for him to kill you. Hogg was very worried. Precisely because he is a chief sovereign, he wouldn't lower himself to kill me. Linley said comfortingly. Don't worry, father. The chief sovereign of light and I don't have a grudge against each other. If he wants to kill me, he has plenty of methods to do so. But he's done nothing. Didn't you say that there is no hope? Hogg asked. I said the chances were very low. Linley laughed bitterly. But if I don't at least try, I can't be sure. If I give it a try, I might be successful. Sovereigns wish for paragons to be their emissaries. Perhaps, given my status, there's a slight sliver of a chance that the chief sovereign of light would restore my mother to freedom, but... A slight sliver of a chance, Hogg nodded slightly. Hogg looked at Linley, then said solemnly, Linley, you are no longer a child. You have your own ideas and thoughts about what to do, but as your father, I must warn you that if this will be dangerous, you had best not go. I admittedly don't know much about sovereigns and paragons, and thus can't say much on that subject. I'll let you make your own decisions. But safety first. You and Warden, the two of you are just as important as your mother to me. Right. Hearing this, Linley felt as though he were a child again, listening to his father instruct him. Linley's decision was to go find Patriarch Gislason the next day. Within the hall. What? Gislason, who had just sat down, couldn't help but stand in shock. Linley, you say you are going to go to the Divine Light Plane to visit the Chief Sovereign? Right. Linley laughed calmly. I'm just coming to let you know that this trip of mine will take at least 10 years and perhaps up to 100. All I can do is to go beg the Chief Sovereign of Light. Gislason hesitated, then said, Linley, based on what I learned from Father in the past, the Chief Sovereign of Light isn't a very amiable person. The Chief Sovereign of Light is extremely arrogant and extremely domineering. If you go beg him, the chance for success truly is very low. In addition, I'm worried that if you say a single word not to his liking, he will kill you. Arrogant and domineering? Linley frowned. Gislason nodded. Right. The countless planes of the universe have a total of 11 chief sovereigns. The strongest are, of course, the chief sovereigns of the 4 edicts. As for the other 7, the chief sovereign of light is the strongest. Linley understood. The chief sovereigns of the edicts were indeed mighty. But he hadn't expected that of the chief sovereigns of the 7 elemental laws, the chief sovereign of light was the mightiest. Why is the chief sovereign of light more powerful than the other elemental chief sovereigns? Linley asked, puzzled. Gislason was the son of the Azure Dragon, after all. He knew many secrets. He laughed and said, this involves a certain treasure, an overgod artifact. Overgod artifact? Linley's eyes instantly lit up. Just from the term alone, Linley understood what it represented. Divine artifacts. Sovereign artifacts. Overgod artifacts. Clearly, there were 3 levels of artifacts. Overgod artifacts are created by the overgods themselves. Because there are only 4 overgods, the overgods of fate, destruction, death, and life, there are also only 4 kinds of overgod artifacts. The 4 most powerful sovereigns are the chief sovereigns of destruction, death, fate, and life. They all have overgod artifacts. This is why they are the most powerful chief sovereigns. Linley nodded slightly. No wonder those 4 chief sovereigns were powerful. So it was because they had overgod artifacts. 11 chief sovereigns, 5 of them have overgod artifacts. Aside from the 4 chief sovereigns I just mentioned, the last one is the chief sovereign of light. Although the chief sovereign of light has an overgod artifact, it isn't a match for him, and so he's unable to use all of its power. Thus, he is weaker than the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts, but more powerful than the other 6 chief sovereigns of the laws. Linley sighed to himself. The power of overgod artifacts must truly be tremendous. There were only 4 overgods to begin with, and they were the personifications of the edicts to begin with. It was only natural that the chief sovereign of light wouldn't be suited to handling an overgod artifact. It was only reasonable that he would thus be weaker than the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts. Overgod artifacts, where do they come from, and how did these 5 chief sovereigns acquire them? Linley asked. I'm uncertain. Gislason shook his head. This happened long, long ago. Even my father and the other 3 didn't know the details, much less me. The chief sovereign of lights is arrogant and domineering, but he has the power to be domineering. After all, he has an overgod artifact. Overgod artifact, Linley let out a sigh. Can it be that despite the passage of so many years, there hasn't been a second overgod artifact? No. If there was one, wouldn't the chief sovereigns and sovereigns go wild over it and fight for it? The chief sovereign of light has one, but the chief sovereigns of the other 6 elements do not. I imagine that in their hearts, those 6 chief sovereigns of the laws feel very unhappy about this. If they had any chance to acquire one, would they give it up? Gislason laughed as he spoke. Linley couldn't help but laugh. I wonder what an overgod artifact looks like. I probably wouldn't recognize one even if I saw one. Overgod artifacts? Only someone at the level of a sovereign can make use of them. There's no point in us acquiring them. In fact, acquiring them would only invite disaster upon ourselves. Gislason changed the topic. Enough about overgod artifacts. That's a very distant topic. Linley, you say that you wish to go to the divine light plane, but I urge you not to go. Truly, don't go. Linley chuckled. He might be powerful, but he is still a sovereign. Would he lower himself to act against me? Gislason let out a low sigh, then suddenly spoke through divine sense. Linley, I will tell you a secret. Linley was stunned. The 2 were chatting in the hall, but Gislason actually used divine sense to speak? Could the secretly be so great? Patriarch, what is the secret? Linley was puzzled. Linley. Gislason's expression was solemn. I've always suspected something about the deaths of the 4 ancestors of our clan. Suspected something? Linley didn't understand. I suspect that the killer was the chief sovereign of light. Gislason sent. Linley was badly shocked. Gislason continued to speak through divine sense. Although the 4 ancestors of our clan were merely lesser sovereigns, their innate divine abilities were very strange. Their 4 divine abilities could actually combine into one, with their 4 types of divine ability energy able to fuse as well and result in an exceedingly powerful supreme technique. Even high sovereigns such as the chief sovereigns were quite apprehensive. Combine 4 innate divine abilities into one? Linley knew that the divine abilities of the 4 divine beasts clan were rather unusual, but he had no way of understanding what they would be like when used by the 4 ancestors. There was one thing he did know, without question, it would have been far more powerful than when Linley and his peers used them. After all, Linley and the others only carried the lineage of the divine beasts in their veins. They weren't true divine beasts. You say that you suspect the killer was the chief sovereign of light? Why would it be him? Linley asked. First of all, very few people were capable of killing the 4 ancestors. The 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts, the chief sovereign of fate doesn't get involved in worldly affairs. The chief sovereign of destruction was on excellent terms with our ancestors. The chief sovereign of death, as long as someone doesn't offend her, she wouldn't do anything to them. The chief sovereign of life is said to be quite kind-hearted and rarely kills mortals, much less sovereigns. In addition, our 4 ancestors didn't have any conflicts or opposing interests with the chief sovereign of life. Thus, the only one left is the chief sovereign of light. Gislason sent mentally. Linley frowned. The chief sovereign of light has an overgod artifact. He has enough power to resist the combined innate divine ability of the 4 ancestors. Gislason's eyes held anger and hatred within them. Although there were 11 chief sovereigns, since the other 6 didn't have over-god artifacts, there was no way they would be able to kill the 4 ancestors when they were fighting together. Did he have conflicting interests with our 4 ancestors? Linley asked mentally. Not a conflicting interest per se, but, back then, our 4 Divine Beasts clan was spread throughout the planes of the universe. We were extremely powerful, and there were quite a few people who believed that our 4 Divine Beasts clan was the #1 clan of the planes of the universe. But the Augusta clan, there were also many who believed that they were the #1 clan. If there was a conflict, I imagine the only conflict was one of conflicting reputations. Gislason couldn't find anything else either. After all, the 4 ancestors wouldn't have gone out of their way to go offend the chief sovereign of light either. Fighting over the title of the #1 clan? That can't be right. Linley couldn't believe it. The so-called struggle over the title of the #1 clan was a reputational struggle. The chief sovereign of light would kill our 4 ancestors because of it? This reason doesn't make much sense. I'm not sure either. But logically speaking, he's the only possible culprit. Gislason clearly also felt that his reason wasn't very convincing. Linley, if he really was the one who killed them, then he definitely has malicious feelings towards the 4 Divine Beasts clan. He didn't kill us because he didn't care about us, but now that you are a paragon, I'm afraid that he would. Patriarch, he might very well be the killer, but he also might not be. Linley sent. Also, you said that the other chief sovereigns wouldn't be able to kill the 4 ancestors when they joined forces. But what if they were killed one by one? If someone truly intended to kill them, it's possible that they didn't give our 4 ancestors a chance to join forces. Gislason was startled. He immediately sent back, the 4 ancestors were extremely close to each other. They rarely separated. Rarely separated? That doesn't mean they were always together. Linley sent back. Don't worry, Patriarch. Even if the chief sovereign of light was the killer, would he act against me, a deity? Even if he was nervous, he wouldn't be nervous of me, a paragon. After all, a paragon is still just a deity. Gislason, hearing this, let out a bitter laugh. Linley, it seems you have set your mind on going. Right. If I don't make the trip, I won't be satisfied. Linley nodded. After all, this involved his mother. Both he and Wharton wanted to meet the mother who had given birth to them. As for his father had always been thinking about his mother. If you want to go, you should at least let Lord Beirut know. Lord Beirut is on fairly close terms with the Bloodridge sovereign, and he knows many things. It would be good for you to ask him his opinion. Gislason didn't want Linley to go, but clearly, he wasn't able to convince Linley. All he could do was entrust his hopes to Beirut. Linley, upon hearing this, had to admit that this was a good idea. Then, Patriarch, please help me make some inquiries. I know that our clan should have a method to communicate with Lord Beirut, right? Linley laughed. Right. In the past, my clone was there. However, now that the crisis is over, my clone has returned. Still, we still have intelligence agents there. Gislason nodded. I will make the arrangements. I imagine that in a little while, Beirut's response will arrive. Linley nodded slightly. He couldn't go wrong listening to Beirut. Then I'll go back now. Linley laughed. He planned to leave tomorrow. Patriarch. Right at this moment, a guard from outside the door ran in. Linley and Gislason both turned to look. The guard bowed, then reported, Patriarch, Elder Linley, someone has arrived asking to meet with Elder Linley. Gislason frowned. Ordinary guests can be instructed to leave. Very many people wished to meet with Linley. Linley wouldn't meet with any commander-level experts, but Gislason would. For those who were too weak, however, they would be refused entry outside the mountain. But, Patriarch, this person says that he is Linley's old friend. His name is Olivier. The guard said hurriedly. Olivier? Linley was rather surprised. Come, I'll go with you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20, Chapter 7, Olivier. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 7, Olivier. Linley traversed Dragon Avenue, flying downwards and quickly arriving outside the Skycrite Mountains. He saw Olivier there, floating in the air outside the mountain range. Next to the location where Olivier was hovering, there was also a flourishing ironbark tree. Its lustrous, knife-like metallic leaves, under the light of the blood sun, seemed terrifying. As for Olivier, his black and white hair was tousled and rather mussed. His face was ashen. He seemed quite dispirited. In front of him was a black-haired youth. What happened to Olivier? Linley, seeing this, couldn't help but frown. He seems quite depressed. In Linley's mind, Olivier was an expert who always strove to reach the peak and who wasn't afraid of loneliness. Even when in the most dire of situations, Olivier shouldn't be the sort of person to grow depressed and give up. Thus, the scene in front of Linley puzzled him. Elder Linley, that's the person who claims to be your friend, Olivier. The warriors of his clan reported respectfully. He is indeed my friend. Linley smiled, then flew towards Olivier. Olivier had noticed Linley as well, and he couldn't help but fly towards Linley while squeezing out a smile. It was still quite a stroke of karmic luck for two people of a similar age from the same homeland to meet each other here in the infernal realm. Linley. Olivier forced a smile. Ha, Olivier, after the last time we parted, 1,000 years has passed without us meeting again. Linley said with a laugh, and then looked towards the youth next to Olivier. Oh, Olivier, the youth next to you is. Linley realized that there seemed to be a rather baleful aura coming from the youth's forehead, and he seemed quite cold and emotionless. Olivier took the youth's hand, then turned and glanced sideways at Linley. This is my son. Dia. Son? Linley was slightly startled. Olivier had actually gotten married? Olivier had always pursued perfection, and he had never had a wife. Uncle Linley. The cold youth, Dia, bowed fractionally as he spoke. Excellent. Linley laughed and nodded, then said to the nearby Olivier, Olivier, don't just stand there. Come to my place. Let's chat slowly once we get back. Ha, it has been so many years since I have seen you. You even have a son, and you've become a high god. Excellent. Linley laughed as he spoke, then flew alongside Olivier back to his own residence. Moments later, they arrived at Linley's residence. Elder. The guards in front of the residence's gates all saluted respectfully, their eyes filled with a hint of veneration. There were many warriors who were willing to be a guard for Linley's residence. To be a guard for a high god paragon? This was something one could feel very proud of. Dia, come in. Linley laughed as he spoke to the cold youth. Seeing how Dia acted, Linley sighed in his heart. In the past, Olivier was quite cold as well. I didn't expect that his son would be even colder than him, with such a strong, baleful aura, as though he is about to kill someone. Still, Linley understood that it wasn't that Dia was being disrespectful to him, it was that Dia had been like this ever since he was born, and so it was only natural that he had become like this at all times now. After entering the residence. Hey, Olivier? A large group of people was in the grassy courtyard, and Bibi, who was chatting loudly with everyone else, called out in surprise as he saw Olivier. Olivier. Long time no see. Reynolds laughed as he walked over to greet him. Olivier. Wharton and the others who were on friendly terms with Olivier all walked over. In the past, Olivier had stayed at Dragonblood Castle for quite a long period of time, and he was quite familiar with many of the people who lived there. "You all came?" Olivier was very surprised as well. All he could do was continue to force a smile as he greeted these people. A large group of people immediately surrounded Olivier and Dia. Linley watched this calmly, musing to himself, "Olivier seems to be rather off, but..." Surrounded by so many people, Olivier had no choice but to chat with them. "Father." Dia tugged at Olivier's hand slightly, clearly not accustomed to being surrounded by so many people. "Enough, everyone, let's break it up. There will be plenty of opportunities to see Olivier in the future. Olivier just returned. Let him rest a bit," Linley said with a laugh. Immediately, the group slowly broke apart, and Linley then walked to stand next to Olivier. He asked softly, "Olivier, is there something on your mind?" Olivier glanced at Linley, then shook his head. "Nothing." Olivier clearly didn't want to discuss it. Seeing the response, Linley didn't pursue this line of questioning. Laughing, he said, "Then stay here at my place. We have many people here, it will be more lively." "Fine." Olivier laughed and nodded. And then, Linley left as well. Within a large, empty courtyard, Dia was seated at the corner of a stone table. The stone table was covered with fruit and food, and Dia was silently eating some of it, not chatting with the others at all. Wharton, Reynolds, and Olivier were all seated together. "That's the way Dia is. He likes the quiet," Olivier explained. "This is a problem with your child-raising methods," Wharton chortled. Olivier forced out a laugh, but didn't discuss this any further. He suddenly looked around, then said, puzzled, "Wharton, Reynolds, when I originally came to the Four Divine Beasts clan, didn't Linley's group live in that large gorge? But on this visit, I can tell that Linley's estate is now incredibly luxurious and takes up a large space. It is quite eye-catching. What's going on? A person's residence would be commensurate to their status." Naturally, Olivier would be puzzled as to why someone would have such a large residence within the Four Divine Beasts clan. "You haven't met with my third bro in over 1,000 years. The past 1,000 years, however, third bro has gained strength faster than ever before." Reynolds laughed. "Oh?" Olivier was very surprised. "I'll tell you." Reynolds laughed, then began to explain. "Let's start from when the Four Divine Beasts clan escaped their crisis. The 8 great clans were pressing down upon the Four Divine Beasts clan from right outside the mountains." Reynolds explained everything, including the events in the Netherworld, the events in Tartarus, and even what Linley had done in the planar battlefield. He explained it all in one go. "Paragon?" Hearing that Linley had become a paragon, Olivier's eyes turned completely round. Wharton added, "But of course. During the planar war, my big brother actually dueled another paragon named Magnus, right there in the center of the Stellar Rivers corridor. While being watched by countless soldiers and many commanders, my big brother gave Magnus a kick and forced him into chaotic space." "Hey! Olivier, why are you leaving?" Olivier, hearing this, actually rose to his feet and hurriedly walked away. "That's weird," Reynolds didn't understand. Olivier walked right next to Bibi, saying frantically, "Bibi, where's your boss?" Bibi laughed and pointed to the distance. "He's in that building over there. My boss is right there." "Thanks." Olivier hurriedly moved in that direction, his body flashing forward, reappearing before the building. Bibi, puzzled, frowned. "My boss is right there, just a few hundred meters away. Why use divine power to fly? It would only take a few seconds to walk that distance. What's the rush?" Olivier pushed open the door to the study of that building, then walked in. He immediately saw Linley, who was currently reading a book. Linley, puzzled, lifted his head, then laughed. "Oh, Olivier?" Olivier took 3 steps forward, walking to the center of the study. Suddenly, Olivier knelt down, his knees striking hard against the stone floor with a bang sound. Olivier's face was solemn, and his eyes were filled with entreaty. "Linley, you have to help me. Rise, quick, rise." Linley was completely stunned by Olivier's actions. Waving his hand, he sent a surge of will-infused divine earth power forward, lifting Olivier up. Olivier looked straight at Linley, who hurriedly said, "Don't be like this. If there's something you need, just tell me. I will definitely help you." Linley walked out from behind the reading table, hurriedly moving to stand in front of Olivier, then pulling Olivier to sit down at a nearby chair. Linley sat as well. "What is going on? Tell me." Linley had known as soon as he had seen Olivier today that Olivier seemed to be a bad situation. But Olivier wasn't willing to discuss it, and so there was nothing Linley could do. This matter, when speaking of it, Olivier smiled bitterly as he spoke. "Linley, in the past, when I left Dylan and the others to adventure alone, I did indeed make a breakthrough while walking that line between life and death. My divine light clone reached the high god level. And then, while taking on a fiend mission, I met Diana. Diana was also a lone traveler who had taken on multiple missions. During that dangerous mission, the two of us quickly grew close, and then Diana and I became husband and wife." Linley nodded slightly. It was indeed quite normal for two lone travelers to marry each other and become husband and wife. Roughly 20 years ago, Diana and I had children. A pair of twin boys, Dia and Leia. Olivier sighed. Everything was beautiful. The four of us lived a life of peace. Diana and I were both high gods, and so we were able to guarantee that Dia and his brother would live safe lives. But when Dia was 5 years old, a man named Boning, led a group of subordinates over. When he found us, do you know what he said? Olivier's eyes were filled with rage. He said Diana was his wife. Linley was stunned. This man named Bonin told Diana to go with him. Of course we weren't willing, but he had tens of subordinates, all of them high gods. My wife and I weren't able to resist at all. But Diana and I would rather die than agree. But this Bonin threatened Diana. He said that if Diana left with him, he would spare me and our 2 sons. If Diana refused, then he would kill me and our sons. Olivier's eyes became filled with murder as he said this. This Bonin, he gave me a chance to fight him by myself. If I was able to beat him, he would let us go. Olivier clenched his fists. But I lost. I was far from being a match for him. Linley sighed in his heart. Olivier explained it in a very simple manner, but Linley could completely imagine what that scene was like. A man who wasn't even able to protect his wife and children, and had to watch as others took them away, that sort of pain and grief. For the sake of myself and my 2 sons, Diana left with him. Olivier's tears began to fall. There were many unjust things in this world. If he, Olivier, was a supreme expert, he could have effortlessly killed this enemy. But he wasn't a supreme expert. Or at least, he wasn't for now. Thus, all he could do was watch as his woman left with someone else. But Diana was wrong. Olivier said furiously. That Bonin was a bastard. He actually didn't spare me and my children. After taking Diana away, he sent people to kill us. Linley's face changed. Bonin had first promised to spare Olivier and his children, so as to coax Diana away. But then, he had sent people to kill Olivier? This was indeed excessively vile. Olivier just laughed coldly. What he didn't know was that after he took Diana away, I immediately left with my sons, and then I began to fuse with a darkness-type high god spark. By then, Olivier had already reached the high god level in his divine light clone, but his divine darkness clone was still at the god level. Of course, he had already comprehended 5 profound mysteries, and was only missing the final one. If he were to train normally, in just a few more centuries, Olivier would have broken through on his own. But he wasn't able to wait any longer, Olivier needed to get revenge. In addition, he was a soul mutate. Even if he fused one divine spark, the other divine clone was one which had broken through on its own. Given that he had the soul of a soul mutate, he would still have a chance to fuse profound mysteries in the future. Because Olivier had already comprehended 5 mysteries, the process of fusing with a divine spark was naturally quite fast. In a few short months, he had succeeded. Those people were able to locate me, though, and they pursued me and my children and attacked us. By then, I had already fused the divine spark. By using fused divine power in 2 profound mysteries I had fused long ago, I killed them. Kill them all. Olivier growled. Even before becoming a deity, Olivier had already sensed that there were areas in the laws of light and laws of darkness that were compatible, and had fused a profound mystery from each. Centuries earlier, Olivier had succeeded. After fusing with a divine spark, Olivier had access to fused divine power and fused laws. Olivier's power had increased exponentially, and he became comparable to a 7-star fiend. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20, Chapter 8, Whither to? Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 8, Whither to? However, Olivier said bitterly. Although I killed all of those people, there were too many of them. I had to protect Dia and Leia, my 2 sons, at the same time. I was only able to block 2 or 3 of them, not all of them. Clearly, that person named Bonin had given the order to kill me and my 2 sons. In the battle, Leia died. My power was only enough to permit me to protect Dia. Linley sighed in his heart. Even though his power had risen exponentially, Olivier was by himself, while he had 2 burdens to shoulder. Meanwhile, the enemy consisted of a large group of high gods. Once they launched mass attacks, it was quite impressive that Olivier was even able to protect a single son. Olivier, you had months. Why didn't you deliver your children to a city? Linley couldn't help but ask. If Olivier had left the children in a city, wouldn't they be safe? I didn't have enough time. Olivier said bitterly. I wanted to. If I was traveling alone, I definitely would have been able to make it to a city, but I had to bring the 2 of them as well. They weren't even deities, just saints. Their flying speed was too fast. My speed was impacted because I had to help bring them along. In addition, Diana and I lived in a distant gorge. Given our power, bandits wouldn't dare to come make trouble for us, but that gorge was more than 1.5 years away from the nearest city. Linley sighed to himself. Olivier's speed was simply too slow. Prior to fusing with a divine spark, Olivier was only an ordinary high god. How fast could he possibly move, given that he was burdened with 2 children? After killing those people, I finally managed to make it to a city with my son. I put Dia in a hotel, and then, by myself, I charged straight for the Yustone Mountains of the Skymount Prefecture. Olivier growled. Skymount Prefecture? Linley frowned. Bloodridge Continent was extremely vast. Skymount Prefecture was located towards the center of Bloodridge Continent, and was hundreds of millions of kilometers away from Indigo Prefecture. Right. That person named Bonin was located in Skymount Prefecture. Olivier nodded. Bonin had been extremely arrogant. When he took Diana away, he told me that if I had any ability, I should go seek him out at the Yustone Mountains of the Skymount Prefecture. He would be waiting for me there. Linley nodded slightly as he listened to this. He could imagine how arrogant Bonin had acted. The city I had entered wasn't too far away from the Yustone Mountains of Skymount Prefecture. Given that my speed increased dramatically after I fused those 2 types of high god power, in but a single year, I made it to the Yustone Mountains. After investigating secretly, I learned that this Bonin was actually the son of the Lord Prefect of Skymount Prefecture. Olivier laughed coldly. I couldn't care less that he was the son of the Lord Prefect of Skymount Prefecture. All I cared about was killing this Bonin and saving my wife, Diana. Linley understood that at that point in time, Olivier was at the brink of insanity. Bonin was untamably unruly, and was not on good terms with his father. Thus, he didn't live with his father, instead living within the Yustone Mountains, where he built a castle for himself. Olivier growled. I stealthily made my way in, planning to find Bonin and then kill him. And, indeed, after fusing a divine spark, my power surpassed his by a level. I was almost able to kill him. But, he actually had a drop of Sovereign's might. Olivier laughed bitterly as he spoke. Linley now understood. That drop of Sovereign's might was most likely what the Lord Prefect of Skymount Prefecture had given to his son as a protective measure to save his life if needed. After using Sovereign's might, his power vastly surpassed mine. All I could do was flee, and at that time, my wife, Diana, came out to block Bonin as well, threatening to kill herself. Bonin was disturbed, and in that moment, I made my escape. Olivier said bitterly. After that failure, I understood that I wouldn't be able to kill him by myself. Thus, I had no choice but to secretly slip away. I returned, taking away Dia, and came to Indigo Prefecture. I was planning that since you, Linley, were quietly training here, I would do the same. Although Olivier had grown far more powerful, the trip over to Indigo Prefecture had still taken more than 10 years, as he was carrying his child with him. That child had grown into a youth as well. Linley understood, now, why Dia was so cold, so remote, so baleful. Clearly, Dia had grown up in the midst of hatred. I understood that after that battle, Bonin would only stay in the Yustone Mountains if he still had more Sovereign's might and thus had nothing to fear. If he didn't, he would probably be afraid of my return and thus take Diana and leave. His father is the Lord Prefect. Even if I train for 10 million more years, I won't be able to avenge my son or find Diana. He had been in the grips of despair. All he wanted to do was train quietly, but then, Olivier had heard others say that Linley had become a paragon. I had already given up all hope. But I heard, Linley, that you have become a paragon. Olivier looked towards Linley. Olivier knew that Linley was very powerful, at the 7-star fiend level, but behind Bonin was the Lord Prefect of Skymount Prefecture. Thus, Olivier hadn't told Linley about this, as he didn't want Linley to get dragged into this. Skymount Prefecture? Linley nodded slightly. Olivier's grief and misery caused Linley to feel quite moved. His wife had been taken, and one of his sons had been killed, yet he didn't have the power to fight back or even take revenge. Olivier, don't worry. I will accompany you. Linley nodded. Thank you. Olivier, upon hearing Linley's response, couldn't help but immediately thank you, then Linley, when should we head out? Linley hesitated. How about we head out tomorrow? Olivier couldn't wait at all. His wife had been taken and his son had been killed. Hatred festered in Olivier's heart, gnawing at his soul like locusts. Now that the flames of vengeance had been kindled within his heart once more, Olivier didn't want to waste any more time. Tomorrow? Linley frowned. Tomorrow, Linley was planning to go to the Divine Light Plane. Actually, Linley felt a hint of nervousness about this trip to the Divine Light Plane, after what Gislason had said. He was afraid that the almighty Chief Sovereign of Light really would stoop to killing him. But he had no choice if he wanted to save his mother. He had only one option, to ask the Chief Sovereign of Light to release her. Thus, although it was dangerous, Linley was still going to go. Linley had originally planned to allow his Divine Earth clone to head to the Divine Light Plane. His Divine Earth clone was just one clone, but it too had a mutated soul, and it too was infused with his will. Although the power of the will wasn't as great as that of Linley's original body, the power of his Divine Earth clone was also comparable to the power of paragons. Linley's original body was more powerful in terms of power and will than paragons. As for his divine earth, wind, and water clones, the power of their will was slightly weaker, and so they were slightly weaker than paragons. For the sake of his mother, Linley was willing to send his divine earth clone over. Even if the chief sovereign of light was so shameless as to kill him, Linley would at most lose a divine earth clone. Linley would still be a paragon-level expert. But, with Olivier's request, Linley was now put in a hard position. Indeed, Linley could allow his divine earth clone to go to the divine light plane and his original body accompany Olivier to the Skymount Prefecture. But, if both clones simultaneously revealed paragon-level power in the divine light plane and in the infernal realm, anyone with deductive reasoning abilities would immediately understand that Linley was a soul mutate. This was because paragons generally had one element they specialized in. It was virtually impossible for a person to be in a paragon in one element, and then also become a paragon with his other divine clones. It was already quite terrifying for someone to become a paragon in one element. A person who had two divine clones at the paragon level was something utterly inconceivable. If Linley revealed paragon-level power in two different planes with two different bodies, of course others would find it bizarre and investigate. The secret of his soul mutation, for now, Linley didn't want to reveal it. "Linley, you are busy?" Olivier asked. Linley hesitated. "If you have an important matter to attend to, then my matter can be delayed. There's no need to rush it," Olivier said hurriedly. But Linley understood that given Olivier's son had been killed and his wife had been taken, Olivier was undoubtedly thinking about revenge every moment. He wanted to rescue his wife. Boss, the patriarch is coming." The voice of Bibi, from outside. "Patriarch?" Linley turned his head and saw Gislason striding in, clearly in a hurry. "Patriarch." Linley hurriedly rose to his feet to welcome him, and the nearby Olivier hurriedly dried his tears and rose as well. Upon entering the room, Gislason hurriedly said, "Linley, just now, I did what you asked me to do and sent someone to deliver a message to Lord Beirut." Lord Beirut's response came immediately. "He asked me to tell you, no matter what, don't go to the Divine Light Plane." Linley was stunned. Divine Light Plane? Olivier now understood as well. Most likely, the reason why Linley had hesitated earlier was because he had to go to the Divine Light Plane on business. Why did Lord Beirut say this? Linley was completely puzzled. Lord Beirut said that when your Divine Fire clone was on the Yulan continent, you had discussed with him the matter of saving your father, friends, and mother. He thus made a trip to the Divine Light realm and sought out the Chief Sovereign of Light to help you make the request. After all, there are no grudges between Lord Beirut and the Chief Sovereign of Light. Linley couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude. His Divine Fire clone had merely mentioned this matter, but Beirut had actually made a personal visit to see the Chief Sovereign of Light. But, the Chief Sovereign of Light didn't agree. Gislason said with a sigh. Lord Beirut also asked the Bloodridge Sovereign, and the Bloodridge Sovereign responded that it was impossible to force the Chief Sovereign of Light to restore an angel's freedom. Even if a sovereign went and asked in person, the chances would be low. If you went, there would be no chance at all. That look in his father's eyes appeared in Linley's mind. "Father, there's nothing I can do." Linley felt powerless. The Chief Sovereign of Death had said this as well, that even if she went in person, the chances would be low. Now, the Bloodridge Sovereign had said the same thing, and Beirut had actually gone in person. Linley, when Lord Beirut was discussing this matter with the Chief Sovereign of Light, he also said that you were willing to be the Chief Sovereign's emissary, in exchange for your mother's freedom. But the Chief Sovereign of Light still would not agree. Gislason said. Even becoming a sovereign's emissary was useless? Linley no longer had any cards left to play. In addition, Lord Beirut told me that I had to stop you, that you absolutely could not be permitted to go to the Divine Light Plane. It's fine if you don't go, but if you were to come face to face with the Chief Sovereign of Light, it was very possible that the Chief Sovereign would immediately kill you. This isn't just because of the issue between you and the Augusta clan, there's another reason as well. Gislason said in an urging manner. Another reason? Linley couldn't think of anything he had done to offend the chief sovereign of light. Was it because he had driven Magnus into chaotic space? But Magnus was a paragon of fate and an emissary of the chief sovereign of fate, not the chief sovereign of light. The only reason he had chosen to help Montella was because he had a long, close relationship with the Augusta Patriarch. What is the reason? Linley asked. Lord Beirut said that for now, this reason could not be made public, which is why he didn't tell the messenger. Gislason said. Linley nodded. After so many years, Linley had developed great trust for Beirut. Then for now, I'll give up the notion of going to the divine light plane, Linley murmured to himself, and then turned to look at Olivier. Olivier, tomorrow, I will accompany you. We will head out and go to the Skymount Prefecture. A look of surprise and joy appeared on Olivier's face. The very next day. At the gates to Linley's estate. Boss, just let me go with you. I'm bored to death. Bibi chortled. Linley wasn't able to dissuade Bibi, and so Bibi tagged along as well. This trip to Skymount Prefecture, as far as Linley was concerned, held no dangers or challenges. Although, according to legends, the Lord Prefect of Skymount Prefecture was fairly powerful. Compared to a paragon, he was still much weaker. This was a trip for Linley, Bibi, Olivier, and Dia. Dia was only a saint. Although they hadn't planned to bring him along, Dia himself had steadfastly insisted on going. His mother was at Skymount Prefecture, after all. And thus, Olivier had asked Linley his opinion on whether or not they should bring Dia along, and Linley, being completely confident, had nodded and permitted Olivier to bring Dia. Let's go. We will be able to reach Skymount Prefecture in under a year. Linley smiled, and then, in midair, an enormous black sword-shaped metallic lifeform appeared. Linley's group of 4 immediately entered the metallic lifeform. Under Linley's control, the metallic lifeform slashed through the skies, transforming into a black blur as it disappeared into the horizons of the Skyrite Mountains and flew towards the east. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20, Chapter 9, Bonin. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 9, Bonin. In the air above Skymount Prefecture. A black, sword-shaped metallic lifeform was hovering there. Linley, Olivier, and the other 2 were standing at the front cabin within the metallic lifeform, staring through the translucent metal to the mountains ahead of them. Right. The Yellowstone Mountains are up ahead. Olivier's eyes were shining. While flying here, Olivier had been astonished at the speed of Linley's metallic lifeform. Within one short year, they had actually arrived at Skymount Prefecture from Indigo Prefecture. What he didn't understand was that when Linley had gone from Tartarus of the Nether Sea to the Abyssal Mountain, a distance of tens of billions of kilometers, he had spent less than 10 years traveling. Describe Diana's appearance to me. Linley said. Olivier nodded. Diana is slightly shorter than me, standing roughly up to my eyebrows. She has straight, shoulder-length hair which is a deep jade color, almost black. Within the castle inside the Yellowstone Mountains, she is the mistress. Finding her should be easy. Right. Linley nodded. At the same time, the metallic lifeform disappeared, and Linley's group of 4 stood there in midair, with Olivier holding his son, Dia, by the hand. Wait momentarily. Linley willed his divine sense to spread out, instantly encapsulating nearly half of the entire Yellowstone Mountains, which naturally included that castle. In the castle, there were 1,556 individuals, mostly men, with a few women. As for someone like Olivier had described, a woman with shoulder-length hair that was deep green, there was only one. Within the castle. The balcony of a small room. A woman was staring into the distance, dressed in an inkjade dress. She was the mistress of this castle, Diana. Leia, my child, mother is so sorry. Diana said softly, a hint of sadness in her eyes. Ever since that day more than 10 years ago, when Olivier had attacked the castle and informed her of Leia's death, Diana began to hate Bonin all the more. Originally, she hated Bonin for tearing her apart from her family, but now, she hated Bonin for not honoring his promise and for attacking her sons and husband, resulting in Leia's death. How could it have come to this? Why did all of this have to happen? Diana shut her eyes, tears rolling down her face. Right at this moment. Are you Olivier's wife, Diana? A voice rang out in Diana's mind. Diana was startled, and she hurriedly opened her eyes. Who is it? Diana hurriedly looked around, but she was unable to see a single possible suspect. And then, that voice continued, don't worry or be suspicious. I am Olivier's friend. He invited me to take you out of here. Diana continued to stare around herself, but wasn't able to find the person who was sending her the message. She calmed down, then responded, right, I am Diana. But, I cannot leave. Cannot leave? Right. If I were to leave, then the lord of this castle, Bonin, would definitely kill Olivier and our son. Diana said. He doesn't have that ability. That calm, yet assured voice echoed in her mind. Diana wanted to say something else, but suddenly, a raucous series of noises could be heard from the distance. Diana couldn't help but stare towards the distant disturbance, confused. She saw a group of guards fly out from the walls of the castle, with one shouting rebukingly, "This is Castle Yustone. If you want to enter the castle, wait for us to send a message first." The shouts rang out repeatedly, and some people even pulled out divine artifacts as they flew over to block the newcomers. But the four blurs didn't hesitate at all, flying straight past. Ali, and Dia? Diana opened her eyes wide, stunned. Lindley's group of four flew past in awe-inspiring fashion, completely ignoring the blocking guards. Most of those guards were gods, and only a few were high gods. A gust of earth and yellow energy rippled past them, and it seemed as though those guards were like pellets of sand, carried away by the waves of the sea. All of them were not flying. Diana couldn't help but feel surprised. The other guards of Yustone Castle were all stunned as well. "Milord, those four are too powerful. We aren't able to stop them." Those guards hurriedly reported to a black-robed man. The black-robed man's face changed. Olivier. Last time, Olivier had secretly snuck in, and then battled with Bonin. Many of the people at Yustone Castle thus recognized Olivier. The black-robed man ordered, "Hurry up and find the master of the castle. He is elsewhere in the Yustone Mountains. Hurry and find him." "Yes, milord." Immediately, 20 nearby guards flew out of Yustone Castle in search of Bonin. "The four of you, please halt," the black-robed man called out in a clear voice. At the same time, many of the guards gathered together behind the black-robed man as he flew towards Lindley's group of four. In addition, a large amount of guards continued to fly out from places throughout the castle, wishing to block Lindley's advance. Rumble. Lindley's group of four flew forward, and it was like a mountain was sweeping through. All of the guards who wanted to block them were knocked flying backwards by waves of earth and yellow energy. Lindley's group of four was completely unstoppable. Seeing this, the black-robed man's face became exceedingly ugly to behold. He could tell that the enemies were powerful indeed. "Unless you want to die, stay away," BB called out smugly in a loud voice. "The four of you, if you advance any further, then I will attack," the black-robed man said in a clear voice. Although he spoke quite boldly, after having seen Lindley's power, the black-robed man knew very well that if these enemies wanted to kill them, it would be simplicity itself. After all, killing high gods was very easy, but to do what Lindley had done, to knock them backwards without injuring them, that was quite difficult. Lindley's group of four flew directly for Diana. Diana stared as these four flew over, the castle guards completely unable to stop them. She couldn't help but feel stunned. Mother! Dia was the first to call out as he flew towards Diana. Olivier flew over alongside him as well. Dia! Diana's eyes instantly turned red. She hurriedly went over and tightly hugged her son. Although her son was already an adult now, that familiar spiritual aura, Diana instantly recognized him. Diana! Olivier said softly. Diana turned to look at Olivier. She couldn't help but throw herself into Olivier's arms. These two, husband and wife, felt both excited and heartsick. Linley stood there in midair. Bibi, seeing this, couldn't help but smile. Ali, why did you come back? Diana raised her head, looking at Olivier. She said frantically, last time, when you came, it was because you didn't know how powerful Bonin was. And Bonin is very tyrannical, you were lucky to be able to escape last time. This time, you, alas. Diana was very worried. Bonin was extremely powerful, after all. And behind him was the Lord Prefect of Skymount Prefecture. Don't worry. Olivier revealed a smile. Mother, don't worry. We have Uncle Linley. Dia urged as well. That cold, emotionless youth, upon seeing his mother, seemed to have become a child again. Linley? Diana raised her head, looking at the distant Linley and Bibi in confusion. You mean them? Right. Olivier smiled and nodded. But Bonin has his father, who is terrifying. He isn't just the Lord Prefect of the Skymount Prefecture, he is also a sovereign's emissary with a sovereign artifact. He is extremely powerful. Diana said hurriedly. The Infernal Realm had 108 Lord Prefects, but not all of them had a sovereign artifact. Olivier couldn't help but laugh as he reflected on Linley's power. A sovereign artifact, Even an expert with 3 sovereign artifacts, much less one, was no match for a paragon. The paragon might not be able to kill such a person, but would still be able to drive that person into chaotic space. Uncle Linley is a paragon. Dia said hurriedly. Paragon? Diana blinked, stunned. She was completely stunned by this word, paragon. Paragon, these were legendary figures who represented invincibility amongst deities. Diana, where is that bastard, Bonin? Olivier's eyes had a savage light in them as he spoke. Diana was somewhat hesitant, but she still answered. He went to gather blood mist flowers. He should still be within the Yustone Mountains. Blood mist flowers? What's that? Olivier didn't understand. There's nothing special about them. They are just a type of flower. Diana clearly didn't want to discuss it. Forget about that. We need to go find Bonin, but the Yustone Mountains are so large. How can we find him? The divine sense of a high god only stretched to 1,000 meters or so. To rely on it to search an entire vast mountain range was indeed impractical. Linley, hovering there in midair, finally spoke. Olivier, I've already found that Bonin fellow. Diana, Dia, and Olivier all stared at Linley, astonished. The castle guards have already located Bonin, Linley laughed calmly. He had noticed the conversation between that squad of guards and Bonin, and so naturally he knew which one Bonin was, now. Actually, it was easy to tell who Bonin was. This was because although there were quite a few people within the Yustone Mountains, Bonin was traveling with 10 subordinates, all high gods. In the Yustone Mountains, most likely only Bonin alone would be able to do such a thing. Follow me. Linley said with a calm laugh. Olivier immediately led Diana and Dia to follow as Linley and Bibi flew out of the castle. As for the maids and guards of the castle, all they could do was watch as the mistress of the castle left. They weren't able to do a thing about it. In a separate region of the Yustone Mountains, Bonin was a big fellow, with a back as muscular as a tiger's and a waist as thick as a bear's. He was nearly 2 meters tall, and his face was fairly handsome. He had thick black eyebrows and a pair of energetic, lively eyes. Currently, Bonin was holding a flower in his hand. This flower seemed rather blurry, while at the same time it had a hint of red color swirling about it. The blood mist flower was a very pretty type of flower. But of course, it had no practical use, save for being admired aesthetically. What did you say? Bonin's face changed. Master, that man named Olivier, he came back. And he brought someone. The guard said hurriedly. The person he brought is very powerful. All those guards were unable to stop him. We could only watch as he stormed into the castle. Per orders from his lordship, we came to notify you, master. Bastard! A savage light appeared in Bonin's eyes. That useless piece of trash. I spared his life last time. Who would have thought that instead of being smart enough to F***ck off, he would actually return? Follow me. Bonin gave the order. Master. The leader of Bonin's personal guard, a white-browed, grim-looking man, said hurriedly, last time, Olivier saw your power, and yet this time, he dares return. Clearly, he is prepared for you. The guards just now also said that all the guards of the castle combined were unable to stop them. This person's power is most likely comparable to a Lord Prefect's. If you go, the repercussions. Bonin couldn't help but come to a halt. He clenched his fists, and the stalk of the blood mist flower in his hand was twisted as well. Can it be that I'm supposed to just watch as someone takes my wife away? Bonin said frantically. Master, your life is more important. As for the mistress, let's go find the Lord Prefect and then come up with an idea. The guard urged. But right at this moment. Don't try to talk him out of it. It is too late for that. A calm voice echoed in everyone's mind. Bonin's face changed dramatically, and he raised his head, staring into the distance. 5 figures flew over at high speed. Bonin instantly recognized Diana and Olivier. Diana and Olivier were currently holding hands, appearing quite intimate. Upon seeing this, Bonin couldn't suppress his rage from building. His face turned red, and his eyes began to blaze as he pointed into air and howled, Olivier, release my wife. Your wife? Olivier was so furious that his eyes were filled with a ferocious light as well. Nana! Bonin roared angrily. All these years, have I ever been the slightest bit disrespectful to you? Why are you always like this? I've always done whatever you wanted, and I've always given you whatever you wanted. You wanted to see blood mist flowers, so I personally led my people to search the entire mountain range for blood mist flowers. But you... Diana was stunned, but then she replied in a cold voice, Bonin. I am Olivier's wife. Not yours. Also, you sent people to kill Leia. Do you think I could possibly forgive you after that? But you and I were married first. Bonin roared back angrily. Diana shook her head, saying nothing further. Bonin lowered his head, looking at the blood mist flower. He had searched the entire mountain range for this flower, all because he wanted to coax Diana and make her happy. When he finally found the flower, he had been longing to bring it back and see her smile. Ha, women, ha, Bonin began to laugh from sheer rage. My heart is dead towards you, now. Bonin stared fixedly at Diana and Olivier. So the two of you are quite close to each other, eh? Then I will let you two die together. Bang! Bonin's body began to emit a black aura. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20, Chapter 10, Right and Wrong. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 10, Right and Wrong. The aura of black energy swirled around Bonin, making him look like a savage fiend. Bonin suddenly leapt forward, and the ground beneath him instantly split apart, with a deep crevice in the earth appearing beneath where his feet had been. Rocks and sand flew everywhere, while Bonin himself charged forward lightning fast towards Linley's group of 4. A long black spear appeared in Bonin's hand, and his long spear shot out like a giant python that was ravenously attempting to devour Linley's group. Bonin's eyes were bloodshot, and he was filled with a murderous intent. The adamantine heavy sword appeared in Linley's hand. An earthen yellow aura swirled around it, and quite casually, Linley swept it towards Bonin. Although his movements seemed slow, the adamantine heavy sword's speed was actually several times faster than that of the long spear, and it struck Bonin directly on his body. Whap! Bonin, who had been charging upwards, was knocked down to the ground, smashing against the rocky mountain and shattering it. Impossible! Bonin looked at Linley, stunned. And this, his face steadied. Letting out a deep growl, he sent the long spear in his hand flying towards Linley. Swish! A translucent ripple shot out from the long spear towards Linley. From the center of Linley's forehead, an extremely minute void wave sword ripple shot out, effortlessly shattering that translucent spear ripple attack. However, because the void wave sword was too small, after destroying that translucent spear ripple, it too collapsed. The nearby BB gave Linley a puzzled glance. Boss Soul is incredibly strong. When he uses his own spiritual energy, the effect is more than 10 times more powerful than when he uses Sovereign's might. When infused with his will, although it might be a bit weak in terms of profound mysteries, the soul attacks of my boss isn't much weaker than the likes of Magnus. To kill someone like Bonin is simplicity itself. So why is it that boss intentionally spared him? BB had been with Linley for far too long. He knew exactly how powerful Linley was. If that voidwave sword ripple had been just slightly larger, it would have killed Bonin. But Linley had chosen not to do so. Not good. Those guards all grew very tense. But they were clearly far too weak. They couldn't even compete against Bonin, much less challenge Linley. Seeing the situation, Bonin began to laugh wildly. No wonder, no wonder. So you two adulterers managed to invite such a powerful expert to help out. Most likely, even amongst Lord Prefect level experts, this person would be ranked quite highly. If you want to kill me, then kill me. To die in the hands of an expert like you isn't shameful. Bonin actually stopped fighting. Linley was rather surprised. But as soon as Bonin's words came out, whoosh! He suddenly dove into the ground, fleeing so fast that even Linley was somewhat surprised. This was because the speed at which Bonin moved was actually even faster than the speed at which he had attacked just now. Linley secretly sighed in praise. This Bonin seemed to have gone berserk, but he actually is quite the schemer. Linley was in no rush, instead simply descending. Linley's left foot stepped heavily onto the ground. Rumble, an invisible rippling surge of power spread out through the ground. Bonin, who was currently fleeing for his life at high speed underground, wasn't able to dodge at all. This invisible ripple grew larger and larger, until it finally struck him. Bang! Bonin's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Linley himself disappeared, then reappeared right next to Bonin. It was whirl walking. You won't be able to escape. Linley stretched his hand out, grabbing Bonin by the shoulder, then charging upwards, preparing to leave the underground. Humpha! Bonin sent his long spear stabbing towards Linley's chest. Clang! A ripple spread out from Linley's body. The spear thrust didn't harm Linley at all. How is this possible? Bonin's face changed dramatically. He was still a 6-star fiend, and one who was using sovereign power. Linley didn't use any sort of armor at all, and yet, the defense he was using formed from divine earth power alone was able to block the blow. This was too terrifying. Even your father would be unable to harm me, much less you. Linley gave Bonin a calm glance while at the same time dragging Bonin above ground. Defenses infused with will were quite frightening indeed. Even Linley wasn't able to kill Magnus, and was only able to drive him into chaotic space. From this, one could imagine how powerful that sort of defense was. Linley's will was even more powerful than the will of Magnus. Although he was somewhat weaker when it came to defensive profound mysteries, he wasn't that much weaker. It was indeed as Linley had said, the energy defense he created was impenetrable to Lord Prefect level experts. Linley could let them attack freely, and they still wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Who is he? Bonin was now completely stunned. This sort of power was too vast. He was like a tiny creek who had encountered a vast, endless ocean. He no longer had any thoughts of fighting back. Linley tossed Bonin towards the ground, sending him flying towards Olivier and Diana. Bonin, who had been feeling dispirited, instantly was once more enraged upon seeing Olivier and Diana. He rose to his feet, wanting to charge forward and attack again. Seeing this, Linley couldn't help but frown. He stretched his hand out, and immediately, 108 rays of earth and yellow light flew out, surrounding and trapping Bonin within them. A spherical prison was formed, with Bonin crushed inside it. Aya aya waya. Bonin bellowed ferociously, wanting to burst it apart. It is useless. Linley said calmly. You are a 6-star fiend. Even using sovereign power, you are unable to escape that. Originally, this technique only had a compressive effect, but Linley had changed it and combined it with his Blackstone prison ability. The spherical prison, aside from possessing a powerful compressive effect, also created an energy cage that was extremely tough to break. There was no way for a person to escape. So a day like this came for even you, Bonin. Diana said angrily. Father, kill him and avenge my older brother. Dia said frantically. The corners of Olivier's eyes were twitching, and he angrily walked towards Bonin. Bonin, trapped in the cage, began to bellow. Diana, have I, Bonin, ever mistreated you? Whatever you wanted, I gave you. Whatever you disliked about me, I changed. In order to make you happy, I was willing to lower my head and bend the knee to my father, and ask to borrow money from him so that I could buy whatever you wanted. Diana, tell me, why did you betray me? Diana just stared at him coldly. You left our home, and I searched the entire world for you. This blood-rich continent is an enormous place, and by the time I found you, I saw that you had actually gotten married to this useless piece of garbage named Olivier. And you had children? Bonin was so angry, he was laughing. I didn't kill you. I took you back home, and I tried to coax you to come back to me, to change your mind. But you? Bonin was in an utterly berserk state now. When we married, did I force you into it? You married me willingly. Bonin bellowed with rage. Diana stared furiously at Bonin. Bonin, yes, I did agree to marry you, but what did you do? You kept on taking a fancy to other women, and you'd bring them back. And, you didn't even spare my little sister. Before marrying you, you had me completely fooled, but after marrying you, I saw what type of person you truly are. Of course I was going to leave. The farther I could go, the better. Bonin looked like a caged, berserk tiger. His eyes flashed with ferociousness. Right. I took a fancy to those women, but that was just out of lust, understand? Bonin howled angrily. So what if I, Bonin, took a fancy to some women and snatched them, bringing them back to serve me? I only had a single wife. I wasn't like my father and those others, who married multiple women. I only had one wife. You. As for those other women, that was just lust. Understand? Look at those women. Did I keep any of them for more than a month? Is it wrong for me to be a bit lusty? You are too domineering and tyrannical. Diana shook her head. You feel that you did nothing wrong, but I can't accept what you did. Especially the way you treated my little sister. Fine, I admit it, I'm domineering and tyrannical. Bonin laughed angrily. But after I brought you back this time, I didn't touch another woman again, right? Too late. Diana said coldly. Just because you didn't touch any women this time didn't mean that what you did in the past didn't happen. I've already seen through you. And what makes me the angriest is that when I agreed to go back with you, you said that you would spare Ali and my 2 children. But in reality? Ha ha. Bonin laughed loudly, savagery flashing in his eyes. Spare them? My woman was together with another man, and even had children with him. You tell me. Could I possibly let that man live and let those 2 spawns of sin live? Nobody can touch that which belongs to me. If someone does, I'll make sure he dies. The black aura had already disappeared from Bonin's body. His sovereigns might have been used up. Linley dispelled the prison part of his technique, leaving behind only the compressive power. This pure compressive power alone was enough to bind Bonin. Olivier walked forward coldly. Bonin, you killed my son, Leia. Today, you will pay with your life. Olivier didn't waste any words, and that mystic ice sword appeared in his hands. Kill me? Bonin snickered as he looked at Olivier. Come then. Let me tell you something, Olivier. I, Bonin, always have a backup plan. The body I have been keeping at Yustone Castle is just one of several. My other bodies aren't even here, they are training in seclusion. It is no big deal if you kill one of my divine clones. There will come the day when I will let you know what the consequences for angering me are. Bonin looked towards Diana. Diana, you whore, since you are determined to leave me, then I'll tell you this, there will come the day when I will destroy you, I swear it. I will personally destroy you. Diana, hearing this, couldn't help but feel her heart tremble. Olivier just stared coldly at Bonin. In an emotionless voice, he said, destroy her? If you have the ability to do so, then have your other divine clones come over. I'll be waiting for you. Fine. I'll come find you. Bonin had a man-eating look in his eyes. As for Olivier, his gaze was as cold as his sword. I'll be respectfully awaiting your arrival at all times. Today, though, I'll first destroy this clone. Olivier finished his words, and then stabbed out with his mystic ice sword. The compressed Bonin was completely unable to fight back. In reality, without the aid of sovereign power, Bonin wasn't a match for Olivier at all. A sword pierced through Bonin's skull. Bonin's eyes dimmed. This is indeed just one of Bonin's divine clones. His other divine clones are not present. Olivier realized, through divine sense, that only a single divine spark was knocked out. Linley and Bibi just watched these events occur. In their minds, they sighed. Who was right? Who was wrong? From Bonin's perspective, he was indeed sincere in his love towards Diana. But there was nothing that could be done, Diana's feelings for him were dead. As Bonin saw it, it was Olivier who had taken his wife. Of course he had to kill him. But from Olivier's perspective, he and Diana loved each other and had children together. Their calm, blissful life was destroyed. Bonin had stolen his wife and killed his son. Of course Olivier had an irreconcilable hatred for Bonin. As for Diana, she wasn't able to stand Bonin any longer and had left him in search of a new life. But Bonin had then killed her son. Who was in the right? Who was in the wrong? Olivier, where is Leia buried? Diana asked. I want to see him. Leia's death had been a huge blow to Diana. All right. Olivier nodded. Then let's go. Linley and Bibi immediately led Olivier's family of 3 into the metallic lifeform, then departed. Only, this time, they didn't head back to Indigo Prefecture, instead first paying a visit to the place where Leia had been buried. Linley didn't kill the members of Bonin's personal guard either. Master, the guards had watched everything happen without being able to resist. The white-browed leader of the guards furrowed his brows. Skymount Prefecture. Blackcloud Mountains. The Lord Prefect of Skymount Prefecture lived here. The prefectural soldiers stationed here numbered in the millions. Lord Prefect, young Master Bonan's most powerful divine clone, has died. The white-browed man suddenly appeared here. Actually, he also played the role of message relayer, and would often inform the Lord Prefect about what was happening to Bonan. The Lord Prefect, who had been seated, suddenly rose to his feet, his eyes flashing savagely. He died. And what did you do? Lord Prefect, that person was too powerful. Terrified, the white-browed man fell to his knees. In terms of being domineering and tyrannical, this Lord Prefect of Skymount Prefecture was even more terrifying than his son. The white-browed man was terrified that, in his rage, the Lord Prefect would kill him. Tell me what happened. The Lord Prefect of Skymount Prefecture growled. Yes, Lord Prefect. That day, young Master Bonan, the white-browed man, began to explain in detail. He even gave a rough description of the battle between Linley and Bonan. Listening to this, the Lord Prefect began to frown deeply. After the white-browed man finished speaking, he gave the order while frowning. Oh, left after boarding a black, sword-shaped metallic life form? Fine. Per my orders, every single intelligence agent within Skymount Prefecture needs to be on watch. If any of them find a black, sword-shaped metallic life form fly past them, especially one with 5 individuals inside, they must report it. Yes. The white-browed man, upon hearing this, instantly understood that the Lord Prefect was going to take revenge. But the white-browed man felt puzzled. After hearing what I said, the Lord Prefect should understand how terrifying that person was. Why is it that he still dares to seek revenge? From watching that earlier battle, the white-browed man was able to guess that the brown-haired man's strength should be ranked amongst the top-tier Lord Prefects. The Lord Prefect of Skymount Prefecture shouldn't be confident in his ability to win. After the white-browed man departed, the Lord Prefect of Skymount Prefecture waved his sleeves, and a surge of destruction-type divine power swept out, closing the door. Bonan. This child is too arrogant and solitary. He never listens to me. I had wanted to let him go out and adventure a bit, but who would have imagined, ugh, a faint, baleful aura appeared on his face. Bonan's most powerful divine clone is dead. His future is now uncertain. Humph, you killed my son, humph, 1,000 years ago, I would have had to just let this stand. But now, I want to see who did it. The Lord Prefect hesitated a moment, then waved his hand. A jade green box appeared in his hand. He opened the box, which had a sheet of green paper within it. Atop the sheet of paper, there was a bracelet, and atop the bracelet there were 9 green beads inlaid into it. The Lord Prefect of Skymount Prefecture looked at the bracelet. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, and then his eyes began to glow. It is time to use it. The Lord Prefect placed the bracelet on his right arm. Upon wearing this bracelet, it seemed as though the Lord Prefect's very aura had changed. The Lord Prefect pondered for a moment, and then his body divided into 2. One had long black hair, while the other had long silver hair. The one with long silver hair took the jade green box, storing it away, then left the room through the door. As for the Lord Prefect with long black hair, this one remained standing within the room. Once I use this, The Lord Prefect with black hair frowned. Instantly, the Lord Prefect with silver hair, who was already next to the door, came to a halt. He retrieved the jade green box, removing that slip of green paper from within it. Crackle, a surge of terrifying energy emanated from his palms. The green paper trembled momentarily, but didn't shatter. It is hard for even me to destroy this sheet of paper. The silver-haired Lord Prefect waved his hand and retrieved an interspatial ring, bounded with blood, then stored the green sheet of paper into the interspatial ring. Applying a bit of force, he crushed the interspatial ring with his fingers. That sheet of paper was gone now. From today onwards, no one else will know this secret. The silver-haired Lord Prefect laughed as he left. As for the black-haired Lord Prefect, he lowered his head to look at the bracelet around his arms, then smiled slightly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20 Chapter 11 The Lord Prefect of Skymount. Book 20 The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 11 The Lord Prefect of Skymount. The black, sword-shaped metallic lifeform sped through the skies of the infernal realm. Within the metallic lifeform, Linley's group of 5 was seated around a table. Linley, the reason Diana and I are able to be together once more is all because of you. Thank you. Olivier raised his cup of wine, then took a sip. Ah, the nearby BB laughed loudly. Olivier, on the way over to Skymount Prefecture, I never saw you truly smile a single time. Even if you did smile, it seemed quite forced. But now it seems, you are smiling so widely, your eyes have turned into slits. BB teased him intentionally. Olivier, hearing this, just laughed and glanced back at the nearby Diana. The two, husband and wife, glanced at each other. It was quite sweet. Linley, seeing this, couldn't help but laugh as well, but suddenly he then frowned. How irritating. BB let out a dissatisfied mutter as well. Olivier, who was in an excellent mood, just laughed. Don't worry about them. Our metallic lifeform is flying through the air, and the infernal realm is filled with countless bandits. It is very normal for them to use their divine sense to investigate us. Although they are rather irritating, there's nothing we can do about it. What, are we supposed to go out and chastise them, one by one? Just now, a divine sense had swept through the metallic lifeform. The infernal realm did indeed have countless bandits. Although this sort of thing happened quite often, each time one was scouted out through divine sense, one would still feel rather uncomfortable. Humph, all those bandits dare to do is to scout us out. Upon discovering that we are high gods, they no longer dare make trouble for us. BB said disdainfully. Olivier. Linley said. How much farther are we from that place you spoke of? This trip they were making was to the place where Olivier's eldest son, Leia, had died. Her son had died, but Diana had yet to go see his grave. How could she feel at ease unless she went? Olivier let out a sigh. Soon. Given the speed at which this metallic lifeform that you control flies at, Linley, most likely in just 5 or 6 days, we will arrive. Linley, when the time is right, lessen the speed. I want to take a good look as well, as I need to verify the location. That place was in a mountain, after all. Don't worry. We were in a hurry to get to the Skymount Prefecture, but there's no need for us to be in a hurry on our return. Linley laughed calmly. Linley had been planning to go to the Divine Light Plane, but after Beirut arranged for that message to be delivered to him, Linley temporarily gave up that notion. Within the vast, boundless mountain range, there were 2 figures who were standing atop a mountain. A black, sword-shaped metallic lifeform, with 5 people inside, one a saint. That's right, the one that just flew past. One of them, a man with short golden hair, stared towards the direction the metallic lifeform had flown. The bald youth next to him laughed. This matches perfectly with the report that was sent to us by the communications squad earlier. However, this metallic lifeform flies quite fast. The last report came from tens of millions of kilometers away. It's only been 2 short days since that report. On average, this means they are able to travel 10 million kilometers or so each day. This speed truly was stunning. After all, for most metallic lifeforms, traveling even 1 million kilometers a day was impressive. What they didn't know was that this rate of 10 million kilometers a day wasn't even Linley going all out. In addition, this metallic lifeform was just an ordinary one, not a high-level one. Given how fast it is moving, this metallic lifeform must be an extremely high-level one. In addition, the controller of it must be extremely powerful. The intelligence agent came to this conclusion. While tracking Linley's movements, they continued to immediately report back to their headquarters. Their headquarters then transmitted this information to each of the other outposts. Linley's journey was being tracked. A solitary, sickle-shaped black metallic lifeform was hovering in the air above a mountain range. Within the metallic lifeform, the black-haired Lord Prefect of Skymount Prefecture was standing at the front, staring through the translucent metal to the land ahead of him. 3 people were standing respectfully by his side, one of whom was the white-browed man. HM? Based on your calculations, didn't you say that this group should be passing through this location? The Lord Prefect said coldly. One of the 3 men by his side, a silver-haired elder, bowed and said, Lord Prefect. Based on the projected trajectory of this group, they should indeed pass by this location. In addition, not too long ago, a report came from an intelligence agent that the metallic lifeform was headed in this direction. But I don't see them. The Lord Prefect gave him a sideways glance. The silver-haired elder couldn't help but tremble, then hurriedly said respectfully, Lord Prefect, don't worry. Even if they changed their arc slightly, given our many intelligence agents, we will definitely discover them. Lord Prefect. Right at this moment, the white-browed man suddenly spoke. The Lord Prefect couldn't help but glance at him, and the white-browed man immediately bowed and said, Lord Prefect, I suddenly thought of something. Speak. The Lord Prefect said calmly. Lord Prefect, in the past, young Master Bonin sent people to pursue and kill that Olivier and his 2 children. Back then, the warriors that were sent out managed to encounter Olivier within a few 100,000 kilometers of this location. In that battle, all of the warriors died. However, they also killed one of Olivier's children. Now that Diana and Olivier are together once again, and given that Diana has never gone to visit her dead son, I think she might perhaps be going now? The white-browed man said. Actually, after Linley and Olivier had killed Bonin, Diana had spoken aloud regarding her desire to go visit the place where her son had been killed. Although the white-browed man and the guards were fairly far away from Diana, they were still able to make out her words. But the white-browed man also understood that if he immediately provided this information to the Lord Prefect, and they went there to set up a trap, like a hunter waiting for a rabbit, and then Linley's group changed their plans for some reason, the Lord Prefect would probably, in his rage, kill the white-browed man after waiting in vain. For him to now bring it up, however, meant that he was rendering a great merit. For the sake of his life, he had to choose to act this way. Oh. The Lord Prefect, hearing this, immediately felt that this made sense. When a mother's son died, of course the mother would want to go see him one more time. This made perfect sense. Excellent. The Lord Prefect nodded slightly towards the white-browed man. Let us now go to the place where Diana's son died. Your subordinate will guide you. The white-browed man said respectfully. The Lord Prefect was quite satisfied with the white-browed man's cleverness. That sickle-shaped metallic lifeform instantly pierced through the skies, moving like a giant wind knife as it flew towards the direction of the location where Olivier had battled against his enemies. This nameless mountain range was quite vast in scope, and its peaks and valleys extended off into the distance. Actually, the majority of mountain ranges in the Infernal Realm were far larger than the mountain range of magical beasts of the Yulan continent, and they had far more experts as well. But of course, in the eyes of Linley and Olivier, those so-called demigods and gods truly weren't worth mentioning. Within one mountain gorge, there was a lake of black-colored water, and at the sides of the lake, there was a tomb that was made from an enormous stone sculpture. Olivier, Diana, and Dia were standing in front of this tomb. As for Linley and Bibi, they stood to one side. Leia, my son, Diana couldn't help but kneel down, her tears flowing. That cold, distant youth, Dia, began to cry as well. The death of his elder brother was clearly something that had been etched deep into his memories. Linley and Bibi looked at each other. They could do nothing but remain silent. From the reactions of this family of 3, Linley could sense how they must have all been on very close terms with each other. Diana truly did love Olivier and her children. Perhaps Diana didn't like Bonen's type of person, and preferred this sort of warm, gentle home. Linley sighed to himself. Olivier, Diana, Bonen, their story was indeed a tragedy. Bonen's most powerful divine clone had died, but he had sworn to destroy Diana. Given Olivier's abilities, I don't need to worry about him. Linley couldn't help but walk over to the side of the lake, and Bibi followed him. Bibi sent mentally, a bitter look on his face. Boss, I feel quite depressed as well, seeing how saddened Olivier's family is. Let's just wait over here. Linley sent back. A long time later. Linley, we're fine now. Olivier led his wife and son over. Apologies. We made you wait quite a long time. Let's return to Indigo Prefecture. Right. Linley nodded. And then, Linley frowned and glanced off into the distance. He saw an enormous sickle-shaped metallic lifeform fly over at high speed. It looked like a giant wind knife, and was flying straight towards the scourge, so fast that it caused wild air currents to erupt, sending quite a few trees and branches flying everywhere within the gorge. Who is it? Bibi frowned. Looking for us? Linley mused to himself. Since they had flown into the gorge, clearly the people inside were looking for them. At this moment, Linley willed his divine sense to spread outwards, sending it into that sickle-shaped metallic lifeform to investigate within. Oh, for high gods! One of them, that grim, black-haired elder, that should be the Lord Prefect of Skymount, Mold, Immorta. Linley had previously received a book from Beirut regarding the experts of the various planes. Mold was listed in that book. Can it be that Mold has come to avenge his son? Linley sighed mentally. He sighed at how Mold was not amenable to reason. Although Linley had yet to use his full power, the power Linley had displayed at Yustone Castle, and then yet again when Linley had dealt with Bonen, was at a level beyond that which ordinary Lord Prefects might be capable of. Mold should have predicted that Linley's true power was greater than this. Why was it that he still dared to come? Was Mold very powerful? Based on what Linley knew, though, although Mold was an emissary of the Bloodridge Sovereign and in possession of a sovereign artifact, in terms of power, he was a good deal weaker than the likes of Riesgem, Hemmers, and the like. Linley, what's going on? Olivier walked over, worried. It is the Lord Prefect of Skymount, Mold. Linley said softly. No need to worry. Him? Hearing this, Diana was startled, but when she thought about how powerful Linley was, she relaxed. The enormous metallic lifeform that had been hovering roughly 10 meters above them suddenly vanished, revealing 4 individuals hovering there in midair. The leader, that black-haired elder, had a cold, hard face, and eyes that flashed like knives. Just by standing there, he gave off the aura of being an enormous, growling beast, prepared to attack at any moment. On his right arm, he was wearing that bracelet, which had those 9 green pearls studded into it. Carrying a bracelet? Linley rarely saw people wearing bracelets. After all, when experts battled, they would generally wear some sort of armor, so a bracelet wouldn't be of much use. Still, there was still a very small minority of people who wore them, some because of ancestral customs, others because of local styles. Others just liked them. In short, Linley was slightly surprised, but then he paid no more mind to it. The Lord Prefect of Skymount, Mold, swept Linley's group with his cold gaze. He looked like a mighty lion staring at 5 little sheep. The white-browed man behind Mold bowed respectfully and said, Lord Prefect, of the 5, that man with long white-black hair is Olivier. It was he who killed young Master Bonen. The most powerful person in that group, however, is that brown-haired man. It was he who bound the young master, giving Olivier the chance to kill him. I don't know his name. Lord Prefect Mold of Skymount gave Olivier a glance, then turned to stare at Linley. Do you know that Bonen is my son? Mold growled. I know. Linley said calmly. Mold's aura was astonishing, but to Linley, he was like a small dog yipping and baring its fangs at a giant. "Hey, you are that Lord Prefect Mold of Skymount?" Bibi began to laugh. "We spanked the young one, and now the old one comes. The boss and I are about to go back right now. If you don't plan on doing anything, then beat it. If you want to get revenge for your son, then stop wasting our time and attack already. After dealing with you, we'll need to hurry home. We're in a rush." Impudence! Mold was focused on Linley, he held Bibi in no regard. But these words by Bibi instantly enraged him. Rumble! The air seemed to explode as Mold charged leisurely towards Bibi, his right hand forming a claw which slashed through the air, easily ripping space itself apart. Crackle, the claw howled through the air as it struck. Linley frowned slightly. Instantly, a blurry, indistinct figure appeared in front of Mold. At the same time, with a bang sound, Mold's head was viciously kicked, and Mold himself was sent flying away by this kick, moving like a meteor as he smashed into the side of the mountain, several tens of meters away. With a booming sound, a giant spider web of cracks appeared on the mountainside, with a large, human-shaped hole at the center of the spider web. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20, Chapter 12, Not Dead. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 12, Not Dead. "Ha, you old fart, what makes you think you can act so arrogantly?" Bibi bent over in laughter, clutching at his belly. As for the three subordinates of Mold, they turned their heads, staring, stunned, at the human-shaped hole in the distant mountainside. Their Lord Prefect had actually been knocked flying in an instant? Rumble, the mountainside trembled, and rocks fell everywhere. A human figure flew out, emerging from the mountainside, then landed on the ground of the gorge. Mold's body wasn't damaged at all. His focused gaze fell on Linley, and he said in a low voice, "I didn't act against you, and yet you sneak attack me? Humph, your speed isn't bad. But your power is a bit weak." Power, weak, dot. Linley knew that Mold was just engaging in braggadocio, because the sovereign artifact Mold was in possession of was a defensive sovereign artifact. Naturally, Linley wouldn't be able to kick him to death with one kick. Mold knew very well that Linley's kick was extremely powerful, but he believed that Linley sneak attacked him because Linley wasn't that much stronger than him. Even if Linley was a bit stronger, that was fine, because he was in possession of that miraculous bracelet. This bracelet filled him with boundless confidence. Let's not waste any more time. Go ahead and attack. Linley was still smiling calmly, not feeling the slightest bit of concern or nervousness. Mold frowned, his eyebrows turning steely. He laughed coldly, "Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish." Bang! A surge of black light erupted out of Mold's body, exploding forth. It was destruction-type Sovereign's might. After using sovereign power, Mold could sense power swelling in him, which made him feel all the more confident. Mold gave a confident, cold laugh, then suddenly moved. He was like a bolt of black lightning. Harg! Mold's right leg viciously chopped down towards Linley like a hatchet. Rai-up! Space itself was ripped apart by this kick, and wherever Mold's leg passed by, a terrifyingly large spatial tear appeared. Mold, being in possession of a defensive sovereign artifact, could use his entire body as a weapon. Linley just smiled, then charged forward, his body moving like an illusion. Die! Mold's kick pierced directly through Linley's body, but in the instant that it did, Mold's face suddenly changed. Wait, that's not his body. Mold's guess was correct, that was just an afterimage Linley had left behind after moving. Linley's body was actually directly behind Mold. Linley stretched out his hand, forming it into a claw as he grabbed directly at Mold's left leg. No! Mold felt a terrifying power suddenly constrict around the joints of his left leg, and his face couldn't help but change. Your speed is too slow. Linley's voice echoed out within the gorge, and as it did, Linley grabbed Mold by his left leg, then, like snapping a whip, sent Mold smashing against the ground. He whipped Mold into the ground time and time again, smashing him down viciously. Bang! 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 The floor of the valley trembled violently, as one giant, deep crater after another appeared. The collision force was so powerful that it even caused the rocky ground to transform into dust, down to a depth of 10 meters or even deeper. Multiple enormous tears in the ground appeared, joining together and resulting in a terrifyingly deep crevice being formed. How can this be? Linley's power wasn't held back at all. After having been whipped about lightning fast like this, Mold was beginning to grow dizzy. In an instant, Linley had smashed Mold into the ground more than 100 times, and then, with a powerful sideways toss, he sent Mold flying, like a rock from a slingshot. Mold shot deep into the mountainside, creating yet another man-shaped hole. The white-browed man and the other two watched, stupefied. Uncle Linley is so powerful. Dia's eyes were shining. He is indeed terrifyingly strong. Olivier's eyes were gleaming. He, too, was a person who sought perfection. Upon seeing the power that Linley had displayed, he too felt stunned. What's his name, Mold? I'm puzzled. What the hell was he thinking? He dared to fight my boss? Although my boss didn't reveal much of his power, the speed he displayed earlier should have made it so that Mold would have known to retreat. BB mumbled. He just has a defensive sovereign artifact. What is there for him to be smug about? BB was puzzled by the fact that Mold hadn't retreated. Bastard! A furious bellow rang out from the mountainside. Bang! Mold once more charged out. After having been thrown about earlier, Mold's rage had risen to a breaking point. His eyes were scarlet, and he stared angrily at Linley while growling, "Punk, do you rely merely on speed alone? Oof. That bit of attack power you have isn't able to wound me at all, but..." Mold was growing frantic, but up till now, he still believed that Linley was just relying on his speed. Linley's attacks weren't necessarily stronger than his. Oh? Linley's face sank. Since you want to die, don't blame me. After reaching his current level of power, Linley would rarely act to kill ordinary commanders. This was because, for Linley to act against commanders would be an absolute massacre. It would be a form of abuse. Linley had simply wanted to teach Mold a lesson and have him F***ck off, but Mold seemed to be quite confident in his power. Linley couldn't help but begin to grow angry. "Ha, if you are able to kill me, then do so." Mold laughed wildly, and then, launching himself from the ground, he charged towards Linley, carrying the power of a mountain. Mold's right hand was like a sword, piercing through space and shooting towards Linley. Whap! Linley struck out, lightning fast. Fist against fist. Mold was knocked flying back. After landing, he stared at Linley in disbelief. How can you didn't use Sovereign's might. How could you have blocked my punch?" Mold was very confident in his own strength, and he had also used a drop of Sovereign's might. And yet, he was actually knocked flying back by Linley. "Your punch? Compared to Hammer's, you are quite lacking," Linley said calmly. "Hammers?" Mold frowned, but then he seemed to think of something, as he began to laugh coldly. "Your power isn't bad. Then taste my soul attack." Mold's face turned solemn, and then he opened his mouth. Swish! A translucent ripple, shaped like a blade of wind, shot at high speed towards Linley. "Die, then!" Linley no longer showed any mercy, and he growled as he attacked. A single voidwave sword ripple shot out from Linley's body, the size of an ordinary longsword. It smashed onto that translucent wind blade, and with a bang, tore through it like rotting wood. The translucent wind blade disappeared, while Linley's voidwave sword ripple just decreased a small bit in size. Mold's face changed dramatically. He seemed to want to say something, but it was too late. The void wave sword rippled silently and soundlessly entered Mold's body. Linley's most powerful type of attack was his soul attacks. Even compared to a paragon of fate, he could be said to be on roughly the same level. How could an ordinary Lord Prefect possibly block Linley's soul attack? Mold's body trembled, and then his gaze grew dim as he slowly collapsed. Lord Prefect, the white-browed man and the other two were shocked. Their Lord Prefect had died, just like that. This Mold didn't know his own limits. He really was seeking death. BB snorted. Linley turned and walked towards Olivier and the others. Laughing calmly, he said, "Let's go." Linley. Olivier's face changed as he let out a cry of alarm, staring behind Linley, stunned. HRM? Linley turned his head, puzzled. Lord Prefect Mold, who should have been dead, actually once more rose to his face. His eyes were flashing as he stared at Linley, stunned. "You, who are you?" Linley looked back at him, also stunned. "You didn't die?" Just now, he had clearly seen Mold be struck by his attack and then collapse. His eyes had turned glassy and lifeless. How had he come back to life? "Boss, this old fellow didn't die." "That's odd." BB called out. It was indeed quite odd. If Mold had a soul-protecting sovereign artifact, then he shouldn't have reacted at all to Linley's soul attack. But just now, Mold had clearly collapsed, and yet, moments later, he had completely recovered and was completely fine. This was indeed bizarre. His soul attack is this powerful, and his material attacks are so strong as well, and he is so fast, he has no weaknesses at all. Mold was stunned. "You are a paragon?" "Which paragon of the infernal realm?" Mold said. Aside from paragons, Mold couldn't think of any other possibilities. "You are Mr. Linley?" Mold actually guessed the truth right away. Truthfully, that wasn't surprising. There were only 3 individuals in the infernal realm who were suspected of being paragons. Mold had acquired information on the other 2 long ago. As for Linley, he had just risen to prominence 2 centuries ago after the Planar War. The infernal realm was simply too vast, and so in the past 2 centuries, news about him hadn't spread everywhere just yet. Although Mold had run into an old friend who had informed about Linley, all Mold had learned was Linley's name, and the fact that he was a member of the Azure Dragon clan who was capable of dragon forming. As for Linley's appearance, he had no idea. "Yes, I am Linley." Linley laughed calmly. "Paragon Linley?" Mold's 3 subordinates were utterly terrified as well. Their Lord Prefect had actually attempted to take revenge upon a paragon. Wasn't this suicide? They were stunned, but Mold was both stunned and enraged. That punk, Bonin, is just a 6-star fiend. No matter how much trouble he causes, how could he have gotten a paragon involved? Mold was incomprehensibly angry and shocked. He knew that the enemy was fairly powerful, but Bonin was just a 6-star fiend, after all. Mold believed that at most, the enemy would be a Lord Prefect level expert. A paragon? Using a paragon to deal with his son was a waste of talent. How few paragons did the entire infernal realm have? Just 3, and that was including Linley. How could there be such a coincidence? If it had been Dunnington or the other one, Mold would have immediately recognized him and given up. Unfortunately, it just so happened to be Linley. Linley was a paragon who had just recently risen to sudden prominence, and he didn't have any accurate information about Linley at all. His son had actually managed to offend a paragon. Mold's luck really was quite terrible. "This, Mr. Linley, I apologize." Mold forced out a smile. "Since it is you, Mr. Linley, then I'll leave now." "Leave now?" "If my boss was weak, he would have been killed by you, and the rest of us would have as well, right?" BB barked. "It's too late for you to leave now, Dot. I am quite curious. How is it that you were hit by my technique but didn't die?" Linley looked at this Lord Prefect, Mold. Mold's face changed dramatically. Not hesitating at all, with a swish, he rose into the skies, intending to flee. Against a paragon like Linley, even if Linley wasn't able to kill him, he would be able to control a spatial tear and shove Mold into it. Mold didn't believe that his sovereign would waste any time or effort in entering chaotic space to save him. Linley blinked, and two Voidwave sword ripples shot towards Mold, who was in mid-flight. No matter how fast he moved, how could he move faster than a soul attack? The two Voidwave sword ripples entered Mold's body, and instantly, Mold's formerly flying body became powerless. He once more fell down from the skies, smashing onto the ground. But just an instant later, Mold actually once more flipped to his feet. Queer! How queer! Linley began to laugh. If you have a soul-protecting sovereign artifact, you shouldn't feel a thing from my soul attack. But clearly, you don't have one. But if you don't have one, how could it be that you are able to survive repeated soul attacks from me? Linley didn't understand. Mr. Linley, no, Lord Linley. Mold's face changed dramatically. He was confident in his ability to escape anyone besides a paragon, but paragons, they were strong in every aspect, without any flaws. It really is strange. Linley frowned, puzzled. Swish! Swish! Two more Voidwave sword ripples shot out, once more entering Mold's body. Mold's eyes immediately became lifeless, and he once more fell onto the ground. This time, Linley used his divine sense to keep a close watch on Mold, carefully inspecting Mold for any changes. Linley's divine sense thoroughly filled every single part of Mold's body. It was extremely forceful and dominating. Mold's eyes opened, and he once more regained consciousness. So that's how it is. Linley finally discovered where the secret lay. Lord Prefect, the white-browed man and the other two, seeing the situation was turning grim, hurriedly fled, leaving behind only Mold himself. After regaining consciousness, the first thing Mold saw was Linley walking towards him. His face changed dramatically, and he suddenly tunneled underground. Ha, you won't be able to escape, Linley laughed loudly, and then his body suddenly appeared next to Mold, and he grabbed Mold by the shoulders. Linley's other hand then grabbed at Mold's bracelet. No! Feeling Linley grab the bracelet, the Lord Prefect of Skymount instantly grew frantic, but Linley gave his left hand a forceful tug, and with a crack, the bracelet shattered as the 9 green pearls flew into Linley's hand. The reason why you were able to survive despite being hit by me multiple times has something to do with these 9 soul pearls, yes? Linley glanced at him. Seeing that Linley held the soul pearls in his hand, the Lord Prefect's face instantly turned ashen. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20, Chapter 13, The Secret of the 9 Pearls. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 13, The Secret of the 9 Pearls. Boss, the reason why you weren't able to kill him was these 9 soul pearls? What are these 9 soul pearls? BB flew next to Linley as well, inspecting the 9 soul pearls hovering in Linley's hands with curiosity. Boss, I don't feel anything special about these 9 pearls. Linley chuckled. When I first saw the Lord Prefect of Skymount, I didn't sense anything special about these soul pearls either. I thought that wearing a bracelet was just personal habit of his. Only when I tried to kill him multiple times with no success did I notice that these soul pearls were rather unique. How keen was Linley's judgment now? He was able to immediately tell, at a glance, that the Lord Prefect of Skymount's bracelet wasn't a divine artifact, and so Linley had taken it for a mere trinket with no value. And, indeed, the bracelet wasn't a divine artifact. Linley was able to crush the bracelet with his fingers with ease. The truly valuable items were those 9 soul pearls. Lord Prefect of Skymount, is my guess correct? Lord Linley. The Lord Prefect of Skymount's face was ashen. He hurriedly said, correct. Your guess is correct. These 9 soul pearls are a precious treasure that were naturally formed, and they contain an incomprehensible life force within them. As long as you are wearing these 9 soul pearls, an inexhaustible, endless amount of life energy will fill your entire body and soul. Although your soul attack was powerful, Lord Linley, the energy of the soul pearls continuously protected me, and so even though my soul was damaged, it was quickly healed. Mold no longer had anything left he could rely on. He had thought that by relying on his soul pearls, others wouldn't be able to kill him. And Mold's power was indeed quite great. Matching that with the soul pearls meant that he could be considered one of the topmost commanders. This was why Mold had so confidently come to fight. After seeing Linley's unfamiliar face, he had felt all the more confident. But who would have imagined that this was Linley, the paragon who had risen to sudden prominence in the infernal realm? A paragon, they were the most powerful entities amongst deities. The soul pearls could protect Mold, but they weren't able to increase his attack power. In front of Linley, Mold was nothing more than a punching bag. Now that he lost those 9 soul pearls, he had nothing left at all. "Oh, these soul pearls are so special?" DB mumbled in surprise. "Mold, did you bind these soul pearls?" Linley said calmly. No, Mold said hurriedly. Linley willed a drop of blood to emerge from his finger, which then flew towards one of the soul pearls hovering above his hand. Drip, dot. The blood fell atop this jade-green soul pearl, splattered, then rolled down and fell onto Linley's palm. "It actually didn't go in?" Linley said with a frown. "Lord Linley, these soul pearls are a miraculous treasure which was naturally formed by the heavens, rather than a divine artifact. There is no way to bind them with blood." Mold said hurriedly. Linley gave Mold a sidelong glance, then held the 9 soul pearls within his palm. Instantly, he felt a surge of unique energy fill his entire body. Under Linley's control, this surge of energy even flooded into his soul. Comfortable. Linley felt as though his soul was being protected by this very unique type of energy. How curious. This sort of treasure, only the heavens themselves could give birth to such a thing. Linley sighed in praise. Right. Mold hurriedly said. "Boss, these soul pearls are quite unique, but how can you be certain that the reason why Mold was struck by your soul attack without dying was because of these pearls?" BB pursed his lips. "Perhaps the soul pearls are unique, but they aren't necessarily the true treasure which protected Mold from dying. Perhaps he might have another treasure as well." Mold's face changed dramatically. "The best way to test it, boss, is to give this Mold yet another soul attack. If this time, Mold dies, then that proves that it really was the soul pearls which were protecting him. If he doesn't die, then it means he was lying." BB laughed as he spoke, but in the eyes of Mold, BB's laughter was so evil, so terrifying, that... "Mold, what do you think? Is my reasoning correct?" BB looked at Mold and laughed, but he didn't even attempt to hide the killing intent in his eyes. These words were like the pronouncement of a death sentence upon Mold. In terms of mentality, BB, a divine beast, still had a stronger desire to kill than Linley. Anyone who posed a threat to Linley or who had ever attacked Linley, as far as BB was concerned, such a person deserved death. "Boss, if Mold doesn't die, he will cause problems in the future, eventually. He is currently the Lord Prefect of Skymount, and won't dare to take his revenge on you, boss. That's only because he isn't strong enough. But if, one day, he were to make a breakthrough and become a paragon, he probably would no longer fear you, boss. Even if he isn't able to take revenge on you, Olivier will be in danger." BB sent mentally. BB was far-sighted. Anything that might pose a threat should be killed. "Lord Linley," Mold stammered in terror. Mold's current attitude was completely opposite to his earlier, brash, murderous attitude. When you thought you were strong, you attacked. When you discovered that the enemy was too strong, you submitted. After having experienced the savagery of the planar wars, Linley wouldn't be as soft-hearted as a woman. Swish! A void wave sword ripple shot forth from Linley's forehead, so fast that Mold wasn't able to react at all as it drove into his body. Mold's body trembled, and then the light disappeared from his eyes as he slumped down. Clink! A blood-red set of armor fell out from his body onto the ground. This was his defensive sovereign artifact. This time, he's really dead. BB laughed. Olivier, Diana, and their son, Dia, walked over now. Olivier looked at the deceased Lord Prefect, then looked towards Linley with gratitude. Linley, thank you. You helped me yet again. If the Lord Prefect didn't die, Olivier definitely would have been unable to rest easy. Thank you, Uncle Linley. Dia said as well, and then he gave the corpse of Mold a vicious look, as though placing the blame for the death of his older brother upon the Lord Prefect. When I dealt with Bonin, I prepared myself for the possible eventuality of having to deal with Mold as well. Only, I didn't expect that Mold would actually be in possession of this sort of miraculous natural treasure. Linley looked at the 9 soul pearls in his hand and sighed. How unfortunate. Mold, as suspected, has clones somewhere. BB dripped a drop of blood onto the armor, but it didn't go in. Forget it. Just leave it there. Linley said with a calm laugh. After having lost his most powerful divine clone, Mold is no longer much of a threat. Without his most powerful divine clone, even if Mold had a saint-level clone somewhere who was able to fuse with the divine sparks all the way to the high god level, he wouldn't be able to make any more advances. This meant that there was no hope for Mold to reach the level of paragons. Anyone not at the paragon level, as far as Linley was concerned, could be slaughtered easily by him. Oof. I'm not going to let him get anything back. BB waved his hand, drawing Mold's interspatial ring towards him, and then with a vicious clench and a crack, BB shattered the interspatial ring. If he couldn't get it, he wouldn't let Mold get it either. As for that sovereign artifact, it was made by a sovereign, and BB didn't dare do anything to it. Sovereigns wouldn't care about you killing an emissary, as that was the fault of the emissary for being too weak. But destroying a sovereign artifact or tossing it into chaotic space? The sovereign would be angered. The artifact was something which a sovereign had spent a tremendous amount of time and effort on, after all. This treasure isn't bad, but it's not very useful for me. Linley glanced at the 9 soul pearls. Let's go. With a thought, Linley stored the 9 soul pearls into his interspatial ring. We're off to Indigo Prefecture. BB laughed. Olivier looked at his wife and son, then laughed as well, content. Linley's group of 5 once more boarded their metallic lifeform and began to fly at high speed towards Indigo Prefecture, in the west. Within Linley's interspatial ring. This was a lifeless space. A large number of items was hovering there within it, including that canteen filled with Sovereign's Might, the adamantine heavy sword, blood violet, inkstones, azurite, and atop a little mountain formed from inkstones and azurite, there was a tattered, tarnished, unremarkable crown. The tattered crown just lay there. Suddenly, the 9 soul pearls appeared within that lifeless space. The 9 crystal and jade-green soul pearls seemed so brilliant and beautiful. The strange thing was, that tattered crown actually levitated into the air and flew towards the 9 soul pearls, which also flew towards the tattered crown. The 9 soul pearls formed into a circle around the tattered crown. Swish! 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 The 9 soul pearls suddenly shot towards the tattered crown from each direction, instantly merging into the settings of the crown. And then, everything turned calm again. A green light flowed atop the tattered crown, causing it to emanate a faint green aura. It was no longer as tattered and tarnished as it was before. There were 9 small settings and 1 large setting to this crown. The 9 small settings looped around the crown from front to back, while the center front of the crown had a large, rhombus-shaped setting. This rhombus-shaped setting was completely empty. Linley had no idea as to what had just happened within his interspatial ring. Previously, Linley had spent quite some time inspecting the tattered crown, and after becoming a soul mutate, Linley had inspected it yet again. But he couldn't find anything special about it, and thus, he had tossed it into his interspatial ring and stopped paying attention to it. Perhaps, one day, Linley would take out the crown or the pearls, only to discover the secrets of the crown. But when would that happen? No one could say. A metallic lifeform shaped like a vicious tiger floated there above the mountains. This enormous metallic lifeform had more than 100 people within it, with the leader being a silver-haired, silver-robed mold. He was standing at the front of the metallic lifeform, staring through the translucent metal towards the distant mountains ahead. "Go there and reclaim the armor," the silver-haired mold said coldly. "Yes, Lord Prefect." The white-browed man knew exactly where the battle had taken place. He immediately led a squad of 10 people towards that gorge, flying at high speed. The silver-haired mold stared coldly at the distant mountains, his heart filled with a murderous intent. He could still sense the presence of the sovereign artifact. Clearly, Linley's group didn't take it away or destroy it. "My power is now much weaker. If someone were to challenge me," this was what Mold was concerned about now. As a Lord Prefect in one of the 108 Azuras of the Infernal Realm, he had to face challengers, with the loser giving up the position and the winner becoming the new Azura or Lord Prefect. Thus, Mold had to reacquire that sovereign artifact. With a defensive sovereign artifact, Mold was confident in his ability to maintain his position. A long time later, the figures of the white-browed man and his squad flashed forward, with the white-browed man holding that blood-colored armor in his hands. "Oomph!" the silver-haired mold's eyes flashed, and a large corridor instantly appeared within the metallic lifeform. The blood-colored armor flew through the corridor towards Mold, then entered Mold's body. "Move out. We're going back," Mold said calmly. "Yes, Lord Prefect," the group replied in chorus. And then, Mold strode to a private room deeper in the rear cabins of the metallic lifeform. The door to the rear cabin shut. There was no hint of light within this room. The silver-haired Mord sat down quietly in the meditative position. Within the gloomy, dark room, Mord's face appeared equally gloomy and dark. His wolf-like eyes, in this dark room, appeared all the more terrifying and heart-shaking. "You ruined my son, then also ruined my future prospects." In that room, Mold didn't need to conceal in the slightest his killing intent. A wild, savage aura filled the room, but because of Mold's god realm, the aura didn't leak outside at all, and so those subordinates outside had no idea what was occurring within. Mold's eyes flashed savagely. "Fine. Since you ruined me, then I will ruin you as well. Unfortunately, I've already destroyed that sheet of special paper. Otherwise, it would be much easier for me to convince the sovereigns. With just a simple plan, I could easily cause Linley to die. But now that I destroyed that paper, it will be a bit tricky." Mold pondered silently for a moment, considering what to do, then laughed coldly. "Still, it doesn't matter. Although the paper was destroyed, at least I still know what the secret is. Since the soul pearls are no longer in my hands, there's no point to keeping this secret." When Mold thought about what was going to occur, he couldn't help but feel a hint of eagerness in his heart. "You ruined me. So I'll ruin you," Mold growled. "I will publicize the secret, I will make it known to everyone, make it known to all of the sovereigns." His voice, filled with rage, made this secret room feel so sinister, so cold. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20, Chapter 14, True, False. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 14, True, False. Although he wanted to make the secret public, this wasn't actually an easy thing to do. If Linley were to learn of this secret before it made its way to the sovereigns, then Linley would probably immediately return and immediately kill Mold. Mold pondered for a moment, then came up with a simple scheme. Skymount Prefecture. The Lord Prefect's estate. The main hall. 100 high god warriors were standing respectfully before the main hall, awaiting the Lord Prefect's arrival. "I wonder what the Lord Prefect summoned us all here for." They all mumbled to themselves, but then, moments later, a person emerged from a side door of the main hall. It was the silver-haired Mold. Mold's cold, sinister gaze swept across these high gods, and all of them instantly stood up straight, not daring to look around or seem the slightest bit indolent. Mold strode to the front of the hall. Seating himself atop his throne, Mold swept the people before him with his cold gaze. "I have a secret assignment for all of you. If you reveal this assignment, whoever reveals it will have his entire clan put to death." Military order was quite strict in the prefectural armies. Still, annihilating an entire clan because of revealing a secret was unheard of. The 100 high gods all felt their hearts tremble. They felt misery in their hearts. How was it that they were the ones to end up with this mission? But don't worry. As long as this mission isn't revealed, nothing will happen. Mold said calmly. In addition, once you accomplish it, every single person will be awarded 1 billion inkstones. All of the high gods were shocked. These high gods spent countless years building up their wealth, and yet still probably only had a few 100 million inkstones. They weren't 7-star fiends, they didn't have an extravagant amount of money. A single assignment with a reward of 1 billion inkstones? This was an astronomical amount of money. Mold waved his hand, and one piece of black paper after another appeared in front of him. Whoosh! These pieces of paper suddenly flew downwards towards each person. Every single one of the 100 high gods received a piece of paper. These high gods couldn't help but look towards the paper, and with but a single glance, they completely memorized the contents of it. At the same time, the faces of the 100 high gods completely changed. This secret was truly terrifying. Did you see it? Mold let out a cold laugh. You don't need to worry about if this information is true or false, but you must remember one thing. You cannot leak it out. If you leak it out, Mold swept the group below with his gaze. Your subordinates do not dare. After one person fell to a knee, the other 99 soldiers all hurriedly knelt as well. Excellent. Mold said calmly. 15 of you, stand over there. You 15, go over there. And that leaves 25 of you. You will form 6 squads. Mold's divine power flew out, easily spreading out across 6 people in the 6 groups. The first 5 groups had 15, while the last one had 25. Squad 1, you will head to the western part of the Infernal Realm, to the Carol continent. The 15 of you will hand those sheets of paper to 15 different people. This is the list of names and addresses. Remember, on the journey, no matter what, do not let this information be leaked out. Mold once more instructed, then sent a black parchment flying towards Squad 1. Squad 2, you will head to the eastern part of the Infernal Realm, to the Jade Float continent. This is the list of names and addresses. Squad 3, you will head to the southern part of the Infernal Realm, to the Muja continent. Squad 4, head to the northern part of the Infernal Realm, the Redbud continent. Squad 5, the 5 of you, head to the Starmist Sea, and Squad 6, you head to the Chaotic Sea. Mold delivered the lists of names and addresses to these people. These names were primarily names of sovereigns' emissaries. But of course, there were also many Lord Prefect level figures. The wider the net, the greater the chances of attracting interest from sovereigns. 6 of the 7 major regions of the Infernal Realm had squads assigned. The only region not assigned was the Bloodridge continent. Mold knew very well that if he spread this news out to the Bloodridge continent, it would most likely quickly spread to Linley's ears. Each of you, leave a divine clone here in my estate. Mold said calmly. You have to keep a tight watch on each other. If anyone leaks the secret, immediately report it to me. The reason Mold selected these individuals was because they were all fairly loyal, and because they all had divine clones. Yes, Lord Prefect. 100 clones emerged. Then head out. Mold didn't wish to waste any time. The 100 high gods assented, and then separated into 6 squads and left. With the members of the squads keeping an eye on the other members, and given how deadly the consequences of exposing the secret was, as well as the rich reward of 1 billion inkstones for successfully completing the mission, Mold felt confident that nothing would go amiss. Mold laughed calmly. Bloodridge Continent? I'll go make that notification. Mold was still an emissary of the Bloodridge Sovereign. It wasn't hard for him to go pay a visit to the Sovereign. If he went in person, there was no way that Linley would learn the secret. That very day, Mold flew out of the castle and headed towards the residence of the Bloodridge Sovereign. The Bloodridge Continent. Cloudlink Mountains. Deep within the Cloudlink Mountains, there was a lake that was 1,000 kilometers in circumference. The air above the lake was perpetually covered with mist and fog. This sort of scene was actually quite common in the infernal realm, and many few people would pay attention to it. As for those people who lived near the Cloudlink Mountains, they all knew that anyone who entered deep into the middle of the lake would disappear into the mist, and then, dazed, reappear on the shore. No one knew what was in the center. Splash, the waters of the lake gently rolled out in waves, lapping at the shore. A figure descended from the skies at high speed, landing at the edges of the lake. It was Mold. Mold stood there at the side of the lake for a moment, then flew into that endless fog. At the center of the lake, there was a small island. The island was filled with all sorts of beautiful flowers, and all sorts of flying birds that lived here peacefully. On the island, there was a plain, unadorned, cone-shaped palace. In the rear side of the palace, amidst the flowers, there was a stone table, where 2 men were seated, facing each other, staring raptly at the many chess pieces on the table. Behind these 2 men, there were 2 maids, whose faces were covered in smiles. One of the 2 men had long, blood-red hair. This man had a wavy, blood-colored tattoo on his face. He was currently smiling, his eyes gleaming as he stared at the chess pieces. Opposite him was a silver-haired, hawk-nosed man. This hawk-nosed man had 2 long, narrow eyes. Occasionally, a hint of a cold aura would flash within his eyes, capable of causing one to tremble. Teresia, Tele 11, you lose again, huh? The blood-haired man said with a loud laugh. Another one. I just learned this game. The hawk-nosed man said hurriedly. Boshin, you've been playing for years. Fine, let's play again. You'll still lose though. The blood-haired man said with a laugh. This was a game with 256 pieces, representing soldiers and generals. Although it seemed to be simple, it actually contained within it many different ways of mobilizing armies. It also required a person to be adaptive and act based on the opponent's situation. The more powerful one's soul was, the more complicated one's thought patterns would become, and the more interesting this game would be. In addition, one side would only win after all of the pieces of the other side were completely eliminated. Even if one was slightly losing at the beginning, one still had a chance to win by using fewer numbers to overcome superior numbers. Different situations required different resolutions. If one managed to calculate things out thoroughly, a single game could last for a very long time. These 2 people could spend several years playing a single game. This was a war simulation game that a general in a material plane had developed to be used to help train military officers. But sovereigns with eternal life who had no real pursuits loved to find and play these time-consuming games. This game of the 256 soldiers and generals, where did you find it? The hawk-nosed man laughed. This? I discovered it from the Sia material plane. I must say, this game is far more complicated and exciting than those games I played in the past. It's quite fun. The blood-haired man laughed as he began to control his pieces and make them move. Those 2 women smiled as they watched, quietly chatting through divine sense. Sovereigns feel bored as well. Lord Teresia, Sovereign of Wind, probably won't be able to win. Last time, the chief sovereign of destruction competed against our sovereign for 1,000 years without winning a single match. Right at this moment, a maid flew over from afar, then bowed and said, "Sovereign, Mold has come. He has an important matter to discuss with you, Sovereign." Mold? Why is he coming at a time like this? The Bloodridge sovereign, Bosun, frowned. The hawk-nosed man laughed. "Ha, Bosun, hurry up and deal with him. Don't try to rearrange the pieces and don't try to cheat. I've memorized all of the pieces' locations." The Bloodridge sovereign, Bosun, gave Teresia a glance, and then walked away. Within the sovereign's main hall, the Lord Prefect of Skymount, Mold, was standing respectfully in front of the main hall. He saw a bloody mirage suddenly appear, and then, there in the main hall, the Bloodridge sovereign took form. Mold raised his head. Seeing the Bloodridge sovereign, he couldn't help but feel his heart tremble, and he hurriedly knelt down. "Is there something you need from me?" The Bloodridge continent said calmly. The Bloodridge sovereign was a lofty, exalted sovereign, after all. He might jest and jape with the other sovereigns, but in front of deities, he, a sovereign, was far beyond them. "Sovereign, I just learned of a tremendous, heaven-shaking secret," Mold said respectfully. "Oh?" The Bloodridge sovereign couldn't help but give Mold a careful look. "Speak." "Sovereign, please look at this." Mold produced a black piece of parchment. The Bloodridge sovereign's gaze fixed upon it, and instantly, that black parchment flew over towards him, then hovering in front of him. Sweeping it with a glance, the Bloodridge sovereign's face changed slightly as he then looked downwards towards Mold in surprise. Mold remained on his knees, not daring to speak. "Where did you obtain this information from?" the Bloodridge sovereign said in a low voice. "How could a scroll containing such information possibly be made from such ordinary paper?" "I acquired it by accident," Mold said hurriedly. He didn't dare say that he had already acquired the 9 pearls previously. If he did, the sovereign might be so infuriated at the fact that he hadn't offered it right away that he might kill Mold. There was nothing Mold could do. He had already destroyed that original piece of paper. Would sovereigns necessarily believe it when they saw an earth-shaking revelation on an ordinary piece of paper? If that green paper was still here, the sovereign would definitely believe it. Because sovereigns, at a glance, would know exactly where that green paper came from. Naturally, they would believe the words it contained. But the words on an ordinary piece of paper, would the sovereigns believe it? "You claim that Linley has those 9 soul pearls?" the Bloodridge sovereign said. "I'm not the one making the claim. It is this piece of paper which states it." Mold didn't dare say anything else. This secret was simply too great. If he got involved, then he, a Lord Prefect, would probably lose his little life. "Your most powerful divine clone is dead? Who killed it?" the Bloodridge sovereign suddenly asked. Mold was stunned. It was Linley who destroyed his most powerful divine clone. If the sovereign wished to investigate, this would be fairly easy to discern. If one was to lie to a sovereign, one would have to consider what sort of lie one was going to tell. If one was going to tell a lie that would be easily discovered, it would probably be better to tell the truth instead. But if the lie couldn't be discovered, then never admit it, even under threat of death. It was Linley who killed it. Mold admitted it. The Bloodridge sovereign suddenly rose to his feet. Mold couldn't help but feel startled. "Humph," the Bloodridge sovereign icily swept Mold with his gaze, then barked, "Mold, if an overgod issued a mission, the paper on which the mission was written would definitely not be ordinary paper. How is it that you dare counterfeit information of such gravity?" "I didn't," Mold said hurriedly, terrified. The Bloodridge sovereign stood there in his hall, staring down at the kneeling Mold. In a calm voice, he said, "Mold, you made 3 mistakes. First of all, a mission issued by the overgods would definitely not come on a piece of paper like this. Second, if an overgod issued a mission, even if it involved 3 talismans, the overgod would at most give a basic description of the 3 talismans. The overgod would definitely not name someone in specific as carrying a talisman. Even if the overgod was going to do so, the overgod would clearly state the locations of all 3 talismans. Why would the overgod just mention one? And third, your most powerful divine clone, Mold, just so happened to have been destroyed by Linley. This information states that Linley acquired the 9 soul pearls? How could there be such a coincidence? And you are the first person to bring me this information? This is all too coincidental, isn't it? Mold's face changed. Mold, because you have served me sincerely and diligently for so many years, I will spare your life. Be gone. The Bloodridge Sovereign said calmly. No rush, no rush. Talismans from the overgods? Let me see. A figure suddenly appeared in the main hall. It was that hawk-nosed man. Go ahead and look. You heard what I said earlier, right? The Bloodridge Sovereign said calmly. The hawk-nosed man swept the parchment with his gaze, then nodded slightly. The likelihood that the information your subordinate provided is true is quite low. The paper is wrong, and the information only mentions a single person, Linley. And your subordinate just so happens to have a great enmity with Linley? It is quite odd. In addition, it has already been countless years since the last time the overgods issued a mission. However, the hawk-nosed man laughed calmly. If your subordinate wanted to harm Linley, how could he come up with something like this on his own? Ever since the universe was created, the overgods have only issued 6 missions. There are very few deities who even know that such a thing exists. Thus, I believe there is a chance that this is real. That's just the first point. The second point is, based on how long it has been since the 6th mission, I have the feeling that it is about time for the overgods to issue another mission. It has been countless years. Bosun, I'm not busy anyhow, so I might as well go take a look. Ha ha. The hawk-nosed man disappeared from within that hall. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20, Chapter 15, The Sovereign Descends. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 15, The Sovereign Descends. Within the main hall, Mold remained on his knees. But upon seeing the Sovereign of Wind suddenly depart, he felt a surge of wild joy in his heart. Based on the conversation they had, it seems this person was a sovereign as well. Good. Although the Bloodridge Sovereign didn't believe me, at least one sovereign has gone, this Linley. Even if he hands over the 9 soul pearls, he will find it hard to avoid death. When Mold thought about what that parchment had written on it, he couldn't help but feel smug. If he had described things clearly, perhaps Linley would simply hand over the 9 soul pearls, and the sovereign would release Linley. But, in disseminating the news, Mold had changed things slightly. Although he wasn't able to make his scheme perfect in such a short period of time, as Mold saw it, it was enough to make Linley die. Linley, a paragon is going to die, just like that. Mold mused to himself. Mold. A cold voice suddenly rang out. Sovereign. Mold hurriedly pressed his forehead against the floor, kowtowing. The Bloodridge Sovereign's cold gaze fell down upon Mold from up high. I ask you this. Is the information contained in the parchment true or false? Are you certain of the information? The Bloodridge Sovereign was still quite surprised that Mold was able to deliver a piece of paper like this. The words of the Sovereign of Wind were correct. How long ago had it been since an overgod had issued a mission? Very few people even knew about such a thing. Even if Mold wanted to make something up, how would he even know about it? Sovereign, your subordinate doesn't know if it is true or false. Mold said respectfully. Your subordinate simply came in possession of this parchment. Because the information it contained was simply too astonishing, I knew that you, sovereign, would probably be intrigued by it. And so I immediately came to give it to you, sovereign. Mold wouldn't dare testify as to whether it was true or false. If he dared to testify regarding its veracity, then it meant that he, Mold, had seen the true original. Humph, scram. The Bloodridge sovereign snapped. Yes. Mold hurriedly bowed with respect, then left. But there, at the front of the main hall, the Bloodridge sovereign began to furrow his brows while standing there. Why did Mold have to come now, instead of earlier or later? Teresia just so happened to be here when Mold came. Now that Teresia knows this, things will be tricky. As he pondered, the Bloodridge sovereign stretched out his divine sense. Soon, the Bloodridge sovereign's divine sense spread out to cover the entire Bloodridge continent. Moments later, the Bloodridge sovereign retracted his divine sense. Shaking his head and laughing, his body also flickered, then disappeared from the main hall. As for Mold, he traversed the hazy white mist, then quickly departed. Poof. As soon as I retrieved my sovereign artifact, I immediately began to plan this out, and then I delivered this news to the sovereigns. Even as fast as Linley travels, I imagine he probably hasn't reached Indigo Prefecture yet. Mold was very efficient in carrying things out. He was afraid that if too much time passed, there would be new variables. Thus, he had traveled here by himself at top speed to notify the sovereign. As for the sovereigns, if they were to chase after Linley, their speed would be terrifyingly fast. Mountains rose, one after the other in a never-ending chain. A metallic lifeform was traversing the skies. We've already passed through the Indigo Prefecture border. In a short period of time, we will reach the Skyrite Mountains. Linley, standing at the front of the metallic lifeform, stared at the outside world through the translucent metal. He laughed while speaking. Indigo Prefecture. Diana and Olivier both stood there as well, staring into the distance. Suddenly. Whoosh! A terrifying tornado suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the skies, surrounding Linley's metallic lifeform, causing the world to suddenly grow dim and hazy. What's going on? Bibi was shocked. Not good. Linley's face changed dramatically. The sudden descent of this tornado caught even him completely off guard. The person who had just come was too terrifying. Linley didn't have any reservations. With a thought, he instantly spread out Earth-type sovereign power, forming a protective barrier around the five of them. The entire metallic lifeform trembled, then was blown into smithereens. Linley's group of five were still completely dazed, but right at this moment, the tornado vanished. Linley looked in front of him. There was a man currently standing in midair in front of them. This person had long silver hair, a hawk nose, and pair of slender eyes. The man's gaze was like a knife, making those who saw his gaze feel coldness in their hearts. This silver-haired man looked calmly at Linley's group of five. Boss, who is he? Bibi sent mentally. The faces of Olivier, Diana, and their son Dia changed dramatically. Who else could it be? Aside from a sovereign, who could possibly suddenly appear in front of us without me sensing anything? Linley sent back. And then, smiling, Linley bowed towards the man in front of him. Linley of Indigo Prefecture greets you, Sovereign. After having met with the Chief Sovereign of Death and the Abyssal Fruit Tree, Linley understood one thing. Sovereigns might appear as an energy construct or with their true bodies, or in the shape of a human. In short, one couldn't judge a sovereign through appearance, only by power. A girl might appear before you, but that girl could very well be a sovereign. There was no way at all to judge such a person's strength from the outside. The silver-haired man revealed a hint of a smile on his face as well. Oh, you are able to infuse will? You really are a paragon. You were able to ascertain my identity so soon. This sovereign of wind could tell from the barrier Linley had created with Earth-type sovereign power that there was a surge of will infused within it. More importantly, Linley didn't waste a single bit of his sovereign power. This made it simple to judge Linley's power. "Sovereign, might I ask why you have stopped us?" Linley smiled as he bowed. "Please instruct me." "The rest of you, step aside." The Sovereign of Wind gave a calm glance to Bibi and the others. As Sovereign saw it, the fewer deities who knew about overgod talismans and missions, the better. Sovereigns felt that deities weren't even qualified to know about these things. Linley was a paragon, and so he could speak amiably with Linley, but the Sovereign of Wind didn't want the other four nearby to listen in. "Leave for now." Linley glanced at them. Knowing that this person was a sovereign, Bibi didn't dare say anything. He, Olivier, and the other two immediately flew away. Olivier's son, Dia, stared in amazement and disbelief at the Sovereign of Wind. Clearly, Dia was very curious about the legendary sovereigns. Moments later, Bibi and the others were thousands of kilometers away. "Sovereign, there is nobody nearby aside from us now." Linley looked at the silver-haired man in front of him. "My request is very simple." The Sovereign of Wind laughed calmly as he glanced at Linley. "A overgod talisman, in the hands of a deity, is completely useless. It's best if you hand over the overgod talisman you possess to me." Linley couldn't help but feel completely lost. "Overgod talisman? What overgod talisman?" Linley asked. The silver-haired man's eyes had a hint of coldness flash through them. With an icy snort, he said, "What, do you want to lie to my face and deceive me?" Actually, the Sovereign was now rather puzzled as well. By the looks of it, it seems as though this Linley really has no idea what an overgod talisman is. But then again, who knows? If a paragon wants to put on an act, I wouldn't necessarily be able to see through him. "Sovereign, I am willing to swear an oath in the name of the overgods that I truly have no idea what an overgod talisman is," Linley said hurriedly. The silver-haired man felt puzzled now. "Sovereign, what is this overgod talisman of which you speak?" Linley said, puzzled. "Based on what I know, the four overgods are the personifications of the four edicts. They shouldn't have any human emotions. Why would there be overgod talismans?" But as soon as he spoke, Linley knew that he was wrong. If they didn't have human emotions, did that necessarily mean they couldn't issue talismans? Where did overgod artifacts come from, then? Since there was such a thing as an overgod artifact, then naturally there could be overgod talismans as well. But this silver-haired man thought that Linley didn't know about the existence of overgod talismans and overgod artifacts. He said calmly, "Since overgods are able to take the form of a person if they choose, why is it that you think you can understand them? Based on what I know, of the 3 talismans, the 9 soul pearls are in your hands, correct?" "The 9 soul pearls of the 3 talismans?" Linley couldn't help but say, startled. Linley was indeed startled, because he knew what this person was speaking of. "This sovereign has come to find me for an overgod talisman." So, he is referring to those 9 soul pearls which allowed Mole to stay alive. That's the overgod talisman. No wonder it is so unique and has such incomprehensible power. So it is an overgod talisman, but what are they used for? At this moment, Linley truly wanted to send his divine sense into his interspatial ring to investigate those 9 soul pearls. However, with the sovereign in front of him, Linley didn't dare act in such a way. Linley didn't know what sort of detection powers a sovereign possessed. Given the divine powers of a sovereign, however, most likely they would be able to pay attention to anything he did. If Linley was to immediately investigate his interspatial ring, wouldn't the sovereign connect it all together? There are a total of 3 overgod talismans? Linley had a completely stunned look on his face. The Sovereign of Wind looked closely at Linley, then let out a cold laugh. "Linley, although you have become a paragon, you are still a deity. An overgod talisman is useless to you. I urge you to hand over this overgod talisman. Don't say that you don't have it. I know that the 9 soul pearls are in your hands. I will give you just a single chance. The Sovereign of Wind said calmly. If you hand over the 9 soul pearls now, I will spare your life. But if you try to dissemble even the slightest bit, then don't blame me for killing you, then taking the Overgod talisman from you. The Sovereign of Wind actually wasn't completely confident about whether or not Linley had those 9 soul pearls either. In fact, whether the Overgods had even issued a mission, or if there were even 3 Overgod talismans, was unverified. However, to these sovereigns who possessed eternal life, there were very few things capable of drawing their interest. Overgod talismans, however, were things which were more than enough to drive them insane with excitement. If there was even the slightest chance of it being true, the Sovereign of Wind wanted to try and trick Linley into admitting it. He pretended to be completely confident. If Linley did actually have the 9 soul pearls, he might be nervous and thus hand it over. Linley's heart clenched. Can it be that the Sovereign knew that I acquired those 9 soul pearls from Mold? Only my people know about this, and Mold himself. Can it be that it was Mold who told the Sovereign? But Mold and I have a huge enmity between us. If he wanted to entrap me, it shouldn't be as simple as this. Linley hesitated. Sovereign, just now, I told you that I am willing to swear an oath in the name of the Overgods. Why are you saying such things? Can it be that I would dare lie to the Overgods? Linley said hurriedly. I, Linley, swear by the Overgod of Fate that before the Sovereign told me about Overgod talismans, I knew nothing whatsoever about Overgod talismans. If I say a single false word, let my soul be shattered and dispersed. Linley looked solemnly at the Sovereign of Wind. Indeed, the Sovereign of Wind frowned. An oath to the Overgods wasn't something a person would casually make. After all, the universe itself was controlled by the edicts. Can it be that Linley really has no idea? That the news was false? The Sovereign of Wind mused, puzzled. Teresia! A voice rang out. Linley saw that in the distance, a blood-robed figure had suddenly emerged. A blood-red robe, and blood-red hair. The newcomer's aura was even more overbearing and tyrannical than the Sovereign of Winds. He flew over unhappily. Teresia, Linley belongs to my blood-rich continent. You can't act wildly. Mold spouted some rubbish, and so you believed him? Overgod talismans? How many years has it been since they appeared? How could they now have appeared out of nowhere? Teresia was startled. The words of the blood-rich sovereign as good as told Linley that they weren't completely sure either. The Sovereign of Wind, Teresia, said mentally, Boson, what's going on with you? How could you tell the truth in front of Linley? Aren't you as good as trying to help him out? He's just a deity. Why act like this? The Sovereign of Wind was very unhappy. He didn't understand why the Bloodridge Sovereign was helping Linley. As he saw it, the Bloodridge Sovereign should join forces with him to make Linley hand over the talisman. I heard everything Linley said. The Bloodridge Sovereign swept Linley with his gaze, and then looked back at Teresia. He swore an oath by the Overgods. How can this be false? In addition, the news stated that the 9 soul pearls were placed alongside the Overgod decree. If Linley had both the 9 soul pearls and the Overgod decree, how could he not know what an Overgod talisman is? Clearly, Mold was lying. Or, to put it another way, the news he brought was false. The Sovereign of Wind had to admit that the Bloodridge Sovereign's words made sense. Overgod decree? What's that? Linley was secretly startled. But then, Linley suddenly understood. This Mold really wanted to kill me. Linley was shocked. If I was caught off guard and immediately handed over the 9 soul pearls, most likely this silver-haired sovereign would then demand the Overgod decree. And if I didn't hand it over? The sovereign, after acquiring the 9 soul pearls, would definitely believe that the information he had received was real and might very well then, for the sake of acquiring the Overgod decree, kill me and then inspect my interspatial ring. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20, Chapter 16, A Tribulation. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 16, A Tribulation. Linley secretly celebrated. Fortunately, he had suspected Mold of plotting against him, and that this scheme shouldn't be a simple one. Thus, from the very beginning, he had staunchly insisted on swearing an Overgod oath. And indeed, there were no problems with Linley's oath to the Overgods. Although he had the 9 soul pearls, prior to this, he truly knew nothing whatsoever about the Overgod talismans. But the Sovereign of Wind didn't realize this. This was because, according to that sheet of paper, Linley had acquired both the 9 soul pearls as well as the Overgod decree. As Teresia, Sovereign of Wind, viewed it, if the information was true, then Linley should know what Overgod talismans are. But if the news was false, then Linley wouldn't know. By the looks of it, Linley truly didn't know. That meant the news should be false. This logic seemed flawless. Actually, what the Sovereign of Wind didn't realize was that Mold was a victim of his own cleverness. The news on that sheet of paper contained both truths and falsehoods. Mold's actions were intended to make it so that even if Linley handed over the soul pearls, he would still be pursued by the sovereigns. Since Linley wouldn't be able to hand over the Overgod decree, then the sovereign would probably kill Linley to seize it. The information was partly true and partly false, so as to cause Linley's death. What he didn't realize was that, precisely because the information was partly true and partly false, Linley actually managed to dodge this tribulation. It truly was a case where one was a victim of one's own cleverness. It seems this information is probably false. The silver-haired sovereign, Teresia, said calmly. Only you would be so bored as to believe in it. The Bloodridge sovereign snickered. Linley finally let out a mental sigh of relief. But then, the corners of Teresia's narrow eyes once more turned to Linley and the interspatial ring on his finger. Laughing calmly, he said, however, Linley, given how confident you are in your innocence, fine, then. Hand over your interspatial ring to me and let me look through it. If there is nothing inside, then this news is clearly false. Oh, and bring all of your divine clones out as well. Let me inspect all of their interspatial rings. Linley's heart lurched. Inspect his interspatial rings? Linley knew very well that those 9 pearls were right inside his interspatial ring. If I hand over those 9 soul pearls, he will be absolutely certain that the information he gained was real, and would definitely try to force me to hand over the Overgod decree. I won't be able to hand it out, and this sovereign will probably mercilessly kill me. Linley understood this. By now, even though he had the 9 soul pearls, he definitely couldn't hand them over. In addition, Overgod talismans, one could tell just from the name that these things would surely attract the attention of many sovereigns. If he were to admit having the soul pearls, even if this Sovereign of Wind didn't kill him, most likely one of the other sovereigns would. He would never again be able to live a peaceful life. Sovereign. Linley had a look of anger and humiliation on his face. I, Linley, have trained for so many years and finally become a paragon. You are a sovereign, yes, but even common mortals can grow angry, much less me, Linley. Faced with your repeated questions, Sovereign, I, Linley, provided you with repeated answers. I even swore an oath by the Overgod of Fate. What else do you want? The Sovereign of Wind was stunned. Linley stood there in midair. He stared at the Sovereign of Wind, not shrinking back at the slightest. Instead, he started to laugh. You want my divine clones to come out? Fine. With a thought, Linley transformed into 5 different people as his other 4 divine clones all emerged. 4 divine clones. The Sovereign of Wind, Teresia, was startled. Generally speaking, most deities trained in one type of law, with a few who trained in 2. There were very few who trained in 3 types of laws, but Linley actually trained in 4. This was indeed astonishing. You are quite wise. Teresia said emotionlessly. Linley and Teresia stared at each other. Linley showed no hint of subservience or humility as he said calmly, "Sovereign, my 5 clones have, in total, 5 interspatial rings. But I, Linley, feel that I have already demonstrated sufficient sincerity. I've even swore an oath by the overgods, and yet you still want to investigate my interspatial rings? Fine then. Investigate away. The 5 interspatial rings are all there. However, pardon me, Linley, for not removing my binding from them. I, Linley, am a high god paragon, not your slave. If you want to investigate my interspatial rings, then just go ahead and kill me." Linley stared at Teresia. Linley's intentions were clear. "You are powerful. You are a sovereign. But I'm not something that you can toy around with as you please. If you truly want to be shameless, fine, then. Come and kill me." The Sovereign of Wind, Teresia, stared at Linley, puzzled, like a viper staring at his prey. Sovereigns cared about face as well. High god paragons were emperors amongst deities. They too cared about face. Given that Teresia wasn't completely certain of the situation, for him to treat Linley in this manner, forcing him to swear an oath and then still insisting on checking all of his interspatial rings, was indeed rather excessive. Most likely, a paragon who had even a bit of a temper would rather die than suffer this sort of humiliation. Teresia. The face of the Bloodridge sovereign sank as he watched this happen. He said angrily, "Linley has already sworn an oath by the overgods. In addition, the information you received came on a piece of ordinary paper, rather than through an overgod decree. You intend to search through all 5 of his interspatial rings? Once word of this spreads, humph." The Sovereign of Wind, Teresia, began to worry. "Although Linley said that he will let me search, he meant for me to kill him, then search. He's clearly forcing my hand. It wouldn't be an issue if I found those 9 soul pearls, I would be proven right. But if I kill him and don't find them, then I would have unjustly accused him. Once this news spreads out, I would truly lose face." Teresia was hesitating. "Sovereign, if you want to investigate, then please do so. I, Linley, have something to attend to. I can't accompany you any longer," Linley said solemnly. "As for that mold you mentioned, sovereigns, not long ago, I killed his most powerful divine clone. He clearly came up with this information so as to unjustly accuse me. If you don't plan to investigate any further, sovereign, then I'm going to go find mold." "Humph, I didn't pull up grass by the roots and exterminate all his clones. I didn't expect he would repay me by doing this." Teresia frowned. "Right. In the palace of the Bloodridge sovereign, he had learned that Linley had killed Mold's most powerful divine clone. The Bloodridge sovereign sent secretly, 'Teresia, you need to pay more attention to your status. You are a sovereign. Given what has happened, are you still going to insist on investigating? Bosan, are you going to stop me? By the looks of things, it seems you are standing on Linley's side." Teresia sent back. "I'm not the one stopping you. Let me tell you something. The Redbud sovereign, she asked me to take good care of Linley." The Bloodridge sovereign sent back. "In addition, based on what I know, Linley was in the planar battlefield not long ago and just recently returned. Where would he have acquired an overgod talisman from? This information is clearly false. Even if an overgod talisman exists, Linley isn't necessarily the one carrying it. And let's say that there really is one, and Linley really is the one carrying it. What, do you want to try and fight over the overgod talisman? What, why can't I?" Teresia sent back. "I know that you are a paragon in your laws. But you are simply a lesser sovereign. Later, when the storm comes, you should know that in each of the past 6 missions, it was a chief sovereign who succeeded. Over the course of the overgod mission, sovereigns fell. You truly want to get involved?" Teresia hesitated. "In addition, this news is completely false." The Bloodridge sovereign sent. If it was true, how could it be that there was no hint of it before this? How could there be such a coincidence, that we just so happened to be the first to learn of it? How could there be such a coincidence, that the news was sent over by Mold? Who just coincidentally happened to have had one of his clones killed by Linley? And Linley, he's a paragon, yet would rather die than hand it over? Do you really think this is possible? Overgod talismans are useless to him. Teresia was convinced. Linley has a relationship with the Redbud Sovereign? Teresia sent back. Teresia was just a lesser sovereign, while the Redbud Sovereign was an intermediate sovereign. More importantly, the Redbud Sovereign was birthed from the Amethyst Mountains, and was the first Amethyst god-beast. She was countless times more powerful than Rishgem. Even Teresia was somewhat afraid of the Redbud Sovereign. Of course he does. You can ask around. Linley specializes in using her Amethyst space. The Amethyst space technique is the supreme technique of the Redbud Sovereign. The Bloodridge Sovereign sent back. The Bloodridge Sovereign was right there. There was no way Teresia would be allowed to act against Linley. In addition, the preponderance of the evidence and facts available indicated that the news was false. He, Teresia, had the exalted status of sovereign. He couldn't embarrass himself like this. Teresia swept Linley with his slitted gaze, then said calmly, "Since you've sworn an oath, I naturally believe you." He swept his gaze past the interspatial rings belonging to Linley's 5 clones, and then, with a flicker, he suddenly disappeared from Linley's field of vision, his movements far faster than what a paragon-level expert like Linley was capable of. Is this a sovereign's speed? No wonder it is said that a paragon facing a sovereign isn't able to fight back at all. Linley felt secretly astonished. "Thank you, Sovereign." Linley bowed towards the Bloodridge Sovereign in front of him, showing his gratitude. Heh, the Bloodridge Sovereign let out a calm chuckle. "Linley, your 4 Divine Beasts clan resides within my Bloodridge continent, and Beirut is my emissary. The relationship between you and Beirut is not a shallow one. And, you are in the right in this matter. Of course I should protect you. If you have some time in the future, you can pay a visit to my Bloodridge Island. Bloodridge Island is in the Cloudlink Mountains." "Yes, Sovereign," Linley said gratefully. "Are you planning to go kill Mold?" the Bloodridge Sovereign said. "Yes." Linley nodded. "This Mold tried to scheme against me. How can I spare him?" It was Mold who had acquired an Overgod talisman. Mold hadn't publicly announced that he had acquired it, and now, he was trying to use it to scheme against Linley, and even mentioned some Overgod decree. He was quite insidious. No need. You can head straight back to the Skyrite Mountains, the Bloodridge Sovereign said. Linley was stunned. What? The Sovereign was going to stop him, Based on Linley's understanding, sovereigns generally wouldn't interfere in battles between deities. Over the course of countless years, quite a large number of sovereigns' emissaries had perished. Given his current level of strength, Mold is no longer qualified to be my emissary. The Bloodridge Sovereign laughed calmly. More importantly, it now seems as though Mold lied to me and deceived me. Humph. The Bloodridge Sovereign's face sank. To deceive a sovereign, that was punishable by death. Within city of Lookliff, close to the Skymount Mountains. Within a secluded courtyard. Everything has been prepared. All I need to do is wait for news of Linley's death. Mold sat there in the garden, quite anxious. Although he felt 90% certain that Linley would die, he was still worried. Worried that somehow Linley would be lucky enough to survive this tribulation, then come for revenge. Thus, he no longer dared to return to his estate, instead coming to this city. Killing was forbidden within the limits of a city. This was the rule the sovereigns had established. Even paragons wouldn't dare to violate it. Suddenly, a terrifyingly powerful aura suddenly appeared within the garden, and then an inky black energy began to gather, forming into a silver-haired man. Sovereign! Mold, seeing this, was terrified and instantly knelt down. This was a body formed from energy into the shape of the Bloodridge Sovereign. The Bloodridge Sovereign's own body was 10 million kilometers away, but through divine sense, he was still able to form an energy clone. The energy clones of a sovereign were more than enough to kill the vast majority of high gods. But of course, it wasn't enough to kill a high god paragon. This was the reason why that sovereign of wind, Teresia, had to make his true body hasten to Linley's location. You dared to deceive me. The Bloodridge Sovereign gave Mold a calm look. Swish! A dark, red, illusory arrow suddenly shot out from the energy clone's forehead. No, Mold, seeing the situation, wanted to say something, but the dark red arrow shot into his body, and then his eyes grew dim. He fell, never to rise again. Clang! The sovereign artifact, that armor, fell out. The energy clone picked up the sovereign armor, then transformed into a ray of light, leaving the city. Yes, it was forbidden to fight in cities. But that was a rule made by the sovereigns. Sovereigns weren't prevented from killing people. A black, sword-shaped metallic lifeform was flying at high speed within Indigo Prefecture. Boss, just now, I was worried to death. Bibi began to laugh. Right, boss, what did the sovereign want you for? Linley, hearing this, couldn't help but think of those 9 soul pearls. There was no sovereign nearby right now. With a thought, Linley sent his divine sense into the interspatial ring, in search of those 9 soul pearls. Within that lifeless region, a faint green aura surrounded the crown, which was adorned with 9 soul pearls. The 9 soul pearls, that tattered crown. Linley was completely stupefied. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20, Chapter 17, Too Hot to Handle. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 17, Too Hot to Handle. Within the metallic life form. Because of Bibi's words, Linley used his divine sense to investigate the 9 soul pearls within his interspatial ring. But what Linley saw was something he had never even imagined. Those 9 soul pearls had actually fused with that tattered crown. That crown was currently glowing with a faint aura that swirled around it. It was no longer broken and tattered looking. Seeing this, a look of astonishment appeared on Linley's face. Boss, what is it? Bibi, seeing this, couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Linley hurriedly reclaimed his equanimity and laughed, while at the same time he spoke spiritually with Bibi. Bibi, those 9 soul pearls are connected to something very important. That sovereign who came earlier came for the sake of those 9 soul pearls. From now onwards, no matter what, don't discuss those 9 soul pearls with anyone. Even after we return to the Skyrite Mountains, don't discuss it. Bibi had endured countless trials by Linley's side. He knew a grave situation when he saw one, and he hurriedly spoke back through their spiritual bond, "Don't worry, boss." Olivier, Diana, Dia. Linley looked towards Olivier's group of 3, then said through divine sense, "From today onwards, you must completely forget about those 9 soul pearls. Understand? If you ever mention them, you will definitely cause a storm of blood. I will probably suffer for it, while you, as people with some inside knowledge, will probably be seized and questioned." Linley didn't even dare imagine how many people would suffer once they became connected to the 9 soul pearls. Aside from Mold, only Olivier's family of 3 and Bibi knew that Linley had acquired the 9 soul pearls. Once this news leaked out, Olivier, Bibi, and the other 2 would definitely be pursued. The 9 soul pearls? Olivier didn't ask anything further as he sent back, "Don't worry. We'll act as though we never saw anything. Don't worry, Uncle Linley." Dia said as well. Olivier and Diana were both high gods. They knew how important this matter was. Dia was an adult now as well, and as he saw it, For someone like Linley, an invincible paragon, to say such a thing meant that this definitely was a serious matter. Mold should be dead now, so as long as you don't tell anyone, in the future, there shouldn't be any major issues. Even if there are, at most it would involve me. Linley sent. He understood that although that sovereign of wind, Teresia, had departed, that didn't mean the other sovereigns wouldn't suspect anything. Linley frowned while pondering to himself. Mold most likely didn't just spread this news to just one or two sovereigns. It took me less than a year to go from the Skymount Prefecture to Indigo Prefecture. The Bloodridge sovereign and that sovereign of wind were both fast, but most likely the other sovereigns haven't received this information yet. But shortly afterwards, they will learn it. They will come looking for me. As long as he had to deal with it by himself, it would be fine. He was a soul mutate high god with the power of will. Sovereigns wouldn't be able to hypnotize him. But Olivier, Dia, and the others, they were different. It was best to separate them from this matter early on. Skyrite Mountains. Linley's residence. Reynolds was seated on the ground. He was lying against a tree, holding a book in his hands, while Yale and George were seated facing each other. Third bro is too studious when it comes to training. As soon as he returned, he immediately went into closed-door training. Not even his original body is resting. Given his current level, why is he training so frantically? Reynolds sat there on the ground, his gaze on his book while he mumbled aloud. His original body and his 4 divine clones, he should leave at least one of them to accompany his brothers in chatting. He can tell us about his journey, but he didn't even chat with us. He went straight into closed-door training. George shook his head, giving Reynolds, seated on the ground, a sideways glance. He laughed. Fourth bro, can it be that you believe that if third bro was as lazy as you, he would have been able to reach his current level? No matter how talented you are, you still have to work hard. I understand. Reynolds replied, and then he suddenly saw the distant BB. He hurriedly called out towards him, "Hey, BB, senior. I'm busy. I'll come later." BB quickly ran away. BB flew down the stairs, and as he did, the corridor grew cold and dark. Soon, BB arrived at a private room. Creowalk. The stone door was pushed open. Linley was there, seated in the meditative position within that stone room, his long hair hanging loosely. Linley opened his eyes and glanced at BB, then laughed and nodded. "BB, sit." The stone door was shut. BB looked at Linley, puzzled. "Boss, something you need?" "BB." Linley spoke to him through their spiritual link. "Previously, you asked me about the 9 soul pearls, right? I'll tell you now, but our conversation must be through our spiritual link. This is because, I can't be sure if there is currently a sovereign using his divine sense to monitor me." Linley was unable to detect the divine sense of a sovereign, which was why, to be safe, Linley didn't dare to bring out the crown a single time. But of course, it is still early on. Most likely, most sovereigns don't know about this. Thus, the chance that we are currently being investigated is quite low. Nonetheless, to be safe, we need to be vigilant. After having experienced that last trial, Linley didn't want to rely on luck alone. It seems this is a serious problem. BB's eyes lit up as he sent back. It is indeed quite serious. Those 9 soul pearls are an overgod talisman. That's something even sovereigns want. But, I can't hand it over, because once I hand over those 9 soul pearls, the sovereigns will definitely keep asking me for an overgod decree. Handing them over would just cause a disaster. Right now, the most important thing is to hide those 9 soul pearls. Linley had pondered over this for a long time. Although he had quite a few good ideas, in the end, he chose one which required BB's help. "Boss, tell me." BB sent back. Linley said aloud, "BB, you need to eat divine sparks, right? This interspatial ring has more than enough within. As he spoke, he took out an interspatial ring and gave it to Bibi. While he said those things aloud, he simultaneously said mentally through divine sense, Bibi, the Overgod talisman is inside this ring. I can't open it up. What you need to do is to swallow the ring. You should now be able to make Godspark weapons, right? Hide this ring inside of a Godspark weapon and fuse it into it. I trust you are able to do this. Don't worry, boss. I am currently making a Godspark artifact. Bibi was completely confident. When Bibi had just become a high god, he wasn't able to forge Godspark weapons. But it had been more than 1,000 years. After having eaten so many divine sparks, Bibi already had the power to forge Godspark weapons. In a bit, I'll swallow this ring into my stomach, but I won't digest it. I'll cover it with a Godspark weapon. Haha, a Godspark weapon, even sovereigns aren't able to see through them and see what is inside them. Even if a sovereign comes to investigate us, how would the sovereign end up suspecting my Godspark weapons? Bibi was completely confident. Even if he wanted to search, he would probably search me first. Linley sent back with a faint smile. Items like Overgod talismans, to deities, were quite dangerous. Because of the trick Mold had played, Linley didn't dare to hand over the 9 soul pearls at all. If he didn't hand it over, it wouldn't be so bad. Most likely, the sovereigns would believe that Mold was trying to harm Linley. But if he handed them over, it would be strange if the sovereigns didn't then demand Linley hand over the Overgod decree as well. If Linley handed over the tattered crown, the sovereigns probably would go mad and most likely suspect Linley to be in possession of all 3 items. By then, Linley would be at the heart of a vortex of battles between sovereigns. If they aren't able to find it on me, the sovereigns will probably give up. Unless a sovereign was absolutely certain that the Overgod talisman exists, only then would they frantically search for it. Linley was very confident, because based on the information, he could tell that the sovereigns didn't know whether or not the news about the Overgod talismans was true or not. Perhaps the Overgods hadn't even issued a mission. Linley's predictions were correct. This matter wasn't finished. Mold was dead, but the 100 soldiers he had sent out didn't know that. They still hastened to places throughout the infernal realm. The Starmist Sea was fairly close to the Bloodridge continent. Starmist Sea. Deep within the sea. A 9-storied tower. The farther down one went, the more space it took up. This 9-storied tower that was located deep within the Starmist Sea took up 100 kilometers, and was nearly 5,000 meters high. The 9-storied tower was completely pitch black, but the outside layer was faintly glowing with light, keeping the water of the sea at bay. Within the 9-storied tower, at the main gates, 2 horned warriors were there, standing guard. Within the tower. The first floor. Within the eastern hall. At the front of the hall, there was a throne glowing with illusory light. The figure atop the throne seemed so blurry, but the awe-inspiring, heart-shaking aura which manifested from this man caused a violet-robed man at the back of hall to kneel in terror, not even daring to raise his head. Sovereign. The violet-robed man knelt down before the throne. Your subordinate just received this news, and then I rushed over here, not even daring to look back. Sovereign. The violet-robed man knelt there on the floor of the hall. Your subordinate received some news. There is word regarding an Overgod talisman. Overgod talisman? A deep, hoarse voice echoed forth. Instantly, that black piece of paper flew towards the figure seated upon the throne, pausing momentarily before the throne. And then, the piece of paper began to burn before transforming into ashes. It was actually an ordinary piece of paper that contained this news? Laughable. The hoarse voice rang out. Where did you hear this news from? Sovereign, a high god delivered it to us. When I saw it, I immediately found that high god and began to interrogate him. At first, the high god insisted that he gained it by accident and wanted to offer it to me. But I didn't believe it and intensified the questioning. In the end, I learned that this news came from Lord Prefect Mold of Skymount Prefecture of the Bloodridge continent. He was the one who sent this person here. I didn't dare to ponder this, and instead immediately came to report it to you. A Lord Prefect of the Bloodridge Prefecture? The sovereign, seated on his throne, pondered silently for a moment. You did very well. All right, then, you can leave now. Yes, sovereign. After hearing the words, "You did very well," the violet-robed man's eyes flashed with delight as he immediately left. This news didn't come on an over-God decree. The chances that this is real is rather low, but for the Lord Prefect to dare act in such a way, perhaps, there really might be a chance. That blurry figure immediately vanished, disappearing from the throne. The bloody sunlight shone down upon the Skyrite Mountains. The carvings of the 4 divine beasts clan within the Skyrite Mountains all appeared so eye-catching. There were people visible everywhere throughout the mountains. Whoosh! A blurry human figure suddenly appeared before the Skyrite Mountains, seeming to have just teleported here. This man was dressed in a dark violet robe, which had stars embroidered atop of it. His long, deep violet hair hung loosely to his shoulders. His features were almost devilishly handsome, but there was a very fine, small horn in his forehead. This new arrival swept the Skyrite Mountains with his gaze, then revealed a hint of a smile. Those 4 divine beasts died. I didn't imagine that their progeny would produce a paragon. And then, with another movement, he once more disappeared. In the air above Linley's estate. That dark violet-robed man once more appeared out of nowhere. Who is this? Reynolds, upon seeing someone suddenly appear out of nowhere in the air above him, was badly startled. The guards surrounding this empty space were all stunned as well. Before they even noticed it, someone had appeared above them. In addition, there had been quite a few people staring into the skies. The person seemed to have teleported here, as he had appeared immediately. Who is this? Yale sent mentally, stunned. I can't see him clearly. He seems to be completely wrapped in a layer of fog. I can't tell either. BB also mumbled, astonished. This figure descended, landing on the ground. He calmly released his aura, making it so that everyone nearby did not dare to approach him. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures charged out from the main hall. Greetings, Sovereign. The 2 figures simultaneously bowed. Linley, Beirut, the newcomer glanced at him with his violet pupils. Let's chat inside the room. As he spoke, his body flickered, then vanished from that location. His speed was countless times faster than that of a high god paragon. Linley and Beirut exchanged a glance. Linley, your predictions were quite accurate. Beirut sent with a laugh. It was easy to understand. Only, I didn't imagine that someone would come so fast. Linley sent with a sigh. Lord Beirut, which sovereign is this? The Starmist Sovereign. He's the one who controls the Starmist Sea. In terms of power, amongst the 7 sovereigns of destruction, he is only weaker than the chief sovereign of destruction. He is far more powerful than that sovereign of wind who came last time. Come, let's go inside. Beirut sent, and then Linley and Beirut immediately stepped into the main hall. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20, Chapter 18, Joke. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 18, Joke. Within the main hall. All the outsiders had departed. The Starmist Sovereign was seated on his throne, and his dark, violet gaze landed upon Linley. Linley, based on what I know, you have acquired an Overgod talisman, the 9 soul pearls, as well as the Overgod decree which describes these 3 items. The Overgod talisman and Overgod decree are useless to you. You had best hand them over directly to me. Of course, I will not make you hand them over for nothing. Forgive me, Sovereign. Linley bowed as he spoke. I do not possess the Overgod Talisman or the Overgod Decree. Rumble. A gloomy, cold, black aura that didn't contain a hint of light wafted out from the Star Mist Sovereign's body. It instantly filled the entire main hall. Linley only felt his body grow cold, and his legs were even turning soft. He felt like he had back then, when he was an infant and seeing the Black Dragon, a magical beast of the 9th rank, for the first time. The difference between deities and sovereigns was simply too vast. Sovereign. The nearby Beirut said hurriedly. Can it be that you are unaware that a sovereign of wind and the Bloodridge sovereign have already sought Linley? Linley has already sworn an oath by the Overgod of Fate, and the Bloodridge sovereign himself testified that this was nothing more than a trap intended to harm Linley. Bosan and the others came as well? The Star Mist sovereign's gaze fell upon Beirut. Yes, sovereign. Beirut hurriedly explained. This news was transmitted by the Lord Prefect of Skymount Prefecture, Mold. Just prior to this, Linley killed his most powerful divine clone. Mold was unable to take revenge, and so he came up with this idea. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence, that right after Linley killed his most powerful divine clone, he would immediately receive information about this Overgod Talisman? Mold, the Star Mist sovereign, knew that this information did indeed come from someone named Mold. Does he want to die? That low voice contained a hint of anger. Mold probably wanted to take revenge against Linley, even if it cost him his own life. Beirut said hurriedly. After losing his most powerful divine clone, Mold was no longer worth anything. But Linley is a high god paragon. The difference between the two is simply too great. For Mold to be willing to trade his crippled life for Linley's life, it makes sense. Where is Mold? The Star Mist sovereign said coldly. He has already been executed by the Bloodridge sovereign. Beirut explained. Both the sovereign of wind, Lord Teresia, and the Bloodridge sovereign were angered by this. Linley wanted to go pursue and kill Mold, but Mold was the emissary of the Bloodridge sovereign, after all. In the end, it was the Bloodridge sovereign who personally killed him. The Star Mist sovereign was silent, and he stared at Linley. Linley felt tremendous pressure from this sovereign's gaze. Suddenly, the Star Mist sovereign frowned as he looked towards the main hall's door. A blurry figure suddenly took shape, transforming into the appearance of the Bloodridge sovereign. Bosan, you came? The Star Mist sovereign said. The Bloodridge sovereign smiled, then bowed slightly. Laughing while walking over, he said, Of course I came. You came to my territory, how could I not come to accompany you? Shinji. It seems as though the Overgod Talisman truly is quite alluring. Previously, Teresia also chased after Linley and wanted to force Linley to hand it over. Linley had no other choice but to swear an oath by the Overgods. And then, the Bloodridge sovereign sat down as well. The Bloodridge sovereign laughed as he looked at Linley and Beirut. Don't worry. The Star Mist sovereign isn't like that madman, Teresia. Enough. The Star Mist sovereign couldn't help but glance sideways at the Bloodridge sovereign. Since Linley has already sworn by the Overgods, and with you bearing witness on his behalf, I trust what you have said. But Bosan, your emissary, Mold, actually dared to falsely generate news like this? There are only waves when the wind blows. I imagine that the Overgods might have truly issued a mission. The Bloodridge sovereign nodded. It makes sense. But if there really was such a mission, we have to at least see one of the 3 Overgod talismans, right? The most important thing is the Overgod Decree. The Overgod Decree described the requirements of the mission, but the information on the decree was clearly altered. This is because even if there is an Overgod mission, there is no way the Overgod Decree would have information on who is carrying one of the talismans. The Star Mist sovereign nodded. Suddenly, rumble, the Star Mist sovereign's terrifying divine sense suddenly swept out. Shinji, why did you use your divine sense to cover the entire infernal realm? the Bloodridge sovereign said, surprised. Hearing this, Linley felt his heart shudder. Cover the entire infernal realm? The distance one's divine sense could reach was related to the strength of one's soul and the power of one's will. Linley was only able to stretch to 8 million kilometers or so, and that was because his spiritual energy was especially strong. But sovereigns? They were able to cover the entire infernal realm. One could imagine how much stronger the will of sovereigns was, compared to his own will. No wonder once a sovereign came in person to deal with a paragon, that paragon would have to die. Unless, of course, the paragon had already fled and avoided encountering the sovereign, instead fleeing into a material plane. Naturally, we have to discuss this matter with the other sovereigns of the infernal realm. Otherwise, every 10 years or every few centuries, another one of them will arrive. And we don't know for sure whether or not this news is real or not. The Star Mist sovereign said calmly. Linley's heart lurched. A discussion with every single sovereign of the infernal realm? The distant Redbud continent, the eastern Jadeflowed continent, the vast chaotic sea. The sovereigns, scattered across the distant lands, were now all connected through divine sense. Shinji, why have you reached out to everyone? Deep in the distant chaotic sea, an incredibly powerful presence spoke, with the voice echoing in the minds of every single sovereign present. Chief, I have reached out to everyone because news has spread within the infernal realm regarding overgod talismans. Soon, you will all learn of this, which is why I thought it best to reach out to you all directly to discuss this. The Star Mist sovereign's voice echoed in the minds of the other sovereigns as well. Sovereigns were capable of covering the entire plane with their divine sense. There was no need for them to gather together to converse at all. Overgod talisman? A cry of surprise and delight. This voice came from the sovereign of the Muja continent. The overgods have issued another mission? What is the mission? Multiple voices echoed out in succession. But of course, only sovereigns were able to hear this. Even Linley and the others weren't able to hear it. Oof. This news originated from that emissary of Bosons. The sovereign of wind, Teresia, spoke out. The 4 higher planes, including the infernal realm, were all far larger than the other divine planes, which was why many other sovereigns lived here as well. The infernal realm wasn't restricted to just the sovereigns of destruction. For example, there might be 1 or 2 sovereigns of wind, earth, or fire living here. And thus, the sovereigns currently engaging in this discussion included those of other elements as well. Everyone. The Bloodridge sovereign immediately spoke out. I am very sorry. This news truly did originate from an emissary under my control, Mold. Based on my investigations, he wanted to gain revenge after his most powerful divine clone was killed by a paragon, and so he came up with this lie. Teresia and I have already looked into this. This indeed is nothing more than a joke. Who is the paragon? A clear voice echoed in each sovereign's mind. His name is Linley, the paragon of the 4 divine beasts clan. Teresia's voice rang out. Linley? A soft, graceful voice rang out. This voice originated from the powerful figure who resided within the Amethyst Mountains. Linley and I have a bit of a connection to each other. He has only been training for a few thousand years, but he is indeed a genius. He has already reached the level of paragon. Paragon? He became a paragon after just a few thousand years? Impossible. I also am aware of someone named Linley who has become a paragon. I was watching during the final battle of the Planar Wars. He defeated Magnus. But I had no idea that he had been training for just a few thousand years. One voice after another rang out from locations spread throughout the vast infernal realm. The sovereigns chatted amongst themselves, all of them quite stunned. After all, even most of the sovereigns had yet to become paragons. Most sovereigns were powerful lifeforms that were formed by the natural world shortly after the universe was created. The reason they were able to become sovereigns was a matter of luck and power, it had almost nothing to do with whether or not they were able to become paragons. In their hearts, quite a few sovereigns felt admiration for those who were able to become paragons. After all, becoming a paragon was completely related with one's abilities, while becoming a sovereign was more a matter of luck and fortune. Linley just returned a short time ago from the Planar Wars. Perhaps he had a grudge against that person named Mold, and so he killed Mold's most powerful divine clone. Mold didn't have the power to get revenge, and so he came up with this idea. This was the Redbud Sovereign's judgment. Linley spent only a few thousand years to become a paragon, and the Overgod talismans are useless to him. I imagine that he wouldn't be so stupid as to try and hide the Overgod talismans. True. The Bloodridge Sovereign's voice rang out. Linley, before Teresia, swore an oath. Teresia, am I right? Teresia's voice didn't immediately ring out in response. Only after some time did he reply, yes. Linley swore an oath by the Overgods that before I told him about this, he knew nothing at all regarding the Overgod talismans. I need to tell you one more thing, everyone. The Bloodridge Sovereign concluded. This news came on a sheet of ordinary paper, not an Overgod decree. No Overgod decree? Why are we even discussing this? Without an Overgod decree present, even if an Overgod talisman was placed in front of us, we probably wouldn't be able to ascertain if it is an Overgod talisman or not. The natural world can give birth to some unique items as well. Quite a few sovereigns chatted about this, clearly believing this to be nothing more than a joke. Teresia's voice rang out. But this piece of paper did describe 3 items. Only the descriptions on an Overgod decree can be truly believed. Teresia, what, just based on your power, you want to get involved as well? Even if an Overgod truly issues a mission, given your strength, I imagine if you get involved, the end result will simply be that you will fall. A deep voice echoed forth from the powerful figure located in the distant Carol continent. Teresia fell silent. This was because the sovereign who said that was far more powerful than him. That Mold, he truly was daring. This voice came from the chaotic sea. However, for him to dare make such a claim means that while it may be true that he wanted to get revenge against Linley, even at the cost of his life, he might truly have received some information and might truly have seen the Overgod decree. Forget it. For now, let's not pay attention to this matter. Only when the Overgod decree appears in the world will there be proof that the Overgods have truly issued a mission. The chief sovereign of destruction's words were effective. As soon as his words came out, the other sovereigns no longer said anything. Within the main hall of Linley's estate, Linley just stood there to one side quietly. He knew that the sovereigns were currently engaging in a conversation through divine sense. They are scattered throughout the infernal realm, and yet able to instantly chat amongst each other with divine sense. Truly terrifying. Linley sighed to himself. Suddenly, the Starmus sovereign rose to his feet, and Linley hurriedly turned his attention towards him. The Starmus sovereign glanced sideways at Linley, a rare hint of a smile on his face. You become a paragon after just a few thousand years? Linley, this is utterly inconceivable. Excellent, excellent. After speaking, the Starmus sovereign disappeared. Only now did Linley let out a sigh of relief. How did he know that I became a paragon after a few thousand years? Linley was puzzled. Very few people, even amongst the 4 Divine Beasts clan, knew how long he had been training for. Only a few people he was on particularly good terms with, such as Reesgem, knew this. A paragon after only a few thousand years. The Bloodridge sovereign laughed as he looked at Linley. This news came from the Redbud sovereign. Linley, I imagine that within a short period of time, the sovereigns of the various major planes will all know this. Alright, this affair of yours is now concluded. You don't have to worry about more sovereigns coming to search for you. Thank you, sovereign. Linley bowed as he spoke gratefully. Linley knew that the Bloodridge sovereign was clearly standing on his side, and had most likely spoken out on his behalf as the other sovereigns had discussed this. Without this sovereign helping out, most likely, other sovereigns would have come to make trouble for him long ago. You can leave for now. There's something I wish to discuss with Beirut. The Bloodridge sovereign said. Yes. Linley immediately retreated, leaving behind only Beirut and the Bloodridge sovereign in the main hall. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20, Chapter 19, Parchment. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 19, Parchment. Linley walked out of the main hall, then walked past the corridor to arrive at the empty grassy area. He took a deep breath, feeling the gentle wind blow against him. A smile appeared on Linley's face, as though he had been released of a heavy burden. Mold actually struck such a blow at me before dying. It really did cause endless problems. However, now that the various sovereigns have discussed it, this matter should come to an end. Unless that third talisman appears, or the Overgod decree appears. Boss. Bibi ran over, surprised and delighted. Father. Taylor, Sasha, and the others all walked over from far away as well. Linley looked at his family and friends. No matter what, the Overgod talisman is something which will attract the interest of sovereigns. Because of the news Mold spread, the sovereigns have all come to make trouble for me. But they shouldn't be so shameless as to go pressure my family. Since ancient days to the present days, there had never been, as far as Linley was aware of, a case of a sovereign going to go apply pressure to the family members of a deity. Boss, everything fine? Bibi walked before Linley. Bibi, look at third bro's face. You should know just looking at him. Yale laughed. Where is my grandpa Beirut? He's in the main hall by himself? Bibi said, confused. He's discussing something secret with the Bloodridge sovereign. Linley said. Bibi and Yale were all shocked. Bibi said, the Bloodridge sovereign came as well? Nobody else had seen the Bloodridge sovereign arrive, because the Bloodridge sovereign had directly created an energy clone within the main hall. Thus, the people outside had no idea. Your grandpa Beirut is coming. Linley laughed as he spoke to Bibi. Beirut was currently walking out of the main hall, a smile on his face. After coming out, Beirut locked his gaze upon Linley, then walked over. Grandpa. Bibi went to welcome him. Beirut laughed as he rubbed Bibi's head, then looked at Linley. Laughing, he said, everything is resolved, Linley. I have some business to attend to. I'll leave now. After speaking, Beirut then actually spoke to Linley through divine sense. Linley, remember, regardless of whether or not you acquired those 9 soul pearls, do not admit it. If you acquired it, make sure you hide it safely. Beirut's divine sense caused Linley to be badly startled. Lord Beirut? Linley sent back in surprise. Linley felt gratitude towards Beirut, and also viewed Beirut as he would an elder member of his own family. Beirut had that smile on his face, but his mental message was solemn. Don't worry about anything else. If you didn't acquire it, that's fine, but if you did, you have to hide it. Don't admit it, even if someone threatens to kill you. As long as you do that, you'll be fine. After sending his message, Beirut chortled as he said a few words to everyone, then left on his own. Linley watched as Beirut left, the puzzlement in his heart becoming all the stronger. What did Lord Beirut intend by these words? He shouldn't know that I have the Overgod talisman, but his words, Linley didn't understand. Time flowed on. In the blink of an eye, a century passed. In the past 100 years, Linley had used his divine water clone to relax and accompany his family members, while his other 3 divine clones, along with his original body, focused painstakingly on their training. He had long since begun to train in the 6th profound mystery in the elemental laws of fire, but unfortunately, the 6th profound mystery was the most mysterious, most powerful explosion profound mystery. Linley's training speed was thus exceedingly slow. The profound mysteries of explosion, they were like the explosion of a volcano. A large amount of power would be collected, then instantly released. Its power was tremendous. For example, Bluefire was able to move about as though he were teleporting, and his soul attacks and material attacks could be described as supreme. This had to do with the profound mysteries of explosion. Although profound mysteries were easily described, once one advanced deeper into them and tried to completely master them, they would become incredibly difficult to understand. His training in the elemental laws of fire was slow. But the path of fusing the laws of the four elements was even slower. The profound mysteries of circular softness of the laws of water and the throbbing pulse of the world of the laws of the earth were fused, but Linley's speed dropped drastically after that. He wasn't able to make any advances at all. Whoosh! The wind howled. Snowflakes covered the skies. The Skyrite Mountains seemed to be dressed in a layer of silver finery, appearing so dreamlike and beautiful. The number of patrolling guards around the four Divine Beasts clan had dropped dramatically as well. This was because they now had a paragon guarding them. Who would dare come make trouble for them? Naturally, there was no need to have so many guards standing about on alert. The Skyrite Mountains. Dragon Avenue. A few sparse gatherings of guards could still be seen here. A metallic lifeform, shaped like an enormous hammer, was flying over from far away. It came to a halt outside the perimeter of the Skyrite Mountains and the domain of the four Divine Beasts clan, then vanished, revealing a tall, large figure. This person was 2.5 meters tall. He was dressed in long black trousers, while his upper body was covered with nothing more than a tunic, revealing his muscular arms. His red hair was only an inch in length, but appeared as hard as nails. Who is it? One squad of the guards of the Azure Dragon clan flew over. The muscular man laughed and said, "Go inform your elder Linley that his old friend, Mosi, has come." This voice was very soft, and was quite comfortable to listen to. It didn't appear the slightest bit brash or uncouth. Those guards all looked at each other. An old friend of Elder Linley's? They, too, could tell that this newcomer had a remarkable aura. "Please wait a moment. I will go make the report," one of the guards said, then immediately turned and flew towards the Skyrite Mountains. "Who is Mosi? Have you heard of him? By the looks of it, he should be a powerful expert. A friend of Elder Linley's, he should be a commander or a Lord Prefect level expert." Those guards all secretly chatted through divine sense regarding this big fellow in front of them. There had been countless experts who had come to visit Linley in recent years, and these guards all knew that none of these guests were people the likes of them could offend. Thus, the guards were all quite well behaved to those who came to see Linley. A long time later. "Ha, Mosi!" Laughter rang out as two figures flew over from far away. Mosi took a close look, then laughed as well. "Linley, long time no see." The two were Linley and that earlier patrol guard. Linley, upon learning that Mosi had come, hurriedly went in person to welcome him. Laughing, he said, "Long time no see indeed. Mr. Mosi, come, let's chat inside." Mosi immediately advanced with Linley, shoulder to shoulder, through Dragon Avenue. Together, they flew deeper into the mountains. "It has been 2,000 years since we met, but I never would have imagined that you, who had been only a god, would have become a paragon." Upon hearing this news, I didn't dare believe it. Mosi chortled. Only after this was verified to me by my sovereign did I believe it. "I truly admire you." Mosi was an extremely powerful purgatory commander of the infernal realm. Linley had only learned some time later, from Beirut's materials, how powerful Mosi was. Mosi himself trained in the Edicts of Destruction and the Edicts of Death. In addition, he had reached an exceedingly, terrifyingly powerful level in both these edicts. As far as the Edicts of Death went, Mosi himself was very nearly at the very peak of perfection, just a tiny step away from becoming a paragon. Mosi was able to easily mentally dominate 7-star fiends. The number of people capable of doing this in the infernal realm could be counted on one hand. Even if Linley truly did become a paragon in the laws of the earth, he wouldn't be able to accomplish this. After all, each law had its own specialties. Experts of the edicts of death were skilled in the soul. As for destruction, because Mosi was of the Bloodrune Titan lineage, he was innately gifted in destruction. In the past, Mosi had used a hammer to effortlessly defeat and send feeling Lomio, someone who was very nearly at the Azura level. And that was with Mosi not having used his supreme technique. He was very nearly at the peak of perfection in both material and spiritual attacks. It could be said that aside from paragons, Mosi was invincible. No wonder, in the past, the Bloodrune Titan clan was able to effortlessly set up Miluo Island and develop it into a city which none dared to cause trouble for. What could you do? How could any ordinary Lord Prefects be a match for Mosi? I only managed to make my breakthrough due to luck, and it nearly cost me my life. Linley said with a calm laugh. I, too, dream of becoming a paragon. But this last step, there's nothing I can do about it. Mosi shook his head and laughed. While laughing and chatting, the two entered Linley's residence. Because Mosi wasn't too familiar with the others, Linley gave a simple introduction of the more important members of the residence, then led Mosi into the living room. Mosi and Linley began to chat privately. Mosi was a very smooth speaker, and as they chatted and laughed, he made Linley's opinion of him grow. Linley, after having chatted with you for so long, I almost forgot about the reason why I came here today. Mosi said with a smile. Oh? What is it? Linley said, surprised. He had thought Mosi had come to reminisce with him. But now, it seemed, there was a special reason for the trip. Look at this. Mosi waved his hand, and a sheet of black paper appeared. This was sent to me by a high god warrior. Upon seeing this news, I immediately had a bad feeling. I felt as though someone is trying to harm you, which is why I dominated that high god. Only then did I learn that this was all arranged by Mold. Linley's eyes lit up. This is the paper which Mold sent to be delivered. Linley hurriedly accepted it. Linley wanted very much to learn what this piece of paper described. Back then, he had asked Beirut, but unfortunately, Beirut didn't have a copy of it either. Mold had only sent his subordinates to the other 6 regions. As for the Bloodridge continent, he didn't give it to any other Lord Prefects or commanders. The information on this paper is clearly meant to kill you. That is why I immediately hurried over to deliver it. Mosi said solemnly. It would have taken quite some time for that high god warrior to travel from the Bloodridge continent to Miluo Island, and then more time for Mosi to hurry over. One could understand why so much time had passed. Linley carefully read through the information on this paper. 3 talismans, the 9 soul pearls, the pentametal crown, and the red caltrip diamond. These 3 overgod talismans will join together into the crown of life? Linley's eyes lit up. Once these 3 talismans fuse together and the crown of life forms, one can then offer it to the overgod of life and make a request of the overgod of life. That was the most important bit of information included on the paper. At the same time, it also included descriptions of these 3 overgod talismans. So that tattered crown was the so-called pentametal crown? 3 talismans, I already have 2 of them. Linley rejoiced in his heart. Now, I only lack for one thing. The red caltrip diamond. The red caltrip diamond was a blood-red, caltrip-shaped diamond. As for what special power it had, this piece of paper didn't say. This piece of paper also said that the overgod decree which had information about these 3 talismans, as well as the 9 soul pearls, the first of the overgod talismans, were in the hands of Linley, of the 4 divine beasts clan of the Indigo Prefecture. I've never seen the overgod decree. Linley mused to himself. But of the 3 talismans, I already have 2 of them. If I were to acquire the third, then I would be able to make a request of the Over-God of Life. Make a request of the Over-God of Life? Linley couldn't help but mumble to himself. Suddenly. Bang! A light suddenly flashed in Linley's mind, and his eyes lit up. Mosi, by Linley's side, couldn't help but laugh at Linley's shock. I know a little bit regarding the Over-God missions. Over the course of countless years, the Over-Gods have issued several missions. I also seem to recollect that each time a sovereign succeeded, the sovereign requested an Over-God artifact, which the Over-Gods agreed to provide. The Over-Gods would satisfy any request. The Over-God of Life is the manifestation of the edicts of life, which control the lives and destinies of the countless living creatures of the universe. The sovereigns aren't able to save Grandpa Doring, but it is very possible that the Over-God of Life is. Linley still clearly remembered what the chief sovereign of death had said to him. Once a person's soul is scattered and dispersed, sovereigns would be unable to rescue them. Over-Gods? Although she wasn't sure, the Over-Gods, being the personifications of the edicts, were simply too powerful. Perhaps they would be able to. Grandpa Doring, countless scenes flashed past Linley's mind. On that day, a white-bearded, white-haired old man had flown out from his ring. On that day, that bearded old man had guided him, a youth, into the straight chisel school of sculpting, allowing the youth to rise dramatically in power. On that day, the bearded old man had given up his own life to execute a forbidden-level spell. Grandpa Doring, Linley, who had reached the very peak of power, felt his heart trembling. As long as I am able to find the 3 talismans, I can make a request of the Over-God of Life. Now, I only lack for one thing. Just one thing. Grandpa Doring, I will definitely bring you back to life. Definitely. Linley's heart was aflame. His hopes were blazing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20, Chapter 20, After a Millennium, An Astonishing Change. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 20, After a Millennium, An Astonishing Change. Many years ago, the Bloodridge Sovereign had executed Mold in the city of Lucliffe, within the Skymount Prefecture. That disturbance had naturally drawn the attention of the governor of Lucliffe City, as well as many high gods. But the Bloodridge Sovereign had only ordered the city governor to pay no attention to the matter. In addition, the Bloodridge Sovereign had completely disintegrated Mold's body. Given that the Sovereign had issued an order, naturally, no one in Lucliffe City dared to get any further involved in this matter. And so, this matter came to an end. Mold had been afraid that Linley would pursue and kill him, which was why he had privately snuck out and hidden himself within Lucliffe City. He had rented an estate there. Even after he had died, the soldiers of Skymount Prefecture naturally still believed that he was still perfectly fine and alive. Skymount Prefecture. Mold's former estate. Many soldiers were stationed here. The blood sun hung high in the sky. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed through the skies, then halted in the air above the Lord Prefect's manor, transforming into a human figure. This person stood there in midair, his waist ramrod straight. Although he was a bit thin, a dominating aura wafted out from him. His head was covered with long black hair which casually undulated in the breeze, falling all the way to his waist. On his back was a single warblade. This person was the expert Linley had met in the Starmist Sea, Lomeo. In the past, Lomeo had had the terrifying power of a Nirajura-level expert. This is the Lord Prefect's residence. Hurry and depart. A large number of prefectural soldiers flew over, with the leader shouting angrily towards Lomeo. Lomeo actively spread out his aura, remaining in the air above the Lord Prefect's estate. He was clearly acting in a provocative manner. Lomeo swept the people beneath him with his gaze, then said calmly, "From today onwards, I, Lomeo Bornson, am the Lord Prefect of Skymount Prefecture." His voice echoed out like thunder, reverberating in the skies. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers stationed nearby, as well as some tribes located farther away, all heard his words clearly. Impudence! An emaciated old man dressed in a black robe barked out in anger. The Lord Prefect of our Skymount Prefecture is Lord Mold. If you wish to be the Lord Prefect, then you must follow the rules. First become a 7-star fiend, then issue the challenge. The prefectural soldiers below were all angered as well. Could a person become a Lord Prefect just because he said he was? To simply appear above the Lord Prefect's residence and declare oneself the Lord Prefect? This was utterly laughable. Rumble! A thick, black, terrifying surge of energy descended from the heavens, causing the prefectural soldiers below to be astonished. One of the soldiers in particular, that emaciated elder dressed in black robes, stared with a changed look on his face. So much sovereign power. And then, the sovereign power that filled the heavens coalesced into an enormous face that was tens of meters high. Whoosh! The terrifying presence of a sovereign. Sovereign! All of the prefectural soldiers landed on the ground, kneeling and trembling. Sovereign! Lomio landed on the ground and knelt as well. The previous Lord Prefect of Skymount Prefecture, Mold, committed a capital offense and has been executed. From today onwards, the Lord Prefect of Skymount Prefecture shall be this Lomio who stands before you. A voice like thunder which rang in every person's ears and mind. The aura and presence of the sovereign pressed down on the terrified prefectural soldiers, and not a single one of them dared to raise their heads. And then, that giant face, tens of meters high, suddenly vanished. The world once more returned to normal. Only now did the prefectural soldiers dare to raise their heads. Upon seeing that the sovereign had departed, they rose to their feet. We pay our respects to you, Lord Prefect. The more nimble-minded of them hurriedly fell to one knee, paying their respects to Lomio. We pay our respect to you, Lord Prefect. Instantly, the hundreds of thousands of other soldiers also fell down to one knee and called out in unison. Lomio's sharp, cold gaze swept across all of them, but a hint of a smile came unbidden to his face. After so many years of painstaking training, he had finally become a Lord Prefect. He was now one of the 108 Azuras of the Infernal Realm. However, Lomio had been assigned to this position by the Sovereign. He hadn't acquired it through the usual way of defeating the previous Lord Prefect, then assuming the position. Thus, quite naturally, many people weren't convinced of Lomio's power. One could imagine how, in the future, quite a few 7-star fiends would come challenge him. Come, then. The more, the merrier. Lomio's eyes were shining. The Infernal Realm. The Carol Continent. A black, dragon-shaped metallic lifeform was flying above it. The Lord Prefect actually died. Didn't that make our trip pointless? Within the metallic lifeform, there were 15 high gods gathered together. The ones who had gone to send the information to the Starmus Sea had made the trip in a fairly short period of time, but not a single group of the high god soldiers who had been sent to the Carol Continent had arrived yet. Actually, of the 100 high gods, during the past century, only 40 or so had successfully delivered the news. The others, especially those assigned to more distant locations, naturally weren't able to make it in time. Only after Lomio had arrived and then released the 100 divine clones of that were held hostage within the prefectural manor did these soldiers realize that Mold was dead. Mold's dead. There's no reward for us, even if we deliver the message. Brothers, let's go. Time to go home. We traveled for a century, but it was all for nothing. These soldiers clearly seemed quite disgruntled. Hey, how about we sell this news off? This information is still fairly important. If we sell it to the intelligence agents of the Fiend Castles, we will still receive a high price for it. Mold's dead anyhow. He's unable to kill us for leaking out this information. Right. This news is definitely valuable. This news even mentions Lord Linley. As I see it, Mold intended to harm Lord Linley. These soldiers didn't believe this news to be real. Soon, those soldiers who had made a trip for nothing and who would never receive Mold's promised reward came to a decision. They would sell off this astonishing information to the Fiend Castles. The Fiend Castles had many different departments: escort, assassination, treasure hunting, and of course, they also bought intelligence reports and information. After the Fiend Castles purchased this information, those soldiers who no longer feared Mold's reprisals also informed the Fiend Castles that it was Mold who had instructed them to deliver this news to the various Lord Prefects and Sovereign's emissaries. After acquiring this information, the Fiend Castles would naturally sell it off at a high price to the interested experts. Naturally, this news was quickly made known to the other experts of the Infernal Realm. The vast majority of experts believed that Mold was trying to harm Linley. But there were a few who believed it, and so they filled the lands in search of the 3 talismans, so as to be able to offer them to the sovereigns and thus be rewarded. Of course, this news also quickly made its way to the ears of the sovereigns as well. But after the previous conference, the sovereigns no longer paid much heed to this. And yet, at the same time, the sovereigns were rather irritated. How could this sort of information be spread all over the place in such a manner? The sovereigns instantly gave the order for the Fiend Castles to no longer sell this information. And yet, since this information had already been publicized, the order of the sovereigns came too late to do any good. This didn't have any impact on Linley. Linley's life was still as tranquil and peaceful as ever. However, the many descendants Linley had brought over from the Yulan Plain, after having spent centuries in the Infernal Realm, were beginning to grow restless. The Infernal Realm had too many experts. Most of the descendants of the Baruch clan were merely saints. After the ancestral baptism, they became demigods. In the Infernal Realm, the only thing they could do was be abused. By relying on the power of the 4 Divine Beasts clan, the descendants of the Baruch clan from the Yulan continent were able to wander around a few of the cities of the Infernal Realm. However, they found life to be boring, and many still decided to return to the Yulan continent. Linley didn't stop them, and by relying on the sovereign's insignia, he was able to send a group of them back. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed since Mosi had delivered him that information. 1,000 years, to deities, wasn't much. During these 1,000 years, Linley had advanced quite a bit in his 4 laws. He had managed to begin fusing the throbbing pulse of the world and the dimensional attack profound mysteries of the laws of the wind. In fact, he was halfway through fusing them. He had also begun to fuse the dimensional attack mystery and the circular softness mystery of the water. Only, he had yet to completely master either of these 2 fusions. As for fire, his training speed in fire truly was slow, and the more he trained, the slower it went. He had spent 1,000 years after mastering the first 5 profound mysteries of the laws of fire, and had spent that entire time training in the profound mysteries of explosion, and yet still hadn't mastered it. The Skyrite Mountains. Linley's estate. Beneath a thick, gnarled, twisted willow tree that was within a courtyard. This green willow tree had been living for more than 800 years, and its myriad branches drooped down and danced about, appearing so beautiful. Yale, although you became a deity through fusing with a divine spark, don't give up. Perhaps someone who fused with a divine spark also has a chance of fusing profound mysteries. Look at me. I don't have any confidence in my ability to fuse profound mysteries, and yet, Bibi, still ended up fusing 2 of them, right? Ha ha. Bibi's loud laughter could be heard coming from below the willow tree. Beneath the willow tree, there was a black wooden table, with 3 people around it. These 3 were Bibi, Yale, and Wharton. I don't have such extravagant hopes. Yale chortled. Look at me. I'm a high god now. Although I reached this level through fusing with divine sparks, the difference between where I am at now and where I was at back at the Ernst Institute is as great as the difference between the heavens and the earth. What's more, I've already reformed the Dawson conglomerate, and we have a huge pile of descendants. I'm satisfied. The only thing left for me now is to enjoy life. I'll occasionally go to some material planes and undergo a few simple adventures. I'm just a high god who fused with divine sparks, but in the material planes, I have nothing to fear. And I even have the sovereign's might which third bro gave me. After becoming a deity, he had gone back to the Yulan continent and lived there for over 2 centuries. During the course of those 2 centuries, Yale had sired 19 sons and daughters. By relying on the power of the Baruch Empire, he had effortlessly reconstructed the Dawson conglomerate. His 19 sons and daughter had carried on his work, and the Dawson conglomerate once more flourished. And then, bored, Yale had taken his third wife with him and returned to the infernal realm. But of course, that time, Yale had been quite unlucky. While holding the sovereign's medallion, he had to go from the Yulan continent to the infernal realm, then back, 8 times in a row before arriving at the blood-rich continent. Teleportation was free for holders of the sovereign's medallion, after all. Yale, BB, I wonder how long it will be before I, too, will go to some other material planes for a stroll. Wharton laughed while musing to himself. Beirut had given Linley a sovereign's medallion, but hadn't taken it back. Since Linley didn't use it, he let BB and Watan often borrow it. Why the rush? Next time, we'll let the boss take us all together, BB said. Just as they were chatting. Rumble, a surge of rippling power, born from the natural laws, descended. The location was somewhere within Linley's estate. BB, Wharton, and Yale all immediately rose to their feet. That's coming from the place where Third Bro is training, Yale said hurriedly. Ha, the boss made a breakthrough. The boss divine fire clone has finally reached mastery as well, BB called out in celebration. It was exactly as BB had said. Linley's divine fire clone had, indeed, made a breakthrough. Red light was currently bathing the entire room. The long, brown-haired Linley was currently seated in the meditative position, but next to him floated a Linley with long, fiery red hair. A black gemstone, covered with fiery red light, was floating above this Linley's head. It was his divine fire spark. Dense amounts of fire-type elemental essences swirled around the divine spark, carrying within them the laws of the natural world. Moments later. Finally. Success. Linley, seated in the meditative position, opened his eyes. His divine fire clone entered his body. My divine fire clone really was far slower than the other clones in training. Fortunately, since my divine fire clone was able to share energy from my other 4 souls, it slowly transformed as well, making my training speed much faster. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have broken through and mastered a 6th profound mystery this quickly. Linley rose to his feet, his face wreathed in smiles. By using 3 types of divine power, my strength is comparable to when I use sovereign power. Then with 4 types. Linley was finally able to begin testing out the feeling of using 4 fused types of divine power. His heart was filled with eagerness. His face all smiles, Linley fused his power, and upon doing so, his face froze. Crackle, a bizarre sound rang out from Linley's body, and all the muscles of his body turned taut. His azure golden draconic scales suddenly emerged, and spikes appeared on his forehead and his spine. That metallic, whip-like draconic tail trembled and emerged as well, and a terrifying energy roiled about Linley's entire body. This is utterly unbelievable. Linley's eyes were filled with astonishment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20, Chapter 21, 4 Divine Powers Fuse. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 21, 4 Divine Powers Fuse. Savage pain racked Linley's entire body. It felt as though countless little bugs were gnawing away at him. That bone-deep pain was so great that even someone like Linley wasn't able to endure it expressionlessly. All he could do was to grit his teeth and struggle to endure it. At the same time, Linley's divine sense filled each part of his body. Pure darkness, which didn't contain a hint of anything else. A dark flood swirled about throughout Linley's body. There was no rhythm or order to it. The large tide of black energy filled every single muscle, every single blood vessel, every single bone. Those specks of black energy seemed to have found their home as they sank into his bones, muscles, and organs, causing every single part of Linley's body to undergo a heaven-shaking transformation. Rumble. All of his bones were trembling to the point of emitting clattering sounds. The fusion of 4 types of profound power actually results in this pure black color. This black divine power is actually this much more powerful than sovereign power. Linley hadn't expected this either. Prior to this, for Linley, using the fusion of 3 types of divine power had been comparable to using sovereign power. But for example, although it was comparable to when Linley used destruction-type sovereign power, it was still significantly weaker than when Linley used Earth-type sovereign power. As Linley saw it, the 4-way fusion would result in a 10-fold increase in power, making it so that it would only be a few times stronger than when he used Earth-type sovereign power. But now that he had actually fused 4 types of divine power, a remarkable, unique transformation had occurred. Amazingly, it had transformed into this pure black color, and Linley could clearly sense how powerful this black energy was. Despite the passage of countless years, no person had ever possessed 4 divine bodies and still successfully undergone a soul mutation. Linley had succeeded, and thus he was able to fuse 4 types of divine power. Earth, fire, water, wind, the fusion of these 4 types of divine power gave birth to this black divine power. And it was so powerful as to make Linley tremble. Suddenly, the azure golden scales covering Linley's body began to be covered with fine lines of black energy. Even his spikes were being covered. The black lines crisscrossed his draconic scales, his spikes, his draconic tail, and even dug deep into his body. Anyone looking at Linley would feel as though Linley's entire body was covered with a large amount of black runes. Rumble. The draconic scales on Linley's body were shuddering. Because the frequency of the shuddering was very high, they emitted a rumbling sound, causing even spatial ripples to occur. How could this black divine power have such a bizarre effect? Although his entire body was racked with pain, Linley, having trained to the peak of power, was able to maintain complete clarity of thought. He could clearly sense that every part of his entire body was transforming. His muscles were strengthening at an astonishing rate, and his bones were rising in hardness repeatedly. This terrifying rate of advancement caused even Linley to be terrified. According to legend, the ancestor of my Azure Dragon clan, the Azure Dragon, was able to use sovereign power to strengthen his body, to the point where it was comparable to a sovereign artifact. Most likely, this was because water-type sovereign power and his own water-type divine beast body was a perfect match. As for the fusion of these 4 types of divine power, they too are strengthening my body. This sort of strengthening feels similar to when one uses divine power to nurture a divine artifact. Linley knew a few simple ways by which one could strengthen one's body. The fundamental underpinning of strengthening one's body was simply to allow one's body to constantly absorb energy and constantly grow strong. But although this was easy to describe, the amount of energy needed was tremendous. How could one completely absorb it? This was difficult. This was partially related to innate abilities. For example, divine beasts like God-eater rats and azure dragons all had their own ways to strengthen their bodies. Clearly, this fusion of 4 types of divine power also had the special effect of strengthening one's body. When cultivating a divine artifact, what one actually did was to constantly absorb divine power into the artifact, slowly making it harder and sharper. At the same time, one would infuse it with some spiritual energy, so as to slowly give it sentience. Linley sent his divine sense into his body. He discovered that beneath his skin, a special change was beginning to occur. The same was true for his draconic scales. It seems as though this strengthening process should take a fairly long period of time. Linley understood that actually, this strengthening process could be completely guided by the strength of his spiritual energy. If, however, he allowed the fused divine power to strengthen his body as it pleased, what would the results be? Father made his breakthrough. Why hasn't he emerged yet? Taylor stared at the distant end of the corridor. Generally speaking, after making a breakthrough, Linley would emerge from his study and walk into the wide, grassy expanse outside. If he were to do so, he would have to pass through this corridor. At this moment, aside from Taylor, others such as Beebe, Reynolds, and Yale were also paying attention to this corridor. Even Delia, along with her daughter Sasha, was staring at the corridor while chatting. "Mother, can it be that Father's breakthrough was not in relation to his divine fire clone?" Sasha said softly. "It should be his fire clone. Your father's other 3 divine clones reached the high god level long ago." Delia frowned as well. "But after making a breakthrough, he should come out right at this moment." "Delia." A clear voice echoed in Delia's mind. "Linley, how are you doing?" Delia, surprised and delighted, conversed with him through divine sense. "I have indeed made a breakthrough, but right now, I am in the process of gaining some insights into strengthening my body and am currently analyzing them. Thus, for now, I won't come out. Don't worry about it. As to this breakthrough, it can last anywhere from 1 year to a few decades, or even a century." Linley was worried that his friends and family would be concerned, and so sent a message out through divine sense. "All right. Focus on your training." Delia was actually quite happy. After all, Linley hadn't made many improvements in the past 1,000 years. Delia laughed as she looked at everyone present. "Enough, everyone. All of you, hurry up and take care of your own affairs. Linley is still training." "He's still in the midst of training?" BB mumbled. "I was hoping that third bro would come out and go on a stroll with us." Yale stretched lazily, then sat back down, resting his legs atop the table and speaking in a casual manner. "Do you think third bro is as lazy and bored as you?" Reynolds mocked. "But enough of them for now." Linley, in his room, was completely absorbed in the process of his entire body being strengthened. In addition, through his powerful spiritual energy, he was able to guide the process and direction of this strengthening. On the very first day, Linley's body strengthened to a ridiculous amount, but as time went on, the strengthening speed slowed as well. Still, although it slowed, that was just in comparison to the first day. In reality, each day, Linley's body was growing stronger. If others knew how much his body was strengthening by, most likely they would stare with blank gazes. Nearly 10 years silently, soundless passed. During this period of time, Linley's focus never wavered. He continued to focus on guiding and controlling the strengthening process, and as he did, he discovered better ways for strengthening himself. Slowly, as he tested more method, he managed to develop a body strengthening method that was suitable for fused divine power and suited for his body. In the mortal world, there were all sorts of battle chi manuals. But in the world of deities, deities only focused on analyzing the fundamental underpinnings, the elemental laws and the natural edicts. Those so-called manuals, to them, were nothing more than jokes. For example, Linley could come up with any sort of battle chi manual he wanted. Everyone understood this. Even when it came to strengthening the body, there was no such thing as a secret manual. There were only techniques that were suited to oneself. Only personalized, customized techniques were the best. Different bodies and lineages, different types of energy, they all had matching, effective training methods. The method that was effective for the Azure Dragon wouldn't necessarily be effective for Linley. After all, the energy within Linley's body was this black divine power, formed from 4 different types of fused divine power, which had never before been seen since the creation of the universe. "I've more or less mastered this process." Linley stood up. At this moment in time, Linley's body was covered with a layer of inky green scales. Actually, given the strengthening process of the black divine power, Linley's draconic scales should be black in color. However, Linley's original draconic scales were azure golden, and so, after this transformation, they had become this inky green color. Linley's draconic scales had become even denser and even more tightly clustered together. If one drew close to Linley, one would discover that atop Linley's draconic scales, there was an exceedingly thin membrane of translucent muscles. These muscles were created by the flesh beneath Linley's skin, after Linley's draconic scales had been strengthened by his black divine power. However, the muscles were so thin as to be translucent. If one was slightly farther away, one wouldn't be able to notice them at all. As for the spikes covering Linley's forehead, spine, elbows, and knees, they could be said to have undergone the most dramatic changes. This was because these spikes, incomparably sharp and hard to begin with, after the strengthening process, had become completely black. In addition, they had slightly shrunk just a little bit in size. Linley's draconic claws, previously, his fingernails had been both long and sharp. They were retracted now. In dragon form, Linley's hands were now completely black, and his fingernails just appeared a bit sharp. That was it. The results of this strengthening process made it appear so that, from the outside, the savagery of the dragon form had been somewhat reduced. However, although the appearance was reduced in savagery, the power had increased greatly. The power of his body, compared to before, was much more than 100 times or even 1,000 times stronger. However, the greatest increase in power was still this. Smiling, Linley stretched out his right hand. Out of nowhere, a black longsword suddenly appeared. This was his Godspark weapon. Mirage. Divine power could be used to nurture a divine artifact. According to legend, sovereign artifacts were thus formed by sovereigns nurturing an artifact with sovereign power. But of course, the creation of a sovereign artifact also required a sovereign to infuse it with his will, which was why they reached such terrifying levels of power. As for this Godspark weapon, Mirage, it was made from incredibly powerful materials to begin with. Most likely, even most sovereign artifacts, in terms of material quality, were inferior to this Godspark weapon. Over the past 10 years, Mirage had been constantly nurtured by that black divine power, and it had constantly transformed as well. However, the amount of time needed for a divine artifact to be nurtured was very long. Mirage has yet to reach its limit. However, even now, I imagine Mirage isn't the slightest bit weaker than any sovereign weapon. Linley had seen sovereign artifacts before, which was why he was able to make this judgment. Forget about Mirage, Linley felt that even his dragon-formed body should be close to sovereign artifacts in power. I truly didn't imagine that a four-way fusion of divine power would have this sort of effect. Linley willed his draconic scales to disappear into his body, and then formed a set of inky jade robes out of energy. Actually, after this strengthening process, Linley's skin and muscles alone were now far stronger than the draconic scales had been in the past, to say nothing of his current dragon form. So 4 types of divine power, when fused, has this sort of effect. It makes sense, our ancestor, the Azure Dragon, was able to do this. It is only normal that I am also able to strengthen my body. Linley stretched out his right hand. With but a thought. Whoosh! His hand transformed into a blade, and with a blade chop, Linley casually swiped his arm forward in accordance with the principles of the dimensional decapitator. Rumble, an enormous tear in space occurred. After this strengthening process, the power of my body has risen to a terrifying level. Even if I use simple profound mysteries, the power of my attacks is tremendous. Linley finally was able to sense Beirut's advantage for himself. His base power was simply too formidable. Even without needing to use too many profound mysteries, he was still powerful enough to be invincible. Smiling, Linley pushed open the door to the hall. Within Linley's estate. Linley walked out of the corridor, then stared towards the empty earth outside. Only 10 or so figures were there. Wharton, who was chatting casually with others, accidentally noticed Linley from the corner of his eyes. He immediately called out in surprised delight, "Big bro." At the same time, he hurriedly ran over. Wharton's call attracted the attention of many people, and they all immediately ran over to watch, while at the same time engage in an excited chorus of shouts and cries. This caused the people in other rooms or even outside to be attracted over as well. Linley. Delia, delighted, walked over. Ha, there should now be no further need for all 5 of my divine clones to remain in training. Linley laughed calmly. This strengthening process didn't just impact Linley's original body, even his other 4 divine clones had been strengthened. Actually, although his other 4 divine clones were unable to dragon form, their bodies were still incredibly powerful now. Delia's eyes couldn't help but light up. If Linley didn't stay in meditation, that meant he would have time to accompany her. Third bro, I wanted to go out for a stroll for some time now. We've been waiting for you. Yale chortled as he hugged his wife. Right. But boss, you've always been training. BB teased intentionally as well. Linley began to laugh. Ha, fine, then I'll accompany you all on a stroll. However, to tell the truth, there are many places in the Infernal Realm that I haven't been to. The Infernal Realm has quite a few unique places, you know. Let's wander throughout the entire Infernal Realm, and then go visit the material planes, one by one. After having reached the pinnacle of power for deities, Linley was no longer under any pressure. He was more than happy to accompany his family in wandering the Infernal Realm and the various material planes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 20, Chapter 22, Real and Fake. Book 20, The Crown's Riddle, Chapter 22, Real and Fake. Linley, BB, Reynolds, Yale, and their relatives had joined into a squad of nearly 20 people. Linley's group thus began their wanderings over the Infernal Realm. They went to the mysterious depths of Lake Punisai. They went to Firecrow Mountain, of the Takak Mountains. They occasionally made a detour to visit some purgatory commanders or lord prefects of the Infernal Realm. However, the Infernal Realm was simply too vast. Despite having journeyed for dozens of years, Linley's group had only managed to travel from the western part of the Bloodridge continent to the eastern part. The eastern part of the Bloodridge continent. Within the Fogmount Prefecture. Fogmount City. The streets were teeming with people. Linley's group strolled forward while looking about. BB's wife, Nis, made a suggestion. We've come to adventure in the Infernal Realms, but to be honest, the places with the most unique items are the Blacksand Castles. Let's go pay a visit to the local Blacksand Castle. There definitely will be countless queer items within it. Women loved to shop. Blacksand Castle is essentially a black market. It holds more items than the Bloodridge Castle does. Linley, let's go take a look. Delia's eyes lit up as well. BB nodded hurriedly. Let's go straight to the Blacksand Castle, boss, what do you say? Laughing, Linley nodded, then led them towards the Blacksand Castle. The Blacksand Castles scattered throughout the Infernal Realm were all identical. They appeared to be made from flowing black sand. Although the surface of every single Blacksand Castle was covered with flowing black sand, the castles themselves had remained erect for countless years. Linley's group casually intermingled into the crowds and entered the Blacksand Castle. The counters of Blacksand Castle were clearly teeming with more people than that of the Bloodridge Castle. There were quite a few little trinkets. The females all quite happily began to stroll about while purchasing some small trinket. The items on this floor are all ordinary merchandise items. Let's go higher up. The more precious items will be there. Linley advised. The first floor of the Blacksand Castle contained items that were worth 10,000 inkstones or less. The items on the second floor were worth 1,000,000 inkstones or less. As for the third floor, the items there were worth more than 1,000,000 inkstones. And this was just a general range. Still, Blacksand Castles were most famous for their fourth floors. The items on the fourth floor were truly rare curios. Some were valuable, others weren't. The precious items of the Redbud castles and Bloodridge castles were all real items, and thus the prices were clear as well. But Black Sand Castle was a black market, after all. First of all, the prices would thus be lower than places like the Bloodridge castles. And yet, many of the sellers of Black Sand Castle were all private sellers. Black Sand Castle made no guarantee regarding the authenticity of the items within. This was a matter for the buyer to determine. Linley's group finally arrived at the 4th floor. The countless curios of the 4th floor are divided into costly and cheap items. The most important thing is one's judgment. In addition, one can bargain. Nis laughed while speaking. If you end up being tricked into buying a useless item for an astronomical price, all you can do is blame yourself. But if you have a good eye and are able to buy a precious item for a low cost, then you'll have made a fortune. Linley's interest was roused by Nis's words. Come, let's take a look at what treasures are here. Linley laughed as he walked towards the nearest counter. Amusing. Linley looked at many of the items and their listed prices, then secretly laughed. Given Linley's spiritual energy, he was able to gauge the authenticity of these items with fairly good accuracy. Bibi followed behind Linley as well. Hey, boss, what sort of rock is this rock of yours? Bibi pointed at a black rock on the counter that was tinged with a hint of blood and which faintly emanated a fiery aura. Linley gave a glance at it. This stone's listed price was 5 million inkstones, an astonishing price. The person responsible for this counter was a fairly skinny, white-haired elder who was wearing a felt cap. He gave Bibi a sideways glance with his faint blue eyes, then said coldly, "This stone is tinged with a hint of the blood of the fire-type divine beast, the vermilion bird of the legendary 4 divine beasts." Vermilion bird? Linley was startled, and then he laughed involuntarily. If this truly was the blood of the divine beast of vermilion bird, then even 500 million inkstones would be a low price for it, to say nothing of 5 million. In addition, Linley had noticed that although the aura emanating from this stone was strong, there was no way it could compare to that drop of azure dragon blood essence he had acquired in the past. The vermilion bird and the azure dragon were both divine beasts. The aura of their blood should be at the same level. Vermilion bird? Don't you know that the vermilion bird was a sovereign? Bibi pursed his lips. Forget about divine beast sovereigns, even a drop of blood from ordinary sovereigns would contain ridiculous levels of power. This rock of yours was probably stained by the blood of an ordinary fire-type divine beast. Bibi himself was a divine beast, and so naturally he could speak authoritatively on this subject. The old man gave Bibi a sidelong glance, then said calmly, "The blood long since seeped deep into the stone. Thus, the aura it is emanating is very weak. If you don't want to believe it, there's nothing I can do. I'm not begging you to buy it." The old man was putting on airs. A weaker person might truly be hoodwinked by him. Let's go. Linley and Bibi continued onwards to other counters. Boss, there really are real and fake items here. Bibi sighed in amazement while looking at the other items. Right. Suddenly, Linley's face changed. He saw an item located atop one of the counters, and his gaze focused on it intensely. This was a caltrop-shaped red gem, and it was quite eye-catching to behold. A red caltrop diamond? One of the 3 major talismans, the red caltrop diamond? Linley was shocked. He felt his head grow dizzy and he looked at it carefully. Of the 3 overgod talismans, Linley had already acquired the pentametal crown and the 9 soul pearls. He now only lacked the red caltrop diamond. Good sir, are you interested in this red caltrop diamond? The young, bald, silver-eyed caretaker of this counter laughed while speaking. I am interested. Linley saw the price right away, 1 billion inkstones. 1 billion inkstones? You really dare to list a price like this? Bibi, seeing this, let out a cry of surprise. A decent estate within a city was only 1 billion inkstones or so. Bibi weighed the bald, silver-eyed youth appraisingly, then snickered, "Tell me, what sort of treasure is this, that you value it at 1,000,000,000 inkstones? Linley had seen the black parchment, but Bibi had not. Thus, Bibi didn't know about the red caltrop diamond. The bald, silver-haired youth let out a low laugh. The two of you, have you heard of the Overgod missions? One of them was to collect 3 talismans, which are the pentametal crown, 9 soul pearls, and this red caltrop diamond. Although I dare not say that this is definitely the legendary red caltrop diamond, but look, this diamond definitely wasn't man-made. There is a chance that it is the legendary Overgod talisman. If it truly is a red caltrop diamond, why wouldn't you offer it to the sovereigns? Bibi pursed his lips. Linley laughed while looking at the youth as well. I'm just an ordinary high god. By what right would I ask for an audience with a sovereign? In addition, I'm not certain as to whether or not it is real either. The bald, silver-eyed youth said. If I was certain of it, how could the price be merely 1,000,000,000 inkstones? It must be understood that drops of sovereigns might start at 100 trillion inkstones. An Overgod talisman, by contrast, would definitely be worth an astronomical sum. No amount of inkstones would be worth more than an Overgod talisman. Perhaps this red caltrop diamond of yours truly wasn't forged by human hands. Linley said. Of course. The silver-eyed youth said. Would you dare allow me to try and give your red caltrop diamond a squeeze? If it doesn't break, I will buy it. If it breaks, I won't pay. Linley pursed his lips, glancing at the silver-eyed youth. Given how powerful Linley's spiritual energy was, he was able to see through to the corner of the red caltrop diamond long ago, and found that within it, there was a hint of fire-type elemental energy. The Overgod of life had issued 3 talismans. Linley was in possession of 2 of them. The pentametal crown carried a surge of energy that was able to heal his wounds. The 9 soul pearls were able to protect the soul. They were all life-aligned. Thus, this red caltrop diamond before him was definitely fake. More importantly, Linley held the pentametal crown, and so he knew the size of the caltrop-shaped setting. Just based on the size of the setting alone, Linley was completely certain that although the caltrop being sold on the counter was quite similar, it was different, it was slightly larger. There was nothing for it. Lord Prefect Mold of Skymount Prefecture had never seen the red caltrop diamond himself either. He had only seen its appearance on the Overgod decree, and thus had drawn it out. It made sense that the size wouldn't be an exact match. No way. The silver-eyed youth let out a snort. If you want to buy it, then buy it. If you don't, then forget it. The two of you, stop looking at that red caltrop diamond. I have the pentametal crown here. A voice rang out from nearby. Hearing these words, Linley couldn't help but laugh involuntarily. He turned his head to look. You have the pentametal crown? Of course. You decide whether it is the real one or not. The speaker, a gold-haired youth, spoke with confidence. Linley glanced at it sideways, then he couldn't help but feel astonished. This pentametal crown was actually identical to his own pentametal crown, even the settings were completely identical. In fact, even the coloration of the pentametal crown was identical. As Linley looked at it, he felt as though he were looking at his own crown. It must be understood that the scroll only had a picture of the talismans, and so there were some differences between the picture and the real thing. There was no way the colorations could be the same as the real item's colorations. This one is fake. Linley laughed calmly. Boor, stop trying to cheat people. The seller of the red caltrop diamond, that silver-eyed youth, snickered. This person is clearly an expert. He clearly is quite insightful. The silver-haired youth snorted. A few years ago, when your elder brother was here, he boasted to me about how he had once acquired the pentametal crown. I asked him where it had gone, and he said that while he was heading on a trip to sell some items, he was waylaid by bandits and lost his divine clone. He said that the pentametal crown was in his interspatial ring, which was shattered. And thus, the pentametal crown was lost. The silver-eyed youth snickered. I'm willing to boast as well. I can say that I acquired a talisman, then lost it. Who told you to believe it? The golden-haired youth snickered back. Linley, hearing this, had a sudden thought. He laughed. I imagine this pentametal crown was made in accordance with the one your elder brother acquired, right? The golden-haired youth glanced at Linley in surprise, but didn't say anything. Bibi, let's go. Linley could tell from the look in the golden-haired youth's eyes that the youth's elder brother had indeed acquired the pentametal crown. Only someone who had previously acquired the pentametal crown would be able to replicate it with such accuracy. Only, he said that the interspatial ring was shattered. How could the pentametal crown then have emerged from chaotic space? Linley's heart trembled. Can it be that after an interspatial ring is shattered, the items within the ring aren't actually lost, they just return to chaotic space once more? Linley mused to himself. Linley's guess was correct. Nothing would suddenly appear out of nowhere for no reason. And nothing would something disappear into nowhere. No matter where you were, once a spatial tear was created, anything that entered the tear would fall into chaotic space. If an interspatial ring was shattered, the contents of the shattered ring would also be swept into chaotic space. Only, virtually all items would be destroyed by the energy flows of chaotic space. Only a small minority of items would survive. For examples, overgod talismans, the overgod decree, sovereign artifacts, divine sparks, even if they were in a shattered interspatial ring, they would simply fall into and be lost in chaotic space, rather than truly disappear. If items in interspatial rings were truly disappear, then if an overgod talisman was in an interspatial ring that was destroyed, didn't that mean that the overgod mission would be uncompletable? Boss, there really are quite a few fake items here. BB mumbled. They are quite numerous. Still, the news about the overgod missions have spread quite quickly. Even these merchants have begun to take advantage of it to make money. Linley laughed calmly. Linley had been planning to just casually stroll about, but after this latest experience, Linley had another thought. I need to do a thorough investigation in the infernal realm. Perhaps someone might have found the real red caltrip diamond, then sold it off as merchandise. Linley understood that given how many fake red caltrip diamonds there were, most likely even if a real red caltrip diamond were to appear, few would believe it. But Linley had two of the items at hand. He would be able to easily judge if the third was real or not. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.